Hey, isn't this Tiangong? You're back. You just got back? Senior Tiangong. Thanks so much for last time. If not for you with my wounded leg, I probably wouldn't have made it back to the village. It was nothing. Tiangong. How about a drink tonight? Some other time, some other time. Munching on free takoyaki, he strolled through the familiar streets, exchanging a few words with acquaintances he happened to meet. He closed his eyes slightly and savored the familiar warm hustle and bustle of daily life. It put Tiangong at ease more than anything he had ever found in the neon nightlife of Kabukicho. Soon he reached a flower shop. From outside, he could see a woman in her 30s busily working inside. The woman had a delicate face. Though dressed like a refined lady, she carried an air of quiet elegance. At first glance, anyone would think she must be a gentle soul. After giving change to the last customer, the woman seemed to sense something and suddenly looked toward the door. There stood a tall young man stabbing a takoyaki ball with a skewer and gesturing at her. The woman froze. Covering her mouth, she said in disbelief, "You, Tiangong. Aunt Rino, it's." Before Tiangong could finish, the woman excitedly pulled him inside, sat him down at the counter, and then brought out all kinds of pastries from behind the counter. Gently touching the young man's face, Yamanaka Rino scolded him with affection. "You're such a naughty child. You didn't even come back to the village for 3 years. Do you know how worried Auntie was? Come, let Auntie take a good look at you." Tiangong fell silent. This woman was his mother's friend. His father had died in action before he was born. His mother too had gone to join his father in an accident before he was even 2. After that he was adopted by his father's teacher Akimichi Torifu. But those were the days of the Third Shinobi World War. Akimichi Torifu was an important combat force in Konoha, often unable to return to the village for months at a time. Until he could take care of himself, he had lived almost entirely with Aunt Rino. Even after he moved in with old man Torifu, apart from the daughter of his father's friend, this woman was the only one who often came to visit him. She bought him snacks and often took him out to play, treating him almost like her own child. He vaguely remembered how Aunt Rino, holding a newborn baby, had gone with him to register at the ninja academy. "You obviously haven't been eating well. Look how thin your face is. There's no flesh left." Devouring a whole taiyaki in one bite, Tiangong scratched the back of his head. "Haha, Aunt Rino, how could I not be eating well? Look how big I've grown." As he spoke, he stood up. At nearly 1.90 meters, he could touch the ceiling with a light tiptoe, then pointed to his chest. "And I'm not skinny at all. It's just hard to tell through this robe. These days I'm pure muscle. One punch can kill an ox." Suddenly the flower shop's door opened, and a girl of about 10 ran in. She had meant to find her mother, but the first thing she saw was Tiangong standing in front of the counter. So tall, and somehow familiar. Glancing at Tiangong's profile, the girl hurried to her mother. Gently tugging Yamanaka Rino's sleeve, she whispered, "Mom, who is this big brother?" Yamanaka Rino patted her daughter's head and said gently, "Little Ino, this is your brother Tiangong. You two used to be very close." Hearing her mother's words, the girl was a little stunned. She suddenly thought of a photo she kept in the most prominent place on her bedside table. In the photo, a big boy in a Konoha Chunin flak jacket sat on a swing holding a little girl of about 6 in his arms. The boy swayed slowly while the girl laughed joyfully. Ino vaguely remembered that when she was very young, her parents often worked late in the intelligence unit, and sometimes even her mother didn't come home. It was usually brother Tiangong who stayed with her. Brother Tiangong would tell her fun stories to help her fall asleep, take her to the fields to see pretty flowers, and buy her all kinds of delicious food. Later, brother Tiangong was promoted to Chunin, and she also had to attend the ninja academy. They no longer played together as often as they had in childhood. But every time he returned to the village, he brought her all sorts of small gifts. Their bond as siblings was even closer than that of real brother and sister. Then one day 3 years ago, brother Tiangong said he had to go out for a while and would probably be away longer. She thought it was just another long mission, but she never expected him to be gone for so long. So long that she didn't recognize him at first, so long that even the figure in her memory had grown blurred. Without those photos with brother Tiangong, she might have nearly forgotten what he looked like. Suddenly the girl turned around. At that moment, the big brother was crouching down, smiling at her. Seeing his face clearly, Ino's eyes reddened instantly. Although he had changed a lot in 3 years, this was definitely her brother Tiangong. She rushed into Tiangong's arms and burst into tears. "Wah! Sniff! Big brother, Ino missed you so much. Why did you come home only now?" Hearing the little girl cry with longing and grievance, Tiangong gently stroked her back. Feeling the front of his clothes wet, ripples stirred in his heart. "Little Ino, stop crying. Big brother has prepared lots of gifts for you. Wanna see?" He wiped away her tears. Watching her nod, while sniffing, Tiangong tapped her little nose, then gave the gourd at his waist a pat. In an instant, all kinds of trinkets appeared before Ino. Tiangong picked up a hair clip and fastened it in her hair. This is the same hair clip as the princess of the Land of Fire. Wearing it, Ino is a little princess too. With the hair clip on, Ino couldn't find a mirror, so she looked at her mother expectantly. "Very pretty, little Ino." Yamanaka Rino smiled and nodded. Encouraged by her mother's praise, Ino cheered up noticeably, and her eyes were no longer so red. She picked up a snow lotus and asked curiously, "Brother, what is this?" "It's so pretty. This is an ice heart snow lotus that only appears in the land of snow. It's very rare. If a girl eats it, she'll become even more beautiful." "Wow, really? Then I want to eat it with Mom." "This is..." Tiangong was explaining the origins and uses of these little objects when Ino suddenly picked up a little bear and hugged it lovingly. "Brother, this little bear feels so nice to hug. Is it also made of some rare material?" "Of course. Big brother made this bear by hand using pure bear fur. Every strand." Before Tiangong could finish, Ino pushed the bear away with a disgusted look. "EW, then I don't want it." Seeing this, Tiangong roared with laughter. "Ha ha, little girl, I was just teasing you." "Humph, brother Tiangong is mean." "Ha ha, little Ino, you're so adorable." Watching the two siblings play around, Yamanaka Rino behind the counter wore a warm smile. Tiangong was like a half-son to her, and Ino was her most precious daughter. After more than 3 years apart, the siblings were still as close as they had been in childhood. It warmed her heart. Her thoughts drifted back more than 10 years ago. At Konoha Hospital, a red-haired woman lay on a hospital bed, her limbs wrapped in bandages and much of her face burned. Yet she gently stroked her lower belly, her smile incredibly tender. "Leah, I'm going to be a mother." Leah Tiancheng said that if it's a boy, he'll be named Dongshin Tiangong. He hopes this child will grow up to protect the village just like him. "But honestly, I don't want my child to have to carry too much. If it's a girl, she'll be called Uzumaki Fengling. I came up with that name myself. I hope she'll be as free as a wind chime bird in the future." "Leah, this is my child. I've become a mother too. It's a pity she doesn't have the beautiful red hair, but that's fine. At least she won't attract too much attention. I really want to watch him grow up, to see him become an upright, towering man. I want to see him find love of his own. I want Tiancheng to see him too. Leah, please take care of him." Recalling that gentle woman who was like an older sister, Yamanaka Leah stood behind the counter, one hand propping up her chin, her gaze hazy, as she looked toward Dongshin Tiangong and her own daughter. She murmured softly, "Sister Qingyu, little Tiangong has grown up. He's become a gentle, handsome young man. I'm sure you'd be proud to see him." He strolled around Konoha with Ino and told the Yamanaka family about some of his experiences over the years. When they learned that Tiangong had once encountered an S-rank rogue ninja, the Yamanaka couple broke out in a cold sweat for him, while also feeling gratified by how much he had grown. In the evening, Tiangong ate the hearty dinner Aunt Leah had prepared. But when Aunt Leah asked about his plans after returning, his face immediately turned green. After hearing Tiangong say that the Third Hokage was sending him at 16 back to the Ninja Academy for a complete redo, even Uncle Inoichi, who was usually stern, laughed so hard he almost sprayed rice grains out of his mouth. But when he saw Tiangong pull out a burlap sack full of wild wolfberries, he couldn't laugh any longer. His deliberately stern face twisted into a bitter, gourd expression, while Aunt Leah laughed even more joyfully. As for Ino, she acted like a little adult, constantly adding food to Tiangong's bowl at the dinner table, saying that if he got bullied at the Ninja Academy, he could come to her for protection. After leaving the Yamanaka home, Tiangong headed to Konoha Cemetery. After paying respects to his parents and Kushina, he suddenly noticed a plump figure outside the cemetery watching him. Tiangong said in surprise, "Old man." The plump figure snorted. "You're back in Konoha, and you don't even come to see this old man. You've got a rebellious bone in you, boy." Hearing that, Tiangong gave a dry laugh. "Old man, don't joke. I was even thinking of seeing you through your old age and giving you a proper send-off. If you do have a conscience after all. Of course, 3 years ago, I already found you a prime burial spot. When the time comes, you'll be buried there, and the Third Hokage, that old geezer, will be buried over there." Before he could finish, Tiangong caught a glimpse of the old man's face, which had turned pitch black. He quickly added, "Old man, believe me, that feng shui is absolutely first-rate. You have no idea. A couple of years ago, I found time to come back. That old guy from the Shimura clan with a shuriken tattooed on his chin, what was his name? He wanted to be buried there then. I gave him 2 loud slaps and said, wait another 2 years before you croak. This spot is reserved by yours truly. Old man, stop hitting me. I'm sorry, I was joking." 5 minutes later, Akimichi Torifu carried Tiangong, whose head was covered in lumps, under one arm to Konoha's 7th training ground. "Boy, let this old man see if you've made any progress in these 3 years." As the words fell, Akimichi Torifu formed hand seals rapidly. In the next instant, a water sphere 4 or 5 meters in diameter shot toward Tiangong in midair. Tiangong, still in the air, rubbed the lump on his head. He knew that given his speed at releasing jutsu blocking now was most likely too late. To minimize the damage, Tiangong quickly curled his body into a ball. The water sphere blasted him more than 10 meters away, but fortunately his body was tough. Though a little dazed, he was not badly injured. Seeing Tiangong's performance, Akimichi Torifu frowned from not far away. Without waiting for Tiangong to fully recover, he sent a fist, even larger than the water sphere, smashing toward him. "Oh, I can't dodge this." Boom. He was sent flying dozens of meters again, finally stopping only after slamming through a big tree. When the dust faded, Tiangong was sitting beside the broken tree. He looked disheveled, but aside from the lump on his head, he had no other injuries. He took a long swig from the wine flask at his waist and said grumpily, "You old devil, are you playing for real?" Although Tiangong's physical defense surprised Akimichi Torifu, he still scolded, "Brat, on the battlefield no enemy is going to wait for you to take a drink. If that's how it is." Tiangong stood up and dusted himself off. Then his expression turned serious. "Old man, you'd better be careful." Tiangong rapidly formed hand seals at the speed of 1.5 seals per second. Akimichi Torifu narrowed his eyes slightly. "This seal? Starting with such a large-scale jutsu right off the bat, is he trying to counter my expansion jutsu? It seems this kid has made progress beyond just his hand seal speed." Preparing to counter Tiangong's jutsu, Akimichi Torifu also formed seals. Suddenly he frowned because he noticed Tiangong's movements had stalled. His voice sank. "What? Do you really think a jutsu from a brat like you can take me down? Don't be too arrogant, you little punk." Hearing that, Tiangong gave an awkward, impolite grin. What was the last seal for Earth Dragon turn over again?" At that one sentence, Akimichi Torifu's composure shattered on the spot. It was as if his very heart skipped half a beat. His head instantly swelled several sizes as he roared at Tiangong. "It's the monkey seal, you idiot." "Ow ow." Tiangong reformed the seals, pressed his hand to the ground, and shouted, "Earth release, Earth Dragon turnover." In that instant, the ground within 1,000 meters seemed to shake like an earthquake. Then a nearly 100-meter-long Earth Dragon burst forth from the earth and charged straight at Akimichi Torifu. Seeing this, Akimichi Torifu's expression turned intent. He had thought that with his strength, even in his normal state, he could let Tiangong display the results of his 3 years of training at will. But he hadn't expected an ordinary B-rank jutsu to show such tremendous might in Tiangong's hands. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Such chakra reserves are enviable. Even as he murmured, his hands did not stop. A seasoned ninja like him did not need to pause and think about the hand seal method before mobilizing chakra the way a rookie like Tiangong did. An earth wall quickly rose beneath Akimichi Torifu's feet. His heavy body did not affect his agility. With a single leap, he jumped onto the Earth Dragon's body just before it could collide with him. Seeing his painstakingly cast jutsu easily dodged by the old man, Tiangong clicked his tongue. As expected, this kind of complicated jutsu just doesn't suit a half-baked ninja like me. Then he shouted, channeling chakra to stimulate the muscles in his legs. Boom. A large crater appeared where he had been. Tiangong's figure materialized behind Akimichi Torifu in an instant, and with a devastating, painful heaven kick, he chopped downward at Torifu from above. He hurriedly crossed both arms before his chest. The terrifying force of the impact crashed down upon him, and in an instant fissures spread across the earthen dragon beneath Torifu's feet, emanating from his center. With a thunderous crash, the earthen dragon split in twain, and Torifu's figure plummeted to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. "It resembles that brat Tsunade's jutsu, but your cultivation falls woefully short, lad." From within the swirling smoke emerged a towering silhouette. A pair of enormous butterfly wings unfurled behind him, and with a gentle flutter the surrounding dust was swept entirely away. "Huh, Grandpa, I only fear your aging bones couldn't withstand the beating." He tore off his headband, white hair cascading wildly in the wind, and erupted into boisterous laughter. "You bet you've got some nerve? Come then, show me everything you've got with the intent to kill." Witnessing this display, Tenkin couldn't help but be taken aback. Feigning bewilderment, he said, "Where's my grandpa? I told you to read more instead of lazing about. This is the Aoda clan's secret butterfly transformation technique, you idiot." Aoda Torifu let out a fierce roar and immediately vanished, reappearing before Tenkin in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a devastating punch hurtled toward his face. So fast. Sensing the terrifying pressure radiating from the elder, Tenkin dared not underestimate him and rushed to meet the blow with all his strength. With a resounding impact, Tenkin staggered backward several steps. Just as he prepared to counterattack, another colossal fist came hurtling toward him. Even the sheer force of the punch sent earth and stone flying in every direction. Tenkin knew he couldn't take this head-on, so he executed a series of agile flips to dodge the massive hand. At the same time, his hands moved in a blur, completing 3 hand signs in under 2 seconds before slamming his palms against the ground. Tenkin roared, "Earth release, Earth bull arm." A massive bovine hoof, even larger than that giant hand, erupted from the ground near Tenkin and came crashing down toward Aoda Torifu. Seeing this, Aoda Torifu's enlarged hand, amplified by the expansion jutsu, quickly gripped a large tree. He used it to swing his body aside and effortlessly dodged the thundering hoof. But Tenkin wasn't about to sit idle. He knew a basic earth release technique alone wouldn't threaten the old man. He flicked his right hand, sending a barrage of shuriken whirling toward Aoda Torifu. His left hand formed a snapping gesture, and with a tap of his right palm against his sake gourd, a glob of liquor soared through the air toward his fingertips. After compressing the sake to the perfect consistency, Tenkin gathered fire nature chakra. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a concentrated sphere of flame shot forth, trailing behind the shuriken toward Aoda Tsufing. His unenhanced arm produced a kunai, deflecting every shuriken in its path. But now a scorching fireball bearing terrifying heat was closing in on him. A slight movement of his arm, and the kunai collided with the fireball, scattering a shower of flame fragments in Aoda Tsufing's direction. Decent technique, but... Summoning Jutsu Black Bear. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Aoda Tsufing's butterfly wings gave a gentle flutter. Without any visible hand signs, a colossal black bear materialized before him. The great bear spoke in a human voice. "Ha, Tsufing, have you encountered a troublesome foe? We haven't fought side by side in quite some time." Before the bear could finish, the inferno of fire rained down upon its legs. Accompanied by the acrid scent of searing flesh, the black bear howled in agony. "Damn it! Did you send this old bear to take the hit for me, Aoda Tsufing?" But the bear's protest was cut short. Aoda Tsufing surged forward from behind his summoned beast toward Tenkin. His wings beat once more, and he whispered, summoning Jutsu Release. With a thunderous bang, the bear's form dissolved, and at that exact moment, Aoda Tsufing closed the distance to Tenkin. Closing in on him were a massive sphere of water spanning 4 or 5 meters in diameter and a giant fist. Witnessing this, Tenkin deployed the body flicker technique to retreat. Simultaneously, he tapped his sake gourd, and an exquisitely crafted ice blue long sword materialized before him. The blade bore no scabbard, with a crimson cord tied to the hilt. On both faces of the blade were carved intricate ice lotus patterns, a treasure he had uncovered within the ruins of the Land of Snow. Regrettably, despite him and Xiao Shui digging through the entire site from top to bottom, they could only locate a small fragment of chakra-infused metal and a handful of gems. Grasping the hilt firmly, he channeled chakra into the weapon, and instantly, the temperature plummeted within a kilometer radius. With a casual slash, a blade of frigid energy split the water sphere Aoda Tsufing had unleashed clean in two. He twirled the blade in an elegant flourish, then smiled at the exquisite ice sword in his hand. "A bit delicate, but my sister would surely appreciate it. But before that, old man, let me show you how this blade performs." Ice Release Cold Slash. Tenkin possessed sufficient chakra reserves, and coupled with the ice sword capable of transforming chakra into the ice nature, he held a solid advantage. Though still outmatched against the butterfly-transformed Aoda Tsufing, the two managed to trade blows evenly. 5 strikes landed by Aoda Tsufing, 5 retreating steps by Tenkin. Half an hour later. You brat, stop running. Aoda Tsufing had already reverted from his butterfly form. His loose battle gear bore numerous tears and damage, and he panted heavily. He was simply growing old, and he could never bring himself to seriously harm Tenkin. As a result, he hadn't been able to secure a decisive victory, and had ended up the more disheveled of the two. Meanwhile, perched in a tree, Tenkin had stowed away his handsome robe and the ice blade. Now clad in a simple short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants, the exposed skin on his body was covered in bruises. He poured some medicinal sake from his hip gourd and smeared it over his wounds, then spat toward Aoda Tsufing's direction. "You old bastard, you really are one. We agreed I'd demonstrate my training progress, yet you went all out to kill me." Pointing at his swollen, bruised face, Tenkin glared at Aoda Tsufing. "Look at this. Look at my face. It's barely recognizable anymore. Just wait, you'll get yours eventually." Watching Tenkin's battered body, a flicker of pride shimmered deep within Aoda Tsufing's eyes. He hadn't held back too severely when trading body techniques with the youth, never expecting Tenkin to endure such punishment. Despite being consistently overpowered, Tenkin refused to fall. As expected of the Uzumaki bloodline, his vitality was truly tenacious. A hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes as Aoda Tsufing surveyed Tenkin. Such a powerful physique and resilient vitality, though his ninja techniques left much to be desired. But when it came to survival prowess, few in Konoha could surpass him. "Don't drop dead too easily, you foolish grandson." "What was that, Grandpa?" "Nothing. Come on, you stinky kid. No more fighting." Aoda Tsufing waved his hand and began walking toward the training grounds exit. "Where are we going?" "Duh, of course we're going to eat meat after a fight, you moron." The Konoha yakiniku shop. The elder and younger man settled into a corner booth. Tenkin leisurely nibbled on grilled vegetables, occasionally taking sips of sake poured from the gourd at his waist. A real man devours meat in large portions. "Look at you, so scrawny. Akimichi Den is 2 years younger than you, and look how sturdy he's become. Meanwhile, you're so thin you barely look human." Upon hearing this, Tenkin couldn't help but facepalm. Standing nearly 1.90 meters tall, his body had been tempered by countless cycles of blood chi refinement. Though lean in appearance, his weight undoubtedly exceeded 100 kilograms. Honestly, he believed few in Konoha could match him in physical prowess. Yet this old man only judged by appearance and dared to compare him with the Akimichi clan. If seating at the AODA family gatherings were determined by physique, he'd be relegated to the children's table. Of course, this referred to his current state. Had it been 3 years ago, he wouldn't have even been worthy of sitting with the Genin Academy brats. Seeing that Tiangong ignored him, Akimichi Torifu downed a large glass of beer. His nose suddenly twitched, and he shouted at Tiangong, "Give it here." "What?" "That wine in your gourd. I could smell its fragrance from a mile away." "This wine? You stingy little brat. I, an old man, changed your diapers and raised you all by myself." Before Akimichi Torifu could finish, Tiangong gave a helpless sigh and tossed the gourd over. Taking the gourd, Akimichi Torifu weighed it in his hand, studied the strange patterns on its surface, and peered into its opening. Somewhat startled, he asked, "What kind of ninja tool is this?" "Oh, it's a sort of space-time ninja tool. It can store inanimate objects, though it can't keep them fresh." "Oh, how much space is inside?" "The upper section is about 5 cubic meters. I usually use it for wine. The lower section is 8 cubic meters, enough for luggage and such." "Extravagant. When are you going to get one for this old man too?" "I owe you. I really do owe you. But I got this thing by chance. If I ever come across another one, I'll definitely get it for you." Watching Akimichi Torifu cheerfully fill his own cup and stop pressing about the gourd, Tiangong breathed a slight sigh of relief. In truth, he hadn't lied. He had indeed obtained it by chance, though at the time it was nothing more than raw materials. Drawing on the memories in his mind and the pitifully meager chi and blood in his body, it had taken him nearly 2 years to forge it into its final form. As for why he hadn't made more, first, the materials required were far too rare. Even he had only managed to gather them by sheer luck. Second, since it was refined with the fire of chi and blood naturally, the use of such a spatial spiritual treasure also required chi and blood. At present, in the entire ninja world, no one except Tiangong had cultivated the chi and blood within their body to a controllable level. Savoring the rich fragrance of the wine, the old man put on an air of connoisseurship. This is good wine, tsk. You really know how to enjoy yourself, you little rascal." As the words fell, the old man downed the wine in one gulp. His pupils suddenly constricted. Though he didn't know much about wine, this wine was damn good. Just as he was about to pour another cup, Akimichi Torifu's expression changed drastically as he felt a stream of pure refined energy flowing through his body. Closing his eyes slightly, Akimichi Torifu marveled at the discovery that a single cup of this wine contained energy even more potent than the Nara clan's secret medicinal pills. Moreover, despite the energy flowing through him, he felt no discomfort, only a remarkably pleasant sensation. Seeing Akimichi Torifu looking so delighted, Tiangong picked up the wine gourd and was about to fill the old man's cup when the other stopped him. Pushing his cup aside, the old man waved a hand. "It's good wine, but I'm getting on in years. Can't indulge too much." "Old man, that doesn't sound like you. Come on, fill it up. Let's have a proper drink, just the two of us." "You little brat, are you trying to make a fool of me? Want me to beat you up right now?" Seeing the old man refuse, Tiangong stopped urging him. In truth, he had a rough idea of what the old man was thinking. What the old man had just poured was spiritual medicinal wine, brewed from blood energy and many rare herbs containing tremendous energy. The old man probably felt that this stuff could save his life in a critical moment, which was why he was so reluctant to drink it. And that was indeed the case. It was the most precious spiritual wine he had brewed so far. Drinking it could rapidly heal injuries and also nourish the physical body, making it a true lifesaver in times of crisis. Unfortunately, the spiritual medicinal wine demanded extremely stringent materials, and he had little left. If not for the old man's advanced age, Tiangong would have been reluctant to bring it out at all. As for why he hadn't brought out the other wines, the old man didn't care for fruit-brewed wine, while the blood-brewed wine was too strong and its blood energy too violent. Tiangong was afraid the old man couldn't handle it. "By the way, kid, at the training ground earlier, you still had a trump card you didn't use, didn't you? If I had a trump card, I'd have taken you down long ago." Those words nearly made Akimichi Torifu choke. For a single fleeting moment, he seemed to see the shadow of someone else in the young man before him. It was the disciple he had once been ashamed of, the same black hair and black eyes, the same confident composure, and the same shamelessness and love of bragging. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Tiangong declined the old man's invitation to have after-dinner dessert together and then a second late-night meal and wandered the streets alone. The streets at night were not exactly bustling, but still had plenty of passers-by, most of them shinobi. Many taverns remained open for business, yet if one were to speak of the hottest trade, it could only be those brothels. According to rumors, during Root's most difficult period, the leader of Root and a group of Root shinobi would use Transformation Jutsu after completing missions to moonlight there. Of course, this had been told to him 3 years ago by a friend of his with the surname Uchiha, and whether it was true or false he had no way of knowing. He continued drifting through the streets of Konoha. Gradually the lights ahead grew dimmer and the passers-by thinned out, until Tiangong came to a 2-story building occupying more than 200 square meters. This was his home in this lifetime. Though ordinary, it held many warm memories for him. Gazing at the nameplate bearing the word Dongshin Tiangong couldn't help recalling the clan history the old man had once told him. Thanks to a secret art that enhanced chakra activity, the Dongshin clan had once been a ninja clan of some renown in the shinobi world. At their peak, they had nearly 10 jonin, quite an impressive standing during the Warring States period. But decades ago, when the shinobi world was establishing the one country one village system, the Dongshin clan's strongest clan leader and its grand elder both happened to die in a single mission. With the loss of its two pillars, and at such a critical juncture, discord naturally arose within the clan. In the end, the branch, led by the young clan head, followed their allies' footsteps and joined Kirigakure. Then, after a prodigy who would go on to become Mizukage appeared in that allied clan, the Dongshin branch, and Kirigakure managed to get itself completely wiped out. Of the several hundred clan members, only his father was openly known to have escaped from the hidden mist. In contrast, the branch, led by the second elder, directly defected to the Land of Fire, then the most powerful nation. But that old bastard took a different path. Rather than having his people join Konoha, he became a lapdog for the Land of Fire's daimyo. He must have licked the daimyo's boots until the daimyo was thoroughly pleased. It was said that one of the current Land of Fire daimyo's concubines came from that branch, and the branch's current clan head also served as a minister of the Land of Fire. Needless to say, Tiangong was a descendant of that young clan head's branch, while the father and two sons he had escorted 3 years earlier were members of the second elder's branch. He vaguely remembered that old bastard arrogantly demanding the secret scroll of the chakra activation art from him and telling him to change his surname. He said things like, "Your branch has died out completely, so you'd better watch your step, or I'll have someone kill you." In the end, a deeply displeased Tiangong gave him a couple of bloody noses, then used Shadow Clone Jutsu and Transformation Jutsu to split the little earthworms of the father and his two sons lengthwise. At that thought, Tiangong shook his head. The chakra activation art merely made the chakra inside a ninja's body flow more smoothly. It was only somewhat useful for weaker genin. As for that secret scroll from his father's training notes, he knew that only the young clan head had been able to use it at the time. Rather than taking it to Kirigakure, he had hidden it at the clan's former compound. Because it was still a bit too close to Kirigakure, he had never gone to retrieve it. As for why he didn't tell the Dongshin clan in the Fire Capital. After all, it was a secret art that had once supported an entire ninja clan. If it suited his own training, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Secondly, the other party had clearly never taken him seriously. Not only were they arrogant, they even wanted him to change his surname. They were merely two ordinary men, and an old genin, nearly 50 years old. Tiangong felt that if he didn't teach them a lesson, his state of mind would not be at ease. After all, bullying the weak and fearing the strong was his ninja way. Shaking his head, Tiangong stepped inside. Though he had been away for 3 years, the entire house had been kept immaculately clean. Even the glass on the windowsill had been polished spotless. Lying in a bathtub filled with water, Tiangong felt utterly at ease. Even though the hot springs of the Land of Hot Water were immeasurably more luxurious than his little tub. Yet in his heart, he still couldn't in good conscience say his shabby bathtub was anything special. Remembering that the hot springs of the Land of Hot Water not only had excellent water, but also beautiful young ladies offering attentive service, Tiangong immediately stopped feeling so relaxed. After washing the grime from his body, he looked at himself in the mirror. He had meant to admire what he considered the one and only handsome face in the world, but seeing the battered black and blue mess reflected back, he fell silent. At his age, attending the Ninja Academy was already embarrassing enough, and on top of that, he had been beaten up before he could even report. His mind couldn't help conjuring the image of himself, face bruised and swollen, sitting among a bunch of little kids, while a teacher around his own age lectured them. Then that teacher suddenly piped up, "Did you understand, Tiangong? Great job, Tiangong. Tiangong mustn't fight with his classmates." At that mental image, Tiangong couldn't help covering his face. Damn it, those two old men are real bastards. Saying that, he took a large gulp of blood wine. Immediately, a dense surge of blood energy spread through his body. Tiangong concentrated the blood energy at his wounds, and soon all of his injuries were completely healed. At the same moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching a live broadcast in the Hokage's office, and Akimichi Torifu, who was having a late-night meal at home, both sneezed at exactly the same time. Though they were in different places, their words were perfectly in sync. "Damn it, what scoundrel is muttering about me behind my back?" Early the next morning, Tiangong was sprawled across his bed fast asleep, when suddenly a female ninja, wearing an animal mask, appeared on the balcony. She balanced nimbly on the balcony railing. Despite her umbu gear, her lithe figure was still evident. Sensing something, Tiangong groggily opened his eyes. Upon seeing the cascade of silky purple hair, he pushed open the window. To the umbu woman's stunned expression, he simply swept her into his arms and carried her inside. Lying back down and breathing in her familiar fragrance, Tiangong drifted into a deep slumber once more. When his snores filled her ears, the Umbu woman finally snapped back to reality. She tried to struggle free, but found his grip unyielding. Summoning her strength, she pinched his cheek and leaned close to his ear. Lazybones, wake up. Sis, let me sleep 5 more minutes. Mumbling incoherently, Tiangong swatted her hand away and buried his face deeper into her hair, his arms tightening around her instinctively. Feeling as though she could barely draw breath from his embrace, the woman's heart raced with astonishment. 3 years apart, her brat of a brother had not only grown taller, but developed frightening strength. Once upon a time, she could easily overpower him. Now, if she weren't a taijutsu specialist, she feared she wouldn't even be able to break free from his arms. Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her lower abdomen and shifted her body. When her gaze fell upon Tiangong's bare chest, understanding dawned upon her, and her face behind the mask instantly flushed crimson. With a flustered cry, the woman hastily wriggled out of Tiangong's embrace. Gasping for air, she looked at her still sleeping younger brother. A sly smile tugged at her lips as she reached out and pinched both his nose and mouth. Moments later, Tiangong emerged dressed in long trousers and a denim jacket, glaring unhappily at the woman. Sis, what was that for? I was having such a nice sleep. The woman removed her mask, revealing a delicate and exquisite face. Sitting by his bedside, she adjusted his collar. Look at you, how old are you now, and still sleeping in? The sun's already blazing. Waking up naturally is my ninja way. Watching her bratty brother still exactly as he'd been 3 years ago, Gion couldn't help but smile softly. Producing an exquisite wooden box from somewhere, she held it out to Tiangong. Here, for you. Taking the wooden box, Tiangong opened it and discovered a finely crafted jade bamboo flute within. He looked up, staring at the woman in surprise. That jade bamboo flute wasn't cheap. The price alone equaled 1/5 of an Ashley. His sister was merely a recently promoted ENBU Jonin. Even working missions day and night and scraping together every penny, it would take nearly a full year to save such an amount. Picking up the flute, Tiangong walked to the window and played a melody he'd often heard as a child. Behind him, Gion's eyes curved into delighted crescents. Leaning closer, she whispered, "That sounded wonderful. Do you like it?" Gently placing the jade flute back into its box, Tiangong gazed into his sister's beautiful brown eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I like it very much, but I don't want you to." Before he could finish, Gion teased, "Don't think I don't know how long you've coveted that flute. When those merchants from the capital of fire visited Konoha 3 years ago, the look in your eyes. If the Jonin hadn't been there as escort, you little rascal probably would have tried to swipe it." Rather than deny it, Tiangong shamelessly retorted, "If I can't afford it, I'll just take it. That's my ninja way." Before Gion could respond, Tiangong continued, "Sis, stop always thinking about me. You're only 19. You need to live for yourself. But you're my only family. You've always been irresponsible since we were kids, acting without thinking of consequences and never listening. Could I really just stand by and watch you loot from Jonin?" Meeting her brown gaze, the corners of Tiangong's mouth lifted. "Sis, believe it or not, I dare say I could rob from a Jonin right now if I wanted to." At this, Gion covered her face with her hand. Recalling his calm expression back then, she had genuinely believed that her bratty brother had matured into a proper young man over these 3 years. And yet, he hadn't changed one bit. With an expression of helpless resignation, her tone still carried affection. "Very well then, our great Kunigahime thief. Your sister's off duty today. Where would you like to go?" Hearing this, the smirk on Tiangong's face twitched. He turned his back to his sister. "As for where to go, it's not urgent. To prevent enemy ninja from targeting Konoha's children, the Third Hokage has personally requested this thief to take up a position at the academy for a year." Upon hearing Tiangong's words, even the usually aloof Gion couldn't suppress a comedic grin. Grabbing his face, which he was attempting to keep serious, she squeezed. "Tell your sister, are you being sent back to the academy for re-education again by the Hokage-sama?" "Huh, thief classmate. Ha ha ha." Listening to his older sister's laughter, Tiangong's face darkened and he shoved her onto the bed. Then, relentlessly tickling her armpits until she squirmed free, he grabbed his sake flask and leapt straight out the window. Near the academy, Tiangong shot his sister a sideways glance. "What are you doing here?" Gion withdrew Tiangong's enrollment documents from her coat. "Though you're already 16, isn't it only natural for an older sister to accompany her younger brother to the academy for registration? Look, even your academy admission notice was left behind, haha." Fine, Mizuki Gion, you forced my hand." Tiangong tousled his hair, then seized Gion's small hand. Glancing left and right, a profoundly mischievous smile spread across his face. Noticing numerous passers-by, Tiangong bit his finger and chuckled foolishly. Hey sis, is this the academy? If I graduate from here, can I apply to become Hokage?" Sensing the bizarre stares from surrounding pedestrians and the faint murmur of gossip drifting toward her ears, Gion's ears burned red. She tried to shake off his grip, but Tiangong held on too tightly. She considered putting her mask back on, but she'd already changed out of her umbu attire before leaving home. Walking toward the registration office, Gion gritted her teeth and threatened in a low voice. Brat, let go right now, or I won't be merciful. If you don't let go, I'll draw my sword. Hey sis, what did you say? Stay away from me, please, just don't look at me. Brother Tiangong, you're my big brother. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Let go quickly, do whatever you want, I'm begging you. What should have been a 2-minute walk felt to Gion like several years passed in torment. Nearly every passerby along the way turned to stare and pointed behind their backs. This feeling was utterly unbearable, especially for a shy girl like her. Though she was a ninja, this sensation felt 100 times more torturous than having insects crawl inside her clothing during a stealth mission. Listening to the desperation in his sister's voice, Tiangong felt thoroughly satisfied. If she hadn't forced his hand, why resort to such mutual destruction tactics? Though being stared at and gossiped about made him slightly awkward for some reason, a peculiar thrill stirred within him, a strange sense of excitement. After submitting his enrollment documents to the office, Tiangong found his assigned class. Meanwhile, Yugao finally escaped from that little rascal's clutches, her fair face as red as a ripe apple. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Tiangong. She instantly used the body flicker technique to flee, not even daring to use the main gate when she left the academy. Still too bashful. Watching the direction Yugao had vanished, Tiangong shook his head. He walked into the classroom and was about to find a random seat when a group of little brats inside all stared at him. A bowl-cut boy abruptly stood up and shouted at him, "Hello, teacher." Seeing him shout, the other students joined in. Listening to the endless chorus of "Hello, teacher," Tiangong dug at his ear. Just as he was about to say something, a long-haired young man walked in. The man looked about 25 or 26, wore a chunin vest, and had a sunny smile on his handsome face. Yuanfei Inasuk, I am the examining ninja for your early graduation application. Come with me to the examination ground. As if only then noticing Tiangong, the man smiled gently. Director Jingtian happened to be busy, so I came to inform everyone. This is your new classmate Dongshin Tiangong. At this, the little brats below the podium burst into exclamations. Hey, did you hear that? The examining ninja said he's also a student. Then why isn't he wearing a forehead protector? No way. He is this old and still attending the ninja academy. What level of dead last is he? Seeing the little brats whispering below the podium, the examining ninja smiled. Then he took out Tiangong's enrollment records. Let me introduce him to everyone. This student is named Dongshin Tiangong. He is 16. He enrolled at 7 and graduated at 8. A true genius. But during a critical mission, he was stripped of his ninja status for disobeying his squad leader's orders. At 9, he returned to the ninja academy. At 10, he graduated early again, only to be stripped of his ninja status once more for drinking during a mission. 2 years later, he graduated from the ninja academy for the 3rd time and happened to catch the chunin exam. This student was lucky enough to become a chunin. But he was seriously derelict in his duty on a mission, causing the client and their family to be harmed by rogue ninja. The examining ninja seemed not to notice Tiangong's mood and continued talking on his own. Tiangong, this is already your 4th enrollment. Hell, what persevering spirit. But I feel that you may not be suited to be a ninja. Ignoring the little brat's whispers below the podium, Tiangong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the examining ninja. Is that so? But as an examining ninja, is that what you should be saying? Hearing this, the examining ninja's smile never wavered. As an examining ninja, I am also somewhat your teacher. I just wanted to help your classmates understand you better. You don't mind, do you, Tiangong? I see. Watching the sinister smile hidden beneath the examiner's sunny expression, Tiangong seemed to think of something and abruptly attacked. Under the examiner's stunned gaze, Tiangong seized him by the throat and lifted him into the air. With his neck clamped tight, the examiner could barely breathe and struggled desperately. But how could Tiangong's strength be resisted by an ordinary chunin like him? Seeing no hope of breaking free, the examiner gritted his teeth, drew a kunai from his waist, and viciously stabbed at Tiangong's arm. With a single slap, Tiangong knocked the kunai away and gave a mocking smile. I remember who you are now. You're that lucky bastard who once secretly harmed his teammate only to be discovered by the village but spared because of insufficient evidence. How despicable. Are you just too idle? Why did you come to provoke me? Hearing Tiangong's words, the examiner wanted to retort, but his throat was tightly clamped and he couldn't make a sound. At this moment, he felt nothing but regret. He didn't know Tiangong, he only knew that this kid was an orphan, yet he was especially favored by an important figure in the village. Just like Irika, clearly an orphan, yet still trying to steal the spotlight. This guy was exactly the kind of person Mizuki hated most in his life. He had originally wanted to expose Tiangong's past and embarrass him in front of the brats, even though the documents clearly described Dongshin Tiangong as someone who did not follow the rules. But he had never expected this guy to dare attack him right in the academy, and for his strength to be so terrifying. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, Mizuki suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind. Turning his head, he saw Tiangong's big palm swinging viciously toward him. Slap! A bright red handprint appeared on Mizuki's face. He glared viciously at Tiangong only to be met with even more slaps. Slap! 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 After more than a dozen slaps in a row, Mizuki was seeing stars and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Clearly Tiangong's barrage of slaps had beaten him senseless. Seeing this, the little brats below the podium, who had been making a racket just moments before, instantly fell silent. Most of them looked at Tiangong in terror. When they heard that Tiangong was enrolling for the 4th time, they had just been mocking this formidable man. Could this guy end up slapping them all too? Seeing that the scumbag in his grip was rolling his eyes back, Tiangong quickly threw him to the ground and spat utter trash. Don't you dare die in my hands. After a while, Mizuki slowly opened his eyes. He coughed twice, then stared at Tiangong with venomous eyes and said viciously, Dongshin, Tiangong, you attacked a Konoha Chunin. You. Before he could finish, Tiangong stomped on his face. I say, you nameless Chunin, you're already well along in years. Why can't you understand what's good for you? As he spoke, he ground his foot on the man's face. Even when the face pressed against the floor was a bloody mess, he did not stop. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Yuanfei Risen was calmly watching this scene through a crystal ball. He took 2 puffs from his pipe, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He took down a Chunin so easily using only taijutsu. Even if there was some surprise involved, keeping this kind of combat strength at the Ninja Academy is indeed a waste. Tianma, go stop him. Then take the students who want to graduate early to the examination. Yes, Lord Hokage. All right. Have Mizuki taken to the medical room for simple bandaging. Yes. Racing toward the Ninja Academy, the codenamed Tianma could not help muttering inwardly. That Dongshin Tiangong is truly vicious. He nearly stomped that Chunin's face to a pulp. The Lord Hokage is pretty ruthless too. That Chunin was already in such a state, yet all he said was to give him simple bandaging. If you don't want to punish Dongshin Tiangong, just say so. When an stopped him, Tiangong was a little surprised. The village chief is impressive. He didn't even drag me over for a lecture. But he didn't think about it too much. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Finding a comfortable spot, Tiangong immediately fell fast asleep. The young female teacher realized that her seat had been taken, but after seeing that pool of blood, she didn't dare get angry or speak aloud. She didn't even dare teach too loudly, afraid that she would wake that menace and get a stinging slap across the face herself. As the dismissal bell rang, the female teacher led the way with a pack of little brats tiptoeing out of the classroom behind her. And Tiangong's glorious deed of beating up a Chunin examiner quickly spread throughout the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this news, quite a few veteran teachers who had taught at the Ninja Academy for years sighed one after another. Hey, didn't this kid already get promoted to Chunin? Why is he back again? He truly is the Ninja Academy's eternal student. The Prince class. A chubby kid nudged the bun-haired boy sleeping beside him. Hey Shikamaru, I heard a real hard case came in the grade above. He enrolled at 16 and beat up a Chunin on his very first day. Hearing this, Shikamaru rubbed his eyes and said listlessly, do you even need to think? Didn't Ino say this morning that brother Tiangong was back? Who else could it be? Oh, I see. I heard the one brother Tiangong beat up was a friend of Irika-sensei. Oh, what a pain. But it's got nothing to do with us anyway. After sleeping for who knows how long, Tiangong slowly opened his eyes and felt around his pockets, but found nothing. He could only pick up the wine flask at his waist and take a sip. Looking at the empty classroom, he muttered, class is over, huh? Geez, no one even called me. Glancing at the dark red bloodstain on the teacher's desk, Tiangong condensed a ball of water in his hand. Damn it, nobody cleaned this up. Isn't this just trying to embarrass me? Suddenly, an operative wearing a mask appeared beside him. Dongshin Tiangong, the operative said icily, the Hokage wants to see you. Oh, what a pain. Pushing open the door of the Hokage's office, Tiangong said irritably, Chief, what now? I haven't even eaten yet. Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at Tiangong, as if to say, do you not know exactly why I called you here? It was then that Tiangong noticed the others in the office. A young man with a small ponytail and a horizontal scar across the bridge of his nose was supporting a bandage-wrapped mummy. The mummy was glaring at him with a look of resentment mixed with anger. Tiangong frowned, his eyes turning hostile. Who the hell are you? You. Before the other could even finish speaking, Tiangong reached out ready to deliver a huge slap when he felt a terrifying aura lock onto him. Turning around, he saw the old chief glaring at him with a warning gaze. With a tisk, Tiangong withdrew his hand and taunted the mummy. You little bastard, what are you staring at your daddy for? You. Letting out a sigh, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt helpless. That Tiangong kid was fine in every way. He'd been away for 3 years, yet he still knew to have a Noichi bring this old man some wild goji berries. It was just that his temperament was even worse than Tsunade and Kushina combined. He pounded the desk. Dongshin Tiangong, Hiruzen Sarutobi said sternly, why did you attack Chunin Mizuki? Hearing that, Tiangong raised an eyebrow, then immediately snapped to attention, his expression utterly serious. Reporting to Lord Hokage, he willfully shared my personal information with a bunch of children, tried to provoke negative emotions from me, and even said that Konoha's genius was unworthy of being a ninja. In addition, 4 years ago, he was suspected of secretly plotting to harm his teammates. For these reasons, I have grounds to suspect that he is a spy sent by an enemy nation. Hearing Tiangong's answer, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned grave in an instant. He pounded his desk, radiating a terrifying aura. Mizuki, do you have anything to say in your defense? Huh. Listening to the two of them play off each other, Mizuki was completely dumbfounded, his heart pounding wildly. Something's wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Wait, didn't I come here to file a complaint? Why the hell am I the one defending myself? At that moment, Irika, standing beside Mizuki, hurried forward to explain. Lord Hokage, Mizuki and I grew up together. There's no way he's a spy. There must be some misunderstanding. He is. He's not. He really isn't. After a round of bickering. With a guilty expression, Tiangong patted Mizuki's back and said with the utmost sincerity, I'm sorry, Mizuki-senpai. I was impulsive. I'll cover your medical bills. Sorry, I have no money. You? After the two left, Hiruzen Sarutobi scolded Tiangong. You little brat, how old are you now? Can you stop causing trouble for this old man? Sensing the displeasure in the old man's voice, Tiangong immediately pulled out a cigarette, stuck it in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth, and then lit it for him. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression had softened, Tiangong grinned cheekily and said, Don't complain, old fellow. I may not have been in the village these past 3 years, but I've done more than my share of dirty and thankless work. And it's not like I caused any big trouble. If you ask me, that bastard should have been dragged out and executed the moment he stepped into the Hokage building. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't deny it. He sneered. You little brat, I know the little schemes in your head better than anyone. TSK. Opening the window, Tiangong watched Irika and Mizuki, who had already reached the street below. His tone turned serious. Old chief, when a person is angry, their back shouldn't be sweating, right? Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. You mean? Yeah. When I patted his back, just now I checked him. Besides, his reactions during our argument were off too. It was too deliberate. Maybe he isn't a spy, but that bastard has definitely done something that weighs on his conscience. Seemingly having been stared at for too long, Mizuki down below slowly turned his head. Seeing that the other man actually dared to look at him with that kind of gaze, Tiangong couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Then, using the great sticky phlegm jutsu, he spat a huge glob of phlegm across nearly 100 meters right onto Mizuki's bandage-wrapped face. Watching the fury in the other's eyes, Tiangong couldn't help feeling pleased. You bastard. Change the bandages and it'll hurt you to death. Don't change them, and it'll sicken you to death. Clutching his forehead in pain, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out another helpless sigh. After leaving the Hokage building, Tiangong bought a few apples at a fruit shop and wandered the streets, remembering that he seemed to have made his big sister angry today. Didn't this used to be a jewelry store? When did it become an izakaya? Just then a blonde kid walked past him. Tiangong patted his shoulder. Yo, hello there, blondie. Suddenly being patted on the shoulder, Naruto was surprised. He hadn't expected that someone in Konoha would actually greet him. Seeing that the kid looked a bit dazed, Tiangong smiled and asked, Blondie, do you know where Konoha's jewelry store moved to? Oh, go straight along this street until you reach that barbecue restaurant, then turn right, and then I can't explain it very well. Looking at the apple being offered, Naruto was momentarily stunned. Then he pushed Tiangong's hand away and ran straight ahead, waving at Tiangong as he ran. Even though I can't explain it well, just come with me. I'll show you the way. Following Naruto to the entrance of the jewelry store, Tiangong patted his shoulder. Thanks, Blondie. Here, have an apple. Tengu stuffed the largest apple into Naruto's arms, then turned to glance at the sign posted at the shop entrance reading, November 1st to November 7th, 20% off. Something seemed to strike him, and he hastily dashed inside. Upon seeing Tengu enter, a girl in her early 20s hurried over. Welcome, honored customer. May I ask? Before she could finish, Tengu interrupted urgently. Hello, what date is today? The female clerk pondered for a moment before replying. Today is November 3rd. It happens to be the 3rd day of our discount sale. Hearing this, Tengu breathed a sigh of relief, then pulled a blue sapphire from his pocket. Here, can you work with this? How long would it take? Hold on, I'll go find the boss. Soon a limping middle-aged man descended from the 2nd floor. He narrowed his eyes at Tengu, then spoke with visible surprise. Oh, isn't this Tengu? Long time no see. Hey, Uncle Loki. Good to see you too. What got your eye on another girl this time? Loki coughed. Don't talk nonsense, boy. Oh, come on, I know you well enough. If it's not some pretty girl, then you've made the Yamanaka family's eldest miss again. No, this time at IS the eldest miss. Huh, you're getting bold, kid. If your sister hears you calling her that, she'll give you a proper scolding. Doesn't matter, I've got thick skin. Enough of the small talk. Uncle Loki, how fast can you craft this into a crescent-shaped pendant? Loki picked up the sapphire and examined it, clicking his tongue. TSK. Where did you get this? This is top-tier material. Normally the master would need at least 3 days to work with stone of this quality. At this, Tangu grew anxious and opened his mouth to press further, but Loki raised a hand to stop him. Don't rush. I'm not finished. Normally it takes 3 days, but don't you forget who you're dealing with. Your uncle here was once a skilled chunin after all. It's merely a small pendant. Come back in 3 hours and it'll be done. As for the fee, 500 Ryo will suffice. Delighted, Tangu quickly pulled out 500 Ryo and slammed it on the counter. Then I'm leaving it to you, Uncle Loki. It's my eldest daughter's birthday today. Make sure it looks beautiful. Loki waved dismissively, chuckling. Just watch my technique when you come to pick it up. By the way, Xiang should be back in the village in a couple of days. Won't you two catch up? Oh, Uncle Loki setting me up with someone. Get lost, that's my niece. You two played together when you were kids. At this, Tangu couldn't help but recall a cute girl with twin braids, though the memory was so distant he could barely remember her face. With a light laugh, Tangu said, Haha, I thought you were setting me up on a date. But if it's her, I'd be happy to meet up. I wonder how she's doing these days. Only after Tangu had left did the female clerk turn to her master in confusion. Master, isn't gem processing normally 10,000 Ryo as a starting price? And with rush service added. Sigh. He was my squad leader's son back in the day, and he once saved my life on the battlefield. Besides, his family has been a loyal customer of this shop for years. A cost price is more than fair. Go upstairs and fetch those 2 mission pills of mine. This is going to be quite the job. Pay close attention and learn something. Stepping out of the jewelry shop, Tangu noticed the little blonde kid sitting on a nearby bench eating the apple he had given earlier. Tangu gave a wave, and when the boy's eyes fell upon him, he smiled. It's nearly dark out. Why haven't you headed home yet? At Tangu's words, Naruto's spirits visibly deflated. He muttered, What's the point of going home? I'd just be alone there anyway. Tangu fell silent at this, letting out a soft sigh. The war had inflicted indelible wounds upon this world and its people, and he too was among its casualties. He patted Naruto's shoulder and offered a warm smile. In that case, take me to the cake shop once more, and I'll treat you to dinner afterward. Hearing that Tangu was buying him dinner, Naruto immediately sprang to his feet, his eyes bright with excitement. Really? Can we get ramen? Of course. Guided by Naruto, Tangu ordered a birthday cake at the shop, then dispatched his shadow clones and Xiaoshiwa to buy fireworks in a town not far from Konoha. The two of them now sat at a booth in Ichiraku Ramen. Tangu handed the menu to Naruto, who didn't even glance at it, and simply declared, I'll have the rich pork bone ramen. Tangu beckoned to the girl working at the counter. Miss, 1 deluxe pork bone ramen, and 1 large mushroom broth ramen, plus a glass of orange juice, and a bottle of cold beer. The girl apologized. I'm sorry, sir, but we've sold out of the mushroom broth ramen. Then swap it for a large vegetable ramen, please. After writing down the order, the girl ran excitedly toward the kitchen. Dad, the customer who came with Naruto just called me beautiful. At the booth, Naruto said eagerly, Hey black hair bro, you must be one heck of a ninja. That giant bird earlier, taller than the Hokage rock itself, was so cool. Hearing Naruto's choice of address, Tangu could only laugh and shake his head. This kid certainly held a grudge. To be honest, if an adult had called him that, Tangu would have gladly offered him a bedpan alongside Mizuki. But since the boy was just a kid, his tolerance ran higher. He ruffled Naruto's hair gently and said warmly, My name is Dongshin Tiangong. You can call me Big Brother Tiangong. I see. Big Brother Tian. Wait, Dongshin Tiangong. I feel like I've heard that name before. Scratching his head, Naruto fell into thought, then suddenly pointed at Tangu, as though recalling something. Why you're the guy who beat up the Proctor Ninja on his very first day at the academy. That annoying bastard with the creepy stare? Yeah, that was me. Tangu took a sip of his beer and replied casually. He wanted to embarrass me, and he didn't give off a good vibe anyway. So when the chance presented itself, I naturally took it. If that's the case, then Big Brother Tiangong is truly amazing. You defeated a chunin on your very first day. Tangu chuckled. Name a normal person who enters the academy at my age. I was already a chunin before, but an accident during a mission forced me back to the ninja school. Just then a voice announced, Your ramen's here. Looking up, Tangu saw a kind-faced middle-aged man approaching with 2 steaming bowls. He instinctively handed the deluxe pork bone ramen to Tangu. Taking the ramen, Tangu placed it in front of Naruto, then accepted the vegetable broth bowl himself. But as he noticed the sparse toppings, he looked up at the middle-aged man in surprise. Meeting Tangu's gaze, the middle-aged man offered an awkward grin. He certainly couldn't say he'd assumed the person treating Naruto to a meal would only order a frugal bowl for himself. Ahem, it's a complimentary addition from the shop. Reading the man's expression, Tangu quickly grasped the situation. To the astonishment of both boy and shopkeeper, he began steadily transferring the chashu pieces from his own bowl into Naruto's. Thanks, boss, but I've been eating lightly lately. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, Tangu continued, But I can't let your kindness go to waste. You do it for me, kid. Beaming with excitement, Naruto puffed out his chest. Awesome. Leave it to me. I'm digging in. Haha, dig in. Watching Naruto wolf down his meat, Tiangong also slurped up the noodles in his own bowl. This shop had been in Konoha for a long time. He had come here as a child. However, after the Nine Tails rampage, Kushina, who used to bring him here for ramen, was gone, and he had never returned. He wasn't actually a vegetarian. It was just that before returning to Konoha, he had discovered a massive water buffalo, teeming with immense energy on a deserted island. Because of his practice in refining blood and chi, he had frozen the creature's flesh with the lament of the snow country, and then trained intensely on that island for over a month. Only when the energy within the water buffalo had drained away completely did he sell it to a meat vendor on a nearby island. Perhaps it was an after effect. Even though more than 2 months had passed, Tiangong still found no appetite for meat. His true love remained strong liquor. After the meal, the two stood at the entrance of the ramen shop. Tiangong patted Naruto on the shoulder. "It's already completely dark. If you're scared, I can walk you home." Hearing this, Naruto immediately bolted toward his own home, shouting as he ran, "What are you talking about? I'm not some coward who's afraid to walk home alone." Suddenly, he turned around and flashed a brilliant smile at Tiangong. "Tiangong, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage." Hearing the surname Uzumaki, Tiangong was briefly stunned. Only after Naruto had run far into the distance did he light a cigarette, his gaze drifting toward the fourth Hokage's monument etched into the distant cliff. Slowly exhaling a plume of smoke, he murmured to himself, "Uzumaki. Blonde hair and that peculiar aura. Could it be a tailed beast? It can't be that much of a coincidence, Kushina." Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Konoha, a shinobi clad in umbu attire knelt before a sinister old man. Danzo-sama Higami. Tiangong has made contact with the Nine Tails. However, he does not appear to know that Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki. Danzo let out a cold snort, his voice dark and ominous. Sarutobi is truly getting old, allowing such an uncontrollable man near the Jinchuriki. But now is not the time to make a move against him. You lot keep a close watch on the Jinchuriki. After the root agents departed, a chilling whisper echoed through the empty underground base. "At your age, you should be enjoying your twilight years. That's unlike you, Torifu." Tucking the crescent moon pendant into his robe, Tiangong headed home. One hand carrying a small cake about 20 centimeters in diameter, the other holding a bag of apples. After leaving the apples at home, he stopped by his elder sister's place. Seeing the empty house, Tiangong scratched the back of his head. "It's this late, and she's still not home. She can't actually be angry with me, can she?" At Konoha's 9th training ground, Yugugo Yuzuki, dressed in a white dress, sat quietly by the riverbank with her arms wrapped around her knees. The bleak night wind made even her Otokabetsu Jonin feel a chill. Gazing at the crescent moon reflected in the river, Yugugo remained silent. No one knew what this beautiful young woman was thinking. Suddenly, a jacket carrying residual body warmth draped over her shoulders. Turning around, she found Tiangong sitting down beside her with a mischievous grin. "Not going home this late? You can't be angry with me, right? I'm not that petty." Tossing a pebble into the river, Yugugo spoke with a calm voice. "Don't think I don't know what happened at the Ninja Academy. You always act without thinking. 3 years ago, and again today. In the future." Before she could finish, one of Tiangong's shadow clones approached, holding a cake with 19 candles, singing an off-key birthday song. The shadow clone presented the cake before them, while the real Tiangong smiled at her. "Happy birthday, sis. Blow out the candles. Come on, blow out the candles." "I'll forget it. I'll help you blow them out." Blowing out the candles before he could, Yugugo gently rested her head on Tiangong's shoulder. "You still remember." Relieved that his diversion had worked, Tiangong handed her the knife and fork while continuing his sweet talk. "What are you talking about? This day is 10,000 times more important to me than the third Hokage's memorial. If the Hokage ever heard you say that, you'd probably get another beating." "Ahem, he won't find out. Sis, you haven't made a wish yet." "I don't like making wishes." Swallowing the cake his sister fed him, Tiangong picked a strawberry off the cake and popped it into Yugugo's mouth, speaking somewhat clumsily. "But shouldn't you make a wish on your birthday? Doesn't it feel like something's missing?" Hearing that, Yugugo smiled sweetly and cut another slice of cake, feeding it into Tiangong's mouth. "Then let me wish that this little brat beside me, who never seems to grow up, lives happily every single day, and soon finds the person he's willing to protect for the rest of his life." Tiangong reached out and wrapped his arm around his sister's shoulder, then channeled the blood and chi within him. In an instant, the temperature around them rose noticeably, and Yugugo felt even her feet in sandals were no longer cold. Under her astonished gaze, Tiangong flashed a radiant smile. "Sis, you're the one I'm willing to protect for life." "What nonsense are you saying?" She was about to scold him when Tiangong whispered, "Close your eyes." Seeing Yugugo shut her eyes, Tiangong gathered a ball of fire in his hand and hurled it into the sky. Moments later, centered on their location, brilliant fireworks bloomed across the sky of the entire Konoha. Hearing the crackle of fireworks, Yugugo opened her eyes. Gazing at the dazzling display that painted the night sky in vivid colors, she covered her mouth with her hand, unable to hide the surprise and joy in her eyes. Seeing that even his ever-aloof sister couldn't help but reveal a girlish, innocent smile, Tiangong felt smug and reached his hand into his robe. Yugugo was staring unblinkingly at the fireworks overhead when suddenly a flawless icy blue long blade appeared before her. Her eyes instantly locked onto the 2 ice lotuses engraved on the blade and the crescent moon pendant carved from sapphire at the hilt. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This blade. It's beautiful." Looking up, she saw Tiangong smiling gently at her. "Happy birthday, sis. Do you like it?" Seeing his sister nod happily, Tiangong proudly pointed at his own cheek. Yugugo flicked his forehead, but still gave him a light peck on the cheek, leaving a playful imprint of cream on his face. As she leaned her head toward him, Tiangong unfastened the pendant from the hilt, gently brushed aside her supple purple hair, and with slow care, fastened the crescent moon pendant around her pale neck. Seeing Yugugo's puzzled gaze, he let out a soft chuckle. Fancy ornaments are pretty, but they can cause unnecessary trouble during a fight. Beneath the starry sky, the siblings leaned against each other. The winter night was cold, but the atmosphere between them was all the warmer. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi also watched the fireworks in the sky, a nostalgic smile curling at his lips. "Ought to be young. Back in my day." Just as he was about to lapse into reminiscence, a ninja, wearing an animal mask, suddenly appeared in the office. "Report, Hokage-sama. A fire broke out at and around the 8th training ground, but it has already been extinguished." At once Hiruzen shot to his feet, his expression serious. "Any casualties?" No casualties occurred in the training ground, but the nearby home of Chunin Mizuki had also caught fire. Because he was unable to move easily, he suffered severe burns across his body, though he was rescued by Dongshin Tiangong, who happened to be nearby. "Is that so?" Relieved to learn that there were no casualties, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered mobilize the patrol teams and seize the arsonist. After the Yanbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and sighed helplessly. Without evidence, he was still absolutely certain that the fire had been set by Tiangong, especially the fire at Mizuki's house. Mizuki was after all a Chunin. Although he had been badly beaten during the day, how could he have failed to notice his own house burning? And more importantly, the one who saved him was Tiangong. Sarutobi knew that boy Tiangong all too well, ruthless in action and even darker in heart. Still, if he encountered a Konoha ninja in danger outside the village, Tiangong would never stand idly by. But hoping he would save someone he did not get along with. You might as well hope that some spy suddenly awakened the will of fire and risked his own life to drag Mizuki out of the flames. At that moment, the Hokage's office door was pushed open and a plump figure walked in. "Hiruzen, it is almost time to receive the Kirigakure agent." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned solemn. He leafed through the list of land of water spies in his hand. Since the end of the Third Shinobi World War, the village of Kirigakure had been shrouded in mystery. To obtain important intelligence, one would undoubtedly have to infiltrate spies deep into Kirigakure. Though shinobi possessed a wide variety of techniques, only a very few could evade the screening of the 5 great hidden villages. The person they were to receive this time was a high-level spy who had been hidden in Kirigakure for over a decade. For special reasons, he had no way to send intelligence back to the village through any means. A Konoha ninja had to bring back either him or his head. Training ground No. 9. Tiangong handed a grilled fish to Yugao. After taking it, Yugao held it in front of Tiangong. Only after seeing him take a big bite did she begin to nibble at it herself. The small cake from earlier had been mostly eaten by Tiangong, 80% of it in fact. Although Yugao was a girl, she was also a special jonin specializing in Konoha-style swordsmanship. A tiny slice of cake would never be enough to fill her. Suddenly Tiangong looked up. A group of over a dozen people were walking in from the entrance to the training ground, the 3 at the lead wearing Chunin flak jackets. Tiangong raised an eyebrow and waved to the girl among the 3 who had painted markings on her face. "Yo, long time no see, Hannah. You have grown into quite a young lady. What are you here to catch up with me?" Before the girl answered, the 3 large dogs beside her charged over with wagging tails, rubbing their heads against Tiangong with all their might. Wiping the drool from his face, Tiangong smiled with genuine delight. "Long time no see. I did not expect the 3 of you to become so sturdy." Inuzuka Hana then raised her hand, and the 3 Grimaru brothers returned to her side. She smiled at Tiangong. "As much as I would like to catch up, I am sorry, Dongshin Tiangong. You are under arrest." Tiangong had a question mark all but floating over his head. Pointing at the crowd behind Inuzuka Hana, he said with slight irritation, "Hey, it has been 3 years. You did not bring all these people to jump me, did you?" "Ah, because you are suspected of." Before she could finish, Tiangong scratched his head. "That is strange. I remember that love letter you secretly wrote to Itachi back then was only ever read together with Izumi." At that, Hana's pretty face darkened. That was why Uchiha Izumi had always looked at her so weirdly before their team was disbanded. Good grief, so the real culprit had been right here. Seeing the look in Inuzuka Hana's eyes growing fiercer, Tiangong knew things were bad. He hurriedly explained, "Hana, you know me. I was joking just now, and I am sure you could tell." Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, watching Mizuki being wheeled into the emergency room, Tiangong's shadow clone nodded in satisfaction. He had not expected that bastard Mizuki's house was so remote, and it just happened to be very close to where he had set off the fireworks. Sighing, Tiangong's shadow clone felt a bit rueful. "Oh, what a pity. I was so focused on burning that bastard that I went and lit up training ground now. 8-2. Now the original is going to have a headache." The shadow clone dispersed on its own, and a torrent of memories flooded into Tiangong's mind. Recalling the pitiful state Mizuki had been in, the corner of Tiangong's mouth could not help twitching. He then whispered to Yugao beside him, "Sis, I am in trouble. Get ready to run." Yuzuki Yugao was at a loss. Looking down at her pretty white gauze dress, she thought as much as she wanted to try out the new blade her little brother had given her, this outfit made it all too easy to flash someone. At that moment, Inuzuka Hana waved her hand. "Take him down." The two Chunin and the Greymaru brothers rushed at Tiangong. Seeing that, Tiangong charged forward as well, and sent the two Chunin flying with a leaf great whirlwind. He then straddled one of the great dogs, locked its neck with a scissor hold, and frantically scratched under the chins of the other two dogs. When Inuzuka Hana threw a punch at him, Tiangong, without a second thought, spat at her. Abandoning her attack, Inuzuka Hana jumped back hastily, then glared at Tiangong in exasperation. She never expected that after 3 years this guy would still be this shameless. Seeing the two Chunin who had been kicked flying earlier, and the 9 Jinin charging at Tiangong, Yugao rose to her feet, and picked up the ice blade beside her. Just as she was about to strike, Tiangong pressed both hands against 2 dog heads, pushed off with his arms, and came flying toward her. At the same time, Tiangong formed hand seals. After landing, he slammed his palms against the ground and shouted, "Earth release groundhog. I'll forget it. Earth wave." In an instant, the ground within several hundred meters of Tiangong began to heave violently. The two Chunin staggered, and the 9 Jinin behind them fell directly to the ground. Even Yugao beside Tiangong and Inuzuka Hana, who had been ready to attack, had to coat their feet in chakra just to keep their balance. Tiangong began forming hand seals again. Because his hand seals were indeed a little slow, Inuzuka Hana shouted from nearby, "Dodge. That is Earth Flow River." "Too late. Bye-bye. Earth Release, Earth Flow River." Tiangong laughed loudly. In an instant, a mudslide several hundred meters long appeared, but instead of surging toward Inuzuka Hana and the others, it formed behind Tiangong. Kicking up a stone slab, Tiangong gave Yugao another princess carry. He stepped onto the slab, and just like that showed Inuzuka Hana and the others that carry the little sister. "I'll carry the big sister," through the mudslide. Seeing that, one of the Chunin murmured, "He can release an earth release of this scale. This guy's chakra reserves are way too ridiculous." The other Chunin was equally stunned, and was about to chime in so as to fulfill his role as a background character, when Inuzuka Hana, riding atop one of the great dogs, shouted at them, "What are you waiting for? Chase them." The 3 instantly became dog riders. The Chunin, who had not yet had a chance to show his presence, could not help complaining to his companions, "Chusuk Hana, is an opponent at this level really something the few of us can handle?" The other Chunin was rather unconcerned. "What is the big deal? Dongshin Tiangong is not a rogue ninja. There is no danger in chasing him, and if we cannot catch him, we will just report it to the captain." Under the influence of his big sister's will of fire, Tiangong eventually chose to turn himself in. Pushing open the door of the Hokage's office, he said lazily, "Yo, Lord Village Chief, still working this late?" Yuanfei Risen raised his head, his face kindly. "Tiangong, and Xian, why have you come to see this old man so late at night?" Tiangong raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Xian, standing beside him, spoke up anxiously. "Lord Hokage, Tiangong was celebrating my birthday. While setting off fireworks, he accidentally burned down training ground No. 8. We've come to discuss compensation with you." Hearing this, Yuanfei Risen waved his hand with a gentle smile. "Xian, it's inevitable for young people to make mistakes. Besides, it's not a big deal, so don't keep blaming him." Before Xian could say anything, Yuanfei Risen continued, "Come to think of it, today is your birthday. This old man has no decent gift to offer. How about this? Since there haven't been any urgent ANBU missions lately, take a few extra days of rest." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Xian was pleasantly surprised, but when she thought of her little scoundrel of a brother having burned down training ground No. 8, she grew worried. Lord Hokage, about Tiangong burning the training ground. Yuanfei Risen shook his head, still wearing a gentle smile. "Since Tiangong is still a student at the Ninja Academy and has made many contributions to Konoha, I will handle this leniently. Don't worry." After leaving the Hokage Tower, the siblings walked side by side down the street. Hearing the rumbling of Xian's stomach, Tiangong couldn't help complaining. A perfectly good fish was roasted for nothing. All because of that bitch Chuanzhonghua. Xian shot him a glare. "That's because you carelessly set training ground No. 8 on fire. But you can't blame me entirely. After all, even shadow clones have a mind of their own." Seeing Shiyen reach out to pinch his ear, Tiangong quickly said, sis, you go home first. I'll grab some midnight snacks. Then be careful, and don't cause any more trouble. What? I'm all grown up now. What is there to worry about? Alright, you head home first. Back at the Hokage's office, Yuanfei Risen was not the least bit surprised to see Tiangong return. Tiangong, why aren't you home sleeping this late? What brings you back to this old man? Looking at Yuanfei Risen's kindly expression, Tiangong felt disgusted. Old man, don't give me that act. Hearing the disrespect in Tiangong's words, Yuanfei Risen's expression instantly changed from a kindly old grandpa to a furious old devil. He used the body flicker technique to appear behind Tiangong, took him down with a sweeping leg kick, then locked a hand around his neck, while forming a fist with the other and viciously grinding his knuckles into Tiangong's temples. While disciplining Tiangong, he cursed, you little shit, I've been giving you too much face. Today I'll teach you a proper lesson for Chu Feng. Let go of me, you rotten old man. Ugh, ugh, ugh. You dog of a village chief, this lord knows he was wrong. Lord Hokage, this kid was wrong. After a while, seeing that Tiangong's eyes had rolled back, Yuanfei Risen breathed on his hand, and then flicked Tiangong hard on the top of his head before letting go. Watching Tiangong collapse, Yuanfei Risen walked toward the window with his hands behind his back. Just as he was about to make a victory speech, he caught sight in the reflection of Tiangong forming the tiger hand seal and charging at him with a roar. Die, old man. Konoha-style taijutsu secret, art 1,000 years of death. He hastily dodged. Looking at the hole in the wall, Yuanfei Risen couldn't help clenching his backside, then couldn't help whacking Tiangong on the head. You little hey. Tiangong took out a cigarette from his robe and slowly lit it. Old man, just tell me. What mission? Yuanfei Risen picked up his pipe and his expression turned serious. Rendezvous with the spy hidden in Kirigakure. What? Tiangong threw the cigarette he had been casually smoking to the ground and pulled a scroll labeled money from his robe. Go on, how much was destroyed at training ground? No. 8. I'll pay. As if he hadn't seen Tiangong's extremely unhappy expression, Yuanfei Risen continued on his own. Tiangong, you have immense chakra reserves and a flying-type summoning beast. Among the forces Konoha can currently spare, no one is more suited for this mission than you. Also, the one who recommended you for it is Chu Feng. Upon learning that his own old man wanted him to go to Kirigakure, Tiangong knew he most likely couldn't dodge this mission. Besides, he himself needed to go to the land of water to retrieve some things. After a moment of silence, Tiangong slowly raised his head. Old man, this is a mission where a single mistake could cost a life. I'm not a ninja right now, so I should have the right to refuse, shouldn't I? Yuanfei Risen exhaled a stream of smoke and said slowly, that's true, but if you complete this mission for your future ninja record. Before he could finish, Tiangong waved his hand to interrupt. Record or no record, I couldn't care less. Worst case, I'll go follow boss lady later. If you want me to risk my life, give me something real. Chu Feng said that you gave that ninja sword capable of converting ice nature chakra to that girl Shiyen. Now you're searching for materials to forge ninja tools. As he spoke, Yuanfei Risen took out a scroll. When he unsealed it, there was actually a metal rod nearly 2 meters long and about 4 centimeters in diameter. If you complete this mission successfully, this chakra metal rod will be yours. Tiangong picked up the metal rod and his eyes narrowed. This rod. Seeing Tiangong's astonished gaze, Yuanfei Risen said unhurriedly, according to the second Hokage's research among all known chakra-conducting metals in the ninja world, this metal has the highest density at the same volume. Exerting force with his right arm, Tiangong spun the metal rod several times in his hand. As Yuanfei Risen had said, the rod was terrifyingly heavy. Most ordinary chunin probably couldn't even lift it without using chakra. Tiangong placed the rod back and asked suspiciously, a treasure like this, you're willing to give it to me? Yuanfei Risen was a little embarrassed and coughed twice. Ahem. Although it is classified as chakra metal, its chakra conductivity is not outstanding among the mainstream chakra metals of the ninja world, so. Seeing that Tiangong looked uninterested, Yuanfei Risen hastily added, even though it is a chicken rib to most shinobi, of little value yet hard to abandon. A very powerful taijutsu ninja in Konoha has made excellent use of it. Seeing that Tiangong's expression was softening, Yuanfei Risen said gravely, Tiangong, I've already said so much. You should understand what I mean. What? I don't understand a damn thing. If you've got something to say, just let it out. Say it. Cough, cough, cough. After a dry cough, Yuanfei Risen suppressed the urge to hit him. What I mean is, if you complete this mission, the village will also give you the reward befitting an S-rank mission. Tiangong thought it over for a moment, then said slowly, even though I feel like you're trying to trick me, since both you and old man Chu Feng have asked, I'll take this mission. Hearing this, Yuanfei Risen was deeply gratified. Tiangong, you truly are a worthy heir to the will of fire. By the way, Lord Hokage, there's one more thing I'd like you to do justice for me. Go on. The fire at Konoha's training ground, no. 8 was indeed caused by me, but the main reason was that I was rescuing Senior Shuei Mu, whose house had caught fire. That was how the blaze came to happen. Under Yunfei Rizen's incredulous gaze, Tiangong flashed a grin. So I believe the main share of compensation for training ground now. 8 should be borne by Senior Shuemu. You little. Yunfei Rizen's mouth twitched. That kid's heart was truly damn black. I'll arrange teammates for you. You're all to meet at the village gate at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I'll fine. And the mission files. I'll leave the mission files with your teammate. Now get lost. That old bastard changed his face fast. Shortly after Tiangong was sent flying out the window, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open again. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up and saw a mushroom-haired man in a green tight-fitting jumpsuit striding in. Reporting Lord Hokage. Might Guy the proud azure beast of Konoha reports for duty. So it's Guy? I have an important miss. Before Hiruzen could finish, Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. After all these years, Lord Hokage, you finally decided to let the flames of youth burn into the ANBU. That's wonderful. Hearing this, Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. A Guy, it's not that this old man doesn't want you in the ANBU. The problem is that your features are too distinctive. Do you understand what I mean? Sensing that the green-clad man's aura had visibly sunk, Hiruzen quickly added, besides, Kakashi is about to leave the ANBU as well. What? Are you telling me you quit the ANBU because of me? As expected of my lifelong rival Kakashi. Watching Guy wiping away tears of emotion, Hiruzen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Enough, let's skip this topic. He cleared his throat twice, and the old man's gaze turned serious. Guy, this is a mission concerning the village's future policies. Reporting Lord Hokage. Swearing on the name of youth, Might Guy the proud azure beast of Konoha will complete the mission with everything he's got. Excellent, Guy. You truly are a worthy successor to the will of fire. Where the leaves dance. Youth burns without end. Though something felt a little off, Hiruzen still got to the point. Guy, this mission is to go to the hidden mist and rendezvous with a spy. You set out the day after tomorrow. On the way, eliminate the mountain bandits hiding on Mount Wuming, then go to the fire capital to meet up with Azuma. The day after tomorrow. Lord Hokage, wait. Did you say we? Alright. This time your teammate is Dongshin Tiangong. You'll meet at the village gate the morning of the day after tomorrow. Dongshin Tiangong. Dongshin. Guy sank into thought, then seemed to recall something. That surname. Could he be that senior Dongshin who flooded the hidden mist with excrement? At that, Hiruzen also seemed to recall that shinobi who earned fame in one battle, and met his end in that same battle. Tiangong is his son. Oh, I remember now. He's the kid Kakashi used to talk about, the one who was always tagging along after Kushina-sama. I can't believe he's already qualified to take on S-rank missions. His talent is extraordinary. Guy, I hope the mission can be completed, but you are all Konoha's future. What I want even more is for you to return safely. Yes, Lord Hokage. These are the mission files. After eating a midnight snack, despite Tiangong's strong insistence, his elder sister still refused his invitation to live together. The next day, under Tiangong's guidance, Yugao had mastered the basics of Snow Country's elegy. Although she didn't have Tiangong's practically boundless chakra and couldn't continuously unleash large-scale ninjutsu, her swordsmanship was more than enough. Tiangong believed that once his elder sister thoroughly mastered Snow Country's elegy, her promotion from Special Jonin to Jonin shouldn't be a problem. On the day of the mission, Tiangong crushed the source of the noise to pieces, rose slowly with dead fish eyes, then took another alarm clock from the box under the bed and put it back in place. Through the perception granted by their contract, Tiangong arrived at the Nara clan's herb garden. There, Xiaoxue had shrunk dozens of times over and was playing with the 3 little ones. Seeing Tiangong appear, Xiaoxue and the 3 little ones rushed over. Tugging at Tiangong's sleeve, Ino asked tentatively, "Brother, are you here to take Xiaoxue away?" Choji fed Xiaoxue a cucumber-flavored potato chip and begged, "Brother Tiangong, can Xiaoxue stay? Hey, you two. Brother Tiangong is clearly dressed to go on a mission. Don't make trouble." Seeing the little ones all a little disappointed, Tiangong chuckled and smoothed Xiaoxue's feathers. "Forget it. It's rare for her to be this happy today. Go on, you lot, go play." "Yach, brother, you're the best." Even though Shikamaru also wanted Xiaoxue to stay, he asked with some concern, "Brother Tiangong, without Xiaoxue's help, won't it affect the mission?" "Haha, if I need her, I can use the summoning jutsu." "But summoning a big summoning beast like Xiaoxue uses up a lot of chakra, doesn't it?" At that, Tiangong stretched out his arm and flexed, then bared his teeth in a grin at the kids. "Your big brother Tiangong is pretty strong." Tiangong wasn't just showing off. The essence of chakra is the union of yin and yang. Yin represents the spirit and yang represents the body. Mastering the nearly 30 years of memories in his mind had greatly elevated his spirit. Afterward, cultivating blood chi had raised Tiangong's physical body to a level far beyond most ninja, even most ninja beasts. With both his spirit and body elevated, even without using blood chi, Tiangong's battle prowess was no longer comparable to his past self. He relied solely on his immense chakra. At the village gate, a green-clad oddity with thick eyebrows and big eyes was doing one-finger push-ups. 1,000, and 1,000, and 1,000. Suddenly Guy looked up. Seeing Tiangong, he took a photograph from his ninja tool pouch, compared it to Tiangong himself, and asked tentatively, "Are you Dongshin Tiangong?" "Oh, that's me." With a backflip of who knew how many thousands of degrees, Might Guy landed steadily and flashed a mouthful of big white teeth. "The proud azure beast of Konoha is your teammate for this mission." Looking at the green-clad oddity's vigorous aura, Tiangong waved. "Yo, beast bro, how do you do? What should I call you?" "Might Guy. My friends all call me Guy, but I accept the title beast bro." Hearing his self-made nickname acknowledged for the first time, Tiangong was delighted. He immediately slung an arm around Guy's shoulder. "Ha ha, beast bro, just call me Tiangong. Call me whatever you want. The mission's not urgent anyway. How about going back to the village for a few drinks first?" Guy shook his head. "No. Before heading to the Land of Fire to meet up with Azuma, we need to go to Mount Wuming and clear out a gang of mountain bandits." "Huh. Shouldn't this kind of mission be given to the genin?" "No. These bandits are extremely vicious, and according to the village censor ninjas investigation, 2 of them are rogue ninja at Chunin level." "Fine. It's a bit of a hassle, but I do like missions where I can skim some extra profit. Then let's run straight to Mount Wuming as today's warm-up." Hearing that, Tiangong scratched the back of his head, then took out a vintage bicycle from a special scroll. Tiangong plopped down on the rear seat and motioned to Might Guy. "If you want to warm up, beast bro." At the foot of an unnamed mountain. It was already evening. Tiangong stowed away his vintage bicycle and looked at Might Guy with profound admiration. 8 hours of non-stop pedaling without using chakra, truly worthy of the proud azure beast. "I acknowledge you. When it comes to cycling, I Dongshin Tiangong would name you the strongest." Huff, huff, this is youth. Seeing that the other man was only a little out of breath, Tiangong recalled the speed they had maintained as if rabid dogs were snapping at their heels, and he was genuinely impressed. Had his bicycle not been specially made, it would probably have fallen apart from such frenzied pedaling long ago. After disposing of a few lackeys hidden in the shadows with shuriken, the two arrived at the bandits' lair. Before them stood dozens of wooden cabins. Tiangong patted Guy on the shoulder and said with a chuckle, "Brother beast, take a rest. Leave the rest to me." "Are you sure?" "Huh, they're nothing but small fry." Just then a middle-aged man with chakra close to a genin's came over, followed by a few strapping, ordinary men. Pointing at Tiangong and Guy, he shouted, "Hey, who brought you two here?" A shuriken pierced the man's throat. Tiangong formed hand seals, then slammed the ground hard. "Earth release, earth and stone prison." In an instant, earthen pillars rose from the ground, sealing off the dozens of wooden cabins completely. The commotion of the ninjutsu roused the mountain bandits. Nearly 100 men, some fat, some thin, rushed out of the cabins. At the head were 2 men, a samurai with a blade at his waist, and a towering, bare-chested man. The tall man glared at Tiangong, and Guy, his tone furious. "Konoha ninja. I don't recall my brothers ever doing anything against Konoha. What do you mean by surrounding our village with ninjutsu?" On hearing that, Tiangong smiled derisively. "A den of bandits is a den of bandits. Stop pretending to be fine folk. Forget it. Kill them all." He remembered the faint screams of women he had heard earlier, and now saw that more than half the men before him looked as if they had just thrown on clothes. Tiangong condensed an earthen spear in his hand and charged straight at the crowd. Seeing that he meant trouble, the samurai opposite him took a combat stance, while the burly man with Chunin-level chakra waved a hand. "Seize this brat." Those thugs whose strongest could not even reach genin met Tiangong. The outcome was plain as day. Like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, Tiangong swept his earthen spear once, and more than 10 heads flew high. Seeing more than 10 companions killed in a single exchange, the rest retreated in panic. Yet the 20-plus men closest to Tiangong were still cut down. "A bunch of trash." The burly man cursed, then formed hand seals. Ignoring his own men's safety, he sent a fire serpent technique hurtling at Tiangong. Tiangong shattered the fire serpent with one palm strike, and was just about to kill the one who had attacked him when a green figure appeared behind the burly man in an instant and snapped his right arm with a palm. Tiangong was about to say a word of praise when he felt himself locked onto by an aura. Turning around, he saw the samurai in a sword-drawing stance, and the man's hoarse voice reached his ears. "You've left an opening, brat. Iajutsu slash." Feeling the blade racing toward his face, Tiangong tightened his grip on the earthen spear. Such force. This one was definitely qualified to go toe-to-toe with a veteran chunin of the 5 great ninja villages, but that was all. In the end, an earthen spear made from ordinary earth release couldn't block the enemy's slash. But Tiangong sidestepped the moment the spear was cut through, and used the remaining half to strike the wrist gripping the sword. With both wrists shattered, the samurai fell flat on the ground. He turned his head in disbelief, only to see a big foot in a sandal planted on his neck. Tiangong yawned, a little bored. "Though I really would like to know where I exposed an opening. I doubt you're going to say anything decent." Forget it, sayonara. He stamped down, snapping the samurai's neck, then picked up the tachi to examine it. Forged from refined iron with fair craftsmanship, it should fetch enough for a few drinks. Of the 2 leaders, 1 was dead and 1 captured. The remaining 60-odd men trembled in fear. They knelt one after another, begging for mercy and pouring out the hardships that had driven them to become mountain bandits. Might Guy walked over, dragging the chunin whose wrists had been broken. He looked at the kneeling, pleading men with mixed feelings. Tiangong, how should we deal with them? Kill them all. Guy winced. The leaders are already dead. They're just ordinary people. Before he could finish, Tiangong waved his hand. Once they've tasted the thrill of plunder, they can never go back. And if we really let them go, then what about the humiliation these women suffered? As he spoke, Tiangong pointed to the women emerging from the cabins, barely clothed. Following the direction of Tiangong's hand, Guy saw that the youngest among these women was probably not even 10 years old. He turned around and said through gritted teeth, then send them all to prison and let them atone for the rest of their lives. Huh. Whether they atone or not is none of my damn business. Why would I waste my time on a bunch of garbage? With that, Tiangong charged the kneeling crowd with Itachi. His terrible aura pressed down, holding them in place. As his hand rose and fell, one fear-stricken head after another flew into the air. In but a few breaths, every one of them lay with head severed from body. With the final stroke, Tiangong cut off the head of the chunin in Guy's grasp, then split the airborne head in 2. He patted Guy on the shoulder and said calmly, true kindness is not mere abstinence from killing senior. Looking at the nearly 100 corpses before him, Guy sighed and tossed the headless corpse he was holding to the ground. In fact, he could have stopped it just now. But as Tiangong had said, this crowd was garbage. He would not stop his companion over people who deserved death. Tiangong walked over to the women. He crouched down, ruffled the little girl's hair, and said gently, little sis, tell Big Brother, where is your home? How about Big Brother takes you home? At that, a gleam of life flickered in the girl's hollow eyes. She looked at Tiangong. The bad people who always bullied me and the older sisters killed all our family. But Big Brother killed them all. Big Brother is a good person. Then come with Big Brother, okay? Big Brother will take you to a place with lots of little friends to live with. At this, the little girl shook her head. A smile crept across her dirty face. Before Mommy was killed by those bastards, she said we're all dirty and shouldn't stay in this world anymore. Xiao, she wants to go find Mommy too. Tiangong fed her the candy Ino had stuffed into his jacket that morning. Quietly observing this child, who might be younger than his own little sister, he gently draped his outer garment over her. What had happened could not be changed. All he could do was give this unfortunate child a measure of warmth in the season that was about to become winter. Just then, a woman with a pretty face but a deeply tired air walked toward Tiangong. Her clothes were like strips of torn cloth, and her body was covered with wounds both old and new. As the woman stepped forward, the other women followed behind her. When they were still a little over 2 meters from Tiangong, they all knelt down. Thank you, honored ninja, for avenging us. Having been tormented by these demons for so long, and with our families killed by them, we no longer have the will to live. It may be rude of us to ask, but I hope you will give Xiaoxi a way to live. She is still a child. Seeing the death resolve in these women's eyes, Tiangong remained silent for a moment, then formed hand seals and cast them into an illusion. Though illusion techniques were not his forte, casting spells on ordinary folk was still within his capability. Moreover, these people were mentally exhausted and offered little resistance as Tiangong drew them into his constructed illusionary realm. Watching the women's faces glow with happiness and satisfaction, Kai turned to Tiangong in confusion. Their journey is nearly over, so let them appreciate the scenery along the way before they disembark. At this moment, the girl raised her head. Her gaze clear and innocent, she asked Tiangong, Big Brother Tiangong, are the aunts and sisters going to die? Who knows? The girl glanced at the stream beside her. Can Little Creek go find Mom too? No, Tiangong replied. I will help you begin a new life. Thank you, Big Brother. The candy is so sweet. Her voice grew drowsy. Tiangong gently rested his hand on her head, his eyes half closed, as he murmured softly, sleep now, child. Releasing the earth prison technique he had employed earlier, Tiangong summoned several shadow clones. You two go find Uncle Hai E and erase this child's memories. Then collect some money from Old Man Shu Feng and send the child to the orphanage along with you. After those 2 shadow clones departed with the girl, Tiangong instructed the remaining clones to search the nearby area for anyone who might have slipped through the net, then sell any valuable items found here. Go to the town 20 miles away and wait for me. By the way, leave some of the money here. Using earth release techniques, he constructed several layers of earthen walls to shelter those women from the cold. Tiangong waved to Kai beside him. Let's go, Beast Brother. Find a tavern and have a drink. Noticing Kai repeatedly glancing toward the bandit camp, Tiangong teased, got your eye on someone. Beast Brother, I'm advising you not to go down that path. Hearing this, Kai's face flushed crimson. He pointed at Tiangong, stuttering, You, don't talk nonsense. I was just thinking that if they died like this, someone might feel regretful. Huh. I thought winter was the mating season for beasts, Tiangong laughed. But don't worry, it's just the most basic illusion technique. As long as they have even a slight will to live, they'll break free on their own when the time comes. And I had the shadow clones leave money behind. When the time comes, those who want to die will pass peacefully, and those who want to live can split the money themselves. What if the ones who survive end up fighting over the money? None of my business. Summoning the old bicycle this time, Kai rode in the back seat, feeling the speed, which wasn't any slower than before. Glancing at Tiangong's legs that barely moved, Kai asked curiously, Tiangong, what's going on with you? This is a chakra-powered vehicle. Inject chakra, and it runs. Of course, you can always pedal if you prefer. Huh. To think you could come up with such an ingenious design. You really are a genius. Scratching his nose awkwardly, Tiangong explained, I discovered this at some ancient ruins. There happened to be a piece of chakra metal there. I just followed the instructions to build it, but the technology was incomplete, so I had to modify it into a bicycle shape. Then you were really lucky. Haha, if you're interested, I'll make one for you when I get back. As they chatted casually, while passing through a canyon, a rock happened to fall from above, directly hitting Tiangong and knocking him off the bike. What the hell? A scream echoed through the entire canyon. Kai, sitting in the back seat, quickly jumped down and grabbed the out-of-control bicycle. He rushed to Tiangong's side, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Lying ground, Tiangong slowly opened his eyes and rubbed the bump on his head, his tone quite displeased. Don't worry. I didn't sense any killing intent directed at me. Probably some wild animal or kid. Just bad luck. After lying on the ground for a while, Tiangong was about to get up when he saw a young girl and an old man running toward them from the canyon entrance. The girl wasn't old, dressed in a long skirt. Glancing at Tiangong lying on the ground and Kai standing silently beside him, something seemed to cross her mind, and her eyes instantly reddened. The old man bowed to Kai, saying he would take responsibility and even support the deceased family. The girl fell to her knees beside Tiangong, her voice trembling with sobs. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you, Wu. Kai, standing nearby, finally understood what was happening. He cleared his throat and said, is it possible he's not dead yet? Hearing this, the girl and the old man were taken aback, and then they saw Tiangong rise to his feet, glaring at them with dead fish eyes. The two exchanged glances and immediately showed delight. Great. She didn't kill anyone. The girl opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly felt pain in her throat. Tiangong had grabbed her delicate neck and lifted her entire body off the ground. At the same time, Tiangong's voice, clenched with teeth, reached her ears. You little vixen, you were trying to ambush me. Seeing this, the old man who was with the girl lunged forward, shouting loudly, let go of Miss Shuoei. With a kick, Tiangong sent the old man flying. He tossed the girl, whose eyes had rolled back, onto the ground. Pointing at the lump on his head, his tone full of killing intent, he said, I'm giving you one chance to calm my anger. If you can't grasp it, you too will be buried here today. Seeing this, Kai, like a good-hearted person, put his arm around Tiangong's shoulder. Hey, Tiangong. They don't look like bad guys, and it seems they didn't do it on purpose. It's not worth actually killing them, is it? Hearing this, Tiangong whispered in his ear, nonsense. A rock that big, luckily my skull is hard enough. Anyone else would have died here. If I don't give her a lesson, my Tao heart won't be at peace. Realizing Tiangong only wanted to scare them, Kai stopped caring, and instead did nail-sized push-ups nearby. To the old man, this sight was even more terrifying. He couldn't help but think in his heart, is this green-skinned monster preparing to dig a pit and bury them? Feeling the terrifying killing aura from Tiangong, the girl lowered her head like a quail. Rubbing her two index fingers together, she whispered, can I give you my autograph? What? Tiangong squatted down, pinched the girl's chin, and rubbed her forehead hard with the other hand. Cursing under his breath, he said, what the hell, is there a lump on your head? What use is your signature to me? Can it be exchanged for money or something? Noticing the girl staring at his head, Tiangong's face darkened. Damn it, the one with the lump seemed to be him. He then exhaled and gave the girl's head a sharp flick on her forehead. Letting out a cry of pain, the girl held the swollen bump on her head. Though terrified inside, she couldn't help but shout at Tiangong, my autograph can literally be sold for money. At worst, I'll just give you money. What more do you want? Hearing this, Tiangong narrowed his eyes slightly. Only then did he really take in the girl. Her clothes were luxurious, her features exquisite, and the ornaments on her person didn't look fake. Recalling her earlier words about selling autographs, an idea flashed through his mind, and Tiangong tentatively asked, are you a actress? I'm a celebrity. I see, well, that's boring then. I'm very wealthy. Do you have it on you? No, some is at the inn, and the rest is stored at the Fire Country Bank. I see. Helping the girl up, Tiangong seemed to remember something, and went to assist the old man he'd kicked flying. By the way, who is this gentleman? He's my agent. Tossing the grumpy old man aside, Tiangong smiled warmly and patted the dust off the girl's clothes. Miss, let's go to the inn and discuss compensation. A short while later, the four arrived at an inn outside the canyon. Heavenly Palace glanced at the several warriors behind the girl and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this somewhat airhead celebrity had sneaked out on her own. With her bodyguards nearby, the girl no longer felt so afraid. She snorted, then handed Heavenly Palace 100,000 taels and 2 signed photos. This is compensation. How much you can sell the autographs for is up to you. Taking the money, Heavenly Palace examined the girl's signed photos. To be fair, the young lady was indeed quite charming, and her bearing wasn't bad either. Wearing that little princess dress, she looked like a real princess. Pushing the signed photos back to the girl, Heavenly Palace said with a hint of shyness, I have no idea how much these autographs could sell for. How about you swap them for a couple of photo sets instead? You know, the kind that's half covered and half exposed. I feel like those might be worth a bit more. Hearing this, the girl flushed with anger, and the warrior bodyguards behind her all placed their hands on their sword hilts. You pervert. I would never take that kind of thing. Huh. Then what kind of celebrity are you? Forget the photos. Just give me cash instead. Humph. With a cold snort, the girl snatched back her signed photos and pulled 100,000 taels from her bag. She wanted to fling it into Heavenly Palace's face, but fearing that bastard might hit her, she lowered her arm and slapped the money against his chest. After the girl left, Kai finally couldn't hold it in any longer, his mouth twitching as he pointed at Heavenly Palace's head. A minor injury cost her 200,000 taels. Heavenly Palace, aren't you extorting a bit too much? Hearing this, Heavenly Palace burst into laughter. He then mobilized the blood energy within his body and massaged the swollen lump on his head back down. Tisk, I thought asking for some nutritional compensation was about right. After all, it wasn't exactly a life-threatening injury. But that young miss really doesn't treat money like money. Hey, that's the bounty for an A-rank mission. When I was a kid, my dad and I didn't spend this much in a whole year. When the vast majority of resources fall into the hands of those whose power does not match what they hold, it won't be long before a transformation sweeps across the entire world. I feel like you're talking about something dangerous. Haha, I was just saying that casually. Brother Beast, this money burns my hands. How about we go have some fun somewhere? Sometime later. Inside a private room in Kabukicho, 5 or 6 young women dressed in revealing outfits were dancing moves that couldn't be performed in public. Kai, meanwhile, was blushing as he ate a plate of curry rice, occasionally stealing glances at the young women. He whispered, Heavenly Palace, we're currently on a mission. Isn't this inappropriate? Downing a glass of wine that had little flavor but was quite expensive, Heavenly Palace turned his gaze to Kai, somewhat puzzled. Brother Beast, the mission hasn't started yet. We're just here to enjoy ourselves. Eat, drink, and have fun. Don't put on that gloomy face. Kai didn't speak. Heavenly Palace sighed helplessly. Senior, do you know which ninja I admire the most? Seeing Kai's gaze turn toward him, Heavenly Palace continued, my idol is one of the legendary Sannin Lord Jiraiya. Not because he was overwhelmingly powerful, but because of his ninja way. Put on the headband to do missions, take it off to pursue Tsunade. Charm the village beauties on both sides without neglecting a thing. A dogged simp never misses his shot. Senior, do you understand what I'm getting at? Being a simp has no direct relation to strength. There's some logic to that, but that's not what I'm saying. Think again. As long as we don't delay the mission, we're still excellent ninjas. That's a teachable lad. Just as Heavenly Palace was mentally congratulating himself on the success of his water release. Drag people into the water jutsu. Kai slammed the table. I want 10 more plates of curry rice. Extra chili and extra meat. Oh dear. With a helpless sigh, Heavenly Palace whispered a few words into the ear of the girl pouring wine for him. She nodded thoughtfully, then trotted out the door. A short while later, the girl opened the door to the private room. Behind her followed 2 young women. Curves in all the right places, slim where they should be, and wearing very little. The moment the 2 young women saw Kai, their eyes lit up. One wrapped her arm around Kai's neck and snatched the spoon from his hand. Handsome, what's so good about that curry rice? Why don't you taste how I taste? I'm the sweet and spicy type, you know. The other young woman went even further, draping Kai's thigh across her lap and gently rubbing it with her soft, fair hands. Relax, watermelon prince. If you really want to eat that badly, just let me feed you, alright? With that, she picked up a grape with her lips and leaned in to feed it to Kai. Meanwhile, the other girl, eager to let Kai taste what she was made of, boldly slipped her hand inside Kai's clothes. Stay away from me. After settling the bill, since he hadn't eaten much at Kabukicho, at all, Heavenly Palace decided to pack up some food from a restaurant. Recalling how Kai had sent those 2 young women flying, then literally smashed through the wall to escape, Heavenly Palace felt a throbbing headache coming on. Hey, Brother Beast, when you go out to have fun, you're supposed to enjoy yourself. It's one thing to knock down a wall, but hurting those girls is your fault. Hearing that, Kai grew agitated and grabbed Heavenly Palace's shoulder, tears welling in his fierce tiger-like eyes. I didn't want to, but they went too far. One of them reached into my pants and started groping around. And when the other saw I wouldn't eat the grape, she actually tried to feed me curry rice with her mouth. Whoa. Heavenly Palace, I'm never coming to a place like this again. It's too terrifying. Heavenly Palace rolled his eyes. A moment later, as if a thought struck him, he asked, Brother Beast, how old are you this year? Huh. 25. Slinging an arm around Kai's shoulder, he stared into that pair of clear, yet utterly naive eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Heavenly Palace said, "Brother Beast, you're not still a virgin, are you?" How did you know? Honestly, you don't deserve the name Beast. Just then a group of people walked out of the restaurant. The girl at the lead sniffed the air, then let out a disdainful sneer. Got a little money, and off he goes whoring around. I knew it. A thug is a thug. He'll never amount to anything respectable. Hearing this, Heavenly Palace turned around and flashed an extremely punchable expression. Oh, if it isn't the big celebrity. What's the matter? Still not healed from that lump on your head? Heavenly Palace then pointed at his own head. Huh. Big celebrity look. The lump on my head is all healed. With just those two lines, the girl completely lost her composure. She pointed at Heavenly Palace in fury. Why you? You're shameless, you scoundrel. At that moment, a cold voice drifted into the girl's ears. I don't like being pointed at. If you don't retract your hand right now, trust me, the consequences won't be pleasant for you. She started to pull her hand back, but remembering that she still had bodyguards behind her, the girl lifted her chin. She said nothing, yet made no move to withdraw her hand. An obvious provocation. Fine, very well. Ahem, huh. Tui. A wad of annual projectile landed right on the girl's fair, delicate little hand. For an instant, the entire street seemed to hear only the thunderous sound of Heavenly Palace's fleeing footsteps, along with the faint echo of his voice drifting to everyone's ears. Haha, you big idiot. The girl stared blankly at her hand. Well, it was still quite pretty, but it didn't seem clean anymore. A single clear tear traced down the corner of her eye. The girl hastily wiped her hand, then on the verge of a breakdown, ordered the warriors, "Go catch that shameless bastard for me." Whoa. And since that scumbag can hang around with a thug like him, he's no good either. Grab him too. A few inconsequential samurai naturally couldn't stop Kai and Tiangong. The pair had already returned to their shared room at the inn to rest. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Kai jumped to his feet, then his expression darkened. Don't tell me those samurai chased us to the inn, he said gravely. Let them come then. Leaning against the windowsill with a drink, Tiangong said dismissively. A few no-name samurai. If they don't know their place, we'll teach them a lesson. Then the door was pushed open, revealing Tiangong's shadow clone holding a stack of banknotes and a sealing scroll. After handing over the banknotes and the scroll, the shadow clone dispelled itself. Tiangong handed 100,000 ryo to Kai. So poor. Everything sellable has been sold. Counting the bandits' den money, the total is only a little over 200,000 ryo. I left the remainder to those women. You and I each get 100,000. Kai pushed the money back and said seriously, Tiangong, you may rarely take bandit suppression missions, but according to the rules, all spoils of war must be handed over to the village for handling. A question mark slowly materialized above Tiangong's head, and he couldn't help cursing. Are you brain dead? The argument dragged on for nearly half an hour. In the end, Tiangong still couldn't talk Kai around, but thanks to his vigorous efforts, the 200,000 ryo was temporarily turned into their mission expense fund. A shadow clone took the girl back to Mai, and Tiangong learned that Ashima would reach the rendezvous point no later than 2 days. Because this mission was too important, the two of them set out for the fire capital before dawn on an old-fashioned bicycle. Kai pedaled hard in front, while Tiangong frantically poured chakra into the bike from behind. For a time, after images flickered over the dirt road leading to the fire capital, so fast that ninja with ordinary eyesight couldn't even see the backs of their heads. Oh, that's the stuff. After downing a large glass of ice-cold beer, Tiangong leaned back in his seat at the barbecue restaurant and said, Brother Beast, when is Ashima coming? If not, how about the two of us head out first? Hearing this, Maite, Kai put down his chopsticks and glanced around. Then in a voice only Tiangong could hear, he said, Ashima's secret letter said he will arrive at the meeting point by noon tomorrow at the latest. Huh. Then didn't we get up so early for nothing today? After a couple of grumbles, Tiangong put half the mission funds into Kai's pocket. Brother Beast, take your time eating. I'm going out for a stroll. Although the capital of the Land of Fire was the fire capital was where the daimyo and nobles lived. Setting aside military strength, it was more prosperous than Mai in every other respect. After strolling through the commercial district, Tiangong found the prices too high and headed into the nearby forest to train. He was wearing a mask to hide his identity, sitting cross-legged under a large tree. As the blood energy in his body flowed through his meridians, Tiangong's breathing gradually calmed. Time passed slowly. Just as Tiangong was immersed in training, he heard a burst of noisy footsteps. Turning around, he saw a group of men who looked like bad news chasing a girl in an elaborate dress. Catching a glimpse of the girl's profile, Tiangong's eyes brightened. He stroked his chin. She looks a little familiar, but this girl is quite stunning. Princess Fenghua, there's no turning back now. If you behave, the Demon King will spare you. Enraged, the girl cried out, in your dreams. I would rather die than let that sinful demon lay a hand on me. At her words, the villains looked even more sinister. The leading villain laughed brazenly. Princess Fenghua, you wouldn't want your subjects to be slaughtered because of your recklessness, would you? You. Fire release flames slash. Before the girl could finish, a blood-red blade, aura burning with fire attribute chakra, slashed between her and the villains behind her. Staring at the deep trench dozens of meters long, the girl and the villains chasing her were all stunned. The air seemed to fall still, leaving only the sound of steady footsteps approaching. They turned to see a burly figure wearing a pure white mask walking toward them. His disheveled long hair spilled over both shoulders. Though the season had already turned to winter, he still kept his chest bare. When their eyes fell on the long blade clenched in his hand, dozens of people there couldn't help swallowing. As he drew closer and saw the girl's face, a wave of, "What the hell?" welled up in Tiangong's heart. Even with the beautiful makeup, wasn't this the girl who had tried to kill him in the gorge and later bumped into him at the inn? Come to think of it, this woman had been hunting me. Wait, she said she was an actress. So what were they? He sighed inwardly. Although the atmosphere wasn't quite right, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to someone else. Remembering he was still wearing his mask, Tiangong gave a dry cough and pretended to sound relaxed. Yo, Your Highness, this humble one has arrived late. The girl stared at the man in bewilderment. Covering her mouth, which was already curling upward, she pointed with her other hand at the film camera nearby. At that moment, one of the men playing a villain shouted nearly hysterically, "We're shooting a movie here, big bro. Don't be like that. I'll just go." At that, the man dropped straight to his knees and clutched his face in pain. But this set took us an entire day to prepare. What? I'm really sorry. Looking at the long trench in front of him, Tiangong scratched the back of his head. If it only disrupted these people's filming, that was no big deal. But if someone came by at night and got hurt falling into it, that wouldn't be good. With that thought, Tiangong sheathed his long blade and used earth release to fill the trench. Although some of the things cut apart by his slash couldn't be restored, at least it wouldn't block pedestrians. Wait. Just as Tiangong was about to leave, someone called out to him. Turning around, he found it was the man who had said the set was destroyed by him. "You're not going to ask me to restore these trees as well, are you?" Hearing the displeasure in Tiangong's tone, the man quickly waved his hand. "Honored ninja, you've misunderstood. It's just..." Seeing how hesitant the man was, Tiangong frowned. "I suggest you not disturb my meal time. Well, you see, honored ninja, I'm the assistant director of this show. Because of the aura you showed just now, I think you'd be perfect for a role in our film. Could I ask you to?" "Not interested." Seeing Tiangong turn to leave, the assistant director hurriedly said, "Sir, I can pay you a fee." "Oh, go on. 100,000 Rio, provided you use some fairly spectacular ninjutsu to highlight the strength of the character you play." "Deal." Because he had run into Big Sister before returning to my, Tiangong was short on cash, so he didn't refuse. After all, 100,000 Rio was enough to buy 2 months' worth of brand name alarm clocks. "Hey director, with my aura, I should at least play a peerless master or something, right?" The assistant director chuckled. "Naturally. But during filming, please hold back a little, sir." "No problem, no problem." "Your Highness, this demon king hates wasting things. Above all, every grain of rice in my bowl must be eaten clean." Princess Fenghua's expression shifted, and she cried out sharply, "You wouldn't dare." Tiangong pointed at Fenghua Xiaoxua, then burst into arrogant laughter. "She asks if I dare. Do you lot dare? With the great king's command, we dare anything." "Good. Hear my royal command. Line up outside, and those with a cleanliness obsession go to the back." "Gah! Cut. Master Ninja, please tone it down a little. I know what a hassle." Hours later, Tiangong seized the girl by the neck and flung her hard to the ground, then drew the long blade from his waist and lifted her chin with it. "Ha, princess, your great king has come." The girl raised her head and fixed Tiangong with a defiant gaze. "You wicked and evil as you are will never have me. O wind and snow, grant me your power." "Cut." "Good. Very good. As expected of the master ninja. You actually coordinated with Miss Xuehue so well. Phew, it's finally over." He hurriedly helped the girl up. Seeing the livid red mark on her neck, Tiangong said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Miss Xuehue. Because of me, we had to shoot that scene so many times." Hearing this, the girl gave him a sweet smile. "It's all right, Master Ninja. Your acting is excellent." "Aha, you flatter me." After changing back into his clothes and taking the money the assistant director handed him, Tiangong complained, "Hey, you said I'd play a peerless master. So how did I end up as the great demon king?" The assistant director let out 2 awkward laughs. "Ha, the great demon king is also a peerless master. You really are a sly fox. Being able to use ninjutsu, even more spectacular than special effects. You must definitely be a supremely powerful expert among ninja. Of course, I am the famous Konoha. Ahem. During a mission, I cannot reveal my identity." Understandable. But if Master Ninja ever has leisure to come back to the set, I will certainly give you the most generous payment. Just then Fushi Xuehue, who had changed clothes, walked over. Hearing Tiangong's words, she couldn't help teasing, "By the way, acting during a mission isn't against ninja rules, is it? A general in the field may ignore the sovereign's command." "Huh?" Seeing Tiangong's expression, Fenghua Xiaoxua couldn't help but smile softly. Speaking of which, would this ninja master on a mission like to go for a drink? I know a place with excellent sake. At that, Tiangong revealed a shameless grin beneath his mask. Sure, but you're paying. Master Ninja is really stingy. Well, when a general is in the field, funds tend to run short. At a tavern in the capital of fire, they clinked glasses. Fenghua Xiaoxue downed hers in one gulp, then looked at Tiangong with eager expectation, as if curious about the true face beneath his mask. With a soft laugh, Tiangong gathered chakra at his fingertip and brushed it lightly across his mask. With a clatter, part of the mask fell to the ground. Raising his cup, he drank it all in one gulp, then wiped his mouth. The alcohol content is a bit low, but it tastes sweet and mellow. Good sake. Seeing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue couldn't help teasing. Tisk, I say. You're not some rogue ninja being hunted down, are you? Ha ha, what hunted rogue ninja would go around being an actor? Then why won't you reveal your true face? Just because I don't want to ruin your appetite. Is there really someone that ugly? I don't believe it. Unless you take off the mask and let me see. Tiangong slapped away the little hand. Fenghua Xiaoxue reached over and shook his head. Wrong. I'm so handsome I'm good enough to eat. Rubbing her hand, Fenghua Xiaoxue was utterly speechless. Not only is he thick-skinned, he doesn't know how to be gentle with a lady. Drink. By the way, what's your name? Dong Liuxing. You're not fobbing me off with some code name, are you? Ha ha ha, names and code names are both just ways of addressing someone. So what does it matter whether it's a code name? So, it really is a code name after all. Does it matter? After 3 rounds of drinks, Tiangong helped her to the inn where she was staying. I'll leave you here. Are you all right on your own? Fenghua Xiaoxue waved her hand unsteadily. It's fine. You may withdraw. Good grief, you little lightweight really are treating me like a servant. Do you have a problem with this, princess? Geez, you're really getting into character. Alright, I'm going. Honestly, you said you'd treat me, and look how drunk you got. Watching Tiangong's departing figure, a gleam of lucidity flashed through Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes. Phew, seems he wasn't sent by that bastard. The next morning early, in the inn room where Tiangong and Kai were staying, a tall, imposing figure suddenly appeared. At that same moment, Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the man's face, he couldn't help breaking into a hearty smile. Yo, long time no see, Ashima. Yeah, it really has been a long time. The two bumped fists. Kai was about to wake Tiangong, but Ashima stopped him. Ignoring Kai's bewildered look, Ashima reached out, and a sinister smile slowly curled across his lips. Konoha-style taijutsu secret art, Yuan-phased peach-stealing hand. Oh, holy shit. On a broad plain outside the capital of fire, Tiangong bit into a rice ball and glared viciously at Ashima. Old Ma, you really are a goddamn monster. I swear I'll FCK your ancestors. Listening to Tiangong's curses reaching back 18 generations of his ancestry, Ashima didn't get angry in the least. Instead, he laughed warmly and clapped Tiangong on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, don't be mad. I didn't even use much force. And I still haven't settled old scores with you over that thrashing the old man gave me because of you last time. Hearing this, Tiangong felt a twinge of guilt. He too remembered a year ago when the two had run into each other in the capital of fire. With nothing pressing to do, they went for a few drinks. He recalled that at the time Ashima had taken out a photo of a gorgeous woman and asked him whether she was hot or not. Seeing that the beauty wore a Konoha Jonin vest, he said that the old Third Hokage was always hiding in his office peeping at the women's bathhouse, and that the lead actress of one peeping session looked a lot like this girl. Who the hell knows exactly how Ashima confronted his old man about it afterward. At that thought, Tiangong felt a little guilty. He coughed dryly and hastily changed the subject. Brother B, stop doing push-ups. Everyone's here. You should tell us the specifics of the mission. Hearing this, Kai looked up and said solemnly, the target will have the seal on his brain dissolved in a week. At that time, he will rendezvous with us at the coast 10 kilometers west of the Hidden Mist village. At this, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. In other words, we need to reach the coast at least before that guy's brain seal is undone. Lighting a cigarette, Ashima's expression also turned grave. This really is a dangerous mission. Looks like we'll have to travel at full speed and try to set up more countermeasures to hold off the mist ninja pursuing us. In that case, Tiangong made a small cut on his finger-formed hand seals and shouted, summoning Jutsu Snow Phoenix. After a cloud of smoke, a snow-white giant bird appeared beneath the 3 of them. Tiangong gently stroked its back. Little snow, head toward the land of bears, and make yourself smaller. Don't attract too much attention. By dusk, they had arrived at a small island between the land of bears and the land of water. Not wanting to draw the attention of the hidden mist ninja, Tiangong dismissed the summoning jutsu. Looking at the spot where Little Snow had vanished, Ashima said with unmistakable envy, even a Jonin would need 2 days to cover that distance, and here we are this fast. Tiangong, does your summoned beast have any relatives or something? I'd like to contract one too. Rolling his eyes at Ashima, Tiangong said scornfully, forget it. Little Snow is one of a kind, and even if there were its kind, of bloodline as noble as hers would never sign a contract with a monkey runt. Ashima's face darkened. He thrust out a sandbag-sized fist, and said savagely, "I say, are you asking for a beating, you little brat?" Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong looked eager to go. "Want to throw down?" "Perfect. I've been itching for a fight lately. If it weren't for this mission. Tisk, you're just afraid, nothing more." Just you wait. When we get back to the village, I'll break your nose so badly, it won't even look like a nose." "Oh, then watch me knock that pathetic little peach of yours right off your face. The one you need a magnifying glass to even see. You're awfully cocky. Just remember, don't eat anything when we get back to the village, because if I beat you into a mess, I'll make you eat every bit of it back." Listening to the two of them cursing at each other with increasingly filthy language, the corner of Guy's mouth twitched. Honestly, being around these two, he didn't feel the slightest bit of youthful passion. Suddenly the three of them turned their gazes toward a cliff not far away. At the edge of the cliff a standoff was unfolding. On one side stood a trio of Kirigakure. On the other side was a tall man wearing the forehead protector of a missing nin from Kirigakure, his face wrapped in bandages, gripping a massive broad-bladed sword. A child of about 11 or 12 years old stood beside him. One of the Kirigakure spoke first. "You're Konoha ninja. Trespassing into the Land of Water's territory. Does Konoha intend to start a war?" Glancing at the Konoha forehead protector on Guy's waist, Asuma's expression turned serious in an instant. He said in a low voice, "No matter what, we can't let them send word of our presence back to Kirigakure. Guy, you keep an eye on that missing nin. Amaterasu, I don't know how strong you've become these past 2 years, but that one with the sword from Kirigakure is yours. Any problem with that?" Amaterasu replied, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kirigakure, Don't worry, not one of them will get away. Go." With a loud shout, Azuma sealed his hands and charged forward first. Wind-style dust-wind technique. A stream of dust and wind erupted from Asuma's mouth, forcing the 5 opponents to scatter to both sides in haste. Amaterasu followed closely behind, swinging his blade at the Kirigakure swordsman in a single strike. The man hastily raised his sword to block, but the moment the 2 blades clashed, the Kirigakure ninja was driven back over 10 paces. Seeing this, the other 2 Kirigakure rushed toward Amaterasu. Just as they were about to unleash their jutsu, the burly man who had released the earlier technique came at them with fist blades in hand. At the same time, Might Guy appeared before the missing nin. Momochi Zabuza narrowed his eyes. "Konoha ninja, you two wish to fight me. I only wish to stop you from interfering with my comrades' battle." Despite the ridiculous attire of the ninja before him, Momochi Zabuza did not dare to be careless in the slightest. As the current owner of the Executioner's Blade, he was well aware of how the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been reduced to a trio of laughingstocks. Clutching his slightly numb wrist, the Kirigakure ninja locked in combat with Amaterasu, said gravely, "Such tremendous strength. A taijutsu specialist, is he? If that's the case." Suddenly distancing himself from Amaterasu, the Kirigakure sealed his hands. Water-style water arrow technique. Dodging 2 water arrows, Amaterasu let out a cold snort and sealed his hands as well. "If you think I don't know ninjutsu." Water-style water bullet barrage. Weaving past the water bullets shot from Amaterasu's mouth, the Kirigakure curled his lips in disdain. "Such a crude jutsu, and your swordsmanship is nothing special either. So you really are just a mindless taijutsu brute." Water-style hidden mist technique. "Ha ha ha. Foolish Konoha ninja. Now you're my prey. Shall I pierce your heart or slice your throat? Maybe I'll just cut off your limbs first." Dodging the Kirigakure sneak attacks one after another, Amaterasu looked at the mist enveloping the area. He sealed his hands again and closed his eyes briefly. Then he pressed both palms to the ground, and the puddles of water left from his earlier jutsu spread outward from him in all directions. Sensing the umbu's position, the corners of Amaterasu's mouth curved upward. "You're nothing more than this." He poured vast amounts of chakra into his blade, causing the entire sword to radiate a blood-red glow. Then he slashed fiercely toward the Kirigakure direction. Fire-style flame slash. The Kirigakure mid-sensory jutsu was shaken. "Such enormous chakra. Damn it, I've been found." Watching the blazing flame crescent closing in, the Kirigakure raised his sword to block once more. But the moment his blade met the energy slash, he froze in confusion. It wasn't because the technique was powerful, it was because it was far too weak. All flash, no substance. It was barely stronger than a random swing from an ordinary chunin. The blade energy shattered and Amaterasu's figure appeared instantly at his side. Before the Kirigakure could even register his shock, Amaterasu seized his shoulder and violently tore the arm, gripping the sword clean off his body. Then with a mighty windmill swing, he hurled the Kirigakure to the ground, slamming him so hard that a large crater formed in the earth. A feeble, listless scream escaped the Kirigakure as he lay in the crater staring up at Amaterasu with eyes full of terror. What kind of monster was this? He didn't fight like a ninja at all. That violent savage chakra felt more like A Jinchurikis. I'm somewhat interested in the information you carry, but since your Umbu dealing with you would be troublesome, so just die. Crushing the Kirigakure Umbu's head beneath his foot, Amaterasu stepped out of the mist. He glanced at the cracks spreading across his sword and frowned slightly. It can't deliver the damage it should like in the Snow Country tragedy. Is it because the weapon's material is too ordinary? Tossing the sword aside, Amaterasu felt a bit exasperated. Looks like I'll need to move up my schedule for collecting materials. Wait. That missing nin from Kirigakure was carrying the executioner's blade, wasn't he? With that thought, Amaterasu headed toward Guy, paying no attention at all to Azuma, who was still locked in battle with the two Kirigakure ninja. Meanwhile, the two Kirigakure Umbu fighting Azuma exchanged a glance, and one whispered, Captain Shimoda was taken out that fast. What do we do? We pull back. Zabuza has probably already left. Once the one who killed Shimoda and that watermelon had come to reinforce this Konoha ninja, we're done for. As the words left his mouth, the Kirigakure Umbu captain began sealing his hands. But before he could release the jutsu, a fist blade flew at him from an unremarkable corner. Though he sensed it in time, a gash so deep it exposed bone was carved across his knee. Captain! Under the other Umbu's horrified gaze, Asuma's hands blurred through seals. Fire-style ash pile burning. After erasing all traces, the three stood at the cliff's edge. Azuma lit a cigarette and shot Amaterasu an annoyed look. You finish off your opponent and don't come back to support me. If those two had. Before Azuma could finish, Amaterasu shot back. What the hell are you talking about? Compared to two random Kirigakure Umbu, the 7 ninja swordsmen are clearly more important. And besides, you're one of the mighty 12 guardian ninja. After trading a few barbs with Azuma, Amaterasu looked dejectedly at the ordinary ninja sword he'd taken from the Kirigakure Umbu. Hey Beastmaster, why didn't you keep that 7 ninja swordsman here? I was hoping to snatch his sword. Scratching his head, Guy said awkwardly. I didn't expect that kid beside him to possess the ice release bloodline limit. His jutsu interfered with me. Ice release, huh? No wonder he's a missing nin. Still, even though we didn't expose ourselves, one Umbu squad wiped out means Kirigakure will definitely send people to investigate, right? Several days later, on a desolate island in the land of water, the three of them stumbled out of a hidden stone cave and breathed in the fresh air. Azuma fished a cigarette but from his pocket and took a fierce drag. Those Kirigakure bastards are absolute animals. My shadow clone was nearly discovered, and that was before we even got near the village's core. Hearing this, Guy said seriously, but tonight is the time we meet the spy. Though the schedule is tight, we have no choice but to move now. Condensing a sphere of water, Tiangong washed himself and said casually, the rigor of Kirigakure's defenses truly surpassed our expectations, but that still can't conceal the fact that they're hollow on the inside. Yes, slaughtering bloodline limit ninja plus the Mist's brutal policies. The fourth Mizukage really is a ruthless one. Hey, even if someone like him were cured, he'd still drool. Haha, I doubt he could ever be cured at all. At dusk, the three arrived at the village where they were to meet the spy. The trip had gone fairly smoothly, although none of them was a sensory-type ninja. Their solid skill kept them from being detected by the patrolling Kirigakure shinobi. By the moonlight, a man in Kirigakure attire could be dimly seen approaching the village. He held a leaf between his fingers and made casual gestures in front of his chest. Seeing this, Tiangong and Guy remained hidden while Azuma stepped out. Just as the two were about to exchange the secret signal, a strangely shaped blade suddenly pierced the spy's chest. In the moonlight, a young man with a mouth full of fangs walked out from behind him. Nakagawa, it really is you. How is this possible? Feeling the blade in his chest absorbing his chakra, Nakagawa knew his chances of surviving the day were almost nil, but he had to get the intelligence in his mind back to Konoha no matter what. Gritting his teeth, Nakagawa shouted, "Run." That guy is Hozuki Mangetsu, the wielder of the twin blades Hiramakari, one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Even as he shouted, he charged in Azuma's direction. Looking contemptuously at this rat, Hozuki Mangetsu curled his lips and made a finger gun with both hands. Water gun. Bang. Blocking Hozuki Mangetsu's attack, Azuma glanced at the spy's pierced chest, then lowered his gaze. With an injury like that, only Lady Tsunade could save him. It seemed almost impossible for him to return to Konoha alive. Guy stepped out from the shadows and reached out to support the spy. What Azuma could see of the spy's condition, Guy could see too. As he hurried to stop the spy's bleeding, Guy felt a pang of sorrow at the thought that a great ninja, who had silently given nearly his whole life to Konoha, was about to die. Seeing Guy's expression, the spy forced a smile. Don't treat me anymore. I know my situation. I don't want to be a burden to you, but please take my body back to Konoha. I think you'll all stay right here. Then 3 figures walked out from behind Hozuki Mangetsu, 2 women and 1 man. The man was a one-eyed fellow with an eye patch. The 2 women were a tall beauty with long brown hair, and a young girl with twin swords at her waist and a very distinctive hairstyle. The one-eyed man pressed his hand to his eye patch and said gravely, "There are 3 enemies in all, each with chakra exceeding that of an ordinary jonin. especially the one hiding in the tree. His chakra is enormous, and it feels somewhat strange. Hearing this, the two women looked in the direction the one-eyed man indicated. Realizing he had been discovered, Tiangong stood up from a tree branch yawned, and said lazily, "Found me, huh? Honestly, it's the middle of the night. I still wanted to doze off a little longer." At this, the spy supported by Guy also looked toward the newcomers. In an instant, his already pale face turned even more bloodless. Under Guy's puzzled gaze, the spy's trembling voice carried despair. Ao the Byakugan killer, Ringo Amuri the lightning-released genius, and Meitarumi. She's the top powerhouse of Kirigakure, second only to the Mizukage. At these words, Guy and Asuma's expressions grew more solemn. Even Tiangong felt a sense of urgency, because the appearance of these people meant Kirigakure's reinforcements would soon arrive. Though the Mizukage's brutal policies had greatly reduced Kirigakure's strength, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Kirigakure remained one of the 5 great shinobi villages strong enough to rank in the top 5. Well, that was stating the obvious. But even the Third Hokage, who had gone toe-to-toe with the Eight Tails, was eventually worn down and killed. The 3 of them had no confidence they could survive a siege by an entire hidden village, especially when this was the home turf of Water Release Ninja. This really is a fight for our lives. Slipping on his chakra blades, Asuma took a deep breath, then fixed his gaze on Meitarumi and her 2 companions. Tiangong and Guy nodded. They both understood what Asuma meant, and Tiangong did have the option of summoning Xiaoxue. But Xiaoxue had severe internal injuries. Unless he could guarantee Xiaoxue's safety, Tiangong would not summon her during a fight. At that moment, Ringo Amuri, standing beside Meitarumi, bared a mouthful of sharp fangs. She licked her lips, then turned her gaze to Tiangong. "Let the big guy in the tree be my opponent." The instant her words fell, Ringo Amuri's body flickered with arcs of lightning as she shot toward Tiangong at astonishing speed. Amuri. Ao nearby wanted to stop her, but Ringo Amuri was much too fast. Less than 100 meters away, she appeared beside Tiangong almost in an instant. Seeing this, Ao and Meitarumi also began releasing jutsu. In truth, waiting for Kirigakure's reinforcements was the most advantageous move for them at this point. But if they didn't make a move, Ringo Amuri, the Hidden Mist's lightning release prodigy, would very likely be focus-fired and killed by the Konoha ninja. "You unknown ninja. Ao says you have abnormal chakra. Then I'll make you my first prey tonight." Sensing the blade brimming with lightning release chakra at his side, Tiangong neither dodged nor avoided it. Just as the twin blades cut through his flesh and were about to reach bone, Tiangong flexed one arm and concentrated his blood energy at the wound, halting the blades from cutting deeper and preventing her from yanking them back out. Under her stunned gaze, Tiangong bared his teeth in a grin and slammed a fist into her abdomen. Absorbing the full force of Tiangong's blow, Ringo Amuri's eyes rolled back, her body bent like a bow, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. Before she could regain her senses, Tiangong grabbed her hair and slammed her head hard into his knee. Surveying the girl in his grip, now limp as a dead dog, Tiangong curled his lips. Perhaps this girl was no weaker than a jonin, but in the end she was too immature and too arrogant. Watching Asuma being suppressed by Meitarumi and Ao, Tiangong threw Ringo Amuri, who was in his grasp with her limbs already broken, straight toward them. Seeing Tiangong hurl Amuri Ringo toward them, Asuma and his companions all changed expression. Silently cursing his cunning, Meitarumi hastily redirected her ninjutsu, while Asuma aimed his own technique directly at the spot where the Hidden Mist's lightning release prodigy was about to fall. If the lightning blade was to be recovered, Amuri Ringo would be the most suitable wielder. Though the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had fallen apart, Amuri Ringo was still young. With this in mind, Ao gritted his teeth and charged toward the place where Amuri Ringo was falling. At the last critical moment, Ao still saved Amuri Ringo, but Asuma's fire release covered a wide area. Despite using the body flicker technique as quickly as he could, Ao suffered severe wounds. Large swaths of his flesh were seared. Had Ao not been a jonin of considerable strength, he would have died on the spot. Now he knelt on one knee, holding the unconscious Amuri Ringo in his arms. Suddenly, Ao's expression changed. Through the Byakugan, he saw a bladed fist bearing wind-natured chakra thrusting toward the back of his heart, but his injuries were far too severe for him to dodge. Was he about to die? How unwilling he felt. He had not even seen the mist. Just as Ao thought he was done for, a kunai flew in from the side and knocked away Asuma's bladed fist. Then Meitarumi moved to block Asuma's path, staying ready at every moment to stop him from killing her comrades. Looking at the tall man before her, Meitarumi's expression grew heavy. This big-bearded man was strong in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Without revealing her Kekkei Genkai, there was no way she could overpower him in a short time. Moreover, she now had to protect not only Ao and Amuri Ringo, but also keep constant watch on the man standing in the tree. That man had taken out Amuri in an instant. Some of it may have been due to Amuri's carelessness, but it was still enough to prove his strength. Meanwhile, Hozuki Mangetsu was being suppressed by Guy, whose 8 gates had been opened, though the hydrification technique kept Guy from inflicting any real damage. Yet, that ferocious taijutsu also made it impossible for Hozuki Mangetsu to give Meitarumi any support. Would she really have to face the 4th head-on? But the present hidden mist. Just as Meitarumi was weighing the consequences of revealing her Kekkai Genkai, Ao said hoarsely, "Mei-sama, our reinforcements have arrived." Hearing Ao's warning, Meitarumi's expression relaxed. She swiftly made hand seals, water-release water dragon bullet. Tiangong, standing in the tree, had naturally noticed several figures approaching at great speed. They were probably all Jonin, and no doubt a good number of Chunin would follow. After all, this was essentially the hidden mist's home turf. Seeing this, Tiangong sighed. What a pity. If these mist reinforcements had arrived just a minute or two later, he would have been confident of recovering the Byakugan together with Azuma. He summoned several shadow clones and scattered them around, while his main body leapt toward the dead Konoha spy. Wiping his hand across the wound on his arm, Tiangong began casting the summoning jutsu while still in midair. At the same time, his shadow clones all formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon turnover. As a violent earthquake shook the area within a radius of several thousand meters, several Earth Dragons burst forth from the ground and charged toward the immobile Ao and Amuri Ringo. Seeing this, Meitarumi's expression changed drastically. Abandoning her attempt to delay Azuma, she immediately rushed with her companions toward the mist reinforcements. Azuma and Guy did not continue the fight either. They both jumped on his Xiaoshua's back. Behind Guy there seemed to be another figure carrying 2 flatfish. On closer look, it seemed to be one of Tiangong's shadow clones. On an even closer look, the clone appeared to be holding the twin swords Hiramakirii. Dispelling the shadow clone, Tiangong sealed the Hiramakirii and the dead Konoha spy separately into scrolls. Although the spy was already dead, the intelligence division could still extract information from his brain, so the group could be considered to have completed their mission. Lying on Xiaoshua's back, Azuma suddenly sighed. What a pity. We had such a good chance, and still failed to recover the Byakugan. If I had been able to defeat that young hidden mist ninja in time, perhaps. It can't be helped, beast bro. The man you fought is a member of the Hozuki clan. Without lightning release, the hydrification technique is quite troublesome. Tiangong, you've improved quite a bit over the past 2 years, but your hand seal speed. Tisk tisk tsk. Hearing this, Tiangong felt somewhat helpless. Because of his Uzumaki bloodline and vital energy, his chakra reserves indeed far surpassed those of an ordinary ninja. But hand seals truly vexed him. It was not that he had clumsy hands, or anything. Rather, performing ninjutsu was chiefly a matter of circulating chakra within the body, and hand seals were only a means of assisting that circulation. And the vital energy in his body was constantly disrupting the flow of chakra. Any jutsu that was even slightly complex took him much longer to use than an ordinary ninja. The main reason he had reached this conclusion was that his shadow clones could release jutsu at a fairly normal speed. Lying on Xiaoshua's back, Tiangong said weakly, you too recommend a good seal-less jutsu. I don't care about chakra consumption, but preferably one that doesn't require channeling chakra to the dantian. Hearing this, Guy immediately came to Tiangong's side. Ignoring the exhaustion from just having opened the 6th gate, he performed all sorts of high-difficulty movements, and said with a wink, Yo Tiangong. When it comes to a practical seal-less jutsu, it has to be the 8 gates. Oh. At the mention of the 8 gates, Tiangong sat up. Is that the technique you used just now? Looks pretty badass. Huh. Of course. And earlier I only opened the 6th gate. Huh. Then wouldn't opening the 8th gate be even more badass? Of course. If you open all 8 gates, you gain power several times. Even dozens of times. Greater than the 5 Kage. So how about it? Come burn your youth with me. Looking at the green jumpsuit Guy handed over, Tiangong fell silent. Honestly, if the price of gaining power was putting on that green outfit, he would hesitate for a long time. At this point, Azuma, lying to the side, finally could not stand it anymore. He took a cigarette stub from his pocket, but remembering that they were on Xiaoshua's back, he put it back. Guy, put away that Might Family Battle uniform of yours. This kid can't handle it. And Tiangong, forget about the 8 gates. That kind of forbidden jutsu is not something you can train in. Seeing Tiangong look over with a puzzled expression, Azuma waved his hand. Don't think the 8 gates is easy to cultivate. As far as I know, opening the 8 gates means constantly surpassing your physical limits, and it makes extremely high demands on the user's physical fitness. Seeing Tiangong roll up his sleeve and show off his muscles, Azuma said helplessly, in terms of physical fitness, I believe you absolutely meet the standard. But the most important thing is willpower. Seeing Tiangong about to argue again, Azuma pointed at Guy off to the side. Don't talk back just yet. From before he entered the Ninja Academy until now, for nearly 20 years, this guy has persisted in high-intensity training almost every day. Moreover, Guy's high-intensity training was about surpassing the self he had been the day before. If he couldn't do it, he kept training. And so Guy persisted for nearly 20 years. Hearing this, Tiangong fell silent. Honestly, he was starting to admire Youth Bro a little. The 8 gates really wasn't something an ordinary mortal like him could cultivate, but a power several times, even dozens of times greater than the 5 Kage. Seeing Tiangong lost in thought, Azuma said earnestly, though I don't know much about the 8 gates, opening the final gate would kill you, wouldn't it, guy? Hearing that, guy nodded. My father died from the final gate of the 8 gates. Seeing Tiangong's puzzled look, guy said slowly, during the 3rd Great Ninja War our team encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It was only because my father opened the 8 gates that we survived. Feeling a little guilty, Tiangong said, sorry Youth Bro, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish, guy waved his hand. His eyes seemed a little moist, but he still put on a smile. For those you cherish, no matter what difficulties lie ahead, you must strive to overcome them, even at the cost of your life. At the very least, you will leave behind proof that a true man once lived. Hearing this, Tiangong's gaze grew even more reverent. Youth Bro, if one day I'm about to be killed by someone, will you also leave behind proof that a man once lived? Of course, if you're willing to call me father. As he spoke, I pulled out that tight-fitting suit again. Then I'll bestow the power of youth upon you. After the few of them had chatted idly for a while, Azuma suddenly said seriously, Tiangong, if you're talking about a powerful technique that doesn't require chakra to circulate through the dantian, the only one I can think of is the Rasengan. Huh, you mean the 4th Hokage's technique? At the mention of the Rasengan, Tiangong seemed to think of some blonde-haired guy. Then he said thoughtfully, if I trained in the Flying Thunder God. But before he could finish, Azuma cut him off mercilessly. I think your chances of successfully learning the Flying Thunder God are even worse than dying from the 8 gates. I don't care. When I get back, I'll try it anyway. At that moment, guy whispered from the side. A Tiangong, to learn a forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, you at least need to be a jonin, and there are also strict requirements for contributions to the village. No way. It has to be jonin. Azuma, go ask your old man if he can still do the job. If he can't, he'd better get the hell out soon. Every single day it's nothing but a bunch of goddamn problems. I just want to learn my bad. Ma-san. Old ma. Bro ma. In the night sky, Xiao Shue's body had shrunk to less than 10 meters, and it was circling over a deserted village less than 10 kilometers from the hidden mist village, carrying Tiangong and the others. Suddenly, Tiangong, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Found it. At that, Xiao Shui descended slowly. Tiangong stood in an open space and slowly formed hand seals while Guy and Azuma kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings. After forming nearly 200 hand seals, Tiangong stopped. Guy exclaimed in admiration, "Are you done? That really was a complicated seal sequence." A little embarrassed, Tiangong took out a scroll from his clothes. I forgot the unsealing hand seals." He glanced at the scroll, quickly formed hand seals, and then slapped the ground hard. Dust seal release. With a loud rumbling, a stone pillar slowly emerged from the ground. Tiangong took a kunai from Azuma's gear, lightly drew it across his palm, and then pressed his hand onto the pillar. Dense tadpole-like script appeared on the stone pillar, and then an age-worn scroll fell into Tiangong's hand. On the way flying to Konoha, Tiangong raised an eyebrow at the words "Chakra Activation Jutsu" on the scroll, then waved at the two who had been deliberately keeping their distance from him. "Let's study it together. The Tashin clan has been wiped out anyway, so I don't mind. Just don't spread it around." 2/5 of 2.5 days later, also known as 1 day later, the three left the border of the Land of Water, and Tiangong released the summoning jutsu, letting Xiao Shui rest. Tiangong took 3 cans of beer out of the gourd space and said to Azuma and Guy, "How's the research going? Drink up first." Taking the beer, Guy scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I only glanced at it a few times, found that I couldn't understand it at all, and stopped studying it." Ha. Handing the scroll to Tiangong, Azuma said slowly, "No wonder the Tashin clan, at the height of its power during the Warring States period, was able to contend with Kekkei Genkai clans. What a powerful jutsu." Seeing Tiangong's puzzled look, Azuma slowly formed hand seals, and a layer of seemingly flowing chakra appeared on his arm. The blue chakra on Azuma's arm flickered a few times before dispersing. Seeing this, Azuma shook his head. "The activated chakra drives the body. I can feel a considerable increase in both the strength and flexibility of my entire arm. Moreover, according to the scroll, once this secret jutsu is fully mastered, you can not only change its form to attack enemies, but even cover your whole body, granting the user an all-around enhancement." Hearing that, Tiangong was a little surprised. "That badass. But hearing you say that, I can't help feeling this chakra activation jutsu is a bit like a Jinchuriki," Guy said thoughtfully from the side. "If it really is as the scroll says, then this is too similar to a Jinchuriki before full-tailed beast transformation. Indeed, the threshold for training in this secret jutsu is very high. Without Jonin-level chakra control, you'd probably have trouble even getting started. More importantly, to use it in battle, you need vast chakra reserves and a powerful physique to support it. Come to think of it, that point is somewhat similar to the Akimichi clan's expansion jutsu. But this jutsu really is the kind you were looking for, one that doesn't require chakra to pass through the dantian. I see. Tiangong put the scroll away and said expectantly, so if I successfully master this jutsu, then when I run into enemies I can just charge straight at them. No need to think about how to trade blows. Don't get too happy too early, you. This jutsu isn't something that can be mastered easily, and even if you do master it, the main focus isn't defense. Tisk, you're so noisy. Don't use your dead last perspective to judge a peerless genius like me. Unprecedented and unmatched in history. Holy crap, you're seriously shameless. Do you think I don't know you're still studying at the Ninja Academy? Seeing the two about to start arguing again, Guy quickly tried to smooth things over. Alright, from now on let's run back to Konoha on our hands. 2.5 days later. Evening. Konoha Hokage Tower. Asuma handed the scroll containing the spy's sealed corpse to Hiruzen Sarutobi, while Tiangong took the metal staff Hiruzen had promised him. After reporting the details of the mission, the three prepared to leave the office. Tiangong suddenly turned around and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "Old man, us being ambushed by the hidden mist on this mission wasn't an accident, was it?" Feeling the aura, Hiruzen Sarutobi instinctively released. Tiangong smiled. I see. Then without waiting for Hiruzen to say anything more, he left the Hokage's office. Asuma and Guy exchanged a glance, then left as well. Looking at the closed office door, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still seated in his chair, stared at the despairing expression on the spy's face before his death. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes, and he slowly uttered a name: Danzo. At the My Barbecue restaurant. In a corner seat, Kai swallowed an entire steak in one mouthful, leaned back comfortably in his chair, and let out a satisfied breath. Huh, just as I thought. Mai's barbecue is the best. Rolling his eyes, Tiangong said with displeasure, but you never eat less whenever I cook. Taking a big gulp of beer, Ashima glanced around, then whispered to Tiangong, what you said to the old man in the office earlier. At that, a cold smile curled at the corner of Tiangong's mouth. Our mission target was an agent planted in Wuyin 10 years ago. That was during the Third Shinobi World War. As for those who could have known about such a classified mission, I can only think of 8. Your old man, my old man Shuahuman, Yin Zhuanqin Xiaochun, the 4th Hokage Dashuan Zilayan, Jitsuin Tuanzang. Hearing that, Ashima remained calm, while Kai was utterly baffled. Seeing this, Tiangong continued, the 2 Hokage, old man Tsufeng and Zilai. I believe they can be ruled out. Those 2 old relics, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahuman, Yin, may be stubborn, but since they could sit in those positions, I don't think they would betray Mai. That leaves only Dashuin and Jitsuin Tuanzang. By all rights, as the Hokage's assistant, Jitsuin Tuanzang should also be ruled out. But there's no helping it. That old ghost has done far too many wicked things, whether to outsiders or to the villagers. Suddenly Kai couldn't help saying, but a mission that concerns the village's safety, Lord Tuanzang wouldn't. Keep your voice down, Kai. Ashima cut him off and said in a low voice, most of the time no records are kept for this kind of mission. And during the Third Shinobi World War, Dashuin was almost solely responsible for the Land of Wind battlefield. So Kai's expression turned grim. So even if lore. Suddenly Ashima leaned his head close to Tiangong and whispered, Tiangong, I know you're upset, but I still advise you not to act rashly. Picking up a slightly burnt piece of meat, Tiangong smiled. I know. Against that old bastard with no bottom line, unless I can crush him to death in one stroke, I won't act recklessly. In fact, the only reason Tiangong hadn't made a move against Tuanzang was that he simply wasn't strong enough. Don't be fooled by that old fellow's gloomy air. He looked like he could attend a funeral banquet at any moment. But for someone to wield so much power, and my Tiangong refused to believe he had no hidden trump cards. After the meal, they went to soak in a bath. As they left the bathhouse, Kai appeared confused. Tiangong, what did you mean earlier by that subtlety and roughness thing? At that, Ashima recalled the scene in the bathhouse, the 3 of them sitting in a row. Then he patted Kai on the shoulder and went home without saying a word. Tiangong also said earnestly, brother, youth training is important of course, but you also have to think about your future. Early the next morning. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Tiangong threw the alarm clock out the window, then sat up in bed. After washing up, he summoned 2 shadow clones. The 2 shadow clones, each holding a scroll sealed with specialty seafood from the land of water, headed to Aunt Liez and Old Man Tsufeng's homes respectively. As for the Ninja Academy, hey, even if he skipped it, what could that insignificant village chief do? What a dog of a village chief. Pa. He pulled another new alarm clock out from under the bed and set it for 10 in the morning. Then he picked up his liquor gourd and the scroll recording the chakra activation technique and walked out. He had planned to go directly to the back mountain to train, but realizing he had not eaten breakfast yet, he wandered through my streets. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the ramen shop where he had eaten with the yellow-haired kid a while ago. As luck would have it, Tiangong, who had meant to keep wandering, ran into the yellow-haired kid again. He waved. Seeing Mingren jog over, Tiangong scolded with a laugh, you little brat, it's past 8, and you still haven't gone to school. At this rate, you'll end up dead last. Mingren looked a little embarrassed, but before he could say anything, Tiangong laughed loudly. But then again, no true genius ever grew up in the Ninja Academy. Come on, I happen to be hungry. Keep your big brother company for breakfast. As he spoke, Tiangong put his arm around Mingren's shoulder and headed toward the ramen shop. Actually, there was one more thing Tiangong didn't say. The so-called geniuses at the Ninja Academy certainly had high talent. But it couldn't be denied that without the support of the forces behind them, they couldn't have been so far ahead during their academy days. Besides, look at all the geniuses in Mai who became famous at the Ninja Academy. How many of them came from civilian families? Even the fourth Hokage only gradually surpassed his peers after Zillai took him as a disciple. After eating their ramen, the two strolled around to help digestion. Only after they left the busy streets did Mingren ask curiously, "Brother Tiangong, where are you going?" "It just so happens I've got nothing to do today. I'm going to train in the back mountain." "Huh? Are you going to train some powerful jutsu?" "Sort of." "Then, can I come train with you?" Seeing how bashful Mingren looked, Tiangong ruffled his yellow hair. "Of course. If you're not afraid of hardship, come along." "Oh really? Brother Tiangong is the best." Hearing that Tiangong was willing to take him along for training, Mingren bounced along behind Tiangong. From his expression alone, one could tell how thrilled he was. Not far from the back mountain, right at the edge of Mai's barrier, two Yanbiyu wearing animal masks suddenly appeared in front of Tiangong. Seeing this, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. Honestly, from the way Mai's residents treated Mingren, he had already guessed something about Mingren's identity. And now with two Yanbiyu stopping them, Tiangong was further confirmed in his suspicion. Suddenly, he placed his hand on Mingren's shoulder. An almost imperceptible wisp of blood essence then entered Mingren's body. At the same time, the nine tails inside Mingren slowly opened its eyes. Just now it had felt a sensation of being watched, but after surveying its surroundings it found nothing. At that, an Anbu blocking Tiangong's way spoke up. "Dongshin Tiangong, the brat beside you cannot leave with you." Upon hearing this, Tiangong scratched his nose and said readily, "Is that so?" "Fine." Suddenly his figure appeared between the two Anbu in an instant, while two heavy punches landed respectively on the abdomens of both Anbu. Struck by Tiangong's heavy punches, both men's eyes bulged and their bodies bent backward like bows. Before one of them passed out, he gritted his teeth and said, "You! How dare you!" Watching the two fall to the ground, Tiangong couldn't help sighing inwardly. Mai really had declined. Even those assigned to monitor the Jinchuriki were only at this level. He remembered Jixinai telling him when he was young that the weakest Anbu detail guarding her had been a squad led by two special jonin. Behind the mountains within the forest, Tiangong looked at the blonde-haired boy before him, resting his chin on his hand. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled some boastful words from old Master Chu Feng, then smiled at Naruto. "Come then, unleash all your power upon me. With the sole purpose of killing me, you may employ any means necessary." "Oh." Upon hearing Tiangong's words, Naruto wasted no time. He leaped forward and hurled a fierce punch straight at Tiangong's face. Tiangong merely raised his index finger to block the feeble strike, then flicked Naruto on the forehead, sending him flying several meters away. Watching Naruto land with an awkward squat, Tiangong whistled and taunted, "Yo kid, you're pretty pathetic." Without a word, Naruto rose and charged at Tiangong once more, but this time Tiangong kicked him away again. "You brat, with that sorry display you'll never become Hokage. When I was your age, I had already defeated no fewer than one Chunin." Hey Naruto, tell me you're not the class failure, right? You might as well give up on being Hokage. How about I find you a job at a yakiniku shop? What do you say?" Hearing Tiangong's teasing, Naruto's eyes darkened with frustration. He scrambled to his feet and charged at Tiangong once again. Unfortunately, he took another devastating kick to the ribs and was sent hurtling over 10 meters away. Repeatedly, more than a dozen times. Tiangong's brow began to furrow. Since Naruto was an Uzumaki, his constitution was nothing unexpected. Yet beyond his physique, Naruto's overall performance was utterly disastrous. At this moment, Tiangong found himself questioning his earlier suspicions once more. Could this boy truly be Kushina's son? But that didn't add up either. With that golden hair, the Uzumaki bloodline, and the nine tails as his Jinchuriki, it simply didn't make sense. Watching Naruto rise again, Tiangong did not kick him away this time. Instead, he caught Naruto's punch. "Naruto, can't you use any other techniques besides these?" "Huh? What other techniques?" With his attack blocked, and hearing Tiangong's question, Naruto came to his senses somewhat, but he still failed to grasp what Tiangong meant. Seeing this, Tiangong released Naruto and slowly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth shuriken technique. Before him, nearly 100 earthen shuriken rose from the ground. Tiangong flicked a single finger, and one shuriken embedded itself deep into a massive tree 20 meters away. He then gestured toward Naruto and said, "That tree, go." Taking the hint, Naruto picked up a shuriken and hurled it without hesitation. Bang! The shuriken embedded itself into a tree trunk, but it was the tree behind them both. Turning around, they saw the shuriken lodged in the tree at their backs. The two locked eyes and fell into silence. Suddenly Tiangong began walking toward the edge of the forest with Naruto trailing behind him. Only when they were nearly at the tree line did Naruto finally blur out, "Boss Tiangong, where are we going?" "I'm on decent terms with the owner of a yakiniku shop. I was planning to send you there as an apprentice." Upon hearing this, Naruto froze, then frantically clung to Tiangong's leg. "No, I don't want to work at a yakiniku shop. I want to become Hokage. Become Hokage. Become Hokage." Watching Naruto throw a tantrum, Tiangong sighed. All right, last chance. Show me what you've got with the 3 basic jutsu." "Okay." Though visibly nervous, Naruto did not refuse. He proceeded to demonstrate his transformation and clone techniques, both of which were frankly extraordinary even among summoned beasts. Seeing Tiangong's expression darken further, Naruto quickly added, "Body replacement, Boss Tiangong. I'm actually better at the body replacement technique." "Oh, fine. I suppose I can't help you after all." With that, Tiangong formed hand seals, and a stone rod rose from the ground. Gripping it firmly, he swung it slowly toward Naruto's rear. Witnessing this, Naruto rapidly formed hand seals and cried out, "Body replacement technique." With a thud, a puff of white smoke appeared, and a wooden stake materialized in Naruto's place. Unfortunately, it made no difference. Tiangong's staff strike sent Naruto flying once more, and his rather addled head happened to collide squarely with the replacement log. Watching Naruto spin dizzily with stars circling his head, Tiangong finally lost his composure. He knew that tailed beast chakra could affect a Jinchuriki, but Naruto's condition was absurdly extreme. For instance, Tiangong himself had blood chi within his body obstructing chakra flow, causing many ninjutsu to take more than twice as long to activate compared to ordinary ninja. Yet for the 3 basic jutsu, some of the most fundamental techniques, and certain ninjutsu that did not require chakra to pass through the dantian, he could still perform them almost instantly. With a sigh, Tiangong delivered a quick palm strike to Naruto's neck, rendering him unconscious. Then he lifted Naruto's shirt and gazed at the tadpole-shaped seal on his lower abdomen, pressing his hand against it. At the same time, deep within Naruto's body, the Nine-Tails slowly opened its eyes. At that very moment, streams of blood chi were seeping into the sealing chamber. The condensed blood chi gradually took shape, and a young man clad in a round collar robe emerged from within. Meeting those vertical pupils filled with countless negative emotions, Tiangong's blood chi avatar chuckled softly. "Well then, this should count as our first meeting, doesn't it, Fox Demon?" Examining the petite figure before it, the Nine-Tails' massive jaws slowly curled upward. "You are that little rascal who used to follow Kushina around. So you haven't died yet, have you?" "Hehehe, what kind of talk is that? Even if you perish, I certainly won't." Sharp-tongued brat. "So have you come to help me break this seal?" Hearing this, Tiangong shook his head and smiled. In a teasing tone, he replied, "I think you've been cooped up in here too long. You can actually say something this foolish." Provoked by the young man's mockery, an increasingly violent aura radiated from the Nine-Tails. Yet powerless to act beyond blind rage, it could do nothing. Seeing the Nine-Tails glaring at him with those ferocious eyes, Tiangong grew somewhat bored. He called out, "Hey, Fox Demon, the child is innocent, and this boy has suffered enough already. Do me a favor and stay out of his way from now on." "Hehehe. Am I not innocent enough being sealed by all of you detestable humans?" Picking his nose and flicking it casually toward the Nine-Tails, Tiangong wore a mock helpless expression. "Sorry, but your power is simply too overwhelming after all." Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails' mind drifted back decades, to that night when a certain woman with long black hair and fiery locks had appeared before it, declaring, "Nine-Tails, you're too dangerous. I cannot let you run rampant." And then, as if crushing a chick, she had suppressed it completely. Recalling the darkest moment of its long existence, the Nine-Tails erupted in fury. It hammered madly against the bars of its prison. "Humans, I will tear you to shreds." Watching the massive fox before him clearly losing all reason, Tiangong looked somewhat bewildered. "How unsightly. You've lived for so long, yet your composure is so utterly inadequate. It seems I overestimated you." With that, Tiangong's blood chi avatar approached the Nine-Tails and transformed into chains of blood chi, slowly wrapping around the bars of its prison. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails behind the iron gate ceased its tantrum, for it discovered it could no longer interfere with the boy's chakra flow. After the blood chi clone inside Naruto transformed into sealing chains, Tiangong's true body slowly opened his eyes. Having expended 99% of his blood chi to shield Naruto from the Nine-Tails' chakra interference, his face now looked noticeably pale. Compared to chakra, the blood chi within Tiangong's body was not vast, and never before had he consumed such an immense amount of blood essence in one go. Now his dantian's blood chi was nearly drained, and perhaps because it was the first time, Tiangong felt utterly exhausted. He stood up, staggered a few steps, then plopped down onto the ground. He gave a bitter smile. Still too weak. Seizing his wine flask, he gulped down a mouthful of spiritual blood wine. After a moment, he rose, walked to a large tree as thick as 2 men embracing, took a light breath, and threw a punch at it. With a loud crash, leaves rained down. Gazing at the fist imprint on the trunk, sure enough, without blood chi supporting his body, his physical strength had dropped more than tenfold. Yet he was still stronger than an average shinobi. He figured that had he not tempered his body with blood chi, relying solely on his Uzumaki lineage, his taijutsu would have been no different from that of an ordinary ninja. If that's the case, Tiangong mused briefly, then his hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Water-style water formation wall. Earth-style earth spear. Fire-style great fireball. Without the hindrance of blood chi, his ninjutsu casting was much smoother. Unfortunately, the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Still, in a critical moment, he could rapidly expend blood chi to catch an enemy off guard. Just then Naruto, who was not far away, sat up and rubbed his eyes. As if recalling something, he approached Tiangong with a mournful expression. "Big brother, I want to be Hokage, not a barbecue apprentice." At that moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his belly. Pulling open his clothes, he saw that a red chain had appeared on his abdomen at some point. Rubbing the chain, Naruto asked in confusion, "Big brother Tiangong, what is this?" Tiangong glanced at it, as if unconcerned, then his pupils dilated. "Our red chain disease." Hearing this, Naruto grew frightened as well. Big brother, what is red chain disease?" "It's when red chains representing one's life appear on a person's body. The color of the chains will slowly fade. The moment the chains vanish completely, that person's life will come to an end. Moreover, there is no cure for this disease." Seeing Tiangong's grave expression, Naruto was scared stiff and his lips trembled as he asked then, "How much longer do I have to live?" "Based on previous cases, generally 6 to 8 years. If the condition is severe, only 2 to 3 years. Seeing the hollow look in Naruto's eyes, Tiangong was beginning to wonder if he had taken the joke too far when Naruto suddenly latched onto his leg. Hastily shaking Naruto off, Tiangong said with disgust, "Stay away from me, kid. Don't get me infected." Naruto stood up with a determined expression. "Since my life is now on a countdown, I will become the youngest Hokage in history in the shortest amount of time. Big brother Tiangong, please teach me to train." "You're really set on being Hokage, aren't you?" "Absolutely. Why, I will surpass every Hokage in history and be acknowledged by everyone." Stroking his chin with one hand, Tiangong pretended to ponder. Then, seemingly moved by Naruto's words, he said, "Since you're so determined to be the village chief, I suppose I'll have to give you special training." Hearing this, Naruto was overjoyed. "Is it special training to become Hokage?" Since you called me big brother, I'll have no choice but to take out my secret treasure and let you take the first step toward becoming the village Hokage." Under Naruto's expectant gaze, Tiangong patted the gourd at his waist, and a palm-wide 1-meter-long iron plate appeared in his hand. There was a groove running down the middle of the iron plate with a small ball inside. On both sides, markings were spaced every 10 centimeters. Taking the plate, which somewhat resembled a ruler, Naruto was baffled. At that moment, Tiangong clasped his hands behind his back, emanating an aura of inscrutable profundity. A powerful ninja may not necessarily become Hokage, but to become Hokage, one must be a powerful ninja. And the only way to become stronger is to master powerful jutsu. To master powerful jutsu, your chakra reserves are adequate, but your control over chakra has a long way to go. Hearing this, Naruto looked stunned, yet somehow felt that Tiangong made perfect sense. "So how do you use this?" Taking the iron plate, Tiangong demonstrated as he explained, "Depending on how much chakra you channel into it, the ball in the groove will move a different distance. Like this." Placing the plate on a large rock, he channeled chakra into it, and the ball shot out to the 10-centimeter mark. He pushed the ball back, then channeled chakra again. This time the ball stopped at the 20-centimeter mark. After several demonstrations in which the ball stopped at each of the other mark positions, seeing Naruto itching to try, Tiangong finally said, "As long as you can replicate everything I just did, you'll basically be able to handle the clone technique, transformation technique, C-rank jutsu you haven't learned, and even many B-rank jutsu. Alright, your turn. Remember to test first. Don't channel too much chakra. Oh, this is yours truly's first step to becoming the Hokage." With a single kick, Tiangong sent Naruto flying. Annoyed, he snapped, "Little shit, who are you calling great master in front of?" Naruto stood up, brushed off the dust, ran back to the iron plate, and imitating Tiangong's earlier manner, slowly channeled his chakra into it. Bang! The ball embedded itself directly into the tree trunk. Its force seemed even greater than an adult using a slingshot. The two exchanged a glance. Naruto scurried over to dig the ball out, while Tiangong wore a thoughtful expression, feeling that this contraption might have another direction to explore. Seeing Naruto start his training, Tiangong leaned back against a tree branch, studying the secret technique scroll of the Dongshin clan, occasionally taking a sip of wine. The winter sun was comfortably warm. After studying the secret art for a while, Tiangong yawned, then covered his face with the scroll and fell asleep. After who knows how long, Naruto was still training hard. Without the Ninetales' interference, Naruto's talent proved decent. In just half a day, he could already keep the ball from shooting out of the groove. Meanwhile, on the tree, Tiangong lay with eyes closed, an extremely lewd expression on his face, muttering in his sleep, "Sister Shiyinyu. All right, then here I come." He smacked his lips, then reached out as if to pull something into his embrace. Tiangong fell from the tree more than 10 meters high, his head landing directly in the soil. This gave Naruto, who was training nearby, quite a fright. After realizing what had happened, Naruto rushed over and pulled Tiangong out. Seeing the shuriken stuck in Tiangong's head, Naruto asked with concern, "Big brother, are you okay?" After spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Tiangong waved a hand. "It's nothing, just a minor scratch." Saying that, Tiangong formed hand seals, and a water mirror appeared before him. Looking into the mirror, he pulled the shuriken out of his head. Seeing blood spurting from the top of his head like a small fountain in the mirror, Tiangong cursed angrily. "Damn it, which inconsiderate bastard used a shuriken and didn't put it back. What a heartless jerk." Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, Deidara stared blankly at the man before him, locking eyes with those 3 Tomo Sharingan. He couldn't help but murmur, "This is art." Achoo. After sneezing, the so-called artist rubbed his nose. "Damn, has my body already deteriorated to this extent?" Sasuke, persuaded by Amamiya, Naruto occasionally attended school, but whenever he had free time, he would go to the hills behind the village or the Hokage rock to train together with Amamiya. Although he felt that fiddling with that iron plate all day didn't seem to do much for his strength, Naruto genuinely enjoyed the feeling of not being despised. Having someone like Amamiya who treated him as an ordinary kid and was willing to play with him made him feel warm inside. He thought Amamiya was just as kind as old man Ichiraku. Several days later, at noon, Amamiya and Naruto were both training on the hills. Without the Nine Tails interfering, Naruto's control over chakra had greatly improved. After several days of rigorous training, Naruto could now make the ball stay at any position he wanted. Although there were still occasional deviations, it was already quite impressive for a child still attending the ninja academy. Amamiya was also training nearby. A layer of red chakra was flowing over one of his arms. He breathed out. "Finally, I've managed to get the hang of it." Clenching his fist slightly, Amamiya looked at the big tree in front of him, intending to test the power of this chakra activation technique, when he suddenly heard Naruto let out a strange cry from not far away. "Amamiya, we're doomed, I'm gonna die." Bang! The chakra on Amamiya's arm immediately dissipated. Just as he was about to give Naruto a punch, Naruto pulled open his clothes and shouted in panic, "Amamiya, the color of this red chain has faded a lot. Am I gonna croak?" Hearing this, Amamiya looked toward Naruto's abdomen and noticed that the chain's color had indeed become much lighter. Seeing this, Amamiya furrowed his brows. The Nine-Tails chakra was simply too immense. If he hadn't sensed the chakra of Minato and Kushina in the ceiling space, he wouldn't have casually used the blood chi seal. But now his Dantian Sea of blood had only recovered to less than half, and the Nine-Tails was already about to dissolve the seal he had exerted all his strength to cast. Placing his hand on the chain on Naruto's abdomen, and sensing slightly the blood chi seal could probably last about 3 more days. Seeing Amamiya's expression turn grave, Naruto's voice trembled with tears. "Amamiya, am I really about to die? It's fine, I'll heal you. Didn't you say this disease was incurable? You must have misremembered." Recalling that woman who was sisterly yet violent, Amamiya sighed, then poured the half-recovered blood chi into the seal. The chain turned bright red again, and Amamiya's face grew pale. Though he still felt somewhat unwell, at least he was no longer so weak that he couldn't stand steadily like the first time. Indeed, once you've experienced something, it makes a world of difference. Feeling the sea of blood in his body once again withered, Amamiya thought to himself that he needed to teach Naruto ninjutsu as soon as possible, otherwise he would be drained dry by Naruto and the Nine Tails. Seeing Amamiya's pale face, Naruto asked worriedly, "Amamiya, are you alright?" Amamiya waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing. It's getting late, let's go have some ramen." Hearing this, Naruto felt a hint of joy, but then seemed to think of something else. He asked cautiously then, "Amamiya, how much longer can I live?" Remembering how hard Naruto had trained these past days, Amamiya decided to ease Naruto's pressure a little, so he said, "Based on my understanding of the red chain disease, you can live at least 10 more years. "Huh, didn't you say the red chain disease could only let you live up to 8 years? Bang! A big lump popped up on Naruto's head from the fist. Amamiya said irritably, "You pig-headed fool, you misremembered again." Holding the lump on his head, tears of humiliation flowed from Naruto's eyes. He swore he hadn't misremembered, and he wasn't pig-headed either. Just as the two were about to go eat ramen, the sound of footsteps reached their ears. Looking toward the direction of the footsteps, they saw 3 small figures led by a girl with a single ponytail, little Ino. Carrying a thermal lunch bag, Ino bounced over to Amamiya. "Big brother." "Huh, Naruto, why are you here?" "I've been training with Amamiya." "I see. Oh right, Irika-sensei asked us to notify you if we saw you. You don't need to come to school for the rest of the year." Hearing that, Naruto's face turned white with fear. He asked anxiously, "Ino, was I expelled?" "Yes, since you're always skipping class and always pulling pranks, so." Before Ino could finish, Shikamaru behind her said, helplessly, Ino, stop teasing Naruto. Finishing off a bag of chips and seeing Naruto's puzzled look, Choji decided to clear things up for Naruto. It's actually just the holidays, you dummy. You're always skipping school, and even when you do come you mostly sleep, so of course you wouldn't know. Ruffling Ino's head, Amamiya casually asked, by the way, what are you little rascals doing here on the hills? Hearing this, Ino happily handed the thermal bag to Amamiya. Uncle Tsufing said you've been training on the hills until late recently, so I guess you probably aren't eating well, and brought you a bento. Taking the bento and looking at the innocent smiles of the three little ones, a warm current flowed through Amamiya's heart. Still, he scolded, you three, this is too reckless. This place is out of the village's barrier surveillance, so it's easy to run into danger. Hearing this, Ino said carelessly, what's the big deal? We don't come to the hills often anyway. How could it be that coincidental? Noticing that Shikamaru and Choji had the same expression as Ino, Amamiya's brows knitted together. He released a hint of pressure toward the three little ones, his tone slightly stern, but have you ever thought? If the spies lurking in Konoha discover you, and they covet the secret techniques of your clans, wouldn't that put you in grave danger? Naruto had always come to the hills with Amamiya, and with the Umbu watching him, he couldn't have come alone anyway. At the same time, behind a large tree 100 meters away, a young man, wearing a chunin vest, cursed inwardly, Togami, Amamiya. Damn it, why is he here? If I'd known, I should have struck as soon as I left the barrier. Seeing the three little ones hang their heads, Amamiya sighed helplessly. People never live solely for themselves. He remembered the day after the fourth Hokage and his wife had sacrificed themselves. The village was in chaos, and somehow he had gotten out of the village only to be captured by a group of people. Fortunately, he had run into the boss lady in the land of fire, or else his fate would have been miserable. Now thinking back, those people seemed to have been specifically trying to capture him. They didn't kill him, and they brought him to the land of fire. The most likely culprits were the Togami clan, the branch of the second elder. Those details from back then flashed through his mind. Suddenly noticing the lost, envious look in Naruto's eyes, Amamiya said, Naruto, it seems we can't go eat ramen together. Oh, okay. Naruto nodded dejectedly, thinking to himself, someone caring about him. Amamiya is really blessed. When will someone ever bring me a bento? Just as he was about to head home, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Amamiya laughed, since you little guys are all here, how about we go eat grilled fish together? Hearing this, Naruto looked up in astonishment, then jumped up along with little chubby Choji. Great, let's go eat grilled fish. Shikamaru rubbed his head and said with exasperation, Choji, didn't we just eat at Ino's place? But I didn't get full. Saying that, Choji wiped his drool and asked, Brother Tiangong, are we catching fish, or are we going straight to the grilled fish shop? No rush. First, a lesson for you. He handed the insulated bag to Ino, then coldly said to the direction they had come from, you skulking wretch, come out. 100 meters away, the young man behind the big tree changed his expression. Damn, I've been spotted. I might not be able to take this guy. Should I run? After a moment's thought, he decided not to flee, because if Tiangong had a signal flare on him, he would surely be hunted down by Konoha's ninja. Stepping out from behind the tree, the young man smiled. Don't misunderstand. I just saw those three little. But before he could finish, Tiangong formed hand seals. Earth released stone spear. A stone spear burst out of the ground and shot straight at the young man. Boom. The spear pierced a substitution log, and the young man's figure reappeared not far away. He had just been about to grab the kids as hostages when Tiangong's figure appeared beside him. The young man's expression changed. So fast. Before he could react, Tiangong seized the stone spear, shattered the substitution log at its tip, and then, without hesitation, swung it toward one of his arms. Boom. Sent flying by Tiangong's spear strike, the young man slammed into another tree. Dead leaves rained down. He spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes bloodshot, as he glared at Tiangong. He couldn't understand why this man could act so decisively. And he understood even less how this man who had been stripped of his ninja identity could be so strong. One arm was completely ruined. Lying on the ground, the young man lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Dongshin Tiangong. Killing a Konoha ninja. Have you thought about what will happen to you? Oh, does that matter? Hey, even if I die, I won't let you off easy. Seeing Tiangong swing the spear at him again, the young man's other hand touched his tool pouch as he mentally intoned, detonate. But Tiangong struck the tool pouch away with his spear. The pouch had only flown a short distance before it exploded with a roar. Seeing this, the young man glared at Tiangong, only for Tiangong to turn and drive the spear into his mouth, knocking out every single tooth in it. Looking at the young man's agonized expression, Tiangong smiled. Don't mind it. I was afraid you had poison hidden in your teeth. Spitting out a mouthful of teeth mingled with blood, the young man was about to speak when he saw Tiangong raise the stone spear once more. To be safe, Tiangong had originally wanted to reduce him to a limbless torso, but with the four little kids behind him, he simply broke the young man's arms and legs before viciously driving the spear into his shoulder. He had just started screaming when Tiangong stomped his head into the dirt. At the sight, all 4 kids swallowed hard. Naruto was full of admiration, as expected of brother Tiangong. He really is strong. Even so, that was brutal. There was a hint of fear in Ino's gaze as she looked at Tiangong. In her impression, brother Tiangong had always been gentle and humorous. She had never seen this side of him. Shikamaru shook his head. That guy almost got us into danger, so brother Tiangong, even though he didn't show it, must be furious. Taking out another bag of chips, Choji said with relief. Good thing brother Tiangong was close to the barrier, or we really would have been in danger. Yeah, and the guy following us was wearing a Chunin vest, which means he was at least Chunin level. But in front of brother Tiangong, he couldn't even fight back. I never imagined brother Tiangong was this strong. Hearing that, Ino instinctively puffed out her chest, and said with a hint of tsundere pride, of course. My brother is a genius who graduated from the Ninja Academy at just 8 years old. Tiangong formed hand seals and summoned 2 shadow clones. One clone shouldered the stone spear and took the young Chunin, most likely a spy, to the Hokage Tower. The other went to the Ino Shikacho families. Since the kids were with him, he naturally needed to inform the elders of all 3 families. Walking toward the lake, Tiangong continued teaching the little ones. Never be indecisive and never rely on luck. Just like that guy a moment ago. In his situation, he should have either struck first and fought me to the death or fled before I could get a clear look at his face. As a ninja, once he realized he was no match for me, he should have accepted death without hesitation. Instead, he chose to spout threats first. Half an hour later, a large hole had been smashed into the frozen lake, and the group each held a fishing rod and fished. Perhaps the fish had been hungry for too long. Once the ice was broken, everyone except Tiangong caught several fish. Naruto pointed at the goji berry hanging on Tiangong's hook and teased, I mean, brother Tiangong, can this really catch fish? Yeah, brother Tiangong, why don't you switch bait? Why don't you go grill the fish first? Leave the fishing to us. Tiangong gave a cold snort and said unhappily, I've fished for so many years and never come home empty-handed. Just wait. I'll catch the biggest fish in the lake in a moment. Another half hour passed. Several campfires had been lit on the shore. The kids were grilling their own catches, and Tiangong had used earth release to raise earthen walls around them against the wind. Ino used a stick to drag the metal lunchbox with the bento out from beside the fire, then called to Tiangong, who was still guarding his fishing rod. Brother, the bento is heated up. Come eat first. Just as Tiangong was about to give in, a huge black carp over a meter long appeared in his line of sight. The carp swallowed the giant wild goji berry in one gulp. Tiangong's expression turned excited, and he sharply yanked the rod. Snap! The rod broke. Stunned at the half rod in his hand, Tiangong let out 2 heavy breaths, tossed it aside, and then punched the ice. Boom! The ice split apart. Tiangong formed hand seals, pressed his hand against the water surface, and used water release turbulent wave jutsu. Waves spread outward from him in all directions. Tiangong closed his eyes slightly, then leaped into the air and hurled the wine gourd at his waist into the lake. Several markings lit up, and instantly the gourd expanded dozens of times in size, crashing into the water with a loud bang. As countless bubbles surfaced, the lake rippled again, and most of the ice chunks were pushed to the shore. Tiangong waved a hand, and the gourd flew back. He hung the gourd at his waist again, holding a fish over a meter long in each hand. After gutting the big fish, he called to the others, set those little minnows you caught aside. Today we're eating big fish. Tiangong was a fairly skilled cook. On top of that, his journeys across the ninja world had let him collect many rare spices and herbs, making his food all the more delicious. The kids all ate happily, drawn by the novel aroma. But the fish was simply too big. Even though they had only grilled the smaller one, the kids couldn't eat much. As for Tiangong, he wasn't much interested in food with such meager energy. Still, he finished every bit of the bento Ino had brought. Darkness was falling. Tiangong draped his cloak over Ino's shoulders, then hoisted the other fish, already frozen stiff, onto his shoulder, and called, Time to go home, you little brats. At the base of Naruto's apartment building, Naruto exchanged greetings with everyone and was about to run home when a hand caught the back of his neck. Tiangong had laid that fish over a meter long across his shoulder. The fish weighed 70 or 80 jin, and with it pressing down on his shoulder, Naruto stumbled a few steps and nearly landed on his rear. He looked up with a baffled expression, only to see Tiangong smiling. My fridge has been broken for a long time. You take it home and eat it. Naruto started to say something, but Shikamaru waved his hand. Don't count on us. If we took it home and Mom thought we were dissatisfied with her cooking, we'd be dead. At that, Ino and Choji nodded quickly and said in unison, Yeah, Naruto, don't be so polite. It's the holidays anyway. When we have time, we'll go fishing together again. Together, huh? Watching the figures of the others walk away, Naruto stood in place for a long time. Then all of a sudden, a huge smile broke across his face. When he got home, Naruto cut the big fish into pieces and put them in the refrigerator, then rolled around on the bed a few times. Although his daytime training had already left him exhausted, he didn't feel sleepy in the least. After sending Choji home, the group set off in the direction of Shikamaru's house. During their idle chat, Shikamaru asked a little confused, "Brother Tengu, why do all the villagers hate Naruto so much? At his age, there's no way he could have done anything truly wrong, right?" Holding Ino's hand, Tengu said with a smile, "You've probably already asked Uncle Shikaku this, haven't you?" "Yeah, Dad said just do what you believe is right." "Is that so? Then do you hate Naruto too?" "Not really. Heh, some things, you'll naturally know them when it's time for you to know. My answer might not satisfy you, but the mind of a strong person is not swayed by external things. You're a good kid, Shikamaru." Seeing Ino was getting drowsy, Tengu crouched down and lifted her onto his back. Resting against her brother's back, Ino playfully placed her ice-cold little hands on Tengu's face. Watching this, Shikamaru couldn't resist muttering, "What the heck? In the end, he's just like my old man." After taking Shikamaru home, Ino murmured on Tengu's back, "Brother, you were really scary during the day. Can you not be like that anymore?" Hearing this, Tengu was silent for a moment, then said gently, "Silly girl, life is precious. So precious that every single life is unique. But life is also cheap. So cheap that like wild grass, no matter how much you cut or kill, it never truly ends. Precious or cheap is nothing more than a difference in people's perspectives. But a flower, the moment it blooms, is destined to wither one day. As your brother, I naturally don't want you to snore. Snore." Hearing Ino's snores on his back, Tengu stopped. He slowed his pace slightly, and before he knew it, a hint of melancholy had crept into his eyes. For an instant, he seemed to understand the look that had been in old Master Chu Feng's eyes back then. Relief mixed with worry. A night with no dreams. The next day at the mountain behind Konoha. Seeing Naruto smoothly perform the 3 basic jutsu, Tengu nodded with gratification. "Not bad. In wartime, you'd already be qualified as a battlefield scout." "Huh, what's a battlefield scout?" "Cannon fodder who scouts the road ahead." "Naruto." Tengu took out 2 pieces of chakra paper, handed one to Naruto, and started explaining while demonstrating. "To use a powerful jutsu, you first need to master both the nature transformation and shape transformation of chakra. However, shape transformation is more complicated to explain, so let me talk about nature transformation first. The 5 most common chakra natures are water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Among them, wind is the rarest, and lightning is the second rarest. Most ninja have only 1 chakra nature, but once they become jonin, they can develop a second or even a third nature." Before Tengu could finish, Naruto interrupted, "Why does it have to be jonin before you can develop other natures?" After thinking for a moment, Tengu said, "It doesn't have to be jonin, but it's best if you at least have jonin-level chakra reserves and control. Otherwise, recklessly developing more natures is not only difficult, it's also somewhat dangerous." Seeing that Naruto still wanted to ask, Tengu cut in, "None of this has much to do with you right now. You just need to know your chakra nature. Put your chakra into the paper." Naruto did as he was told. The paper in his hand split cleanly into 2, exactly as if cut by a knife. Seeing this, Tengu fell silent. After a while, he said slowly, "There's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want first?" "Oh, the bad news. The bad news is that my chakra natures are fire, water, and earth, while yours is wind. So I can't teach you wind release ninjutsu." Honestly, Naruto was a little disappointed. But after thinking it over, he asked, "Big brother, what's the good news?" Tengu smiled. "Actually, I already guessed your chakra would be wind or lightning, so I..." With that, he patted the gourd at his waist, and a large scroll appeared in his hand. He handed the scroll to Naruto. "These are some practical non-elemental jutsu I've recently sorted out. I've written down the principles and techniques behind each one." Flipping through the scroll's table of contents: shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, basic sealing technique, summoning technique, ninja, tool manipulation technique, Konoha style taijutsu, Konoha style, swordsmanship, basic chakra activation technique. Most of them were techniques he had never seen before. Reading their introductions, Naruto felt every single one looked formidable, especially the summoning technique. He remembered the night he first met big brother Tengu. It was exactly that technique that Tengu used to summon a giant bird. After handing the scroll to Naruto, Tengu sat down on a large rock nearby. "This scroll is yours now. These are all techniques I've learned. If you want to train in any of them, you can start by exploring on your own. The techniques here should be enough to last you until jonin. If there's something you don't understand, you can ask me." Tengu was about to start training the chakra activation technique when something else came to mind, and he turned to give Naruto a few words of instruction. "Even though none of them are rare jutsu, don't spread them around casually. But once you have disciples or juniors you truly acknowledge in the future, that won't matter either." Time flew like some kind of what you call it, years and months rushing by like a shuttle. 5 days later, after killing 2 wild boars whose strength was close to that of a chunin, Tengu's blood energy had mostly recovered. It was only a pity that the boar's strength was somewhat lacking. Their blood still wasn't up to the standard for brewing wine. Sinking his mind into the sea of blood in his Dantian, Tiangong was surprised to find that his blood energy had actually increased considerably. In the past he had eaten quite a few powerful wild beasts, but this was the first time the amount of blood energy had grown so much all at once. Could it be? He glanced at Naruto, who was training, then picked up his gourd and took a thoughtful sip. As expected, my understanding of blood energy is still far too shallow. It seems I need to spend some time dispersing more of the mist in my mind. He waved to Naruto and said with a smile, Naruto, show me the results of your training these days. Naruto wore a confident expression, then immediately began forming hand seals. Seeing the hand seals Naruto made, Tiangong nodded with satisfaction. This kid really did have good talent. Combined with his naturally enormous chakra reserves, his speed in learning ninjutsu was indeed much faster than an ordinary ninja's. At that moment, Naruto shouted body flicker jutsu. Thud! Naruto's figure vanished in an instant, then slammed headfirst into a withered tree not far away. Crack! Bang! The withered tree snapped in half as Naruto slammed into it headfirst. A big lump swelled up on his head, and he plopped down onto the ground. Seeing this, both of them fell silent for a moment. After a while, Tiangong finally spoke in praise. Could this be the long-lost headbutt jutsu of the ninja world? Naruto, as expected of you. You can even develop a jutsu like this. Hearing this, Naruto looked up blankly. Brother Tiangong, am I really that outstanding? Oh right, Brother Tiangong, I also learned the shadow clone jutsu. As he spoke, Naruto formed hand seals, and several shadow clones exactly like Naruto appeared beside him. Naruto and the shadow clones kept forming hand seals. In the blink of an eye, shadow clones of Naruto filled the surrounding area. A rough glance suggested there were several hundred of them. After the shadow clones were dispelled, Tiangong studied Naruto, who showed not the slightest sign of exhaustion. To be honest, he was still quite shaken. Although he and Naruto were both descendants of the Uzumaki clan, in terms of chakra alone the two were simply not on the same level. When he had graduated from the Ninja Academy for the second time, he was about the same age as Naruto was now. Among the Konoha genin, he knew at that time no one had more chakra than he did. But compared with Naruto at the same age, even without counting the Nine-Tails chakra, he probably still had less than 1/10 of this kid's chakra. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, Tiangong genuinely praised him this time. Not bad, Naruto. You're really quite good. After being praised twice in a row, Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, he said, Oh right, Brother Tiangong, I've developed a jutsu. Oh. Tiangong raised an eyebrow and said with interest, come on, show me. With a sly grin, Naruto summoned several hundred shadow clones again. Together they all made the hand seals for the transformation jutsu, and he muttered ninja art, super harem jutsu. Bang! Naruto and his shadow clones simultaneously transformed into girls wearing the emperor's new clothes, striking all sorts of seductive poses. Seeing Naruto and all his shadow clones looking at him expectantly, Tiangong let out a helpless sigh. He tapped the gourd at his waist, and an empty wine jar appeared in his hand. He handed the wine jar to Naruto and said gently, I'll give you a task. Go get a jar of cold water. Naruto took the jar excitedly, thinking Tiangong was going to make something delicious to celebrate his new jutsu. Using the face of his transformed girl form, he rubbed against Tiangong's arm, then ran off stark naked before Tiangong could make a move. Watching Naruto's departing figure, Tiangong turned his gaze toward the Hokage rock. Then the corners of his mouth curved upward. Fourth Hokage, he really is your son. In the forest, Tiangong picked out a very flexible branch. Just then Naruto came running back with the wine jar in his arms. Seeing the jar full to the brim with cold water, Tiangong nodded in satisfaction. Then he pointed to a large rock beside him and said, Good. Put the water down and then just lie down here. Naruto was a little confused, but he still did what Tiangong said. Tiangong soaked the branch in the cold water, then stepped 1 foot on Naruto's back and casually pulled Naruto's pants off. Only then did Naruto, lying on the rock, finally realize something was wrong. He wanted to struggle, but it was no use. Cold wind blew against his bare bottom and Naruto shivered. Turning his head, he said fearfully, Tiangong, Brother Tiangong, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Tiangong took out the branch and said with a smile, Relax. I, your elder brother, will help you purify the wicked thoughts you shouldn't be having at your age. But there's no leather whip, so you'll have to make do with this. It's nothing. Under Naruto's terrified gaze, Tiangong's branch still fell mercilessly on his butt. Whack. Hiss. Naruto, do you know where you went wrong? Naruto, lying on the rock, had tears welling up in his eyes. I shouldn't have pooped on Grandpa Third's Hokage rock. Brother Tiangong, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Before Naruto could finish, Tiangong struck down hard again with the branch. Whack. Do you know where you went wrong now? I shouldn't have thrown the paper I used to wipe but into Irika-sensei's drawer. Whack. 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 Half an hour later, Tiangong switched to a third branch in Naruto's butt. Was best left undescribed. Whack. Another vicious strike. Tell me, what other wicked things have you done, you little brat? Wiping the tears from his face, Naruto thought as he cried. He had also tried to resist, but whether it was shadow clones or the sexy jutsu, none of it posed the slightest threat to Tiangong. After a while, Naruto said with a sobbing voice, "Boo-hoo-hoo, there really isn't any more." "Then do you know where you went wrong?" Remembering that Tiangong had hit even harder after he used the sexy jutsu, while resisting, Naruto asked tentatively, "Is it because I shouldn't have developed the super harem jutsu?" Tiangong threw the branch aside and patted Naruto's head earnestly. "Kid, don't blame me. If you get too used to this jutsu, well, it will harm others and yourself." Naruto pulled his pants up and drew a sharp breath, but still answered immediately, "I understand. I'll make this jutsu a forbidden jutsu. Unless I have to, I won't use it again. To know your mistakes and be able to correct them is the greatest good." Just then a ninja bird circled overhead. Tiangong extended his arm, and the ninja bird landed on it. He untied the scroll from its talon, fed the ninja bird a soldier pill, and then smoothed its feathers. The ninja bird flew away, and Tiangong opened the scroll. After reading its contents, the corners of his mouth curled up. He patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, kid. Today's training is over." Walking beside Tiangong, Naruto was smiling on the surface, but inwardly he was secretly vowing that once he became Hokage, he would make the sexy jutsu Konoha's signature ninja technique. By then, all the ninja of Konoha would have to be proficient in the sexy jutsu, or anyone who couldn't use it would not be allowed to graduate from a ninja academy. Most importantly, he also wanted to let brother Tiangong experience the joy of a leather whip dipped in cold water. Or a branch dipped in cold water. Naruto led Tiangong in the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. If Tiangong had known at that moment that Naruto was already developing a rebellious heart, he would most likely have let him experience the ferocity of the foreskin jutsu. At Ichiraku Ramen. After draining the cold beer handed over by Ichiraku, Tiangong's expression was extremely comfortable. "Ah, refreshing. Another one." Filling another large glass of beer, Uncle Ichiraku said with a laugh, ordering cold beer in this season. "That's quite rare. Haha, although I prefer strong liquor, I have to admit cold beer is far more appealing when I'm exhausted." Hearing Tiangong's words, Naruto's mouth twitched. He just wanted to grab a handful of that man's hair and ask, "You of all people have the nerve to say you're exhausted after beating me for half a day." Hanging his cloak aside, Tiangong sat bare-chested in his seat. "Boss, 2 large bowls of chashu ramen plus extra chashu. Oh, and another glass of juice." After writing down the bill, Uncle Ichiraku teased Tiangong, "Seeing you, I almost thought summer had come early." A few minutes later, the curtain behind him was lifted and a youth with a small braid walked in. The youth glanced at Naruto, who was crouched on his seat, slurping noodles, then slapped him on the rear and opened his mouth to say something about his posture. But before he could finish, Naruto's eyes bulged, and he shot forward like a rocket. Tiangong dragged Naruto back, glanced at the youth, and said in surprise, "Huh. I remember you're the one who snitched on me last time with that guy named Shuei." Hearing this, the youth gave an awkward laugh. Sensing that Tiangong and Naruto were quite close, he introduced himself. "My name is Yumino, Irika, Naruto's teacher." "Ow." Pointing toward Naruto, Tiangong said, "Dongshin Tiangong, big brother." At this, Irika placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and asked with some concern, "Naruto, are you injured?" Putting down the ramen, Naruto forced a smile. "Nothing, just got a minor injury during training." Hearing that Naruto actually knew about training, Irika was greatly relieved. "Not bad, Naruto. You've really grown sturdier. But if you skip classes again next semester, I won't let you off." The next day morning, Tiangong tossed the alarm clock out the second-floor window and stretched lazily. "Phew, it's already 10 o'clock. After washing up, remembering that Xian had the day off, Tiangong hurried over to her house for food. Arriving at Xian's place, he found her wearing a snug set of loungewear, tidying up the house. From behind, he wrapped his arms around Xian and buried his face deep into her hair, whispering, "Sis, I'm hungry. Cook me some noodles." Slipping free from Tiangong's embrace, Xian shot him a sideways glare. "No noodles. Want pan-fried fish." "Huh. But I want you to make noodles for me." Xian yanked Tiangong's ear and growled, "Brat, don't think I don't know what you mean. If you keep this up, I'll teach you a lesson." With his ear being tugged, Tiangong put on a pitiful expression. "Sis, I don't understand what you're saying." Seeing his bewildered look, Xian's pretty face flushed with anger, and she twisted his ear hard. "Ah." Hearing Tiangong's cry of pain, Xian left triumphantly. Going somewhere. Of course, she was going to prepare breakfast for her bratty younger brother. She'd spoiled him since he was little, who else would if not her? Remembering how that brat had said he wanted to marry her when they were still at Ninja Academy, Xian's expression grew somewhat troubled. Could that brat really be interested in someone close by? He's fine as a little brother, but as a boyfriend, it would be rather difficult to explain. Suddenly the door was knocked on. Tiangong opened it to find a rather frail-looking youth. Though he looked quite weak, the man was wearing an ANBU flak jacket and holding a bouquet of flowers and a small cake. They stared at each other for a moment, then spoke in unison, "Kidney-deficient boy. You little rascal." Snorting, Tiangong patted the man's shoulder and teased, "Oh ho, isn't this my weak brother? Haven't seen you in 3 years and your physique has only gotten worse. Hearing this, Tsukawai Hate coughed angrily and said in an unpleasant tone, none of your business. Where's Shien? She's on a mission, Tianguang replied casually. I don't know she's off today. The mission I gave her. Seeing Hate about to say more, Tianguang waved his hand. Normal people's affairs, you kidney-deficient boys, stay out of it. With that, Tianguang took the cake from Hate's hands and shut the door. Suddenly it flew open again and Tianguang poked his head out. Alright, my sis said next time buy the strawberry one. She doesn't like this flavor. He then grabbed the bouquet, munched on it, loudly devoured the freshest few blossoms, and handed the rest back. Bang! The door closed again. Looking at the trampled flowers in his hands, and remembering the cream on Tianguang's lips, Tsukawai Hate felt on the verge of tears. Damn that little rascal for coming back so quickly. In 2 bites the cake was gone. Tianguang's expression suddenly changed, and he summoned a shadow clone, which promptly backhanded the original on the back. 2. Something was spat out. Tianguang wiped his mouth and discovered it was an earring. Staring at the earring, Tianguang cursed Tsukawai Hate madly in his heart. That weakling truly has a hole in his brain. Putting an earring inside a cake, what was he thinking? Just then Shien walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of pan-fried fish and a bowl of white congee. Seeing the earring in Tianguang's hand, she raised an eyebrow. Oh, just settled down for a few days and already can't keep still. Spit it out. Who's it for? Hearing this, Tianguang gave an awkward laugh. Technically, this earring should have been for his dear sister, but as he thought this, he tightened his grip and threw the crushed earring out the window. After the meal, he practiced swordsmanship with Shien, or rather Kenjutsu. Though she called it sword path, he preferred the term blade. Having to say his sister's talent was quite good. It had been less than 2 months since he gifted her this sorrow of the Snow Nation, and she could already wield it skillfully. If only her chakra reserves were a bit stronger. Otherwise, facing a Jonin from any of the 5 great villages wouldn't be impossible. Leaning against a large tree watching Xiao Shui practice ice release techniques alongside Shien, Tianguang stretched. This afternoon he was leaving the village and had planned to nap on Xiao Shui's back. But the exploitative village chief had given the ANBU pitifully few holidays, and Shien finally had time to train, so he decided not to disturb her. He went to Naruto's place to reinforce the sealing formula, thinking about how he might not return for some time after this trip. To prevent Naruto from being traumatized if the seal dissipated, Tianguang knocked him unconscious and then used special pigment to draw a fake seal on his belly. It was purely cosmetic. Besides being long-lasting, it had no other function. At the Hokage building, he reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As expected, the old Fox Village chief assigned him another mission to hunt down a missing nin. Upon learning, he planned to leave the village. A certain small town in Eastern Fire Country. Casino. Deal. I've got to win. I've bet all the money my father saved for medicine. Ha ha ha, that's nothing. I already lost everything I got from selling my wife. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and dealer. Around the card table, a group of people shouted with madness on their faces. The middle-aged man sitting in the dealer's seat calmly flipped over the last card, the King of Hearts, and smiled lightly. Ha ha ha, it's a straight flush. The dealer takes all. Oh, damn it. We're finished. Hey, where are you going? Going to find a rich family for my daughter. Isn't your daughter only 8 years old? Does that even matter? A crowd of people showed varying expressions of regret and pain. Some chose to keep betting while one man had already gone to sell his daughter. Among them, a youth wearing only a black cloak over his upper body and a gourd of wine at his waist looked distressed. I lost again. Then he seemed to remember something and shouted at the dealer. Hey, are you cheating? Squinting slightly, the dealer looked up and said coldly, Friend, we welcome those here to play, but if you're here to cause trouble. But in your palm. Before Tianguang could finish, the dealer clapped his hands, and several burly men surrounded the youth. I was just joking. Haha. After being driven out by several brawny men, Tianguang raised his gourd of wine and took a drink, then couldn't help smiling. They really are worthless scum. Cheating at gambling was bad enough, yet they even tried to stab me in the back. They deserve the bounty on their heads. Just then a man wearing a missing nin forehead protector walked over. Lord Tiangong, I'm truly surprised you didn't kill those people. Tiangong looked him over, pulled a photograph from his robes, and compared it, then teased. How I'm also pretty surprised you didn't run. Hearing this, the missing nin gave a bitter smile. If there were any chance of survival, I would probably run. But since it's you, I won't waste my time on a pointless effort. Oh, quite sensible. You've made me reluctant to lay a hand on you. How about this? Gathering chakra at his fingertip, Tiangong traced patterns on the missing nin's arm. Then he formed hand seals, and tadpole-like lines began to emerge across the man's skin. Tiangong patted the missing nin's shoulder and said, back in the day, the ANBU used this jutsu to protect intelligence. How should I put it? If you can't get back to Konoha within 2 days, this is probably what will happen. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled upward. He formed a single-handed seal. Boom. With a thunderous roar before the missing means stunned gaze, the burly men at the gambling house entrance collapsed to the ground. Bizarre markings suddenly appeared on their bodies, and then they simply exploded, blasting the gambling house and trance apart as well. Listening to their terrified screams, the missing mean couldn't help breaking into cold sweat, even though it was winter. He remembered now. Wasn't this the forbidden jutsu that inscribes explosive tags onto a person's body? Seeing the man's terrified expression, Tiangong smiled. Relax. It won't explode for at least 2 days, which is enough time for you to get back to the village. Of course, if you can find a way to remove it. Well, don't make things difficult for me. After Tiangong left, the missing mean went to a cliff. Taking a kunai from the ninja tool pouch at his waist, he murmured, "Forgive me, Lord Tiangong. I have a reason I must keep living." Channeling chakra into the kunai, a blue flash flickered, and the missing mean brutally severed one of his own arms. Seeing this, Tiangong, standing on a large tree nearby, slowly turned his head. He knew something about that man's circumstances. It seemed the employer had deliberately withheld information, causing both of his teammates to die. He went for revenge afterward, but that employer barely survived. Theoretically, if an employer deliberately concealed intelligence and caused the death of ninja, the village should hold him accountable for various reasons. But that employer had connections with nobles of the Land of Fire, and those who died were merely 2 genin of commoner birth. He knew Konoha's true nature all too well. A genin without backing was worth at most the reward of 2 C-rank missions, yet chunin without backing cost a bit more. As for jonin, they were the backbone of a ninja village. The value of any jonin was impossible to measure. Remembering Asuma's bounty of over 30 million, Tiangong's mouth twitched. Maybe it wasn't so impossible to measure after all. But if a mission client truly caused the death of a jonin by deliberately withholding intelligence, had they'd split an earthworm lengthwise and shake an egg until the yolk scattered? No longer paying attention to that missing mean, Tiangong turned and left. Somewhere in the southwest of the Land of Fire, in a village near the border of the Land of Rivers, a simple funeral was being held. Only a few plainly dressed men were busy, and among them was a middle-aged man with twin blades at his waist, kneeling before a coffin and weeping bitterly. Leaning against the trunk of the tallest tree in the village, Tiangong watched that middle-aged man with eyes full of mockery. Tsk, he really is out of his mind. How boring. Sensing a dense malice directed at him, Kurisuke Raiga suddenly looked toward a certain direction. A young man draped in a black cloak raised his wine gourd and took a drink, then headed off toward a gorge near the border. A sense of unease stirred in Kurisuke Raiga's heart, and he frowned slightly. That young man didn't feel like a ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Could it be he's after the bounty? Or the lightning blades? Thinking this, Kurisuke Raiga tightened his grip on the twin blades at his waist, and a confident smile slowly curved across his lips. No matter what, as long as I have the lightning blades, I can give you a magnificent funeral. Fengyuan Gorge. Sitting on a large boulder, Tiangong watched the man approaching from the gorge entrance and smiled. Yo, you're a bit slow, Lightning Blade. As he recognized Tiangong's face, Kurisuke Raiga narrowed his eyes, and his voice turned utterly cold. Knowing I'm Kurisuke Raiga, you still dare to appear before me. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you, you remnant of the Dongshin clan? Tiangong raised an eyebrow and said with interest, "Oh, you know me? After all, the heads of you and your father have been hanging on the Hidden Mist bounty list for a long time." Hearing that, Tiangong couldn't help mocking. Not bad, Lightning Blade. I thought that already small brain of yours had long since been scared into shrinking by our Konoha's senior Dai. Bastard, don't say that name in front of me. Kurisuke Raiga's expression turned murderous in an instant. He drew the lightning blades and came slashing at Tiangong with killing intent. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Tiangong slapped the gourd, and a slender metal rod, nearly 2 meters long, shot out from its mouth. It was the metal rod he had obtained from Hiruzen Sarutobi, intended for forging a weapon. And this time he had come for Kurisuke Raiga because the lightning blades were also one of the materials he planned to use. Blocking the lightning-laden slash with the rod in one hand, Tiangong felt tendrils of electricity crawling up through the metal and grinned. Is this the power you thought could kill me? It looks like this is all you've got. As he spoke, Tiangong forced Kurisuke Raiga back several steps with a single arm, then smashed the rod down at him with devastating force. Forced back several steps, once more Kurisuke Raiga felt both arms growing numb. Shock flickered in his eyes. Such terrifying power. But he planted the lightning blades into the ground, formed hand seals rapidly, and bolts of lightning spread outward from around him like a spider web. Combined with the lightning blades planted in the ground, Kurisuke Raiga's lightning release became more than twice as fierce. Even Tiangong, with his formidable physique, was scorched black all over by the electricity. Immediately afterward, Kurisuke Raiga drew the twin blades and unleashed lightning release, Lightning Fong, further restricting Tiangong's movements. Raising the twin blades high, he radiated terrifying lightning-natured chakra. Dibrat, lightning release, lightning dragon. Boom. Where the lightning dragon struck a crater several meters deep appeared, and at its center stood a figure charred all over. Staring at that figure, Kurisuke Raiga gasped for breath. He's dead. Right, that brat. The next instant the charred figure shifted slightly, and Kurisuke Raiga's pupils contracted. How is that possible? You took lightning dragon head on, and still didn't die. What kind of monster are you? Tossing aside his torn black cloak, Tiangong radiated crimson chakra from head to toe. His ink-black eyes were now filled with savage brutality. You've made me angry, you piece of trash. As the words left his mouth, Tiangong's figure shot toward Kurisuke Raiga at terrifying speed. Clashing the hilts of his twin blades together, Kurisuke Raiga released a fighting spirit he hadn't felt in ages. He shouted at Tiangong, "Don't underestimate me. I am Kurisuke Raiga, lightning release, thunderclap armor." As he spoke, dazzling, almost tangible lightning erupted all over Kurisuke Raiga's body, and then he charged at Tiangong with even greater speed. With his lightning armor active, Kurisuke Raiga was overwhelmingly powerful, thrashing Tiangong, still furious moments earlier, until the man had no fight left in him. But the drain of using the lightning armor outside thunderstorm weather was ultimately too severe. Moreover, after meeting that man, the rest of Kurisuke Raiga's life had been shrouded in the shadow of youth, and his battle power had been declining ever since. Although Kurisuke Raiga gradually recovered his form during the battle with Tiangong, as the fight dragged on, facing an opponent whose physique and chakra reserves surpassed his own, his disadvantage was ultimately exposed. 2 hours later, Tiangong stood alone in the devastated gorge, heat radiating from his body in silent waves. The snowflakes falling from the sky melted away before they could even draw near. His bare upper body was covered in countless wounds. Some had already scabbed over, while large patches of charred flesh gave off a strange nose-wrinkling stench. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the sky. Tiangong glanced upward, then said softly, "Thundersnow, is it? What a pity, Thunderblade." One arm was gone, both legs were broken by blunt force, and a large hollow had sunk into his chest. Kurisuke Raiga, lying on the ground, was now breathing out more than he was breathing in. Though he was at death's door, Kurisuke Raiga's eyes were extraordinarily calm. His voice hoarse, he said, "To lose to a master like you, I have no regrets. It was all inevitable." Cough, cough. At that, Tiangong smiled. Indeed, if they had started the fight a little later with the power of nature at his disposal, he truly was no match for Kurisuke Raiga. But Kurisuke Raiga could not have kept him there either. Once the thundersnow ended, even if he challenged Raiga again, the outcome would be no different from now. Time is running short. Do you have any last words? After catching his breath a few times, Kurisuke Raiga's voice grew even weaker. Dongshin Tiangong of Konoha. As a mercy to the defeated, please use the Thunderblade to send me on my final journey. Very well. The blade swept across his throat, and Kurisuke Raiga's life came to an end. Tiangong sealed the corpse, sat down cross-legged, took a small sip of spirit medicine wine, then circulated the blood chi within his body, expelling stagnant blood and dead tissue. For hours later, all of Tiangong's wounds had healed. If not for the blotches of blood on his skin, no one would have guessed that he had just been through a furious battle. Sensing that only half a jar of spirit medicine wine was left in his gourd, Tiangong sighed softly. Fine spirit medicine wine could save a life. With blood chi to assist it, even a near-fatal wound could heal quickly. But the medicinal herbs that met the brewing conditions were far too scarce. Even he was reluctant to use it except in an emergency. Gazing off in the direction of the fire capital, Tiangong murmured, "If I have the chance, I should go try my luck in the daimyo's treasury." At the entrance of the bounty exchange, putting away the scroll sealed with 10 million ryo, Tiangong could not help sighing as he thought back to the mission when he, Azuma, and Guy had gone deep into the land of water. Kurisuke Raiga's strength was not weak, but killing him was nowhere near as difficult as completing an S-rank mission. They were not even on the same level. And last time when the three of them had risked life and limb in the land of water, the total reward for the mission had apparently been 8 million ryo and a chakra metal rod of little use. Just as Tiangong was thinking to himself that the old geezer Sarutobi had a heart even blacker than his face, 2 figures in black robes patterned with red clouds suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Meeting their eyes, Tiangong frowned slightly. The one with the foolish look on his face was carrying a corpse. Someone doing such grunt work was generally not a master. As for the masked man beside him, his presence was strong and his strength should not be underestimated. Those greenish, glistening eyes in particular gave Tiangong the feeling of a rat spirit that had cultivated into a demon. At that moment, the masked man took out a small booklet and flipped through it, then said coldly, "Dongshin Tiangong of Konoha, bounty 7. 5 million ryo. Kid, I'll take that head of yours." Sensing that they meant trouble, Tiangong kicked out before the man could finish. Bang! The masked man quickly crossed his arms to block, but Tiangong's sudden kick still sent him flying more than 10 meters. Just as he was about to press the advantage, Tiangong sensed a silent gust of wind from behind. His figure flashed aside, and at the same time his hands formed seals. Seeing that the corpse-bearer was actually trying to stab him in the kidney, a vicious light flashed in Tiangong's eyes. "Humph," he said, voice dripping with murderous intent, "then I'll send you off first." Fire release, great tiger arm technique. A huge mass of flame spat from Tiangong's mouth and transformed into a colossal tiger claw. The claw swept toward the corpse-bearer with unstoppable force. Tiangong's jutsu was not fast to release, and the corpse-bearer dodged it with a single backward leap. Seeing the tiger claw press and again the corpse-bearer formed seals at speed, slammed his palm into the ground and shouted, "Earth release, earth flow wall technique." A wall of earth slowly rose from the ground and canceled out Tiangong's fire release. Seeing this, the corpse-bearer was about to relax when he spotted an iron staff in Tiangong's hand appearing there without warning, and it was already swinging toward him at frightening speed. There was no time to dodge. Mimicking his companion, the corpse-bearer extended both arms in a cross block. Bang! Taking the full force of Tiangong's staff, cracks spread like a spiderweb beneath his feet, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The corpse-bearer could not help exclaiming in shock, "This guy has terrifying strength." Meanwhile, the masked man standing nearby had formed seals ready to use a wide area technique for a cool double kill. But then he remembered that the hapless fool beside him was still carrying 6 million ryo on his person, so the masked man reluctantly abandoned the jutsu. Black lines surfaced along his arm, and he threw a punch from more than 10 meters away aimed at Tiangong's heart from behind. Sensing the crisis from behind, Tiangong hastily withdrew his staff and dodged. The corpse-bearer gritted his teeth. Enduring the pain in his arms, he rapidly formed hand seals and cast a jutsu. Earth release, rock pillar prison technique. Stone pillars rose one after another from the ground, but Tiangong swung his iron staff in a furious arc and smashed every one of them to pieces. Dust scattered in all directions. A palm connected to black threads suddenly clamped around Tiangong's neck, and the masked man's cold voice reached his ear. "It ends here, kid." Feeling the hand around his throat tightening, Tiangong formed hand seals. At the same time, the gourd at his waist sprayed a torrent of special strong liquor along the black threads and drenched the masked man. "Yeah, it ends here." A wisp of flame spat from his mouth. The liquor caught fire on contact, and in an instant towering flames engulfed the masked man. Prying the eerie hand off his throat, Tiangong coated one arm in a layer of flowing chakra. He grabbed the black threads, yanked the still-burning masked man toward him, and then sent him flying with an elbow strike to the chest. The masked man spat blood as he hurtled backward, his chest even caving in slightly, but Tiangong showed no sign of stopping. A large crater appeared where he had stood, and the next instant he shot toward the other man at even greater speed. His huge hand wrapped in flowing chakra seized the man's head. Tiangong took a deep breath and swiftly roused the blood sea in his dantian. Soon the chakra over his skin slowly dispersed, but crimson lines spread across his bare upper body. This was the mark of blood chi being unleashed. Tiangong's strength had become more than 10 times greater than before. Die! A flicker of savagery flashed through Tiangong's eyes as he slammed the masked man's head viciously into a massive boulder. With a thunderous boom, the boulder burst into fragments, and the ground itself was smashed into a deep crater where the masked man lay limp. He pierced the man's heart with a single finger. Sensing the masked man's life force waning, Tiangong slowly turned his head and said in a flat tone, "Now then, it's your turn." Shaken by the scene he had just witnessed, the corpse-carrying man shuddered, dropped the corpse he was hauling, and fled without looking back. He was definitely no match for this fiend. Damn it. The one who could take down a monster like Kakazu only has a bounty of 7 million ryo. How infuriating. Tiangong gave chase at full speed, closing the distance to less than 3 meters from the man who had abandoned the corpse, an arm covered in flowing chakra. Just as Tiangong was about to blow the man's head apart, a fist tethered to black threads pierced straight through the man's chest, then lashed toward Tiangong's abdomen. The strike was so completely out of nowhere that Tiangong could not even defend himself. His body was instantly blasted dozens of meters away. Mid-flight, he saw the masked man he had just defeated already weaving hand seals, and beside him was another masked monster. A sense of danger rose in his heart, and he immediately tried to dodge. But the masked man's movements were far too fast. Tiangong had no room to evade at all. Die, Konoha brat. Fire-style head hardening. The flames closed in on him. Tiangong's pupils shrank to their limit. This temperature. Damn it, this bastard had also fused wind style into the attack. At the final moment, Tiangong pressed his palms together, and a layer of materialized flowing chakra clad his entire body. This was the ultimate form of the Dongshin clan's secret arts. Materialized chakra covering the whole body, known simply as chakra activation mode. When the flames dispersed, all snow within 1,000 meters had melted, and the trees covered by the jutsu had been burned to charcoal. The chakra on his body's surface slowly dissipated. Tiangong was in a terrible state, his body covered in extensive burns. A mere few exchanges had left him in even worse condition than his previous battle with Raiga Kurasuki. Though he had used chakra activation mode at the last moment, forcing his way through such a powerful jutsu was ultimately too much to handle. Had he not gritted his teeth through the backlash and resorted to blood-chi arts, he would probably already be a corpse. Still not dead, huh? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at the badly burned figure, yet he did not make a move. It was not out of hesitation or indecision. Rather, he was considering whether to use the brat's heart before him to compensate for his earlier losses. After all, Tiangong's life force at the moment was so faint that Kakuzu could not be sure whether his heart was still usable. Several black threads slithered toward Tiangong as the creature beside Kakuzu slowly merged back into his body. Just as the threads were about to touch Tiangong, the badly burned figure suddenly shot toward Kakuzu at incredible speed. With wounds like that, how is that possible? Though shaken, Kakuzu, weathered by countless battles, made his choice at the fastest speed he could muster. He activated Earth-style hardening technique, and at the same time, 3 masked monsters crawled out from his back. Their fists met. Seeing the scarlet chakra gradually surfacing from Tiangong's arm, Kakuzu seemed lost in thought for a moment, then sneered. As expected of the Dongshin clan's secret art, it seems your corpse will fetch an even better price. Screw you. With a furious curse, Tiangong's entire body was wrapped in blood-colored chakra. With a sudden burst of strength, he repelled the masked man. Dodging the attacks of the 3 masked monsters, Tiangong couldn't help frowning. This man's abilities were simply too bizarre. Tiangong was certain he had completely pierced the man's heart earlier, yet the bastard could still stand up, displaying no apparent drop in combat power. Draining the last of his remaining spiritual medicine wine, Tiangong's gaze was somber. In truth, the most sensible choice for him right now was to make a run for it. That would not only avert the crisis, but also preserve some trump cards. Yet this man before him seemed to have a perverse obsession with money, and in the 5 great ninja villages, virtually every ninja of even modest fame had a bounty on their head. If he could not figure out this man's ability thoroughly today, then more than 99% of the ninja in the village would stand no chance of survival should they encounter this guy. Watching the wounds on this Konoha brat heal before his eyes at a visible pace, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke coldly. Brat, meeting you reminds me of an old opponent. But it's been too long. I remember he was your Konoha's first Hokage. At these words, Tiangong's pupils tightened. Impossible. This man was actually someone from that era. Though somewhat shaken, Tiangong recalled some of old man Torifu's stories about the first Hokage and mocked, "Ha? You call the first Hokage your opponent? Are you even worthy? Damn brat." Dodging another round of monster attacks, Tiangong pulled out a metal staff and swung it at Kakuzu, his words still just as sharp. You don't seriously think bringing up that first Hokage was your old rival nonsense is going to intimidate me, do you? Honestly, if the so-called Azura of the ninja world were still alive, I wouldn't dare imagine how miserably you'd die. Wait a second, your true intention couldn't be to laugh me to death, could it? How insidious, ha! Lies never hurt people. The truth is the sharp knife. Though when facing that man, he had been scared witless. But being mocked so brazenly by this little brat, the usually composed Kakuzu couldn't help bursting into rage. At that moment, the brat's mocking voice reached his ears once more. Hey, old geezer, tell me, what exactly were you thinking when you came up with that joke about the first Hokage being your old rival? Go to hell, you damned brat. Employing Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu went all out, sending an onslaught of 5-element ninjutsu sweeping over the land, as if to scour it clean. Tiangong hastily evaded Kakuzu's attacks, looking a little bedraggled, but he broke into a grin. Old man, meeting you reminds me of an old opponent of mine. But too much time has passed. I recall he was your ninja world's Sage of 6 Paths. Sensing Kakuzu's aura growing ever more sinister, Tiangong couldn't resist teasing him. Hey, old coot, why aren't you laughing? Huh, you're still fighting. How about you take a pause? Isn't it enough if I call you the first Hokage's opponent? Huff, huff. Gasping for air, Kakuzu ground his teeth and said, You damned brat. This old man will make you regret ever being born. The moment the words fell, Kakuzu's hands blurred through hand seals, and a huge sheet of flame roared toward Tiangong. Behind him, one of the masked monsters continued to spew storms, making the fire even more devastating. You dog? Still coming. Tiangong hastily jumped back, while his hands also began forming hand seals. After the intense battle, the blood sea within his body was nearly exhausted, but his jutsu release speed was still passable. Feeling the terrifying temperature of the flames, Tiangong conjured a mass of water bubbles around himself, then pressed his palms together and roared, water-style super. Great shark arm technique. The water bubbles slowly condensed into a giant shark. The shark extended its pectoral fin and then slapped it toward the flames. Water and fire collided, generating a massive cloud of steam, but the old rival of the Sage of 6 Paths ignored the astonishing heat and charged directly at the old rival of the first Hokage. After a battle too long to recount, Because he could not use blood chi to heal during the fight, the wounds on Tiangong's body were several times more horrifying than before, and the chakra within him was nearly gone. Without blood chi to sustain him, he probably could not even stand now. Kakuzu on the opposite side was equally battered, his body covered with marks from blunt force strikes. 2 of his 3 masked monsters were dead, but his condition was still far better than Tiangong's. Reconnecting his previously severed arm with black threads, Kaku sneered, "Not a bad heart, kid. But from now on it belongs to me." "Heh, is that so? If you've got the guts, come and take it." Though his words showed no weakness, Tiangong did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The masked man before him was simply too powerful. He had used blood chi first, then activated chakra activation mode, only barely managing to match him. But the chakra cloak that covered his entire body in chakra activation mode consumed far too much chakra. Even with his practically boundless chakra and the support of spirit fruit wine, he was ultimately suppressed by the opponent. Fortunately, he had already gotten most of the man's intel. If any Konoha Jonin encountered this guy in the future, turning the tables on him was unlikely, but if they simply fled, the survival rate would probably be a little higher. After gulping down a mouthful of spirit blood wine, Tiangong cursed at Kaku. "Old bastard, do you dare let me take a piss first?" Glancing at the gourd hanging at Tiangong's waist, Kakuzu sneered, "Then hold it in and die. But I'll still sell your corpse and that gourd for a good price." "So fond of money are you?" Feeling the blood chi in his body recovering slightly, Tiangong slowly curled the corner of his mouth into an extremely vicious smile. "If that's the case, ha 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 ha, then feel the pain. Detonate." As soon as the word fell, Tiangong began forming a seal with one hand. "You dare, brat." As if realizing something, panic flickered in Kakuzu's eyes, and he desperately charged backward. But it was all too late. With 2 thunderous booms, his partner, worth 5 million Ryo, and the corpse he had been carrying, worth 6 million Ryo, exploded. No. Looking at the 2 huge craters in the distance, Kakuzu slumped to his knees in despair. Gone. 11 million Ryo, just gone. He whipped his head around, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. To be honest, he now felt that the Konoha brat before him was even more detestable than the Takigakure higher-ups who had ordered him to assassinate the first Hokage decades ago. Facing the other man's hateful glare, Tiangong slapped the gourd at his waist, and a scroll shot out from the gourd's mouth. Unrolling the scroll, he saw the character "Smoke" written in the center. Pressing his hand onto the middle of the scroll, Tiangong released the seal, and a large cloud of smoke burst out from the scroll. Realizing something was wrong, Kakuzu ignored his injuries and hastily used Earth Grudge to attack the damn Konoha brat. But it was all too late. By the time he launched his attack, thick smoke had already covered an area nearly 100 meters around, and the scroll was still releasing smoke continuously. Unsure whether the smoke was poisonous, Kakuzu quickly held his breath while his hands rapidly formed seals. Wind release pressure damage. A violent gust swept through, dispersing the smoke around him, and before Kakuzu appeared 4 Donshin Tiangongs, each dashing off in a different direction. A sound reached his ears: "Masked man, FCK your mom." Kakuzu frowned, then unhesitatingly chased in the direction of Konoha. It wasn't that he had any means to see through shadow clones, but that Tiangong's injuries were simply too severe, so severe that any one of them would have cost an ordinary ninja half his life. Kakuzu did not believe the brat would flee in a direction farther from Konoha, even though the brat had used some method to rapidly heal his wounds during the fight. That was clearly the effect of the special wine, and Kakuzu had already pushed himself to the limit. He didn't think Tiangong still had hidden tricks, though otherwise, given his current state, the brat would have had every opportunity to kill him. The facts were exactly as Kakuzu had guessed. The spirit herb wine that could heal wounds and the spirit fruit wine that could restore mental energy had been drunk by Tiangong down to the last drop. Unfortunately, it was the shadow clone that was closer to Konoha. 10 minutes later, after the shadow clone used up all its chakra, Tiangong directly burned his blood chi and fled at full speed for dozens of li. Dispelling the shadow clone, Tiangong glanced back at the trail of blood he had left and wiped a hand across his wounds. Then, enduring exhaustion and pain, he slowly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu Snow Phoenix. With a puff of white smoke, Xiaoxue appeared beside Tiangong. Seeing the horrific wounds all over him, she hurriedly lowered her body and shielded Tiangong with her wings. She let out a few low cries. Though she was furious, she didn't know whether the enemy was still nearby and didn't dare make too much noise. Gently stroking Xiaoxue's neck, Tiangong comforted her. "To me, as long as I'm not dead, it's a minor wound. No need to worry. Cough, cough. I'm going to use that technique. It's my first time using it, so I might sleep for a while. Maybe. Forget it, I don't have time to explain. My chakra won't last much longer. After the summoning jutsu is undone, come find me, but don't bring me back to Konoha." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and poured a drop of ice blue blood, exuding frigid aura, into his mouth. Then he pressed his palms together. "Phoenix, Art Nirvana. In an instant the mouth of the gourd at his waist burst wide open, and a torrent of blood-red wine gushed out, enveloping his body. A soft, gentle voice then reached Xiaoshue's ears. This secret art will make my wounds heal completely, and should even take my physical body to the next level. However, the amount of spirit blood wine it consumes is far too great. After this, the spirit blood wine should be mostly used up. If possible, help me find some fierce beasts that can be used to brew spirit blood wine. I'll have to trouble you again, Xiaoshue. As his voice faded, the wine swirling around Tiangong slowly began to rotate, then completely wrapped his body. From a distance, it looked like a red egg. Well, up close it looked like one too. Because the giant egg was too smooth and round, Xiaoshue simply couldn't get a grip on it. Suddenly, as if a light bulb went off above Xiaoshue's head, she spat gently toward Tiangong, and a breath of cold air enveloped him. Gripping the block of ice firmly, Xiaoshue nodded her little head in satisfaction, then flapped her wings a few times and flew off into the distance. But what Xiaoshue overlooked was that while Tiangong used the secret art to recover his blood qi and heal his wounds, he would continuously radiate heat. And so, with a bayou sound, the chicken flew away and the egg didn't crack. A few days later, at an auction house in the Land of Fire, on the auction stage, a seductive beauty with an alluring figure revealed a mysterious smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is one of our grand finale pieces. Hey Miss Miko, what treasure is it? Yeah, what's the good stuff? Seeing that those calling out from the audience were shills hired by the auction house, the auctioneer, named Miko, was not anxious in the slightest, because the next item was sure to make most of the crowd's hearts race. She clapped her hands, and a tall man in a suit pushed a transparent display case out from the backstage. In the display case was a pair of lace-trimmed underpants. Suddenly, a trembling male voice in the auction hall rang out. Hey Miss Miko, this can't be. Before the man could finish, Miko said excitedly, that's right. These are the worn panties of Princess Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, who put an end to the Warring States period and established the Age of Hidden Villages, a disciple of the Third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. The starting bid is 100,000 Ryo, and each bid increment must not be less than 10,000 Ryo. In an instant, almost every man present went wild. After all, that was Princess Tsunade, a woman whose magnificent bosom alone could outshine countless beauties in the world. Nearly everyone who could attend this auction belonged to the noble class of the Land of Fire. For them, there was little in the Land of Fire they could not obtain. Yet Tsunade was a woman they could never conquer, no matter how lofty their status. As the saying goes, what you cannot have always stirs restless desire. And now there was a chance to catch her scent. Though that woman was nearly 50 and no one knew what her insides looked like, at least her figure was still a sight to behold. At once someone called out, I bid 300,000 Ryo. I want that scrap of underwear. I bid 310,000. Do me a favor, gentlemen. I truly want that underpants. I bid 500,000. Damn it, I bid 600,000. I bid. In the end, that piece of underwear was purchased by a noble for a shocking price of 880,000 Ryo. Congratulations, Lord K. Xian Yinzi, on winning Princess Tsunade's worn underpants. Next up for auction is. The same man then pushed out from the backstage a giant crimson egg radiating vast energy. Seeing this, a young man trained in sensory ninjutsu whispered beside a noble, Patriarch, this egg is extraordinary. It must have been laid by some powerful bird. Oh, the noble raised an eyebrow. In that case, buy it. Although he seemed unconcerned in his heart, he fantasized that raising it as a pet would make everyone envy him. Meanwhile, several nobles of considerable standing in the hall were having similar conversations with their guards. Listening to the commotion below, Maisie smiled. Although her auction house had not managed to identify what species the egg belonged to, judging from the expressions on those fools, it would fetch a good price. An unidentified giant egg, starting bid 500,000 Ryo, with each increment no less than 50,000 Ryo. 600,000. 800,000. 1 million. 1,880,000. Sold. Congratulations, Lord Mei Huangli, for winning this egg at 5 million Ryo. Looking at the giant egg before him, Mei Huangli nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to touch the egg that cost 5 million Ryo, cracks began to spread across its surface. Is it about to hatch? At the sight, many nobles familiar with Mei Huangli crowded around. Even Miss Maisie, who was about to auction the next item, came over out of curiosity. After all, even her auction house had no idea what kind of creature it was. With a crack, everyone in the auction hall froze, because what hatched from the giant egg was actually a young man. The young man had handsome features and a tall, lean build that was far from frail. Though it was deep winter, his upper body was bare and his lower body was covered only by a pair of tattered three-quarter pants. Those abs, those lines of muscle. Staring at that body brimming with explosive power, many noble ladies and young misses couldn't help swallowing. Even the auctioneer, Maisie, found it hard to look away. They dared not imagine how violent an impact they would suffer if they obtained this young man. Suddenly the young man slowly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Though bewildered inside, he suddenly recalled scenes from novels in which great figures emerged from seclusion or shattered seals. "What year is this now?" he asked in an indifferent tone. Indeed, this young man was Tiangong, who had successfully undergone nirvana. Draping a brand new black cloak over his shoulders, he noticed no one paying him any attention. Feeling a little awkward, he turned to leave. Suddenly several figures blocked his path. Behind them stood a huge, lavishly dressed fat man. The fat man stared darkly at Tiangong and flung a teacup to the ground. "You lowborn slave, where the hell do you think you're running off to?" At this moment, Macon Huangli was extremely annoyed. He had spent 5 million Rio to buy a man, even though the Macon clan wasn't short of 5 million. Yet being made a fool of in public made him utterly furious. He wanted to know who had consigned the egg to the auction house, but the house backed by influential figures naturally wouldn't let him find out so easily. Staring coldly at Tiangong, Macon Huangli felt that he could get some information from this bastard. Narrowing his eyes, he said in an icy voice, "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. But from today onward you are a slave of the Macon clan. Obey the Macon clan, or you will regret ever being born into this world." At this moment, the beautiful auctioneer from before walked over with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, sir, but you have been purchased by Lord Macon, so you are now a slave of the Macon clan." "I see." Rubbing his neck, Tiangong suppressed the vicious rage that he shouldn't have felt. Then he reached out and gently stroked the beautiful auctioneer's head. While she was stunned, a slow smile curled at the corner of Tiangong's mouth. "Although I do not care about you lot in the least, what you have done has genuinely annoyed me. Very well, I might as well kill you all." As the words fell, Tiangong applied force to one arm and delivered a move called Immortal Palms the Crown, smashing the beautiful auctioneer's head to a bloody pulp. Everyone in the auction hall froze at the sight and swallowed hard. This guy who popped out of the egg is actually a ninja. And what the hell was that jutsu just now? Too bizarre and eerie. Watching the crowd's expressions of shock mixed with fear, Tiangong's smile grew even colder. Taking a lightning blade from his gourd, he said calmly, "Everyone, it's time to pay the price for your choices." With that, he drew the blade and charged into the crowd. In that cramped space, a single casual slash from Tiangong could kill several people. Even guards with Chunin-level strength couldn't withstand a single move and died at Tiangong's hands. Half a minute later, in the cramped space of the underground auction hall, over 100 corpses lay scattered in every direction. Some of those corpses were the people who had shown malice toward Tiangong earlier and their underlings. The rest were guards of the auction house. Seeing this scene of living hell, most of the women and children fainted from fright, while the rest dared not make a sound, terrified of drawing the attention of that god of death. At this moment, a fairly burly middle-aged man walked unsteadily toward Tiangong. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from the young man, he knelt down about 3 meters away. He held a pair of underpants in his hands. His voice trembled, but carried earnest entreaty. "My lord, I bear no ill will toward you. These are the underpants once worn by Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Please accept them." Hearing this, Tiangong looked confused. "What did you just say? You want to give me underpants?" "No, they are the underpants worn by Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin." Placing his hand on the hilt of his blade, Tiangong narrowed his eyes. "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Xian Yenzi." Hearing that, Tiangong sheathed his blade. He had originally thought this fellow was provoking him, but after hearing the name, his killing intent faded. He knew a little about this man, the foolish son of the old patriarch of the Xian clan in the Fire Capital. Perhaps due to inbreeding, the fellow was a bit off. Of course, none of that had anything to do with him. The main reason he had heard the name was because this man was a fanatical admirer of Big Sister. It was said that he had paid off a great deal of her debts in the Fire Capital. Patting Xianyanzi on the shoulder, Tiangong nodded approvingly. "Xianyanzi, you're quite something. When it comes to lacking common sense, I crown you the strongest. If word of today's events gets out, it could indeed bring me some trouble. Still, I'm not one to kill wantonly. How about this?" With that, Tiangong formed hand seals and split into over a dozen shadow clones. The clones rushed into the crowd and placed a curse mark on each person similar to Danzo's tongue seal curse, which could only be lifted after Tiangong's death. After the curse marks were set, seeing that Tiangong was about to leave, Xianyanzi hurried over. "My lord, your underpants." Tiangong's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. "No, those are your underpants." Glancing at the underpants, even he couldn't tell whether they were genuine. After all, in his heart, the big sister truly was capable of the shameless act of auctioning off her own underpants. That woman, however, had always favored thongs, though he had seen other styles in her luggage as well. After a moment's thought, Tiangong whispered to Xianyanzi, "Let me tell you a secret. Lady Tsunade is a frugal woman. She never changes her underpants unless they've been worn to shreds." Hearing this, Xianyanzi looked up in stunned disbelief. "My lord, do you mean?" "That's right, these underpants might be counterfeit." "How could that be?" "Damn it. Little did Tiangong dream that what would bring him bloody disaster in the future was not the so-called nobles he had killed, but several days later, at a hot spring casino in the land of hot water. A woman with an explosively beautiful figure was rattling dice, constantly shouting, "Small, small, small." Across from her, several burly men drooling stared unblinkingly at that unspeakable sight. Watching those endlessly surging curves, the men thought in unison, "Small, small, small." There's nothing small about that. Nearby, a few other men were playing cards, and one whispered, "Hey, ever heard of Lady Tsunade of Konoha? The legendary sucker. Everyone in the gambling scene has heard of her. Hey, let me tell you, she might throw money around like crazy in the casino, but in everyday life, she's extremely stingy. She doesn't even change her underpants until they're worn to shreds." Huh. That can't be. She's a real beauty. Whether she changes her underpants has nothing to do with being a beauty. Well, I mean, even so. Don't believe it if you want. Rumor has it this news came straight from Konoha's Tiangong of the Eastern God. You might not know Tiangong of the Eastern God, but quite a few people in the Land of Fire know he's the legendary sucker's #1 lackey, so what he says might actually be true. Before the man could finish speaking, he felt a violent tremor. Just as he was about to flee, he saw cracks spreading across the entire casino floor centered around a woman. Fortunately, the casino building was sturdy enough, or otherwise that single blow would have crushed countless gamblers. At that moment, the boss overseeing the establishment rushed over with a bunch of second-rate ninjas and samurai. He was tall and burly, his great cleaver towering over ordinary men. He slammed the blade into the ground. He immediately cursed the gamblers at the table at the center of the cracks. Damn it, who? But before he could finish, the big man felt a terrifying pressure radiating from a woman and then locked eyes with her murderous gaze. Gulp. The overseer couldn't help but swallow hard. After a moment, his lips trembling, he hummed, Who sent you by my side? Was it the round bright moon? Scram. Hi. As if granted amnesty, the overseer abandoned his men who had fainted from the woman's oppressive aura and bent down, hugging his legs and rolling out like a ball. Some of the underlings who remained conscious followed suit, rolling out behind the big man. Just then, a woman holding a pig with a rather narrow chest hurried over. Lady Tsunade, we. To the Land of Fire. Huh. Seeing her bewildered expression, the woman with an exceptionally generous chest snorted coldly. Time to teach that brat Tiangong a lesson. Could it be a misunderstanding or something? Then let him just bear with the injustice. Meanwhile, deep in a forest near the Land of Fire's capital, Tiangong, who had been leaning against Xiao Xuen gnawing on a wild bison leg, suddenly shuddered. He shrank deeper into Xiao Xue's feathers and muttered, "At just 30-something degrees below zero, I actually feel a chill. I need to hurry up and recover my vitality." At that moment, Xiao Xue, woken up, poked her head out, gently pecked Tiangong, then shoved him aside with one wing. This kind of weather she quite liked. The sleeping was comfortable, but being woken up, that made this bird rather unhappy. Leaving the warm bird feather overcoat, Tiangong casually draped on a black cloak and suddenly froze. He muttered, "Wait, it's not even cold. Damn it, that old bastard Danzo must be scheming against me. That old geezer does nothing useful all day. If I ever become Hokage, I'll give him a rude uprooting night." Tossing the bone aside and wiping his mouth, he burrowed back into Xiao Xue's feathers. Several more days passed. At a small courtyard somewhere in the Land of Fire's capital, Tiangong stored jar after jar of wine into his gourd. If anyone asked where the materials came from, he'd have to thank his #1 patron, the little daimyo of the Land of Fire. Just then, a ninja bird flew into the courtyard and landed directly on Tiangong's shoulder. After storing all the wine jars, Tiangong removed a scroll from the ninja bird's leg, fed it a soldier pill, and unsealed the scroll. A-rank mission: the treasure vault of the Land of Fire has been plundered. One of the Guardian Ninja 12 and the entire guard squad under his command were killed. Find the culprit and recover the daimyo's treasures. Reward 200,000 ryo. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Screw that. Tiangong crumpled the scroll into a ball and wore a contemptuous expression. That idiot daimyo really thought Konoha shinobi were a bunch of fools. Not to mention the medicinal herbs for brewing wine. Even the treasures he casually grabbed were worth over 100 million. If not for running out of storage scrolls, he wouldn't have left even a single coin for the daimyo. Taking out a slip of paper, Tiangong unceremoniously wrote, "The guy who could kill a Guardian Ninja 12 is too vicious. I suggest dispatching a more experienced Jonin squad for this mission. Besides, a measly 200,000 ryo should be left for that dog of a daimyo to buy a coffin." Fifth Hokage Tiangong of the Eastern God. After tying the note to the bird's leg, Tiangong reconsidered and removed it. He then took out another slip of paper and wrote down information about the masked man he had fiercely battled a few days earlier. However, some details were altered. They had supposedly met by chance near the Land of Fire's capital. Tiangong found the man suspicious and engaged him in battle, but the opponent was too powerful for him to capture. Once everything was done, Tiangong formed hand seals and a shadow clone appeared beside him. He handed a packet of medicinal powder to the clone, then removed his cloak, revealing a deep wound on his back, where bone could be seen. This was the work of one of the 12 guardian ninja he had eliminated the night before. Though the opponent was not particularly formidable, the vicious poison coating his blade was truly ferocious. On top of that, Tiangong had been too preoccupied with his plundering to attend to the wound, and afterward, he had to evade the pursuit of the remaining guardian ninja, which is why the poison flared up without proper treatment. Fortunately, Tiangong possessed an exceptionally resilient constitution, and both the vital energy coursing through his body and the antidotal herbs he had swiped from the matriarch proved effective in neutralizing the toxin. Otherwise, Tiangong would have been forced to carve out his poisoned flesh and send that man's entire family to meet him in the afterlife. After dispelling his shadow clones, Tiangong draped his cloak back over his shoulders, picked up the gourd at his waist, and reached instinctively for a drink. Plink! A single droplet of deep red liquid fell. Hey, even the blood wine is gone. Licking his lips, Tiangong tapped the gourd at his side, and a scroll materialized in his hand. He unfurled the scroll, revealing a single character, gold. Pressing his palm against it, Tiangong softly intoned release. Boom. Several golden artifacts appeared on the scroll. These were all trinkets Tiangong had palmed from the Fire Country's imperial treasury, but since his gourd's storage capacity was nearly depleted, he had taken only a modest amount. Though most of the pieces were masterworks, they were all stolen goods, and even on the black market they would be heavily undervalued. Tiangong simply removed the gemstones, and then used his fire release technique to smelt the remaining gold into a pile of golden granules. Stowing the granules into his gourd, Tiangong chuckled softly. These would be enough to buy 3 Ashima hounds. Still, the great families had been draining this land for so long. Surely their wealth extended far beyond what lay in the treasury. It seemed he should find some time to search for Fire Country's hidden treasures. After exchanging the golden granules for silver notes in multiple transactions, Tiangong strolled aimlessly through the streets of the capital of fire. Suddenly his nose twitched, his eyes brightened, and he followed the intoxicating aroma of liquor to a rather secluded tavern. Strutting in without a care, Tiangong was promptly greeted by a young girl wiping tables. "Welcome, sir. Are you here to buy some wine?" Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong asked, "Isn't this a place that sells liquor?" "Ah, yes, sir." "Well, if not for wine, what else would I be doing here?" "I'll fetch the menu right away." Waving his hand dismissively, Tiangong slapped a stack of silver notes onto the table and said casually, "No need. Bring me a bowl of your strongest liquor." "Why, yes, sir." Within moments, the girl returned carrying a bowl of wine. Accepting the bowl, the girl began explaining, "Sir, this is our finest white jade wine. The brewing ingredients are gathered by my father and grandfather from Black Tiger Mountain, dozens of kilometers away. Each jar is aged for over 10 years. Anyone with mediocre tolerance would be intoxicated after just one small cup." "Wait." While the girl continued her chattering, Tiangong lifted the bowl, inhaled its fragrance, and drained it in a single gulp. Stunned, the girl faltered. Although this was their strongest brew, it rarely sold. It was usually reserved only for when grandfather missed grandmother and took a few sips. After all, her grandfather was renowned throughout the capital of fire as the greatest drinker around, yet even he would sip painstakingly slowly from a tiny cup. And yet this customer had simply downed it in one swallow, as if nothing had happened at all. Huh. Impressive. Rich aroma sweet upon the palate. This has clearly aged for many years. Fine wine indeed. Little girl, find your master, and have them help me fill all of these. With that, Tiangong patted the crimson gourd at his waist, and several earthenware jars taller than the girl materialized within the tavern. Okay. Emerging from the tavern, Tiangong wandered aimlessly through the streets of the capital of fire, occasionally raising his gourd for a long draught. Damn, whoever invented this stuff. Man, that hits the spot. A gentle breeze swept past. Tiangong felt as though the dogs lining the street were all casting shadow clones. Shaking his head, he broke into a wide grin. Indeed, this is exactly the feeling. Ah! At that moment, a figure suddenly collided with him. Looking down, Tiangong saw a stunning girl of about 20 dressed in opulent attire, with several plainly dressed women trailing behind her. Staggering back a few steps, the girl glared at his drunken state and snapped, "Blinded by your own damn eyes. Can you not watch the road?" Scratching the back of his head, Tiangong made no effort to engage. He took another sip and replied in a perfunctory tone, "Ah, sorry." Her irritated, further inflamed by his nonchalant demeanor, the girl seethed. "Wasted like this in broad daylight. A rotten drunkard like you doesn't deserve to set foot in the capital of fire. You insult the very name of this city." Frowning, Tiangong's tone darkened. "Lady, I may be drunk, but I'm not blind. You were the one who crashed into me, remember? You common wretch, you dare speak back to me." As she spat those words, a broad-shouldered middle-aged woman behind her swung a slap toward Tiangong's face. Grasping the woman's wrist firmly, Tiangong had already grown impatient. "Don't push your luck." Releasing her wrist, he seized a handful of her hair and delivered a vicious backhand that shattered half her teeth. Witnessing this, the girl who had bumped into Tiangong pointed a shaking finger at him. Why you dare strike my people? The Dongshin clan will not spare you. Hearing this, Tiangong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he retracted the hand that had been poised to deliver another blow. He had not expected this brazen girl to belong to the Dongshin clan, one of the prominent lineages of the capital of fire. Given this, he decided against killing her. It was not out of any sense of kinship. The Dongshin clan of the capital of fire had targeted him on numerous occasions, and even his father had suffered their oppression before his passing. Tiangong was no man who repaid malice with kindness, but his current strength was insufficient to exterminate the entire Dongshin clan of the capital of fire. Moreover, he harbored other intentions toward them. Though he had been hesitating, for the plan was too cruel, bordering on the inhumane. The girl still pointing at him trembled uncontrollably from the killing intent radiating from Tiangong's person without his even realizing it. Tiangong met her gaze for a moment, then turned and walked away. When he finally made his move, it would be a single decisive strike, eradicating in one blow this powerful clan that had dominated the capital of fire for decades. No one understood better than Tiangong the principle that wildfire can never be fully extinguished. He would leave no possibility of retaliation for his enemies. The timing was not yet ripe. That branch of the family still possessed the majority of the original Dongshin clan's ninja art inheritances, and Tiangong had not yet uncovered the extent of their hidden strength. After leaving the central district of the capital of fire, Tiangong summoned Xiao Shui and ordered it to lead him in search of powerful beasts. All three types of spirit wine had been depleted. The medicinal spirit wine capable of saving his life had already begun fermenting. A few jars of the spirit fruit wine for restoring mental energy remained in his family's wine cellar. The only one still unstarted was the spirit blood wine for replenishing his vital energy, and its brewing material was the essence blood of mighty beasts. Fortunately, his own vital energy was running low as well, and he needed to find some powerful beasts to restore it quickly. Although the absence of blood energy allowed chakra to flow more smoothly within his body, making his ninjutsu easier to release the hollow ache caused by his dried up blood, was still hard to bear. Moreover, without blood energy, Tiangong naturally could not practice the martial arts. Still, he could enhance his spiritual strength by dispelling the mist in his sea of consciousness and reading memories from his previous life. But after 2 years of cultivation, Tiangong had figured out some of the underlying principles. The speed at which he dispelled the mist in the depths of his sea of consciousness was closely related to the amount of blood energy within his body. Sometimes when his blood energy increased noticeably, the mist would dissipate on its own, even without his deliberate effort. Therefore, Tiangong had to cultivate blood energy to grow stronger. After all, whether it was the masked man who claimed to have fought the first Hokage, the Higashi clan of the Land of Fire, who had attacked him repeatedly, or Danzo, who kept harming the foundations of Konoha to achieve his goals, all of them were still alive and well. If his strength improved too slowly, Tiangong could not feel at ease. In a certain ravine, Tiangong gripped a long staff, yet his whole body radiated an overbearing saber intent. As he swung the staff, scorching waves of blood energy melted the snow across nearly half the ravine. From within the valley, a soul-shaking tiger roar echoed from time to time, sending countless animals fleeing in all directions. Some animals that had not fled far enough were directly knocked unconscious by the tiger's roar. Had Tiangong not deliberately restrained himself, they would likely have perished on the spot. Of course, Tiangong's recovery of chi and blood was thanks to the ruler of this place, a wild boar king, whose strength rivaled that of a top-tier summoned beast. Tiangong fought it for half a day before taking it down. Fortunately, the extreme cold and heavy snow allowed Xiao Shui to use ice release techniques to restrict the boar's movements. Otherwise, once that beast managed to escape into the deep mountains nearby, Tiangong truly had no confidence that he could kill it. After finishing a set of saber techniques, Tiangong sat cross-legged, the long staff in his hand turning to dust. Behind him, a phantom tiger, several zhang tall, slowly condensed into view. Suddenly, the tiger's already illusory figure became somewhat blurred, then dispersed into wisps of blood energy that faded into the ravine. At the same time, Tiangong slowly opened his eyes and, sensing the chakra that had recovered in his body, could not help but let out a sigh. With chakra, he feared no war of attrition, even against the Jinchuriki. With blood energy, he might even make an expert at the level of the 5 Kage suffer a great loss through a surprise attack. Yet he possessed both chakra and blood energy at once, and the two powers checked each other. As a result, when facing powerful enemies, he could not quickly unleash the appropriate response, and was mostly forced to rely on his physical body and fight desperately. It seemed to form a closed loop. The more he cultivated blood energy, the stronger his body became. The stronger his body became, the greater his chakra reserves grew. Both increased together, then held each other in balance, leaving him ultimately with much the same options as before. There were two ways to break the deadlock. The first was to disperse his blood energy. But then while his strength could rise by a level in a short time, it would basically be set in stone. Even if improvements came, they would only be through learning more ninjutsu and adding new techniques, which was essentially the same as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. As for the second way, it was to stop refining chakra and let blood energy dominate the energy within his body. But chakra was fundamentally the combination of cellular energy and spiritual energy. Even if he consumed large amounts of chakra in advance, his body would involuntarily refine new chakra during battle. Taking a sip of the bubbling meat soup, Tiangong could not help but feel glad that he had techniques like chakra activation mode and the Rasengan, which were not disturbed by the blood energy in his body. Otherwise, it would be a pity for so much chakra to be used only in taijutsu. It seemed he ought to find time to train in the Fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Wait, the Rasengan. Suddenly Tiangong's eyes widened. The Rasengan. If he remembered correctly, when he was a child visiting Kushina, he seemed to recall the fourth saying that the Rasengan was actually an incomplete technique. Rubbing his chin, Tiangong fell into thought. Back then he had not understood anything. Now it occurred to him that the Rasengan was an attribute-less technique, but one that pushed chakra shape transformation to its absolute limit. If the fourth had developed it completely, the only possibility was to infuse nature transformation into the Rasengan. Only then could this already immensely powerful technique undergo a qualitative leap. But could I accomplish what even a genius like the fourth could not? Most likely not. However, the fourth's theory should be feasible. Then what if I applied nature transformation to chakra activation mode, another attribute-less ninjutsu? Chakra activation mode consumed chakra at an extreme rate, but its actual training difficulty was not as high as the Rasengan. If I successfully applied nature transformation to it. Wait. Isn't that thing called the lightning release chakra mode from Kumogakure exactly this kind of technique? Damn it, what difference is there between me and the second Hokage now? Thinking of it, he acted immediately. Tiangong activated chakra activation mode and began developing a new technique on the spot. But in reality, developing a new technique was far harder than he had imagined. Although Tiangong had once created techniques such as Earth Release, Earth Ox Arm, Water Release, Great Shark Arm, and Fire Release, Great Tiger Arm, the actual situation was that similar techniques already existed in the ninja world. Tiangong had only slightly altered their shape transformation. Even the hand seals remained the same as before, and the development difficulty was not even as high as Kakashi carving a dog head onto his earth flow wall. The only difference was that Tiangong shamelessly gave the techniques new names. Just as Tiangong was drinking meat soup while researching his new technique, his heart suddenly stirred, and he turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Xiao Shui was fighting someone. Hadn't she gone to play with her friends? How could she be in danger? His hands moved rapidly through hand seals as Tiangong tried to summon Xiao Shui back with the summoning technique, but she did not respond to his call. After the failed summoning, Tiangong did not hesitate at all. He grabbed a bone club and rushed at full speed towards Xiao Shui's direction. To increase his speed, he directly activated chakra activation mode. He and Xiao Shui had two kinds of contracts. One was the summoning contract commonly used in the ninja world. The other was a soul contract which he had discovered in the memories of his previous life, and which allowed the two of them to communicate with each other heart to heart. Although Xiao Shui could not yet speak human language, Tiangong could still sense her thoughts. Moreover, as long as the distance did not exceed a certain limit, Tiangong could sense Xiao Shui's approximate location and condition. Thus, the very moment Xiao Shui began fighting, Tiangong became aware of it. A few minutes earlier, in a certain dense forest, Xiao Shui had shrunk to human size and was playing with a pony no taller than an adult's thigh. The pony had light purple fur all over, and on its head stood a single horn crackling with arcs of purple lightning. At that moment, it was hopping and leaping as it chased Xiao Shui, who was gliding low through the air. Xiao Shui occasionally grabbed the pony with her claws, flew a lap through the sky with it, and then set it down again. Not far away stood a tall, handsome horse that looked much like the pony, but had no horn. The big horse chewed on a mouthful of dried grass, watching the one bird and one horse playing in the distance with a gentle expression. Whenever Xiao Shui picked up the pony, the big horse became especially focused, afraid that Xiao Shui might lose her balance and drop the pony from the sky. When the pony grew tired of playing, Xiao Shui lay down with it on a pile of dried grass. The big horse even brought out some nuts it usually could not bear to eat, just to treat Xiao Shui. In theory, their languages should have been mutually unintelligible, but Xiao Shui loved not only human children, she also adored baby animals. Perhaps sensing the goodwill radiating from her, the large horse and the pony got along with her quite harmoniously. Suddenly, several kunai shot toward them. The large horse seemed to sense the danger, and arcs of lightning erupted from its body, dispersing all the projectiles. After deflecting the ambush, the large horse warily turned to face the direction from which the kunai had come and saw a group of over 10 people approaching them. The lead man, tall and imposing, clapped his hands. Such reaction speed and the ability to wield lightning nature chakra. Not bad. You'll do perfectly as my summons. At this moment, a short youth leaned close to the lead man and whispered, Lord Kasanbi, we have already obtained the intelligence. We should complete the exchange with the Cloud Village as soon as possible. If we linger too long here, and Konoha discovers us. Before the youth could finish, Kasano impatiently snapped, You're too verbose, Sasaki. 2 mere beasts won't take long to deal with. Hearing this, a scarred-faced man in the ranks chimed in, Lord Kasano is right. They're just 2 beasts. Besides, if any Konoha ninja draws near, I'll sense them immediately. Even if we are discovered, Konoha still can't do much about us. After all, the one we're trading with is a high-ranking official of the Land of Fire. Ha ha ha. But, there's no but. You simply need to obey, Sasaki. Shoving the short youth aside, Kasano slowly walked toward the 2 horses, and one bird, his tone dripping with arrogance. Hey beast, can you understand human speech? Come sign a contract with me, or I'll kill you both. Meanwhile, not far from this location, a 3-person squad was making their way toward the position of those unidentified ninjas. Leading the squad were 3 large dogs sprinting ahead. Suddenly, the point woman with face paint raised her hand, and the squad came to a halt. From the left flank, a middle-aged man in a Konoha Jonin vest said gravely, Hana, did you find something? Indeed, the woman with face paint was none other than Tengon's former teammate, Inuzuka Hana. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Inuzuka Hana nodded. Yes, Captain Ashilori. Their presence is growing stronger. I suspect we're getting close. I see. Our direction is correct then. Hana, light the support incense. Yuri, you take point this time. Be ready for combat at all moments. Yes. Understood. At the command of Minato Ashilori, another member of the team moved to the front. That person's hands formed hand signs, and the veins around his eyes bulged dramatically. That member was indeed from the prestigious Hyuga clan of Konoha. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Hana quickly retrieved a thumb-length stick of incense from her ninja tool pouch. After lighting it, she held it in her hand. This was a special incense unique to the Inuzuka clan. Once burned for a period of time, its scent could spread for tens of miles. Of course, only the Inuzuka clan's ninkin, with their extraordinarily powerful sense of smell, could detect it. The team continued forward for a while until Hyuga Yoru raised his hand, and the group halted once more. Hyuga Yoru whispered, Captain, I've spotted them. There are 13 in total. They're currently engaged in combat, with 2 powerful ninkin. However, those 2 beasts are clearly at a disadvantage and won't hold out much longer. Yoru, what is the enemy's composition? Hyuga Yoru observed for a moment before responding, based on their chakra levels, their use of jutsu, and their fighting styles. One of them is at least Jonin level. 3 are Chunin. The remaining 9 have mediocre ninjutsu and taijutsu, but among Genin, they'd be considered outstanding. I see. Conceal our presence and wait for reinforcements. The squad advanced slowly, and they could already hear the sounds of the ongoing battle. Just as Minato Ashilori was devising a strategy, Hyuga Yoru suddenly said, Bad news. There's a censor ninja among them. We may have been discovered. Minato Ashilori's gaze hardened. Hana, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? Glancing at the incense stick now burned halfway, Inuzuka Hana replied quickly. Based on the terrain and movement trajectories, the first squad should arrive within 8 minutes. The third squad will take at least 15 minutes. The first squad. If it's him. Muttering to himself, Minato Ashilori drew a kunai from his tool pouch and gritted his teeth. I'll handle that, Jonin. You 2 hold off the rest with my shadow clones. These people may carry critical intelligence regarding Konoha. Even at the cost of our lives, we cannot let them leave the Land of Fire. Yes. 2. The moment the words left his mouth, Minato Ashilori stuffed 2 military rations into his mouth and charged forward. Simultaneously, he formed hand signs, and 2 shadow clones followed closely behind. His natural talent was merely average. His promotion to Jonin was largely due to accumulated field merit and the backing of his clan. If Jonin were ranked by power, regular Jonin would be Tier 3, Special Jonin Tier 5, and Minato Ashilori felt he didn't even qualify as a decent fighter in Tier 4. Fortunately, Minato Ashilori knew his place well. In a direct confrontation, he stood little chance against a Jonin-level opponent. While Hyuga Yoru and Inuzuka Hana were both above average among Chunin, they were no match for the 13 opponents. Therefore, it was wiser to use shadow clones to coordinate with them. Coupled with the 2 ninkin, there shouldn't be any major issues before reinforcements arrived. Although he was expending a great deal of chakra, if he pushed himself to the limit, he should still be able to hold off that Jonin. As long as that person arrived afterward, even if he fell in battle, the mission would be a complete success. The plan was sound, but Minato Ashilori had overlooked one crucial factor, the condition of the 2 ninkin. The ice bird had exhausted a great deal of stamina and chakra in the earlier battle, and could now only stay airborne, harassment the enemies with low-cost techniques. As for the large horse, it had already been killed the moment he charged out. Forcing a fire-style jutsu to push back the Jonin, Minato Ashilori looked at his wounded subordinates and felt a growing anxiety in his chest. Damn it, it's been less than 2 minutes. At this rate, these two kids won't last much longer. What do I do? Perceiving Minato Ashilori's desperation, Kasano sneered. Konoha ninja, step aside and let us leave, and everyone lives. Never. And then I'll kill you all. Go to hell. After a brief exchange of taunts, the two engaged in single combat. During the fight, Minato Ashilori summoned another shadow clone to ease the pressure on his subordinates. However, this further depleted his already scarce chakra, and he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Kasano. If not for the enemy's own lackluster strength, he would surely have been dead long ago. Just as Kasano was preparing to sacrifice something to finish off Minato Ashilori, the scarred-faced censor ninja in his ranks suddenly cried out in terror. Bad news, Captain Kasano. An enormous chakra presence is approaching from the northwest. Such a brutal aura. It's almost as if a Jinchuriki. Hearing this, both sides immediately fell back. Exchanges glances, and Inuzuka Hana quickly applied a healing jutsu to Minato Ashilori. Though Inuzuka Hana's primary duty was veterinary care, her training in Konoha's medical corps had made her medical ninjutsu quite proficient. Minato Ashilori brushed her away. Don't bother, Hana. But conserve your chakra. That's an order. Minato Ashilori's gaze turned stern. If the person arriving isn't a Konoha ninja, fall back toward the first squad. But Captain, before Inuzuka Hana could protest further, Hyuga beside her broke into a smile. Noticing their gazes turned toward him, he said with confidence, "We don't need to flee. Though he's changed greatly, I wouldn't mistake that chakra. It's definitely him." Before Kusa could issue any orders, a figure shrouded in scarlet chakra armor appeared in the midst of the battlefield with astonishing speed. Kusa and his companions' gazes grew grave, for this individual required no sensing jutsu whatsoever. The wildly surging chakra emanating from him alone was enough to reveal the terrifying depth of his power. The chakra cloak gradually dissipated, revealing a young man whose attire was entirely unsuitable for this season. He cracked his neck, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and then fixed his attention on Kusa's group. Yo, where did some beast from off the streets come to wreak havoc on Konoha's territory? At these words, Kusa's expression tightened. This guy was indeed Konoha's reinforcement, troublesome indeed. Hearing that familiar voice, Inuzuka Hana of the Konoha side couldn't help but cry out in delight. Wonderful. Tiangong, it's Dongshin Tiangong. That aura just now. I didn't expect him to have grown so powerful. No wonder he escaped last time. Hearing his name, Tiangong turned his head and saw the boy with the Byakugan winking at him. He raised an eyebrow. You're Hyuga Ryushin. Hearing that name, Hyuga immediately lost his composure and roared at Tiangong. I'm Hyuga, you bastard. Got it. Turning around, Tiangong regarded the group of ninja who had been battling Konoha's side with a detached tone. So will you surrender peacefully, or shall I eliminate every last one of you? Upon hearing this, Kusa's subordinates' expressions grew tense with dread. The scar-faced ninja with sensing abilities wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then leaned close to Kusa's ear and whispered, Lord Kusa, this fellow's chakra is terrifying. I suspect he may be Konoha's Jinchuriki. Even if he isn't, he's far beyond anything we could handle. Hearing this, Kusa's gaze also grew grave. I've seen his file. Dongshin Tiangong of Konoha rated a quasi-NBU class ninja by the village. Don't worry too much. The intelligence states that while he possesses enormous chakra reserves, his combat methods are quite limited. He relies mostly on taijutsu and nintaijutsu. I estimate his strength is roughly comparable to mine, but we truly must retreat. After all, he's not an enemy that can be dispatched in a few exchanges. If he holds us off and more Konoha ninja arrive, it'll be disastrous. Kusa's group hailed from the grass-hidden village. Their village had once captured a woman of the Uzumaki clan, and the grass village, lacking developed medical ninjutsu, understood the Uzumaki lineage's remarkable utility all too well. After that woman had been completely drained, they naturally kept an eye on Dongshin Tiangong, also a descendant of the Uzumaki line. However, since the woman's daughter could still serve their purposes for now, they chose not to risk angering Konoha by targeting Tiangong. Seeing Kusa and his men remain silent, Tiangong chuckled. I see you've chosen the latter. As he spoke, he pressed his palms together, and once more a crimson chakra cloak enveloped his body. A large crater formed on the ground as Tiangong's figure shot toward Kusa's group. Simultaneously, a 2-meter-long bone club materialized in his hand, a weapon taken from the giant boar he had recently hunted. It wasn't that the bone club was particularly superior, it was merely that Tiangong had destroyed lightning fong and flatfish not long ago. He had then taken the materials along with the chakra metal rod gifted by the Third Hokage to this old acquaintance for forging new weapons. As Tiangong charged toward them, Yuan Fei Ashilu, though feeling Tiangong was being somewhat reckless, still drew his kunai and followed. Seeing the figure radiating terrifying chakra charge toward him, Kusa sneered and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release Fire Wolf Destruction Jutsu. Die arrogant brat. Just as the Fire Wolf was about to make contact with Tiangong Yuan Fei Ashilu, hastily formed hand seals hoping to aid Tiangong. Tiangong dodged quickly, you fool. Fearing Tiangong might be severely injured, Inuzuka Hana couldn't help but shout loudly. Even Hyuga beside her found himself holding his breath. After all, 3 years ago when Tiangong was still in Konoha, he didn't recall Tiangong knowing any jutsu that could provide quick defense. Yet at this moment Tiangong seemed somewhat indifferent, for the jutsu released by this opponent paled in comparison to that masked man who had supposedly battled the ninja god. It posed absolutely no threat to him. Based on the aura alone, Tiangong felt that even Lightning Fang, now past its peak, could easily dispatch this man along with his entire retinue. Wishing to conserve chakra, he hasn't even deployed his trump cards against an unfamiliar enemy. Truly the arrogant one. Murmuring softly, Tiangong's chakra slowly spread onto the bone club, and then before everyone's astonished eyes, he simply smacked that fire wolf apart with a single strike. The scattered flames splashed against his chakra armor, but failed to cause Tiangong any harm, nor did they slow his momentum even slightly. Witnessing this, Kusa's jaw nearly dropped. Though the Fire Wolf Destruction Jutsu had been countered many times, such brute force dismantling was something he'd never seen before. Still, as a jonin, Kusa's reaction was swift. This brat before him was simply a monster. Konoha's intelligence system is utterly useless. With just that feat alone, this guy's strength is at least A rank. He's definitely not someone I can handle alone. As for those Chunin subordinates, rather than fighting alongside him, Kusa felt it more cost-effective to have them delay the enemy. With that thought, Kusa rapidly employed several body flicker techniques to distance himself from those comrades, just before Tiangong reached them. And after crushing a grass ninja into a bloody pulp with a single bone club strike, Tiangong sneered, then immediately began forming hand seals. Earth Release Colossal Earth Flow Wall. Though Tiangong's jutsu incantations were often lengthy, he understood the principle that overwhelming power could yield miraculous results. As long as enough chakra was expended, most jutsu would produce extraordinary effects. Then beneath Kusa's despairing gaze, a colossal earth wall stretching 1 kilometer long and 100 meters high erupted before his very eyes. However, the overwhelming desire for survival ultimately overpowered all else. After discovering that explosive tags couldn't breach the wall, Kusa concentrated his chakra into his feet and fled without looking back. How interesting. A slow smile curled Tiangong's lips, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a mischievous urge akin to a cat toying with a mouse. But he had never subscribed to the notion that the strong must cruelly humiliate the weak. After all, his philosophy held that the strong should direct their blades toward even greater foes. Faced with enemies who sparked no battle lust, he preferred to simply crush them beneath his heel rather than deign to humiliate them. As for looking down upon weaker opponents and refusing to engage them, Tiangong believed only certain eccentric minds within the Uchiha clan would entertain such notions. The fleeting thought passed, and Tiangong deactivated his chakra activation mode. Then he slowly formed hand seals. Earth Release Earth Dragon Turning Over Jutsu. Instantly the earth trembled violently, and 100-meter-long earthen dragon rose from the ground before diving toward Kusa like a predatory beast. Sensing the approaching catastrophe, Kusa turned to look, and his entire scalp went numb with terror, his trousers instantly soaked with a vast pool of liquid. This has to be a joke. Using such a jutsu against me, I'll be reduced to fragments. Bastard. Even those grass ninja beside Tiangong couldn't help but gape in shock. Facing an enemy capable of unleashing calamity-like techniques, the inexperienced bunch lacked even the courage to grip their kunai tightly. Just as the earth dragon was about to devour Kasano, a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping rang out. A figure appeared beside Kasano like a deity, then leaped into the air, hurling a bolt of lightning condensed to its absolute peak directly at the dragon's head. Watching the godlike man destroy the earth dragon, tears streamed down Kasano's eyes. So, this is what it feels like to be saved, sniffle sniffle. After annihilating the earth dragon, the figure landed gracefully, and only then did Kasano get a clear look at his face. Flowing white hair, a tall lean build, a mask covering most of his face, and a metal forehead protector emblazoned with a leaf emblem covering one eye. Wait, a leaf forehead protector. Isn't this none other than Kakashi of the Sharingan from Konoha? At that moment, Kakashi raised an eyebrow toward the direction of Tangu. So, you're the one from the East Sky Shrine. You've already grown to this extent. Truly surprising. However, this one can't die just yet. The information in his head is rather important, wouldn't you agree, Kasano Ichiro Jonin of the Grass Village? Heh. You're absolutely right. Meeting that faintly smiling gaze, Kasano Ichiro's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he screamed inwardly. This is fake. Fake. This isn't some damn redemption. It's nothing but wave after wave of despair. Watching Kakashi's lazy demeanor, two figures surfaced in Tenku's mind. One was the adorable little Rin, a gentle girl. Tenku vaguely remembered being frequently fed by her when he was a child. The other was from the Uchiha clan, something like Uchiha Tuba, or whatever. That kid was always dazed and clueless, and when Rin fed Tenku it made the guy insanely jealous. Tenku still vaguely recalled that guy being a total simp, though Rin seemed to like Kakashi. Back then Tenku thought the guy was like a pet, always stirring up some kind of trouble. He simply watched it all for amusement. It was just a pity that both of them died in the war. At the thought, Tenku sighed inwardly, then waved toward Kakashi. Yo, isn't this the son of the White Fang, Senior Kakashi? Long time no see. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted, you little brat were totally about to call me white-haired, weren't you? It's out of respect for you. So I'm being respected by a brat still in the Ninja Academy. What an honor. How the hell do you know that? The whole of Konoha knows. Seeing Tenku sulking, the entire Konoha squad, including Sarutobi Ishiryu, who barely knew him at all, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shaking his head, Tenku figured none of these bastards were any good. He had just helped them, and now they were ganging up to mock him. Glancing at the three huge dogs frantically wagging their tails by his legs, Tenku crouched down, rubbed their big heads, then pulled out a storage scroll and rewarded each dog with a large chunk of meat. After sending off the Haimaru trio, Tenku waved his hand. When Xiaoxue didn't fly over, he looked around and spotted Xiaoxue lying beside a small foal next to a large horse covered in wounds. Tenku walked over to take a look. The big horse had no trace of blood energy fluctuation whatsoever, which meant it was basically ice cold. From the intent conveyed by Xiaoxue, Tenku learned that the foal was a new friend Xiaoxue had made, and the dead horse was the foal's mother. Letting out a sigh, Tenku used earth release to bury the mare, and at Xiaoxue's earnest plea took the foal in. Upon learning that the foal's race naturally wielded the power of lightning, he named it Xiaolei. To be honest, he'd originally wanted to name the foal Raikage, but the little one seemed pretty resistant to that. After everything was settled, Tenku realized the Konoha squad still hadn't left. Walking up to them, Tenku asked curiously, what, is there another round? Hearing this, the Konoha ninja rolled their eyes, and Hyuga couldn't help but retort, come on, we're on a mission, not at a party. How the hell would there be another round? Then why don't you head back to the village? What's the point of standing around freezing your asses off? Seeing them stare at him like he was an idiot, Inuzuka Hana helplessly explained. These guys had only ever lingered around the Land of Fire for a while, yet they clearly possessed intelligence related to Konoha. That meant there were only two ways they got it: either a spy had planted the intel in advance, or a major clan in the Land of Fire had sold Konoha out. I see. Tenku nodded, understanding. The village suspected one of the Land of Fire's clans, but couldn't do anything to those traitorous bastards anyway. Worse, the other side might even use underhanded means to pressure Konoha, so they decided to interrogate these guys outside the village instead. Having figured it out, Tenku noticed the enemy ninja were all subdued, yet the Konoha squad still made no move. He raised an eyebrow. Well then, interrogate them already. What's the holdup? Is it that I need to leave? Closing the little yellow book in his hand, Kakashi said, no, it's not that. Another squad is in charge of the interrogation, but they haven't arrived yet. Hearing this, Tenku nodded. These Konoha ninja must have split into 3 squads to chase the enemies along 3 different routes. That ensured the fastest possible support for the other 2 squads. Kakashi's squad probably consisted of just him alone, because even facing enemies solo he could handle it. As for the squad that hadn't arrived yet, Tenku guessed it was 1 member from the Yamanaka clan and 1 from the Inuzuka clan, paired with a skilled interrogator. With that in mind, Tenku waved his hand. Everyone's busy. You don't need to interrogate these guys, and you don't need to wait for them. Watch me. As he spoke, Tenku grabbed his bone club and walked toward the subdued ninja. Seeing this, Kakashi hastily tried to stop him. Hey, can you handle this? Don't make a mess of things. TCH. Puffing out his chest, Tenku said disdainfully, can I handle it? Just drop the question mark. With that, he strode up to a burly man and snarled, hey, spill everything you know. Seeing this, Kakashi, who'd actually harbored some hope for Tenku, couldn't help but cover his face. In truth, he did know a thing or two about interrogation, having left the Umbu only a few days ago. The burly man also figured Tenku was merely strong in combat and knew nothing about interrogation techniques. He let out a cold snort and spat directly at Tenku's face. Tenku quickly dodged, then bared his teeth. Damn it, in all my years I've never seen such an arrogant bastard. Hearing this, the burly man seemed to trigger some kind of universal law. He raised his chin and declared with extreme arrogance, well, today you're seeing one. Too bad you won't be seeing anything after today. Before the man could react, Tenku raised his bone club and slammed it viciously into him. Even without using blood energy or chakra, the blow, relying purely on Tenku's physical strength, smashed the burly man into a pulp. At the sight, the Konoha squad couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Just what the hell does this guy know about interrogation? After cleaning the blood off his bone club, Tenku walked over to the short young man named Sasaki. Standing before Sasaki, Amamiya's expression remained fierce. Come now, let me see if you're even more arrogant than I am. Sir, I'm not arrogant. Not at all. Then I'll ask and you'll answer. Got it. Sasaki nodded with difficulty. Remembering the brutal scene moments ago, his lips trembled. Got it. Which village are you from? Sir, we're from Uzumaki. Seeing Sasaki nearly pissing himself in fear, Amamiya frowned deeply, then said impatiently, stop stalling. Time for you to hit the road. With that, he raised his bone club high once more, then brought it down with savage force. Bang! A kunai intercepted the blow. Amamiya looked at Kakashi in surprise. Having blocked Amamiya's attack, Kakashi felt a surge of shock. He hadn't sensed any chakra from Amamiya at all yet. That single swing had numbed his entire arm. This kid's raw strength was terrifying. Seeing Amamiya's displeased expression, Kakashi said helplessly, these guys might not be particularly important, but if you keep slaughtering them like this, our work will be hard to finish. Troublesome. Just as he was about to continue questioning, the short young man had already fainted from the horror. Giving him a kick, Amamiya went straight to the leader of the group, the jonin named Kasano. Just as he was about to ask if Kasano was more arrogant, he saw the man glaring at him with cold, sinister eyes. After locking gazes for a moment, Amamiya laughed dryly. Looks like you're pretty arrogant too. What, you think I can't kill you? Glancing at his subordinate's mangled corpse, Kasano sneered inwardly. Konoha would allow this brat to kill a nobody chunin, but they would never sit by and let a jonin like him die here. And if he could hold out long enough for word to reach the Land of Fire's capital, that clan would definitely find a way to pull him out of Konoha. With that thought, Kasano's gaze grew even more venomous. He gritted his teeth. Kid, my strength may be far beneath yours, but my revenge will make you regret this for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Amamiya nodded, took a fierce swig from his gourd, and said approvingly, not bad. Your courage, I acknowledge it. With that, he tucked the gourd back at his waist and waved over Hyuga. Hyuga was Amamiya's teammate when he had first graduated from the ninja academy. Though Yoru was a year older than Yugao, the two had gotten along like peas in a pod. The team had disbanded before long, but Yoru and the other member had never treated Amamiya as a brat, often inviting him out for gatherings. Since Amamiya had always been the ideas guy among the three, Yoru and Uchiha Ryu often teased him, the youngest, by calling him Gongji. Over time, it just became habit. After all, Amamiya always called Yoru Liangshun and Uchiha Ryu Alan. What's up, Gongji? Any orders? Coming up beside Amamiya, Yoru slung one arm around his shoulder and grabbed the gourd from his waist with the other. Breathing in the alluring aroma of the sake, Yoru's expression grew intoxicated. He instinctively wanted to take a big gulp, but remembered they were still on a mission, so he reluctantly gave up. Meanwhile, Amamiya continued staring at Kasano. Suddenly, a slow smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he said softly to Yoru, flood him. What? At those words, Yoru was about to nod, but when he realized what Amamiya had said, he couldn't help glancing at Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi waved a hand. Fine, do whatever you want. Just don't kill him. Understood. Hearing the Konoha ninja's conversation, Kasano's face turned pale with terror. Though the temperature was dozens of degrees below zero, sweat poured down his forehead in large drops. Hey, Konoha ninja, don't do anything rash. Let's talk this over. Seeing Yoru pull out a kunai, Kasano shrieked in panic. No. Sharingan, Kakashi, stop these two. Please. I'll tell you everything. Hey, you're way too loud. Smack. A single slap knocked out half of Kasano's teeth, and Yoru promptly tore off his own sock and stuffed it into the man's mouth. Then, under Kasano's despairing gaze, Yoru drew out his kunai with an utterly thrilled expression. Hee a jonin. First time in my life. With a strange cackle, Yoru licked his lips. Don't worry though, there's not much meat on you, but I'll make you my most treasured collection piece. By now, Kakashi and Ishiro had also turned to watch out of curiosity. This was a temporary team-up, and they weren't very familiar with Yoru. Still, the guy was quite famous in Konoha, not for his strength, but for his peculiar hobby of collecting all sorts of bizarre and strange objects. It was said that because of this, he, a descendant of a Hyuga clan elder, had been cast out of the clan compound and once branded the shame of the Hyuga. When the atmosphere was just right, Yoru picked up Amamiya's sake gourd and took a huge swig, then spat it onto the kunai. Whoosh. A flash of the blade. Time seemed to freeze, and every man present felt a phantom chill between his legs. Most of the Uzumaki ninja fainted on the spot. After a moment of silence, Ishiro suddenly shouted, Flower, hurry and stop the bleeding, otherwise he'll die. Hearing this, Inuzuka Hana covered her ears and shook her head frantically. Aunt. I won't. But, rubbing his forehead, Kakashi sighed helplessly. Forget it, Ishiro, don't give the girl a hard time. Just slap some hemostatic medicine on him. He'll live until we get back to Konoha. After Kasano was handled, the third squad in charge of interrogation finally arrived. Everyone from Konoha stared straight at Amamiya. After a moment, Kakashi spoke first. So, You never actually knew anything about interrogation, right? At that, Amamiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then said with a slightly guilty tone, well, it's just that they hurt my summoned beast, and I wanted to kill a few more to let off some steam for her before we left. Then get lost. Yes, sir. Xiao Shui Xiao Lei were pulling out. Oh, and I'll put every detail in the mission report. Amamiya didn't give a damn. Hugeyuro. Tanami Amamiya, I'll F your. After settling the two little ones in his temporary lodging, Amamiya wandered through the streets of the Land of Fire's capital to buy New Year goods. His original intention was to find a few singing girls to relax before returning to the village, but he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in front of a bookstore. Kakashi. Amamiya quickly jogged over. Yo, senior. Been a while, I missed you so much. Say, is that a shadow clone? Tucking away his newly bought little yellow book, Kakashi drawled, nope, this is my real body. Raising an eyebrow, Amamiya teased. Then aren't you abandoning your post? No. My mission was already complete after arresting those Kusagakure ninja. Then what about what you said earlier? I just didn't want you to keep running wild. Alright. Since your mission's done, how about a drink together? Glancing at Tiangong, Kakashi said in surprise, huh, at such a young age you've already come into contact with the 3 ninja prohibitions. Hearing this, a question mark slowly rose above Tiangong's head. He looked confused. What? 3 ninja prohibitions? What the heck is that? Seeing Tiangong's expression, Kakashi's gaze turned strange. This kid has been in the ninja academy for so many years. Could he really have never heard of the 3 ninja prohibitions? After a moment of silence, Kakashi still explained it to Tiangong, though this time his tone carried a faintly lecturing air. The so-called 3 ninja prohibitions refer to alcohol, money, and women. These things erode a ninja's will leave him more openings and hinder his strength from growing. Hearing this, Tiangong gave a disdainful smile. That's nothing but pure crap. Don't ninjas take missions for money? Hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned serious. Money doesn't refer to mere cash, but to extravagant desire. Women and alcohol are likewise various desires. This time, before Kakashi could finish, Tiangong directly retorted, a ninja is a profession that dances on the line of death. If after getting the money you can't spend it recklessly, can't drink, and can't find women, then what meaning is there in a ninja's life? You need to understand that not every ninja has strength like yours. A mission that seems like a trivial task to you may get many people killed. But these are the rules. Rules are made for the dead. Jiraiya and that old third Hokage, master and disciple, each more lecherous than the last. Yet who can say they aren't excellent ninjas? And as for the big sister, every time I work hard to save up some money, she snatches it away, claiming she's keeping it safe for me. But she actually uses it all for gambling. That she-tiger really thinks I don't know. Humph. Hearing this, Kakashi was about to say something else, but Tiangong simply draped an arm over his shoulder. Geez, you're so long-winded. If we're out having fun, we should just enjoy ourselves. Kakashi sighed. Although he felt Tiangong's words were wrong, he still did not continue his lecture. After all, the two were merely old acquaintances. And besides, was he not also an ascetic pilgrim lost about the road ahead? Following Tiangong to a blacksmith shop, Kakashi asked, did you also order ninja tools here? I'm just here to pick them up. When they entered the front gate, the two saw a burly old man in ragged clothes drinking wine in the courtyard. Tiangong waved his hand. Yo, old man, iron pretty relaxed, aren't you? Have you finished forging my sword? The old man looked up, set down his teacup, and said respectfully, Lord Tiangong, I've completed the tiger cleaver. As for the other blade, the Shadow Slayer, I still need to ask for your opinion. Huh, didn't I already give you the blueprints? Just forge it however you like. Forget it, bring me the tiger cleaver first. Hearing this, the old man laboriously fetched a long wooden box from the back room. Catching his breath, the old man laughed. Honestly, though all the materials were ready, just forging the blade's shape alone nearly cost this old man half his life. The wooden box was opened to reveal a long saber with strange grain patterns on the blade, and a handguard shaped like a white tiger with closed eyes. The tiger cleaver's shape was exactly the elongated form of the Tang horizontal saber from Tiangong's past life memories. The 5-centimeter wide blade jutted out from the tiger's mouth, fully 1.2 meters long with a 30-centimeter hilt. Its main forging material was the very metal rod taken from the old village chief, the one said to be unsuitable for forging ninja tools. Gripping the long blade, Tiangong examined it closely. The blade was straight and slender, and the handguard was flawless. After casually swinging it a few times, Tiangong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Old man Iron, I acknowledge your craftsmanship. You really are a worthy descendant of the god of smithing. Hearing this, the old man quickly lowered his head. That my ancestors' legacy did not end in my generation is all thanks to Lord Tiangong's life-saving kindness. He hung the long saber at his waist. Though the blade was somewhat long, matched with Tiangong's burly figure, it appeared quite harmonious. Patting the old man on the shoulder, Tiangong laughed. Ha ha, old man Iron, don't mention the past. Alright, what was it you just said you wanted my opinion on? Lord Tiangong, the lightning blade and the flatfish can indeed be fused and reforged according to your requirements. However, these two weapons are made of excellent materials. If Tiangong waved his hand, you're forging weapons for me. If you have any conditions, just say them plainly. I'll do everything I can. Hearing this, the old man said bluntly, Lord Tiangong, a metal called Yuanjin is needed to fuse them properly. After that, its toughness, density, and chakra conductivity will all surpass the original lightning blade and the flatfish. Good. I'll go find it. Nodding, Tiangong pulled a stack of silver notes from his pocket and stuffed them into the old man's hand. Before the old man could speak, Tiangong said, I've troubled you for so long. If I didn't show some appreciation, that would be too inconsiderate. But when you saved me back then, I already swore to work for you for free. Consider it me buying you a drink, you old rascal. With that, Tiangong waved his hand and headed out the door with Kakashi. After leaving the blacksmith's shop, Kakashi asked tentatively, the lightning blade and the flatfish that old master mentioned, could they possibly be? Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong laughed. That's right, exactly the ones you're thinking of. Honestly, I was also trying to get my hands on the executioner's blade, but after that guy escaped, I lost all leads. His suspicions confirmed. Even Kakashi's calm temperament couldn't help being stunned by Tiangong's boldness. I must say, how do you dare? If you're exposed, Kirigakure will definitely hunt you down without mercy. Tiangong waved his hand dismissively. Does it make any difference? Because of my old man, they've already been hunting me for a long time. Hearing this, Kakashi also thought of the man who had infiltrated the hidden mist alone during the Third Great Ninja War. Though his fermented excrement methods were scorned by nearly every ninja, he still used that most despicable means to blast thousands of Kirigakure ninjas to death. Even though more than 99% were genin, it was still enough to severely cripple the hidden mist village at the height of its prominence. Seeing Kakashi lost and thought, Tiangong laughed. Don't worry. Since I've managed to live until now, it shows their methods are nothing to fear. In my eyes, Kirigakure doesn't even count as a tiger without fangs. That whole bloody mist village, frankly speaking, is just like Sunegakure's so-called elite system. The daimyo won't allocate funds, so they can't afford to support too many ninjas. And if they truly had any real strength, those ninja swords, which are even more ridiculous than the bloody mist, would never have fallen into my hands. Let me tell you something funny. Last time Asuma Brother Beast and I went to the Land of Water on a mission. Guess what? Those idiots in Kirigakure actually think it's an honor to get those pieces of junk. But the ones who got the swords either got kicked to death or defected from the village. They finally managed to recover one, and then the new owner went and used it to slash the Mizukage. Damn, it cracks me up. Listening to Tiangong laughing wildly beside him, Kakashi couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Yet inside, he actually felt what Tiangong said made some sense. Ignoring Tiangong, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, then took the tiger cleaver from Tiangong's waist to examine it closely. As soon as the long blade touched his hand, Kakashi's arm sank. He had to quickly channel his chakra to keep the saber from slipping free. After a moment, he couldn't help but wonder. The blade had looked flawless, but it seemed to have only been beaten into a shape. The inside had not really been forged at all. This blade is made of a special material. Getting its exterior to this state was already the limit for that old man. Afterward, I'll need to continue forging it with my own methods. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded, then added, but even so, isn't this sword just too heavy? Ha ha ha. This is exactly the kind of weapon a real man should use. As he spoke, Tiangong cut a bloody gash across his palm, then closed his hand firmly around the hilt of Tiger Cutter. Seeing his vivid red blood trickle slowly from the hilt toward the blade, Kakashi's gaze turned a little strange. Hey, what are you doing? Injecting a large amount of blood rich with blood chi into the blade, Tiangong chuckled. Ha, tempering the edge with blood. I'm just saying. You've got no scientific basis for this, you know. Dude, we're all ninjas now. Who gives a damn about science? Kakashi was utterly speechless. Sensing that Tiger Cutter had been preliminarily refined, Tiangong stored it straight into his dantian. To make the blade even more spiritually attuned, he would have to consume a great deal of blood chi to temper and refine it. Kakashi, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. From his perspective, Tiangong had looked as if he were about to slice open his own stomach, only for a sudden vortex to appear in his lower abdomen and absorb the sword. This was, of course, a technique from Tiangong's martial path. But his strength was still limited, and the space within his dantian could only hold lifeless objects that he had refined. At present, only Tiger Cutter and Tiangong's treasured wine gourd had been refined. Ordinary ninja tools could work too, but the gain would be minor and would waste blood chi. He and Kakashi arrived at the tavern the actress had brought him to a few months ago. The two had just been looking for a secluded spot when they saw a strikingly attractive girl sitting in front of a booth. Beside her, a burly man covered in slabs of muscle was aggressively trying to hit on her. Seeing that the girl was not playing along, the big man grew visibly impatient. He reached out a thick hand about to forcibly take her away, when a tall figure draped in a black cloak and wearing a pure white mask appeared beside him. The figure patted the girl on the shoulder, then a light laugh came from under the mask. Yo, if it isn't Yuki. Startled by the touch, the girl whirled around. Seeing that familiar outfit, she blurted out in surprise, "You. You're Ashing." Tiangong was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that the last time they drank together he had apparently introduced himself as Ashing or something like that. He gave a dry cough, then laughed. It's me. Long time no see. How about? He stopped mid-sentence when he remembered that he wasn't alone today. Turning around, he looked at Kakashi with an awkward expression. The girl seemed vaguely familiar to Kakashi, and he noticed that Tiangong knew her. He could tell at a glance that the big man was no good sort, so he simply shrugged. "I don't mind. If she's your friend, of course she's welcome." Tiangong smiled at Yuki. "Come on, join us. Don't be nervous. He's my senior, a very kind person. And with a beautiful girl like you around, he must be overjoyed." Hearing that, Yuki lowered her head slightly. She recognized Ashing's senior, although his build and temperament had changed a lot. But that familiar outfit and trademark silver hair made it absolutely certain. He was the Konoha ninja who had saved her from the land of snow when she was little Hitaki Kakashi. Even though she didn't want her identity to be recognized, Yuki was still glad to stay with Tiangong because she had clearly been targeted by that big man. It was fortunate she had run into Ashing, otherwise she really wouldn't have known how to handle it alone. Standing up, Yuki hesitated for a moment, then looped her arm through Tiangong's, putting on an intimate look. She thought the hulking man would back off after that since Tiangong didn't look like someone to mess with. Unfortunately, Yuki had misjudged. The big man blocked their path and said with a gloomy expression, "Hey kid, that woman is prey I've set my eyes on. If I just let you take her away, won't I look like a total pushover?" Tiangong didn't even spare the big man a glance. He just chuckled and said, "Sorry about that, but this young lady is my friend. You'd better look for other prey." With that, he shoved the big man aside and led Yuki toward a corner seat. As he walked, he teased the girl beside him. "I say, Yuki, last time you clearly said it was your treat, but in the end you were the one who drank yourself silly." Yuki kept her head down, not from embarrassment, but because she was a little frightened. The big man's expression was growing nastier, and a terrifying murderous aura seemed to radiate from him, making her deeply uncomfortable. Fortunately, having Tiangong beside her gave Yuki some sense of safety. Just when she thought they had finally gotten away from the man, a sudden fierce gust of wind swept from behind. Turning around, she saw the big man with a vicious expression throwing a heavy punch toward the center of Tiangong's back. "Arrogant brat. How dare you look down on me? Die." "Ashing." Yuki cried out in alarm, but the big man's fist was simply too fast. Bang! Tiangong caught the fist in one hand. Feeling the force in that punch, he raised an eyebrow. The man's raw strength was already considerable, and it seemed he had just been using chakra as well. Though Tiangong had easily blocked the blow using nothing but his physical body. But whether the man was a ninja or a samurai, he had definitely just tried to kill him. Thinking this, Tiangong pulled free the hand that had been linked with Yuki's and gathered a wisp of chakra at his fingertip. Then under the big man's terrified gaze, he pressed it directly toward the point between his brows. Suddenly, a large hand in a combat glove caught Tiangong's wrist. Turning around, Tiangong saw Kakashi speaking helplessly. "Hey, don't you think that's a little too flashy?" Before Tiangong could say anything, the hulking man was the first to let out a sigh of relief. That masked kid's aura was just too powerful. He hadn't even been able to gather the courage to resist earlier. And just now he truly felt his great-grandmother calling for him. Fortunately, that masked Konoha ninja had stopped him. Since a Konoha ninja was here, it looked like he was saved. Just as the hulking man thought he would escape with his life today, Kakashi continued, "Better take this guy to some out-of-the-way corner and deal with him, then we'll find another place." At that, the hulking man completely sobered up. Although he didn't know sensory ninjutsu, he could still tell that these two before him absolutely had the ability to kill him as easily as crushing a chick. Just as he was about to drop to his knees and beg for mercy, Tiangong released his fist and said in a tone like he was shooing away a fly, "Too much trouble. Just get lost and stop showing your face in front of me." "Why, yes. Yes." The hulking man looked as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily dashed out the door. "How rude. Forget it, ignore him. Let's get a drink." As he spoke, Tiangong condensed a wisp of blood chi at his fingertip and flicked it into the hulking man's body. Kakashi happened to notice this. At the table, he asked with some curiosity, "Tiangong, what was that just now?" Tiangong waved his hand dismissively. "Just a little trick. Though he was a minor nobody, he dared to try to kill me in the fire capital, so it's better to finish him off and avoid future trouble." Listening to their conversation, Fenghua Xiaoxue tightened her grip on the wine cup. Though not a ninja, she could plainly discern that burly giant and a Xing were not from the same league. A Xing had not even deigned to regard the man as an opponent. As for the trouble a Xing had mentioned, it must have stemmed from his desire to avoid being tracked down by that man in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt deeply moved. Since escaping the land of snow apart from Sandeu, who had come after her not long ago, a Xing was the first person who had genuinely cared for her well-being. In truth, Fenghua Xiaoxue had overthought the matter. Tiangong simply reasoned that if someone intended to eliminate him, then courtesy demanded reciprocity. If he failed to strike back, that would be the truly impolite course. Should his opponent surpass him in strength, he would flee, or should his opponent prove weaker, he would assess the quality of their escape. This had always been his guiding principle. Noticing both of them staring in astonishment, Tiangong hastily waved his hands and urged them to stop gawking, inviting them to drink instead. He then cleared his throat and introduced them. This is Hitaki Kakashi, famously renowned throughout Konoha, my senior in the ninja arts. As for this lady here, she is a celebrated artist and true star in my realm of creativity, Miss Fuji Fuki. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression grew skeptical. Could this brat truly be speaking about something so pretentious? Art. Him. Before Tiangong could retort, Fenghua Xiaoxue murmured that the director had perceived a certain charisma about a Xing and wished to cast him as the chief antagonist in their production. Hearing this, Kakashi nearly burst out laughing, yet he had to concede that the director's judgment was sound. Tiangong indeed carried an aura fitting for a major villain. However, catching sight of Tiangong's clearly displeased expression, Kakashi chose to preserve his dignity and refrained from mocking him openly. The three continued drinking and conversing. Though Kakashi and Fenghua Xiaoxue occasionally teased Tiangong, the atmosphere remained quite pleasant. At the table, Fenghua Xiaoxue kept her head slightly bowed. Despite facing the man who had once saved her life, she could not bring herself to let him recognize her. After all, that uncle of hers, a true devil, would never cease hunting her down. What Fenghua Xiaoxue failed to realize was that her posture inadvertently drew more attention from Kakashi. Leaning back in his seat and gazing at the two young people opposite him, Kakashi drained his cup in one gulp before speaking with a touch of nostalgia. Time truly flies. In my memory, you two were still mere children. Who would have thought you would grow up so swiftly? Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue lowered her head even further, silently thinking she had been recognized. Meanwhile, Tiangong laughed without a care in the world. Well, what can I say? Not long after that incident, you joined ANBU. And back then you were still a kid yourself, ha. Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly. Fenghua Xiaoxue was quite beautiful, with an undeniable elegance, and her age matched Tiangong's. He was subtly warning Tiangong, for he knew better than anyone the troubles this girl brought with her. Suddenly, Kakashi's frown relaxed. Even if Tiangong had feelings for Fenghua Xiaoxue, it did not necessarily mean they would end up together. Moreover, even if they did come together, given Tiangong's arrogant nature that looked down upon even Kirigakure, he likely would not concern himself with the trivial matters of the land of snow. Another cup down, Tiangong smacked his lips and grumbled, tasteless. He then set his wineskin on the table. Senior, do try this. As Tiangong poured cups for both Kakashi and himself, he noticed Fenghua Xiaoxue fidgeting with her fingers. Raising an eyebrow, he teased, Xuehue, this is liquor meant only for men. Don't look down on women. I want some too. Refusing to yield, Tiangong only managed no. Before she snatched the wineskin from him and poured herself a full cup as they clinked glasses. Xuehue, you truly cannot handle this. And if you drink too much, I won't be responsible for you. Who needs you to worry about me? With a soft snort, her cheeks still flushed, Fenghua Xiaoxue down the entire glass of white jade liquor in one go. Such liquor was no ordinary brew. Even Tiangong, who drank more than most could handle water, would grow dizzy after just a few cups. As for Fenghua Xiaoxue, she had already collapsed on the spot. Glancing at Fenghua Xiaoxue leaning against his shoulder, Tiangong sneered, is that all? Pathetic. Senior, let's continue. Rubbing his aching head, Kakashi pulled down his mask. Let's call it a day. I've reached my limit. How about we find some fun? I know a place where the girls sing beautifully. Before Tiangong could finish, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. I'm not going to such places. You'd best restrain yourself as well. Pouring himself another cup, Tiangong retorted grumpily. Come now, isn't this more entertaining than reading those smutty novels of yours? Kakashi's expression behind the mask grew awkward. Rising to his feet, he waved goodbye to Tiangong. The year is drawing to a close. You'd best return to the village soon. I'll see you back at the village. After Kakashi departed, Tiangong continued drinking until drowsiness overtook him. He figured today had been sufficient. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue, fast asleep against his shoulder, showed no signs of waking, and worse still, her drool had soaked through his cloak. Waving down a passing waiter, Tiangong said, Hey, check please. The waiter hurried over. Sir, the gentleman in the mask has already settled the bill. Is that so? Thank you for your trouble. Standing up and stretching, Tiangong was about to head out when he sensed several pairs of eyes quietly fixing upon him. Frowning, Tiangong cursed under his breath. What are you looking at? Keep scavenging. Someday you'll find something worth something, then you'll behave. Hearing Tiangong's curse, the men who had hoped to take advantage lowered their heads. Though resentful, Tiangong's imposing aura left them daring not to speak. Seeing no one dared confront him, Tiangong slapped Fenghua Xiaoxue twice on either cheek, reddening both sides, yet she remained unconscious. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and stumbled toward the exit. Many onlookers gritted their teeth in frustration. That woman is absolutely top-notch, they fumed. And she's just being taken away by that arrogant kid. Damn shame. As they left the bar, a cold wind swept in. Fenghua Xiaoxue shivered slightly, and even in her sleep, she instinctively nuzzled closer into Tiangong's embrace. The night air was considerably colder than during the day, and noticing her thin attire, Tiangong yawned before draping his cloak around her. Standing bare-chested, he felt his blood chi flow through his entire body. Just as he was about to hurry home, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared across the street. They wore uniform clothing with weapons at their waists. Tiangong could not recall offending such a group, and chose to ignore them. When the two groups were less than 5 meters apart, Tiangong raised his head, his voice still carrying a hint of intoxication. Scram, I don't like making way for others. Upon hearing Tiangong's words, all 10+ individuals placed their hands on the long blades at their waists, as though ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, a familiar, burly man stepped forward from among them. So arrogant, he growled menacingly. Even if you're a ninja, this is no place for you to run wild. The two exchanged glances. Tiangong rubbed his forehead. I remember now. You're the one who attacked me before. You really never learn, do you? Oomph. The burly man shot Tiangong a wary look and sneered. I know you might be a Konoha ninja, but I'm not someone to bully. Leave that woman behind, and you can get the hell out of here. Huh. You bring a few thugs and think you can snatch a woman from me. You don't even take me seriously. Looks like you're asking for a lesson. Detecting the contempt in Tiangong's tone, the burly man's voice turned colder. Even if the man before him was a Konoha ninja, he still wanted to see what he was truly capable of. At the same time, the group behind the burly man drew their weapons one after another. The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold, waiting only for his word before they would surge forward. Feeling the pressure radiating from these men, Tiangong yawned and said lazily, You must be city guards or something. Whatever, I'd already forgotten you. But since you still dare to bring people looking for trouble. As he spoke, he formed a sword finger with one hand and held it across his chest. In that same moment, the blood energy he had planted in the burly man's body instantly condensed into a blood arrow. Tiangong crooked his finger, and the blood arrow pierced straight through the burly man's heart before plunging into another burly man's body. With Tiangong's fingers continuing to sweep through the air, all of them collapsed into pools of blood. Before dying, their eyes unmistakably revealed fear and bewilderment. This wasn't ninjutsu. It was simply a technique for manipulating blood energy. The reason he had never used it before was that he had only mastered it recently. Unfortunately, this move was hard to pull off against powerful opponents. At present, when facing Kage-level masters, he could barely hold his own unless he activated chakra activation mode. Moreover, while activating chakra activation mode, he had to withdraw all of his blood energy into the blood sea within his dantian in order to minimize any obstruction to his chakra flow. Back at the lodging, Tiangong tossed Feng Hua Xiaoxue onto the bed, took a cold shower, and lay down on the other side of the bed. The liquor had gone to his head and Tiangong's mind was already hazy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a soft, delicate body slipped into his blankets. Breathing in the girl's faint fragrance, Tiangong's hand instinctively went where it should go. Or perhaps where it really shouldn't. His big hand kneaded freely as the girl's pained moans reached his ears. Tiangong's eyes flew wide open and much of his drunkenness faded. He kicked Feng Hua Xiaoxue out of the blankets, slapped himself twice, and panted heavily. Just now, he had almost fallen prey to a young woman he'd only shared 2 drinks with. Well, it wasn't as if he would have been the one losing out. Although she had been the one to make the first move, and even if something actually had happened between them, it wouldn't have made much difference to Tiangong. But it would have been far too unfair to Feng Hua Xiaoxue. Watching the movie star rub her face against his foot, Tiangong's face darkened, but he still pulled the blanket over her. He glanced at the squirming Feng Hua Xiaoxue and glared. Still feeling hot. Damn it. Keep feeling hot, and I'll throw you out. No, I want a man. Want your dad? Not happening. Get out. Lying in bed, Tiangong felt hot all over, mainly because Feng Hua Xiaoxue was simply too hot. With a sigh, Tiangong pulled the blanket over Feng Hua Xiaoxue again, then draped his cloak over his shoulders and walked out. Meanwhile, on the streets of the Fire Capital, 2 figures were advancing slowly through the wind and snow. Reminded that Lady Tsunade had lost another large sum at the gambling house, the woman lagging slightly behind suggested, Lady Tsunade, it's so late now. Maybe we should find a cheaper inn and rest first. Tsunade brushed the snowflakes from her hair and laughed. No need. I've already sensed that brat's chakra. As soon as I catch him, I can go out and live it up again. A Tiangong doesn't have ninja status anymore. He already has a hard enough time earning money. Last time we met, that kid was already at Jonin level. Even without ninja status, that old geezer's personality would never let him just laze around the village. So after all this time apart, that kid's wallet has to be well stocked. Hearing this, Shizun felt a little awkward. She said cautiously, Lady Tsunade, maybe let Tiangong have a decent new year. I want a decent new year too. Huh. Ahem, I mean a boy his age can never hold on to money. To keep him from spending it recklessly. Even if it's troublesome as his elder, I should keep the money safe for him first, then give it all back when he needs it in the future. Hearing this, Shizun murmured. Actually, Tiangong said last time that he'd already be thanking heaven and earth if Lady Tsunade didn't make him repay his debts in the future. In a private room in the red light district of the fire capital, Tiangong had women wrapped around both arms while 7 or 8 young women in skirts slit almost to their navels sang and danced around him. Big brother, isn't my dance pretty? Big brother, what song would you like to hear? Big brother, have another drink. Big brother, what a capacity for liquor. One more cup. Wow, big brother is amazing. Glass after glass of strong liquor went down and Tiangong was already losing consciousness. The young women, however, were thrilled because every glass Tiangong drank meant a big fat commission for them. Letting out a drunken belch, Tiangong pushed back the drink the young woman beside him was offering and said helplessly, Sis, big brother can't drink much more. Hick. At that the young woman squirmed in his arms. No, big brother, just one more cup. Tiangong stuffed a 10,000 Rio bill into the girl's cleavage and said weakly, one more drink and I'll die right here in your place. After stashing away Tiangong's tip, the girl looked at his half-dead state and felt a little awkward. She asked tentatively, Big brother, why don't I help you go rest? No rush. First get me some milk. This. The girl was a bit shy, but remembering that the man before her was a customer who never worried about money, Tiangong pulled the girl's clothes back up and said helplessly, not that. I want something to drink, liquid. You get it. Suddenly the door to the private room was shoved open. The young women turned around and saw a woman with an extraordinarily ample bosom walk in. Tiangong squinted over at her, but the alcohol had truly gone to his head. He couldn't even see the woman's face clearly. He beckoned to her and said, Come here. The rest of you leave. The young women who had been dancing hotly all assumed the woman was a fellow hostess. Although they were disappointed about missing out on the biggest payday, they bowed to Tiangong and filed out. Tsunade walked up to Tiangong and frowned deeply at his disgraceful condition. As a ninja, this kid doesn't have the slightest sense of danger. She knew the guy loved his liquor, but he had actually dared to drink himself into such a state with no companion beside him. If someone wanted to kill him right now, even an ordinary person could do it without lifting a finger. Just as Tsunade was pondering how to punish Tiangong, a figure suddenly wrapped his arms around her. Looking down, she saw him nuzzling against her like some affectionate pet. Observing Tiangong's blissfully intoxicated expression, Tsunade felt her patience snap. Bloody hell, does this kid think I am some sort of courtesan? The scent is pleasant, somewhat familiar. Never mind, Murmuring softly, Tiangong opened his mouth. What is this brat muttering about? A blood-curdling cry of pain erupted from Tsunade's lips. Her sudden scream sent shockwaves through the pleasure district, leaving countless warriors mid-encounter frozen in terror. Instantly, her chakra exploded outward uncontrollably, her golden hair rising as if charged with electricity, while her eyes radiated a murderous intent that chilled the soul. If the deceased Fourth Hokage were alive to witness this sight, he would likely remark that an enraged Tsunade is far more terrifying than even the angriest of all tomatoes. Deep in his drunken stupor, Tiangong suddenly sensed an imminent life-or-death crisis, and it cleared his mind in an instant. He slowly opened his eyes and locked gazes with a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. A cold sweat immediately beaded on Tiangong's forehead. Remembering what he had just done, he pulled aside his shirt and took a quick glance downward. Yes, still beautiful, though there seemed to be something that should not have been there. Tiangong's calves began cramping. He met Tsunade's gaze once more, his voice trembling, yet revealing a deep reluctance to leave this world. Big sister, I have reasons I must live. Hearing this, Tsunade, whose fury was on the verge of boiling over, let out a cold laugh. With chilling detachment, she replied, As far as I am concerned, I already have good reason to send you on your way. Big sister, die. Tsunade's ferocious fist smashed straight into Tiangong's abdomen, and his body instantly curled like a drawn bow. Vomiting up great quantities of sake, he was launched forward like a cannonball, demolishing countless structures in his path. Thankfully, the cold winter night was nearly deserted. Otherwise, at the speed Tiangong was traveling, any ninja struck would have been killed on the spot. Watching the figure soar into the distance, Tsunade's anger subsided somewhat, but then regret began to creep in. Though she had not thrown her full strength, the punch delivered in her rage was comparable to the one that had nearly killed Jiraiya back then. Even the tough-skinned Jiraiya had barely survived such a blow. Surely this boy could not already be dead. Thinking this, Tsunade beckoned Shizun, who had just pushed open the door, and then raced after the direction where Tiangong had been launched. On the street, Tiangong lay weakly beneath a shattered utility pole, blood foam bubbling from his lips, his chest slightly caved in. Seeing Tiangong in such a critical state, barely breathing, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She had actually nearly killed East God Tiangong. No, the boy still had a breath of life. Based on her assessment, Shizun could heal such injuries. But the street temperature was dangerously low. Composing herself, Tsunade quickly formed hand seals. Earth released multiple earth flow walls. For earthen walls rose from the ground. Though snow still covered the earth, the barriers blocked the biting wind, and the temperature noticeably rose. Sensing Tsunade's presence approaching, Tiangong muttered inwardly, "So the big sister is coming for the final strike, huh? She means business today? In that case, at least let me take one last drink." Tiangong weakly extended his hand, whispering, "Wine. Wine." Seeing him still conscious, Tsunade felt a flicker of relief and quickly knelt beside him, her voice softening. "Little Tiangong, do not move. Shizun is coming too." Tiangong. "Wine. Wine. What is Tsunade talking about? How could I abandon you?" Just then Shizun arrived, a gourd of sake mysteriously floating above her head. The gourd landed in his hands. Tiangong let out a breath of relief, grabbed it, and chugged a massive gulp. "Oh, that's refreshing. Clink, I am dying." Watching his head loll to the side and go still, Tsunade froze, tears welling in her eyes, her heart twisting like a knife. Her trembling hand reached out and gently caressed Tiangong's cheek. Feeling the fading warmth of Tiangong's body, his stopped breathing, and yet the steady pulse beneath her fingers, Tsunade's heart. Wait a moment. A pulse. Placing her hand on Tiangong's wrist, Tsunade's expression gradually calmed. Bizarre as it seemed, the boy's body was extraordinarily robust and healthy. He must have drunk heavily to ward off the cold which had clouded her judgment and prevented her from noticing the rascal pretending to be dead from the start. With this realization, Tsunade sighed and deliberately adopted a mournful tone toward Shizun. "Shizun, Tiangong has passed away. Do you think we should bury him or cremate him?" "Huh?" Shizun was startled for a moment, then hurried forward to check. Inheriting Tsunade's medical expertise, she immediately saw through Tiangong's act. After a pause, she produced 2 explosive tags, her tone equally somber. "Cremation then. But taking him to a funeral home is too troublesome. How about?" Hearing this, Tsunade nodded. "Makes sense. Let us destroy the evidence first. Oh, and retrieve his wallet before detonating." "Yes, Lord Tsunade." Hearing the conversation between these two devils, Tiangong, still pretending to be dead, shivered involuntarily and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the evil big sister is still as ruthless as ever. He is already dead, and she is still thinking about his wallet. No, I have to run. With that thought, Tiangong drove his legs forward and shot away in an absurdly awkward posture. Thud. Tiangong's head collided directly with the earth flow wall Tsunade had erected earlier. The earth wall shattered into pieces. Tsunade, who had been watching him closely, grabbed a handful of his unkempt long hair and yanked his head back. Turning mechanically, Tiangong's lips quivered. Big sister. Before he could finish, Tsunade sneered. Explain yourself to my fist." Tsunade's fists rained down on Tiangong's face relentlessly. Between blows, she scolded him, "Teaching you a lesson for being so unruly, teaching you a lesson for being so unruly." Bam. Bam. "Oh, big sister, I was wrong." Bam. Bam. "Stop it." Bam. Bam. "Lighten up." Bam. Bam. "Just don't hit my face." After a merciless beating, Tiangong lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while Tsunade sat astride him, happily sipping her sake. Gazing at the street that looked as though it had been bombed by hundreds of explosive tags, Shizun asked with concern, "Lord Tsunade, were your actions this time perhaps a bit?" Seeing Shizun's hesitant expression, Tsunade waved her off. "Do not worry. If he survived a direct hit from my fist, though I do not know why this kid is tougher than I imagined." Standing up, she kicked Tiangong once more and ordered, "You brat, get up. If you pretend to be dead again, I will." Hearing this, Tiangong hastily scrambled to his feet. Though rebellion burned in his heart, knowing exactly how terrifying the woman before him was, he adopted an ingratiating smile. "Big sister must be tired from all that punching. How about I treat you to some grilled meat?" "No." "Hot pot." "No." "Then lend me 200,000 Rio." "What? You've already gambled away that 100,000+ Rio that quickly?" Hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She suddenly remembered meeting Tiangong in the land of hot water half a year ago. She had beaten him black and blue under the pretext of testing his strength, and then she had lifted Tiangong's wallet. Knowing she was asking for an outrageous sum, Tsunade turned her head away and said with its tsundere air, "So are you going to lend me the money or not?" "Of course, if you don't have that much." Before she could finish, Tiangong tossed a thick stack of banknotes at her. She caught the banknotes with one hand. She couldn't tell the exact amount, but judging from the thickness, Tsunade estimated they were worth at least 1,000,000 Rio. "Hey boss lady, that's all I've got on me. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. I'll then get lost." She casually grunted in reply and watched Tiangong's retreating figure. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Strange. In the past, she'd had to beat him half to death to squeeze out even that much. Why was the kid being so generous today? Suspicious, Tsunade suddenly called out, "Wait. Tiangong turned back in surprise. What's up, boss lady? Seeing Tsunade extend both arms, Tiangong complained inwardly. TCH, she just beat me up, and now she wants a hug. Fine, I'll just go along with it, or I'll end up getting hit again. With that thought, Tiangong reached out too. The moment their bodies touched, Tsunade's hands darted to his waist. Tiangong tried to stop her, but Tsunade was simply too fast. She unrolled all the scrolls she had taken from Tiangong's body. When she saw one inscribed with the word gold, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Seeing this, Tiangong moved to snatch the scroll back without a second thought, but Tsunade used a body flicker technique and reappeared dozens of meters away. Tiangong chased after her at once, but it was too late. Tsunade had already undone the seal. In an instant, a mound of banknotes like a small hill appeared before them. Seeing so much money, Shizun couldn't help covering her mouth. This must be over 100 million Rio, right? Tsunade's gaze immediately turned icy. Fixing her eyes on Tiangong, she demanded, Tiangong, what is the meaning of this? Scratching the back of his head, Tiangong forced an awkward smile. Ahaha, so I still have this much money. Boss lady, take as much as you want, haha. Seeing that he was avoiding the question, Tsunade's gaze turned even colder. You're the one who raided the Land of Fire's treasury and killed one of the 12 guardian ninja, aren't you? Oh, it's no big deal. Boss lady, why are you so serious? Seeing Tiangong's unconcerned expression, Tsunade drew in a breath, then roared, you bastard. Do you know what you're doing? You're destroying the system grandfather left behind. At that, Tiangong's gaze also turned calm. Meeting Tsunade's eyes, he said indifferently, so, what does the First Hokage system have to do with me? Besides letting the weak hold status and resources that don't match their strength, and then order around beings countless times more powerful than themselves. How don't you find it ridiculous? A brat like you who enjoys the dividends of peace has no right to question grandfather's ideals. Sensing that their tone and emotions had taken a dangerous turn, Shizun wanted to intervene, but she didn't know what to do. Now enraged beyond reason, Tsunade threw another punch at Tiangong. Seeing her fist flying toward his face, Tiangong neither dodged nor even raised a guard. Bang! The force was far weaker than he had imagined. Tiangong was merely knocked to the ground. He stood up, brushed the snow off his clothes, and sealed the banknotes away once more. This time he tucked the sealing scroll directly into the wine gourd at his waist. After doing everything, Tiangong turned and left. After a moment's thought, he glanced back. I've always believed that in an era where one person's martial might is beyond what numbers can match, all resources should naturally be controlled by the strongest. The one country, one village system may seem to protect ninja who have yet to grow, but in the end it simply turns everything uncontrollable into something controllable. Ninjas still die in battle, and the poor may still die of cold and hunger. Only the nobles have secured their positions, but I feel their contributions don't match what they gain. Listening to Tiangong brazenly criticize the system grandfather had established, Tsunade gritted her teeth. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Hearing this, Tiangong grinned. I just think it's ridiculous for a group of people capable of taking resources to rely on the charity of others. Besides, I've never thought I stole from the Land of Fire's treasury. I just found something I wanted, so I took it. Someone tried to stop me, so I killed him. That's all. It seems you've already chosen to walk down the wrong path. But as your elder, I think it's necessary for me to wake you up. Hearing Tiangong's speech, Tsunade was no longer angry. She understood that the little kid who had once been so close to her had grown up and now had his own ideas. But since ancient times, there had been no shortage of people with ideals similar to Tiangong's, or even more radical. Yet without exception, those people had met with utterly miserable ends. Today she would make Tiangong understand that any ambition or ideal must be supported by strength. When a person cannot see himself clearly, any step he takes may send him plummeting into the abyss. With that thought, Tsunade rose and brought a heavenly foot of pain down on Tiangong. This time she held nothing back. Even if she had to beat Tiangong within an inch of his life, she would make him see himself clearly. Watching Tsunade's leg slash down like a blade, every hair on Tiangong's body stood on end. Ignoring the backlash, he forced his blood energy to circulate through his entire body. He caught Tsunade's ankle with one hand. The immense force cracked the ground in every direction, yet Tiangong's body did not move even an inch. He flung Tsunade more than 10 meters away, then headed toward his residence. Boss lady, I think I'm very clear-headed. Watching the figure grow distant, Tsunade stood rooted in place, dazed. Vaguely, she seemed to see the shadow of her old friend Orochimaru in this young man. Shizun, follow him. Shizun was puzzled. Lady Tsunade, that brat is putting up a brave front. Go see if he's all right. Okay. In the shadows, a figure had taken in everything. He muttered, I never expected that matter was actually committed by someone from Konoha. What utter treason. But that's fine. If I report it, the daimyo is bound to reward me handsomely, I really should thank you, Donshin Tiangong. Too bad you'll soon be a dead man. This man was one of the new generation of 12 guardian ninja. Since he had been relaxing in the red light district, he had been drawn over by the commotion Tsunade and Tiangong had caused. Little did he know that this unintentional move would reveal such a great secret. Actually, I don't think you need to thank him. Besides, he may not die at all. A light, clear female voice sounded from behind him. The man turned around in astonishment, but what greeted him was Tsunade's chakra scalpel. Clutching his throat, Kurosaki Ryudo's lips moved a few times, but in the end, he collapsed weakly onto the snow. In the final moment before his life faded away, only one thought remained in Kurosaki Ryudo's mind, playing tricks in front of the legendary Sannin. He really had been a fool. Having sealed away Kurosaki Ryudo's corpse, Tsunade stood at a high vantage point, gazing into the distance in the direction Tiangong had gone. Recalling the fleeting pang of pain that crossed Tiangong's face when he caught her painful heaven-kick, Tsunade let out a soft laugh. It hurt, didn't it? Yet he still acted as if it were nothing. The faces of her younger brother and her lover rose in her mind, and her hands clenched. What? Why are all of you reckless fools who charge headfirst into danger, even when you know exactly how dangerous it is? Meanwhile, in a gloomy alley somewhere, Tiangong lay on the ground, convulsing, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, low groans of pain escaping his mouth from time to time. Just now, when confronting Tsunade, he had directly mobilized the blood chi throughout his body to withstand her blow. It could truly be said that this was a move he had not dared to use even against that masked man known as the First Hokage's old rival. Forcing down a mouthful of liquor, Tiangong panted heavily. Huff, huff. I didn't expect the backlash to be this vicious. The smoother the front, the sharper the sting. Ha, ha. Just then Shizen walked over. Alarmed by Tiangong's miserable state, she hurried to his side. After wiping away the blood that had seeped from his 7 orifices, she carefully examined the injuries inside his body. After giving him simple treatment, Shizen waited until the pain on Tiangong's face had eased before saying, Tiangong, your internal injuries are severe. You have to come with me to see Lady Tsunade now. Hearing this, Tiangong said weakly, it's fine, Sister Shizen. I know my own body. These little injuries will heal in a few days. But, seeing that Shizen was about to say more, Tiangong smiled. Relax, I have my own methods. Besides, I'll be back in the village in a few days. I'd better not go make the boss lady frown. I think she's pretty furious with me right now. Actually, Lady Tsunade is quite worried about you. Shizen murmured this, knowing she probably could not change Tiangong's mind. Recalling how he had nonchalantly caught Tsunade's painful heaven kick, she said seriously, Tiangong, I don't know what jutsu you use to gain power comparable to Lady Tsunade's in an instant. But I hope you will never use a jutsu like that again. The organs and meridians inside your body all took a severe shock. If the impact had been any stronger, or if it had struck your heart, you would die? I didn't expect the side effects to be this bad either. Haha, sorry to trouble you, Sister Shizen. In truth, the situation wasn't as grave as Shizen had made it sound. When Tiangong mobilized his blood chi, his body naturally refined chakra as well. And chakra obstructed the circulation of blood chi. Hence, as long as he didn't allow blood chi to cycle near his heart, his life wouldn't be in danger. Still, it was indeed true that forcefully circulating blood chi, while disregarding chakra, would injure his organs and meridians, even though his blood chi could repair the damage. But this method was hardly suited for combat, unless he first expended 80 or 90% of his chakra, reducing its intensity to the point where it could no longer obstruct his blood chi. Shizen glanced at Tiangong once more and sighed. Honestly, he was such an adorable child, and now he had grown up to be this much of a handful. After Shizen left, Tiangong lay in the alley a while longer to recover. Then, without even treating the bruises on his face, he went home. It wasn't that he couldn't endure the cold. It was mainly that the snow melting on his body was deeply uncomfortable. Early the next morning, Kazuhana Koyuki slowly opened her eyes and found herself not only in unfamiliar surroundings, but also lying beside a bare-chested man. As if realizing something, she burst into tears on the spot. Then, like a woman possessed, she flung herself onto the man, weeping and clawing at him. With an irritated sweep of his arm, Tiangong flung Koyuki clean off the bed. Konnichiwa. If you disturb my sleep again, I'll kill you. Startled by the killing intent, Tiangong instinctively released. Koyuki trembled. Catching sight of that familiar black cloak draped over him, she sat on the floor, hugging her knees, and sobbed quietly. Wah. I trusted you so much, in you. How could you? Wah. After crying for a while longer, Koyuki only dared to get up when she saw that Tiangong hadn't been woken. Once on her feet, she suddenly noticed something. Her clothes were a mess, but none seemed to be missing. Remembering how some older sisters had described their first time, Koyuki hurriedly looked at the bed. There was no blood. She stretched her legs and furtively felt down below. It didn't hurt much. Actually, it didn't hurt at all. Wiping away her tears, Koyuki thought it over. So, I got drunk and Ishing was afraid something might happen to me, so he brought me home. Watching Tiangong bury his head in the cloak and sleep, then glancing at the little blanket she had just crawled out from, and catching sight of the white expanse outside the window, Koyuki stuck out her tongue. Honestly, he's so gentle, yet he puts on such a fierce act. As she said this, Koyuki carefully picked up the blanket to cover Tiangong, but her movements woke him again. He shot up abruptly and roared, "Damn it, do you want to die?" Seeing that bruised and swollen face, barely recognizable as human, Koyuki trembled in fright, then bolted for the door screaming, "Aya! A ghost! Psycho!" It's not like she's never seen a handsome guy before. After muttering that complaint, Tiangong suppressed the urge to chase her down and strangle her, then buried his head and went back to sleep. Gotta say the blanket has a girl's scent left on it, and it smells pretty nice. After leaving Tiangong's place, Koyuki calmed down. Thinking about the terrifying look he had just given her, she couldn't help letting out a breath. Phew, that scared me. No wonder he wears a mask all day, so that's what he really looks like. And with a temper like that, it's no wonder he doesn't have a wife. Wait, those marks on his face looked like bruises from a fight. Whatever. Serves him right for being so fierce. Lost in these thoughts, Koyuki wandered over to a breakfast shop. Feeling hungry, she stepped inside. While waiting for her food, she overheard a few men talking. A thin middle-aged man in an overcoat whispered to his companion, "Hey, have you heard? That guy from the city guard Inoue Kazuo got himself killed." "What?" A burly young man exclaimed, then said with anticipation, "You mean that bastard who used his family connections to push people around and force himself on women? Who else could it be? I heard his lackeys got taken out too. That man's heart was blown to pieces. He died a miserable death." The burly young man slapped the table and burst out laughing. "Huh, now that's justice." Before he could finish, the thin middle-aged man whacked him on the head with his chopsticks and whispered a sharp reprimand in his ear. "Are you out of your mind? If someone from the Inoue family hears you, you'll be in for it." Listening to the exchange, Koyuki, seated nearby, fell into thought. Inoue Kazuo, wasn't that the bastard who had been pestering her? If she hadn't hired quite a few bodyguards, that scumbag would probably have gotten to her long ago. She never expected someone had taken him out. What a truly pleasant piece of news. At that moment, the burly youth whispered, "Uncle, do you know where that guy got taken down?" The thin middle-aged man shot him a glance. "Why are you asking about this, you brat?" Just wondering how miserably that bastard Kazuo Inoue died. Well, then it was at the entrance of the Midnight Tavern. But don't even think about seeing it. Those corpses were hauled away at dawn. "Oh, I see. I just hope the hero who killed those scumbags stays safe." Hearing this, the thin middle-aged man sighed. "I don't count on that. I heard the Inoue family directly requested Lord Qingmong to investigate this matter." The burly youth scratched the back of his head. "So, uncle, is this Lord Qingmong really that formidable?" The thin middle-aged man gave him a look of disdain. "Damn it, are you even from Fire Capital?" Feeling his uncle's contempt, the youth gave an awkward laugh. "Hey, uncle, I just came home from business a couple of days ago, that's all." "Tisk, you brat. In Fire Capital, it's not just about having money. You also need to know who you can afford to provoke and who you absolutely cannot. Lord Qingmong is someone you cannot afford to provoke. He is one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, a supreme master in direct service to the daimyo. Of course he's formidable. So then, that hero." The thin middle-aged man sighed again. As since Lord Qingmong is involved, that hero probably won't get away. Listening to the uncle and nephew's conversation, Kazuyuki Kazahana's brows knitted together. The Midnight Tavern. That was where she had gone yesterday, and it was also where that guy had clashed with Erasure. Given Inoue Kazuo's vindictive nature, he would definitely seek revenge. And Erasure didn't exactly give the impression of someone with a good temper. Thinking of the wound on Arashi's face, Kazuyuki Kazahana suddenly understood everything. She no longer waited for her meal. She dropped some money and hurried straight back to the lodging where Tangu was staying. On the way, her mind raced with urgency. Those were the 12 Guardian Ninja. She absolutely had to make Erasure flee back to Konoha, or he would surely be killed. Even worse, if that Guardian Ninja named Qingmong captured Erasure alive and handed him over to the Inoue family, they would make his life a living hell. Though Erasure had been harsh with her that morning, they were still friends. Kazuyuki Kazahana didn't want such a thing to happen, especially since all of this had started because of her. Seeing the door she had left open when she departed, Kazuyuki Kazahana scratched her head. That Erasure was thick-skinned and tough. He probably wouldn't catch a cold right. Entering the small room, she woke Tangu. Tangu glared at her with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. Being disturbed repeatedly made him a man with a fierce case of morning rage want to kill someone. But despite his temper, his mind remained clear. He knew he couldn't kill this girl he had some friendship with just for being woken up. Looking at Kazuyuki Kazahana, Tangu suppressed his fury and said, "Damn woman, do you think I have a good temper?" Hearing the impatience in Tangu's tone, Kazuyuki felt both anxious and worried. She quickly waved her hands and explained, "No, Arashi, listen to me. Did you kill Inoue Kazuo?" Scramp. Seeing that Erasure still dared to be fierce with her, Kazuyuki Kazahana grew anxious and snapped back. "You're the one who's fierce. Do you have any idea what big trouble you're in?" "I don't know what trouble I'm in, but I know you'll be in big trouble if you keep waking me up." Seeing Tangu close his eyes again, Kazuyuki gritted her teeth, then bit down hard on his bare arm. Tangu's brow furrowed slightly. A wisp of blood cheese surged into Kazuyuki's body, forming chains that instantly sealed her on the spot. Kazuyuki was just an ordinary person, and she had no way to resist Tenku's seal. She couldn't move, couldn't even open her mouth. She could only glare at Tenku with wide, furious eyes. He tossed Kazuyuki aside and went back to enjoying his sleep. It wasn't that Tenku was all that tired. It was that while he rested, his blood chi would automatically heal his injuries even without conscious control. At noon, Tenku finally opened his eyes and stretched. Phew, that was a good sleep. He yawned, then suddenly felt someone watching him. Turning his head, he saw Kazuyuki glaring at him with tears in her eyes. "Yuki, how did you sneak into my place? And on my bed no less. Don't tell me you. Listen, I'm a pure young man, not some casual guy." Hearing that, Kazuyuki Kazahana burst into silent tears, but the seal rendered her completely unable to make a sound. Seeing her like this, Tenku scratched his head, suddenly recalling the unpleasantness from that morning. He lifted the seal, then said apologetically, "Hi Yuki, sorry about that. I have morning rage. Hope you don't hold it against me." With the seal lifted, Kazuyuki desperately wanted to curse this bastard out, but she had something far more pressing to do. She wriggled like a worm, but after being sealed all morning, she couldn't even stand up. Seeing her like this, Tenku teased, "Hey, what's wrong? Cosplaying as a bug." Kazuyuki's face flushed crimson, but she forced herself to speak through her embarrassment. I need to pee." Raising an eyebrow, Tenku seemed to think of something and started whistling. But when he saw Kazuyuki curling up sweating on her forehead, even in the middle of winter, he stopped. "Hey, if you need to pee, then go. You're a grown girl. Don't tell me you want me to hold you over the toilet. My legs are numb." "What? Why didn't you say something earlier? Whoa, damn it, don't pee on my bed." Seeming to think of something, Tenku quickly pushed a wisp of blood chi into Kazuyuki's body to help relieve the numbness. Then he kicked the window open and tossed her outside in one smooth motion. After finishing that series of actions, Tenku let out a relieved breath. In a manner of speaking, he had just filled the void left by Danzo's death in Konoha, the role of the village's #1 animal. A moment later, Tenku looked at Kazuyuki. "So you're saying some guardian ninja named Chung What's-his-face is coming after me?" Kazuyuki puffed out her cheeks and glared at Tenku angrily. "Yes, Chungmong Isue is coming to deal with you. I found out and came to tell you without even eating breakfast, and you still bullied me." Sorry, Yuki." Knowing he was in the wrong, Tenku scratched the back of his head and quickly apologized. "Oof. You were mean to me, you didn't listen to a word I said, and you're so crude. But still, I suggest you hurry back to Konoha. When the 12 guardian ninja come knocking on your door, you'll be done for." Hearing this, Tenku nodded thoughtfully. True. If that Chingmong brings the entire 12 guardian ninja, that would be quite a nuisance. Kazuyuki pouted and said, "Tisk, there you go boasting again. You got beaten up just dealing with Inoue Kazuo and his thugs. If all 12 guardian ninja showed up, you'd be pissing your pants in fear." "Hey, I told you already. I fell by accident, alright." Fine, fell. But what kind of normal person falls like that? Especially with that black eye. Believe it or not. Seeing the 9-meter-tall Tiangong actually putting on its Sundara Act Feng, Hua Xiaoxue couldn't help but facepalm. "Fine, I'll believe you already. So great ninja who can perform such an advanced wrestling fall, would you kindly hurry back to Konoha?" "Huh. If I go back to Konoha now, won't even more people see me like this? Don't you still have your mask? It got smashed, didn't you say?" "Ahem, I mean it broke when I fell." After a few exchanges of banter, Tiangong still wore a totally unconcerned expression, as if the 12 guardian ninja were utterly beneath his notice. Feng Hua Xiaoxue said with some concern, "Hey, I'm not joking with you. The 12 guardian ninja might really come looking for you." "I know. Then why are you still?" Seeing Feng Hua Xiaoxue's expression, Tiangong gave a cold snort. "Do you have any idea how much weight the name Tsunade carries in the land of fire?" "Huh. Tsunade? Didn't you tell me your name was Dong Liuxing?" See, there's not a single honest word in a man's mouth. At that, Tiangong waved his hand. No. Tsunade is my boss. She's one of the legendary Sannin, and she's in the capital of the land of fire right now." Seeing Feng Hua Xiaoxue's confused look, Tiangong said, "If that Chimong really dares to come looking for trouble, never mind whether he's a match for me. Even if he really is stronger than me, boss lady's fists are a mountain that all the 12 guardian ninja couldn't overcome in a lifetime." "That badass." "Exactly that badass." "Fine. If you're not in danger, then I'll head back first. But I'd still advise you. If that Chimong really kills you, even your boss in the capital of the land of fire might not be able to make it in time." Ignoring the second half of Feng Hua Xiaoxue's sentence, Tiangong directly draped his arm around her shoulder. "Hey, what's the hurry? As an apology, let me treat you to an early lunch. No alcohol this time. Don't talk like that. When you get right down to it, I'm the reason all of this started." "Haha, then let's call it even. Let's go." Glancing at the big hand resting on her shoulder, Feng Hua Xiaoxue shifted uncomfortably, then said in a low voice, "Hey, don't be like this. It seems way too intimate, and it could easily start rumors." "What's the big deal? Last night you were whimpering in my arms. Besides, the two of us spent a whole night." Don't say it. Ashing, you're the worst." Hearing Tiangong's words, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's earlobes turned red. Then she shook him off and ran straight toward the door. Taking out a new cloak and draping it over his shoulders, Tiangong couldn't help chuckling. Tisk tisk tsk. The little girl is quite shy, and yet last night, she was the one demanding a man. Seeing Feng Hua Xiaoxue standing still at the door, Tiangong laughed. Hey, let's go. If you're cold, I've got more clothes here. Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly ahead. At that, Tiangong also looked toward the door, only to see a young man in a cotton-padded coat looking back at him, his face fair and handsome. Catching sight of the sash around the young man's waist bearing the character, Fire, Tiangong knew that if what Feng Hua Xiaoxue had said was true, this person should be the 12 guardian ninja called Qingmong. Anyone who could become one of the 12 guardian ninja was bound to have real skill. Yet as Tiangong met the other's gaze, he felt no danger whatsoever. That left only 3 possibilities. The man was ridiculously strong, he harbored no ill intent toward Tiangong, or his strength was inferior to Tiangong's. So much so that he couldn't even put up a fight. Tiangong leaned toward the third. The first was impossible. Even the old village chief couldn't manage that. As for the second, since the man had come looking for him, he clearly had no good intentions. With that thought, Tiangong pulled Feng Hua Xiaoxue behind him, stepped forward a few paces, and said with a smile, Yo, what wine blows you here? The famed 12 guardian ninja, no less. Who might you be? Seeing Tiangong's appearance and the way he clearly held the 12 guardian ninja in contempt, the young man's smile faded. Holding Tiangong's gaze, the young man remained secretly on guard, but his tone was calm. I am Qingmong Yixue, one of this generation's 12 guardian ninja. Qingmong Yixue. Qingmong Yixue. Tisk, why can't I seem to place it? He muttered the name a couple of times, scratched his hair, and put on a troubled look. Then with a hint of apology, he said, Sorry, I've got a bad memory. I never remember small fry. Hearing the provocation in Tiangong's words, Qingmong Yixue frowned slightly and desperately racked his brain to figure out who this young man with the battered but imposing face was. There were bruises on his face, but one could tell he was probably still young. He had been drinking with Kakashi Hatake of Konoha the previous day, meaning he was most likely also a Konoha ninja, and no weak one at that. Before coming, he had intentionally used a sensory ninjutsu, and confirmed that there was no one nearby except the girl. So even with no ally at his side, the man showed no nerves at all when facing a 12 guardian ninja like him. On the contrary, he was the one issuing provocations. Combining the intelligence he had on Konoha with the clues before him, the identity of this young man was easy to guess. Konoha. Dongshin Tiangong. Domineering, bold, and fond of drink, he was a man full of chivalrous spirit, but he often acted without considering consequences, ignored the rules, and had unpredictable moods. Leaving aside his background, the fact that he had crushed a jonin of Kusagakure a few days earlier was enough to show he was not someone Qingmong Yixue could afford to offend. Although his own patron was the daimyo, the most openly prominent authority in the Land of Fire, based on the Intelligence Division's description of the man, Qingmong Yixue felt that the other might very well not care about his status as one of the 12 guardian ninja. At that thought, Qingmong Yixue slightly adjusted his stance, and his eyes toward Tiangong grew even more wary. Just as he was wondering how to write the whole matter off as a misunderstanding, the girl sheltered behind Tiangong suddenly stepped forward. Feng Hua Xiaoxue looked at Qingmong Yixue. Though a little intimidated, she spoke with resolve. Lord Qingmong, I know you are involved in this because of the Inoue family. I am willing to pay double, no triple, the compensation. At that moment, a large hand landed on the girl's shoulder and pulled her back. Tiangong pointed at the broken door and said irritably, Hey, if you're so rich, why did I have to be the one paying every time we went drinking? And can't you see this bastard broke my front door? Although the man across from him probably wasn't strong, if a real fight broke out, Tiangong would still be careful to shield Feng Hua Xiaoxue from the crossfire. Shielding Feng Hua Xiaoxue behind him, Tiangong slowly drew Huchia from his dantian and said in a languid tone, A couple of years ago, the village chief's idiot son thought being the daimyo's dog was a glorious way to honor his ancestors. He kept rattling on about things no one could understand, like shogi and the king, so I got curious about that group of yours back then. Tiangong flourished his blade, then pointed it at Qingmong Yixue. Bastard, he said irritably, you broke my front gate. Without paying me 5 million taels, this isn't over. Seeing how utterly Tiangong dismissed him, Qingmong Yixue's voice turned cold. Dongshin Tiangong, you are too arrogant. This is not my. You break my gate and call me arrogant. Then let me see what a so-called 12 guardian ninja is really made of. The instant the words left his mouth, Tiangong raised his blade and struck at Qingmong Yixue. His sword, held one-handed, his bearing languid, his body seemed to expose countless openings. But faced with that strike, alarm bells rang through Qingmong Yixue's heart. He swiftly drew 2 specially made kunai to block. In the moment the long blade and kunai collided, the chakra erupting from both scattered the snow around them. Cracks spread across the ground beneath his feet. Realizing that the young man before him had used only one hand to unleash enough strength to overpower him, Chingmong Ishue's heart grew heavy. Such terrifying force. This man's taijutsu ability was definitely above his own. Sidestepping to dispel the force, Chingmong Ishue instantly used the body flicker technique to put distance between them. His hands then blurred through seals. Wind release vacuum bullet. Wind release. That's quite rare. With a slash he cut through the wind bullet, answered with a flame slash, and then charged at his opponent. All manner of ninjutsu collided flashy in the extreme, yet neither fighter truly harbored killing intent. After a full night's rest and recovery, Tiangong's internal injuries had mostly healed. His motive for attacking Chingmong Ishue had been mainly to stretch his muscles and shake off the stiffness. Besides, the man really was too arrogant. As an ordinary citizen of Mai, it was only proper for Tiangong to teach one of the 12 guardian ninja a lesson. He would not kill Chingmong Ishue, at least not in the identity of Dongshin Tiangong. Chingmong Ishue, however, was secretly bitter. Today was his day off, and since he had been short on money lately, taking on a few side jobs had actually made him rather happy. Yet when he finally tracked down a clue, not only did the target have powerful backing, he also attacked without the slightest rhyme or reason. At first, relying on wind release techniques and solid taijutsu, Chingmong Ishue had managed to trade blows with Tiangong on fairly even terms. But as the battle dragged on, the chakra in Chingmong Ishue's body gradually became unable to sustain his consumption. Looking at Tiangong's utterly unfazed expression, Chingmong Ishue grew more bitter with every passing moment. The man before him seemed no stronger than him except in taijutsu and chakra reserves. Yet these 2 points alone sealed Chingmong Ishue's fate. With such a formidable physique, Tiangong kept seeking every chance to turn the fight into close-quarters combat. No match for Tiangong in taijutsu, Chingmong Ishue could only use ninjutsu to hold him off. But ninjutsu consumption was far greater than taijutsu, and common low-level techniques barely fazed Tiangong. So he continued operating at high consumption, and before long Chingmong Ishue's chakra ran dry. Chingmong Ishue muttered inwardly. As the intelligence noted, Dongshin Tiangong possessed chakra reserves far beyond those of an ordinary ninja. After withstanding several more blows from Tiangong, Chingmong Ishue clutched his injured arm and dropped to one knee. Panting, he said helplessly, "No more. I concede. I'm done fighting." "Huh. You come to my home to make trouble, then decide it's over just like that. Nothing in this world is that easy." Just then his stomach growled. Rubbing at, Tiangong said, "Forget it, let's eat first." Withdrawing the tiger cleaver into his dantian, Tiangong pointed at Chingmong Ishue. "Listen, kid, I won't extort you. Have my front gate replaced before I get back, or you'll be sorry." With that, Tiangong headed for his home. After a few steps he paused, turned, and snarled, "I'll make your life hell." Behind him, Chingmong Ishue dropped his head low. Anger burned in his heart, but the bitterness was even greater. When strength was lacking, it was already a mercy that the opponent had spared his life. All Chingmong Ishue wanted now was to dig up that bastard Jingshang Xiongyi and flog his corpse. Damn it. That short-sighted fool actually dared to offend a tyrant like Dongshin Tiangong. Even I, one of the 12 guardian ninja, got beaten black and blue. Why should Jingshang Xiongyi be allowed to live? Anxious, Fenghua Xiaoxua had been watching from the direction of the distant fight. When she saw that Tiangong was safe, she quickly jogged over. Her small hands roamed over his body as if checking whether he had been hurt. Noticing that she kept touching his belly, Tiangong darkened and lifted her away, then flicked her forehead. "Ouch! That hurts." Holding her head, Fenghua Xiaoxua stuck out her tongue and gave a humph. "What's the big deal if I touch your abs? So stingy." "Oh, then let me touch your chest too. Come on, touch." When Tiangong reached out, Fenghua Xiaoxua crossed her arms over her chest and stumbled back in fright. "You pervert." Picking his nose, Tiangong said moodily, "Hey, what are you shrieking about? You were the one who said to touch." Hearing that, Fenghua Xiaoxua raised her chin and shot back, "Humph. If I told you to eat shit, would you do that too? Tisk, you really think I fancy your little washboard chest?" With that, Tiangong turned and left. Fenghua Xiaoxua, however, gave herself a quick subtle feel, then muttered, "I've actually got plenty there, you know." Seeing Tiangong already some distance away, she hurried after him. "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. By the way, where are we going?" "To get some food." Fenghua Xiaoxua, who had gone a long time without eating, rubbed her stomach and asked with anticipation, "What tasty food are we going to have?" "Whatever you're paying anyway." "Huh. When did I say I was paying? And didn't you say earlier that you'd take me out?" "Fine, I'll pay. Then what are we eating?" "Food. I mean, what are we eating?" "Food." She pictured the two of them at a restaurant, each with a bowl of plain white rice, shoveling it down, and then going their separate ways once the bowls were empty. Fenghua Xiaoxua quickly shook her head, then couldn't help complaining. "Hey, you really are such a miser. You're a formidable man, no worse than the 12 guardian ninja." Seeing her start to nag again, Tiangong pressed 2 fingers together and shut her mouth. "Hey, quit babbling. Tell me, where do we go, and what do we eat?" "You're paying." "I'm paying." Dining with a big star like me means we need an upscale restaurant with atmosphere, and then beyond. You make something as simple as eating into such a complicated affair, the mere thought is boring. Hey, the men who want to eat with me can line up all the way from the fire capital to mine. Don't think I'm so eager to have a meal with you. If I'm giving you a chance and you don't know to appreciate it. Which upscale restaurant in the fire capital can I afford? I've even attended the daimyo's banquet. Come on, we're all brothers here. What's all this bullshit? I really have been there. Fine, you've been there. Now I remember. The one doing that skit on stage back then was. Before Tiangong could finish, Fenghua Xiaoxue exploded with fury and lunged straight at him. Dong Liuxing, I'm going to bite you to death. Don't you run. Arriving at a great river outside the fire capital, Feng Hua Xiaoxue stared at the frozen surface with a blank look. Hey, weren't you going to treat me to a meal? What are we doing here? As if something occurred to her, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's expression suddenly turned fearful, and she whispered, Xing, you wouldn't kill me just to avoid paying, would you? I suppose I could treat instead. You're such a drama queen. It's all your fault. Taking a pretty cute girl to a place like this in the dead of winter. No wonder people get the wrong idea. Catching sight of Feng Hua Xiaoxue's small hands shrinking into her sleeves, Tiangong simply draped his cloak over her. Planting Huchia into the ground, Tiangong rolled his neck and said lazily, wasn't it you who wanted atmosphere and fresh ingredients? Gazing at the imposing long blade, Feng Hua Xiaoxue poked it curiously a couple of times, then tried to pull it from the ground. Is there some hidden restaurant near here? This blade is really heavy. Huff. Move aside. Think before you speak. Who in their right mind would open a restaurant and hide it? Tiangong nudged Feng Hua Xiaoxue aside, drew Huchia, and lightly ran his finger across the blade. In the next moment, searing flames gradually ignited along the edge. Leaping into the air, Tiangong slashed at the ice several times. Then he drove both hands deep into the frozen surface and, channeling chakra into it, bellowed, Hey, ignorant girl, watch closely. What? Who are you calling ignorant? Just because I'm an actress doesn't mean you can. You can. She had been about to fire off another retort when the scene before her made Feng Hua Xiaoxue wonder if she was dreaming. Tiangong dug his hands into the ice and actually lifted a block that was over 100 square meters in area and nearly 2 meters thick. Then with just a couple of roars, he simply tossed the block into the sky. Feng Hua Xiaoxue hastily crouched down and covered her head. If that thing came down on her, she figured, she wouldn't have to be scraped up piece by piece. She'd be turned into meat filling on the spot. Meanwhile, Tiangong gripped Huchia and sprang up again, carving rapid flaming slashes across the ice. One ice chunk after another plummeted from above, and by the time he landed, a beautiful ice house stood before the two of them. Actually, Tiangong could have done it even without coating Huchia in fire nature chakra, but melting part of the ice first produced better adhesion. Looking at the exquisite ice house in front of her, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's mouth fell open. She stared at Tiangong and stammered, Why, you're practically a superhero. He flicked his hair back proudly. I told you, you haven't seen anything yet. So, are you going to jump in and catch some fish? A little knife slicing your ass. What? I'll open your eyes for you. Feng Hua Xiaoxue's mouth twitched. Honestly, there's no need to be that crude. Without a word, Tiangong formed hand seals at lightning speed. Earth release, earth, and stone prison. Earth and spears rose from the ground one after another, sealing off the broken ice in an instant. Feng Hua Xiaoxue's pretty face darkened. To be honest, she actually did have some feelings for Tiangong. After all, Tiangong was very tall and had abs. He might be cranky when he first woke up, but his personality was actually quite good. Even with a mask on, she could tell he was young. Most importantly, being with Tiangong gave her a sense of security, as if even if the sky fell, it would be nothing more than a minor matter to him. Because of her painful childhood memories, Feng Hua Xiaoxue cherished the time she spent with Tiangong. It was just that. Every other aspect of him was so good, there was nothing to criticize, so why did he have to be so crude with words? That part was really hard to take. Ignoring Feng Hua Xiaoxue's darkened expression, Tiangong continued forming hand seals. Earth release, earth, and stone rising platform. The moment his palms slammed onto the ground, the lake bed began to rise slowly. Seeing all kinds of fish, shrimp, and crabs within the earthen prison, Tiangong jutted his chin toward Feng Hua Xiaoxue. Hey, fresh ingredients. Pick whatever you want, just don't waste them. At the sight of the various fish, shrimp, and crabs before her, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's eyes seemed to sparkle with little stars. She excitedly pointed. This one and that one. 2 more crabs, and some river shrimp. Before long, a small pot hung inside the ice house, and Feng Hua Xiaoxue was blissfully dunking the fish fillets Tiangong had cut for her into the bubbling broth. Tiangong sat on a small stool roasting a few crabs and taking the occasional sip of wine. Putting a cooked fish fillet into her mouth and savoring the freshness of the fish, Feng Hua Xiaoxue couldn't help narrowing her eyes. To be honest, the flavor couldn't really compare to the cooking of master chefs. But winter fish were plump, and because the two had prepared and cooked them on the spot, they could taste the ingredients at their freshest. Coupled with the atmosphere created by the ice house and the wind and snow outside, it was an experience that even Feng Hua Xiaoxue, accustomed to all sorts of fine cuisine, found deeply enjoyable. Feng Hua Xiaoxue ladled a bowl of fish soup and handed it to Tiangong, her eyes full of admiration. "Xing, you're really amazing." Low-key, low-key. Taking a sip of fish soup, Tiangong smacked his lips. "Tisk, the flavor isn't quite there. Let it simmer a while longer." She placed some cooked shrimp and fish fillets into Tiangong's bowl, then slipped off the cloak. "I was just trying to warm you up. There's a fire in the ice house, and I'm not cold anymore. Put it back on." He draped the cloak back over Feng Hua Xiaoxue and said smugly, "You underestimate me, Shuhui. A tough guy like me doesn't get cold. Holy crap." Halfway through his sentence, Tiangong smacked Feng Hua Xiaoxue's hand away and said irritably, "What are you doing? Your hands are freezing. What are you touching me for?" Seeing him like that, Feng Hua Xiaoxue couldn't help grinning. Didn't you just say a tough guy like you never gets cold?" Tiangong sputtered, "Well, you still can't just do that. You're a grown girl. Stop pawing at me." "So you were bragging again. You ignorant girl. Do you know why tigers can roll around in the snow in winter when other animals hibernate? Because their skin is thick. Or they have lots of fur." Tiangong gave Feng Hua Xiaoxue a sidelong glance and said disdainfully, "Long hair, short brains, just as I said. That's called a pure yang body." But what does that have to do with your bragging?" Tiangong lifted his head and pointed at his chest. "This guy also has a pure yang body. Otherwise, when have you ever seen anyone in winter walking around either bare-chested or wrapped in a ragged cloak that doesn't block any wind?" At this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue looked utterly shocked. Even though she secretly felt that it was probably a common trick among ninja, she still applauded and put on the look of an adoring fangirl. "Wow, Xing, you're so awesome. I'm your biggest fan." Tiangong waved his hand, looking extremely proud. "No autographs?" Then, as if a thought struck her, Feng Hua Xiaoxue propped her finger against her chin and said, "If ninja can catch fish that easily, then if ninjas switch to selling fish, wouldn't they all become rich?" Hearing this, Tiangong put on the air of a grand judge of the world. "Madam Fushifeng Shuehui, I think it is necessary for me to correct your ignorant notion." "What?" Tiangong rapped the stone table and made a show of seriousness. "Just now, breaking the ice, building the ice house, catching fish, even chopping out this stone table with a blade. Well, what about it? With a series of moves like that, 9 out of 10 ninjas wouldn't have the skill, and even the 10th couldn't be as composed as a real man like me. You understand?" Xing, did you practice some kind of ninjutsu that only becomes stronger when you brag?" "Woman, why can't I talk any sense into you?" Tiangong set his face and said with dissatisfaction, "Fushifeng Shuehui, do you think I'm some small-time nobody?" Recalling Tiangong's thuggish behavior and how at their first meeting he had eagerly played the villain for 100,000 Rio, Feng Hua Xiaoxue wore a strange expression as if saying, "Isn't that exactly what you are?" Seeing this, Tiangong slapped the stone table, then pointed toward the direction of his little hut. "That guy who just came to the door, Orange whatever his name, I forget. Anyway, he's one of the 12 guardian ninja. Tell me, isn't he a big deal in the fire capital?" Feng Hua Xiaoxue swallowed the fish in her mouth and nodded blankly. "That settles it." Tiangong slapped the table again, then leaned close to Feng Hua Xiaoxue and put on the look of a mafia boss. "Let me tell you, whether he's one of the 12 guardian ninja or 13 guardian ninja in front of me, Dongshin Tiangong, he has no face. When he sees me, he snaps to attention." "So?" Seeing Feng Hua Xiaoxue about to speak, Tiangong cut her off. "So what so? Do you understand how awesome I am?" Feng Hua Xiaoxue shifted a little farther from Tiangong and nodded. "I get it. You're not Dong Liuxing, you're Dongshin Tiangong. Scram. I can't stand to look at you. TCH, you start bragging after a little wine, and you even lied to me." Though she retorted, Feng Hua Xiaoxue made no move to get up and simply continued swishing fish slices in the pot. "Hey, I just didn't want a young girl like you to get nervous when you suddenly meet a big shot like me." To be honest, Tiangong wasn't lying. On the surface, he was nothing much in Mai, but his strength and potential were plainly there. In many people's eyes, with the Inoshikacho behind him and considerable talent of his own, Tiangong had a future full of promise. After the meal, seeing Tiangong lying shirtless on a stone slab and yawning, Feng Hua Xiaoxue said, "You lazy bum, weren't you just awake? Why are you sleepy again?" When Tiangong didn't answer, she poked his face with her finger. "Hey, why don't you go back to your little hut if you want to sleep?" Tiangong swatted her hand away and mumbled, "Stop bothering me during my afternoon nap. But you'll get sick like this. I told you, with my pure yang body, I can't catch a cold from freezing." But, seeing Tiangong close his eyes again, Feng Hua Xiaoxue couldn't help facepalming. "Are you a big lazy pig? How can you fall asleep just like that?" Tiangong snored. Who? Seeing him do the same thing as that morning, Feng Hua Xiaoxue stamped her foot in frustration. She knew that if she woke him up again, she would probably get bullied again. Forget about you. I'm going home. If you get sick, don't say I didn't warn you. She snorted coldly and walked straight out of the ice hut. After a moment's thought, she turned back. She draped the cloak she had been wearing over Tiangong's body, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help widening. Just now her fingers had accidentally touched the stone slab Tiangong was lying on, and it was actually warm. Fenghua Xiaoshue's mind went blank on the spot. She naturally knew nothing of blood qi. All she could think was, could Tiangong really possess that so-called pure yang body? She had thought Tiangong was playing another trick on her. Staring blankly at his bruised and swollen face, she suddenly felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Just as Fenghua Xiaoshue was wondering where she had seen that face, Tiangong's voice suddenly rang out. I don't need it. It's cold outside. Put it on and get home quickly. You've been out of contact for so long. If you dawdle any longer, that old manager of yours will go post a mission request at my... Oh, well, you're right. But Ashing, are you really okay staying here? You're so noisy. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Walking toward the center of the fire capital, Fenghua Xiaoshue felt puzzled. I remember that during the last filming, Santai Fu seemed to be sick. How did Tiangong know Santai Fu is an old man? How strange. Back in the ice hut, Tiangong, lying on the stone slab, yawned. He then formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. It's wild out there. Trail her from behind, so she doesn't stir up any more trouble. The shadow clone nodded and headed out. At that moment, Tiangong's main body tossed a few stacks of banknotes to the clone. Buy some trinkets for little Jingya. Once Xiaoshue and the others come back, we're returning to Mai tonight. Walking on the road at night again. That's got nothing to do with you. Xuehue is already far ahead. Hurry up and catch up to her. You've really mastered the art of turning me into a beast of burden. The shadow clone sighed and walked out the door, clutching the banknotes in his hand. He couldn't help thinking that the original body had finally been generous for once. Just as he was weighing whether to find a few girls for some fun first, or pick out a gift for little Jingye, Tiangong's voice came again from the ice hut. Buy all the rest of the wine. Damn it, I've had too much hard liquor the last few days. My head's all foggy. I should hold back a little, so some sweet mellow stuff will have to do for a couple of days. Hearing this, the shadow clone turned and stared blankly at Tiangong, who was already asleep in the ice hut. After a moment, he gnashed his teeth. Dongshin, Tiangong, you really deserve to die? In a quietly elegant room, Fenghua Xiaoshue tossed and turned in bed. She had just taken a bath and had assumed she would sleep soundly. But the moment she closed her eyes, that bruised and swollen face would appear in her mind. Oh, I'm so bored. Maybe I should go find that guy again. Thinking this, Fenghua Xiaoshue quickly dressed and spent even more time putting on lovely makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, Fenghua Xiaoshue curled her lips. Humph, when I'm this pretty, that stinking bastard still doesn't show any tenderness at all. He deserves to have no girlfriend. Winter days ended early, before she knew it, dusk had fallen. Watching the darkening evening, Fenghua Xiaoshue suddenly hesitated. It was already so late. Should she still go? If she went, and that guy was still asleep, what then? Or by the time she reached the hut, he might already have gone out drinking. At the thought of herself waiting alone in the hut like a fool for him, Fenghua Xiaoshue shook her head hard. She was really afraid of the dark. And besides, even if Tiangong was home, so what? By the time she found him, it would be almost completely dark. That guy would never walk her back, and he might even mock her mercilessly. And anyway, she didn't want to see him that much. Besides, was she really going to trudge all the way over just to squeeze onto that bed with him? What if his beastly instincts suddenly took over at night? In the ice hut, Tiangong looked at the horse and bird before him and said, It's so late. Where have you two been playing? I'm planning to head back to Konoha. If you're tired, we can start tomorrow morning. Seeing the two little ones shake their heads, Tiangong pondered for a moment before saying, Never mind. You should rest first. We'll set out at dawn and head straight to the nearest sea. The old master mentioned wanting to taste some seafood recently, so let's catch some and bring it back. Taking a bottle of wine from the pile of goods brought back by his shadow clone, Tiangong said to the two little ones, There are nuts and snacks in here. Help yourselves to whatever you want to eat. As he spoke, Tiangong picked up the bottle and took a big gulp. After the wine entered his mouth, his brows furrowed slightly. What the hell is this shit? Kids' wine. Tiangong summoned a shadow clone. Seeing the original staring blankly at him, the shadow clone narrowed his eyes. What the fuck did you buy? Did you skim some off the top? Motherfucker, have you been drinking so much cat piss that you've gone stupid? The last shadow clone was already killed when I dispelled him. What the fuck are you looking for me for? Being scolded by the shadow clone, Tiangong actually felt it made sense, but why did his shadow clone seem to be getting more and more irritable lately? Seeing Tiangong's distracted look, the continuously venting shadow clone frowned slightly. Hey you idiot, are you even listening to your father's teachings? Hearing this, Tiangong's brows also furrowed. Then he pointed at the shadow clone and said, Let me tell you, you're just a shadow clone. If I dispel the jutsu, you'll die. I'll kill you. Before he could finish, the shadow clone directly swung a punch at Tiangong's face. Fortunately, Tiangong reacted quickly and dispelled the shadow clone in time. Seeing this scene, the two little ones who were looking for food were dumbfounded. Just now, did Master really fight with his shadow clone? Seeing the two little ones staring at him intently, Tiangong waved his hand and said, "You two don't run around. I'm going to get some sealing scrolls. Is there anything you want? I'll bring it back for you." Xiao Lei roared, roar, roar, roar. Xiao Shui quacked, quack, quack, quack. I want to eat walnuts. Xiao Lei wants to eat corn kernels and also wants a hat. Hearing this, Tiangong took out a cloak and draped it over his shoulders, then said to the two little ones, "All right, I'll be back soon. You two don't run around. Hey, there aren't many cloaks left, another expense." First he went to the black market and got a few sealing scrolls, then went to a clothing store to order a batch of the same style cloaks to be sent to Konoha. It was still early, so Tiangong strolled around the street. After buying what the two little ones wanted, Tiangong happened to pass by a cinema. Seeing the billboard for Princess Windflower, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have played the big boss and also worked as a special effects crew member in this movie. Thinking this way, Tiangong, who felt it was still early, inexplicably walked in. He had grown up, and it seemed he had never watched a movie before. No, wait, Aunt Leah had taken him a few times when he was young, but it seemed he hadn't gone since joining the academy. 2 hours later, Tiangong walked out of the cinema with a pained expression on his face. Until the movie was halfway through, it was actually not bad. Although the plot was quite boring, Tiangong, who was looking forward to his own appearance, actually watched it with great interest. Until the movie was halfway through, when the big boss like him appeared, the audience in the cinema started to curse at him. And there was a kid who said something like, "This guy's expression is too fierce, doesn't look like acting, and how dare he grab Miss Yuki's neck, suggest beheading directly," and other bullshit. Fuck, he always wore a mask when playing the boss, and that kid actually said his expression was too fierce and didn't look like acting. Just thinking about it makes him angry. If not for wanting to see his final heroic appearance, Tiangong would have probably beaten the guy who wanted to chop his head right there on the spot. Unhappy in his heart, Tiangong directly threw the juice bottle that still had some left in his hand. Holy shit. A scream interrupted his thoughts. Tiangong turned his head to look and saw a tall, thin youth lying on the ground with the juice bottle Tiangong had just thrown under his foot. The companion beside him quickly helped the youth up. The youth held his waist and cursed, "Fuck, which asshole is so wicked, throwing things randomly, almost killed me. I take back the apology." Tiangong said discontentedly, "Fuck, your daddy threw it. What the fuck are you barking at? Got a problem? Come at me one-on-one." Hearing Tiangong's arrogant words, the youth glared at Tiangong angrily, and Tiangong glared back. The moment their eyes met, Tiangong's pupils suddenly widened. Shit, isn't this the bastard who wanted to chop off his head? Seeing Tiangong's physique, the youth was a bit timid, but thinking of his girlfriend's identity, he directly cursed at Tiangong. "Was it you who threw it, you bastard? Today, if you don't eat this bottle, I'll fucking kill you." "Tianhong, don't say that." Pulling on the youth, the girl said to Tiangong, "Sir, I think you didn't mean it intentionally, but ultimately you were wrong first. How about you apologize, and then we both take a step back?" Hearing this, before Tiangong could say anything, the youth said dissatisfiedly, "Lizzie, I don't want him to apologize. This guy provoked me first. As long as you find your uncle, you can make this guy. I said let's drop today's matter because of you. You've already caused too much trouble for my uncle, and I don't want my family to have a bad impression of you anymore, Tianhong." But listening to their conversation, Tiangong also figured these two were most likely a couple, and their identities should not be equal. The youth was obviously a gold digger. Seeing Tiangong's expression of watching the drama, the youth thought to himself, "Fine, you won't help me, right? I don't believe you won't care when I make this a big deal." Thinking this way, the youth gritted his teeth and then kicked at Tiangong's jewels. Blocking the youth's sneak attack with one leg, Tiangong sneered. Actually, with his strength and background, even killing this youth on the spot wouldn't be a big deal. But the conflict between the two was ultimately caused by him. Although in the cinema the youth's words made him very unhappy, Tiangong wouldn't kill him for such a trivial matter. But just now the other party had indeed attacked him first, and it was at his most precious jewels. So Tiangong had no reason not to give the other party a painful lesson. Thinking this way, Tiangong grabbed the youth's chin with one hand, then showed an extremely perverted smile. "I didn't look closely just now. Turns out you're such a handsome little guy, fair and tender. It's been a long time since I've tasted something like this." Hearing this, the youth's pupils suddenly widened. Then he looked at Tiangong with some fear. "Bastard, what? What are you talking about, you bastard?" Licking his lips, Tiangong smiled and said, "Nothing, you'll understand soon. Believe me, that feeling will definitely make you obsessed." At the sight of the burly man with a bruised and swollen face licking his lips while fixing a lecherous gaze upon him, the young man felt his nether regions clench in fright. Before he could say a word, a single heavy slap from Tiangong knocked him clean unconscious. The young man's girlfriend moved to intervene, but a single glare from Tiangong sent her entire body limp, so much so that she couldn't even manage to raise a finger. A voice drifted into her ears, "Don't panic. I'm borrowing your man for a night of fun. If he doesn't die, I'll give him back to you." Then she saw that man sprinting away, dragging her boyfriend by the hair. The girl named Lizzie wore a look of bewilderment. So, I'm being cuckolded by a man right in front of me. No, I have to go find my uncle. But, what excuse can I use? After a moment's thought, the girl let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Tianhong. We are breaking up. Tossing the young man onto the large bed of the inn, Tiangong picked up a wine bottle and proceeded to do something utterly gruesome. Sensing the young man beginning to stir, Tiangong formed hand seals, and the youth was dragged into an illusion. Within the illusion there was nothing but a bed and a man. Until he awakened, he would remain the one below. Tiangong had never been proficient in illusions, but that didn't mean he couldn't weave one, especially when cast upon an ordinary man or a lowly genin. Tiangong considered himself to have some skill. 2 brushes worth at least. Even if the brushes had no bristles, it was still sufficient. After settling everything, Tiangong tossed the wine bottle out the window. If not for the fear of the young man freezing to death, he wouldn't have even bothered paying for the room. Back in the ice hut, Tiangong began treating the bruises on his face. After all, he was preparing to return to Konoha, who showing up with a black and blue face would be far too embarrassing. He channeled blood chi to his face and carefully regulated his chakra to prevent it from hindering the flow of blood chi. In no time, the bruises on his face had faded considerably. Moreover, the bruises weren't that severe in the first place. They merely looked fierce. The boss lady had actually been fairly measured with her strikes. Early the next morning, Tiangong and Xiaolei sat upon Xiaoshua's back. After sealing several sea fish of unknown species into a scroll, Tiangong ruffled Xiaolei's head. Not bad, little one. You managed to electrocute so many. It seems that in a few more years my title of Konoha Fish King will be passed to you. Hearing this, Xiaolei raised its head proudly, then rubbed the single horn atop its head against Tiangong's large hand, looking immensely pleased with itself. Seeing the little one's reaction, a touch of relief appeared in Tiangong's eyes. It was clear Xiaoshua had taken very good care of it. Although Xiaolei was an animal, its bloodline was far from ordinary, so its intelligence was not low. Tiangong could tell that the death of that great horse had dealt a heavy blow to the little one. With Xiaoshua's company, Tiangong could sense that the little one had become noticeably more lively. This aura. As if perceiving something, Tiangong closed his eyes slightly, circulating blood chi into his eyes. When he opened them again, wisps of crimson light flickered in his gaze. Xiaoshua, veer a little to the left, then carry on. Tiangong's eyes were fixed ahead. Moments later, an island filled with lush greenery appeared before the man and his 2 beasts. With blood chi circulating in his eyes, Tiangong's dynamic vision was greatly enhanced, and he discovered that this island was in fact a drifting island. Even more astonishingly, though it was the height of winter, the island was covered in a scene of thriving spring. Arriving above the island, he saw that its flowers, plants, and trees grew with extraordinary vigor, and there was also that life force which had made his heart tremble even from far away. Patting the bird's head, Tiangong said seriously, "You 2 stay put for now. This island is a bit odd. Let me go check things out." As the words left his mouth, he jumped down from over 100 meters above the island. Once he landed on the island, Tiangong headed toward the source of that powerful life force. Along the way, he picked a fist-sized fruit, bright red but of an unknown variety. Looks quite tasty, though I don't know if it's poisonous. So saying, Tiangong took a big bite. His blood chi was still abundant. If there was any poison, he could simply expel it. As the flesh entered his mouth, Tiangong's eyes lit up of their own accord. This fruit was bursting with juice, and unexpectedly, it was absolutely delicious. The texture was much like a honey peach, while the flavor was close to naturally ripened wild strawberries, yet it was far tastier than either. Most importantly, the fruit contained a remarkably potent medicinal property. Tiangong concluded that with this fruit as the primary ingredient, he could brew a spiritual wine that simultaneously restored mental energy and healed wounds, and both effects would definitely reach premium grade. If he could down a few gulps of this wine, while fighting that scoundrel who claimed to be the first Hokage's old rival, Tiangong felt he had every chance of cutting the man down. With that thought, Tiangong picked all the ripe fruit from the tree and stashed them into the gourd at his waist. Taking a bite of the bright red fruit, Tiangong laughed heartily. Great stuff. The older girl is absolutely going to love it, and little Ino too. Well, I won't brew wine this time. I'll wait until the seeds sprout, and then brew. Ha ha. Laughing loudly, Tiangong's steps became much lighter. He decided that once he found the source of that life force, he would thoroughly comb through this treasure island. The island wasn't large, so Tiangong soon reached its central zone, the place where the life force was most concentrated. Before him stood a peach tree nearly as tall as a man. Looking at the dozen or so peaches, each the size of an infant's fist, Tiangong was completely stunned. Though the peaches weren't big, their flesh was as translucent and limpid as blood crystal, and one could even vaguely make out the pits inside through the flesh. Sensing the overwhelming life force, Tiangong couldn't help but swallow hard. He murmured under his breath. No wonder even ordinary plants grow so lushly here, and many fruit trees bear fruits with commendable medicinal properties. Most of the creatures here possessed chakra far stronger than those outside. I never imagined the ninja world would actually have a spiritual root. Since it was a spiritual root, everything made perfect sense. This was a true heavenly treasure, a rarity, even in the world he remembered from his past life. What was more, it was the kind that bore fruit. One could say that had this been his previous life, simply by nurturing this spiritual root. Never mind the fruit it bore, the mere cultivation environment it provided could give rise to a formidable power. Even left in the wild, it could create a legion of powerful demonic beasts. Wasn't this island itself proof? Every animal on it possessed chakra far surpassing that of most of their kin outside. Gently touching the green leaves of the peach tree, Tiangong said with a smile, "As a treasure born of heaven, you should have the power to conceal your aura. Yet I sensed you from dozens of miles away. Is it because of the blood chi in my body? It seems you have chosen me. In that case." Just as Tiangong was studying how to move the spiritual root, a sudden feeling of imminent disaster surged in his heart. He whirled around only to see a fierce tiger radiating terrifying might striding toward him. Locking eyes with those indifferent, beastly pupils, Tiangong felt his entire body frozen in place. Even the blood within his veins seemed to have ceased flowing. This was not cowardice, but an instinctive reaction of the body subdued by the overwhelming majesty of a being whose very life form towered far above his own. Suddenly, the fierce tiger raised its head and roared to the heavens, and every animal on the entire island prostrated itself upon the ground. Its kingly dominance was on full display, and Tiangong's body began to tremble uncontrollably, a feeling called fear quietly taking root in his heart. With his legs shaking, Tiangong was on the verge of prostrating himself like the surrounding animals, bowing his head before this mighty beast king. Then unexpectedly anger surged within Tiangong's heart, fury at his own fear, and even greater fury at being crushed beneath the fierce tiger's oppressive aura. As if he Dongshin, Tiangong should not be cowed by this mere beast, even if it were the beast king himself. In that instant, deep within Tiangong's soul, a figure seemed to slowly open, a pair of eyes that did not belong to this world, like an unrivaled sovereign looking down from on high upon the countless living beings of the mortal realm. In that same instant, the Beast King's pressure no longer held any sway over Tiangong. His pupils transformed into white tiger eyes, and Tiangong's body emanated a kingly pressure that shared the same origin as the Beast King's, yet was steeped in murderous intent. Behind him, the phantom image of a white tiger materialized, gradually solidifying from illusion into reality until it stood behind Tiangong like a living white tiger. Beneath the sunlight, the white tiger's pristine fur gleamed with resplendent radiance, as though veiled in a layer of crystalline frost and snow. Its black stripes were as dense as ink, elegantly scattered across the white canvas, resembling a natural masterpiece of art. Seeing that this human could actually exude the might of a beast king, and that a fellow creature far more majestic than itself had appeared behind him. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. As if provoked, the fierce tiger let out a thunderous roar, bared its claws, and lunged toward Tiangong. Drawing his blade tiger cutter, Tiangong glared fiercely and slashed at the tiger in return. Strangely, at this moment, the chakra within his body was unusually docile, offering no obstruction to the circulation of his blood energy. The moment the blade met the tiger's claw, the two kingly pressures collided head-on. In an instant, even the clouds in the sky seemed to churn, flowers and young saplings were uprooted from the earth, and massive waves erupted all around the island. Though the clash appeared evenly matched, Tiangong's heart grew bitter. The raw power of this beast was simply terrifying. He was now mobilizing his blood energy at full capacity, his strength definitely exceeding even boss ladies, yet against this beast he still held no advantage whatsoever. Tiangong had a premonition that if not for the unprecedented power granted by the white tiger phantom behind him, he probably would not even have qualified to exchange blows with this ferocious tiger. While the man and tiger remained locked in stalemate, the white tiger behind Tiangong suddenly turned from solid to ethereal, then dissipated like a fleeting bubble. Tiangong's face went pale, and the next moment his whole body was hurled backward like a kite, with its string severed, snapping several trees thicker than water vats along the way. Prying himself out of a rock wall, Tiangong spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire appearance utterly bedraggled. Damn it! Its build is about the same as an ordinary tiger, so how can its strength be this monstrous? Among the tailed beasts, I reckon only the nine tails could even hope to clash with this abomination. Sensing the approach of that terrifying presence, Tiangong found that the Beast King's pressure no longer affected him, and he scrambled desperately toward the shore. The fierce tiger followed unhurriedly behind him like a cat toying with a mouse, occasionally flicking its claws to send wind blades slashing toward Tiangong. Truthfully, it was baffled. This human strength was clearly so insignificant, and yet he could release a Beast King's pressure that faintly overwhelmed its own. And what of that white tiger which had just vanished? Although it shared the same kind, the fierce tiger felt that the gulf between them was even greater than the chasm between a daimyo and a beggar among humans. As myriad thoughts flashed through its mind, the fierce tiger's gaze toward Tiangong grew ever more ferocious. Not only did this human harbor secrets pertaining to its race, but he had also discovered that extraordinary peach tree. The fierce tiger had an intuition that if it could devour this human, it would unquestionably become even stronger, far surpassing the advancement gained from digesting every single fruit on that peach tree. After dodging yet another wind blade, Tiangong continued his desperate flight toward the coast. Though his posture was ragged, his eyes remained strikingly clear and composed. Glancing at the horrifying trench carved out by the wind blade, Tiangong narrowed his eyes and murmured inwardly, "Killing intent never lies. Every single strike of that beast is meant to take my life. So why doesn't it just charge over and cut me down quickly? With its speed, I should have no chance of escaping unless I use my trump card." The coast was right before his eyes. The fierce tiger increased its pace slightly, yet it did not employ chakra. It simply quickened its strides. Feeling the tiger's murderous intent growing ever denser, Tiangong used a body flicker technique to reach the shore, and before the tiger could react, dove straight into the sea. He could have used chakra to tread upon the water's surface, but Tiangong was uncertain whether that beast had mastered such a skill. As the old saying goes, clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. Since that beast wielded the power of wind, Tiangong was unsure if it possessed the ability to fly, and thus he did not wish to expose his whereabouts to it. An hour later, Tiangong sat cross-legged on a desolate island with Xiao Shui, and Xiao lay resting beside him. He channeled his blood energy throughout his body to mend his internal wounds. Unlike the time with Tsunade, this time, he had to restore his body to a combat-ready state in the shortest possible span. He had already figured out why that beast had not gone all out to kill him in the end. Within his body resided two types of energy: blood energy and chakra. The two energies repelled each other, preventing him from unleashing the power he rightfully possessed. Had it not been for that special energy's enhancement at the crucial moment, he would very likely have been slain on the spot by that beast. As for the fierce tiger, it had unleashed only once and never again struck with full force, probably because it had encountered a similar predicament. The fruits on the spirit root had ripened, and Tiangong speculated that the beast had already devoured several of them. Yet the fruits borne by the spirit root certainly contained immense energy, and that beast definitely had not fully digested them. Judging by its strength and its all-too-human gaze, there was no doubt that its intelligence was far from low. So even if it did not recognize the spirit root, it absolutely understood how precious that treasure was. Tiangong reasoned that it was highly likely he had been detected when he approached the spirit root, or perhaps he had already been exposed the moment he set foot on the island. And since the beast had not yet digested the energy within itself at that time, it chose not to immediately eliminate this intruder. When he drew near the spirit root, the beast had no choice but to act. Yet that full power strike, though only a single blow, must have inflicted no small damage upon itself. Thus the beast was now in a period of weakness, and Tiangong had to raise his own condition as much as possible before it could finish digesting the spirit root's fruits and recover from its wounds. Only by seizing this opportunity could he possibly wrest the spirit root from beneath the claws of that formidable beast. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as Tiangong devoted himself even more earnestly to healing his injuries. Along the way, he did not even take a single sip of wine. Several hours later, Tiangong slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his neck, and murmured that fortunately that power had bolstered him at the time, keeping chakra and blood energy from clashing. Although that power had faded afterward, most of his injuries had been inflicted while clashing with that beast. Patting Xiaoshue's wing, Tiangong said, "Xiaoxue, take me back to that island from before. This time I guarantee I'll bring you back a mountain of delicious food." Seeing Xiaoxue looking at him with worried eyes, Tiangong smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've suppressed the injuries. As long as I don't fight that beast head on, there won't be a problem." With that, Tiangong jumped onto Xiaoshue's back and told the two little ones it's safe here. "Xiaoli, you wait here for us. Whatever you do, don't run off. Xiaoxue, that damn big cat might go mad at any moment. Don't fly too low. Just be ready to pick me up the moment I need you." Xiaoxue let out a soft cry, still somewhat worried, but she understood that since Tiangong had made up his mind, he would definitely go. After all, the two had adventured together many times, and they had faced no small number of life and death crises. Yet this man who had freed her from the extreme ice might harbor fear, but he never retreated in the face of an opportunity. 10 minutes later, Tiangong set foot on the island once more. Seeing the devastation left behind when he had been hunted by the fierce tiger, he narrowed his eyes. This beast is truly terrifying. Even gravely wounded, and with its power restricted, its casual attacks are still no weaker than a fully powered ninjutsu from an ordinary jonin. I acknowledge your strength. Even the current 5 Kage probably couldn't gain any advantage against you. But so what? Once I take the spirit root away, you're nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. As he spoke, Tiangong formed hand seals. Ninja art multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, nearly 100 shadow clones appeared around Tiangong. He said softly, although our main goal is the spirit root, it has been rooted on this island for who knows how long. Many plants have transformed because of it, and quite a few have even evolved to the level of spiritual medicine. Your mission is to draw that beast's attention, and buy me time to take the spirit root. If you find anything valuable along the way, bring it straight to that deserted island. Disperse. As the command faded, nearly 100 shadow clones vanished in an instant. Surrounding the entire island, they rushed inward from different directions, plundering spiritual plants while stirring up a great commotion. It all depended on whether the fierce tiger could be lured away. Meanwhile, Tiangong's main body sat cross-legged on the spot. He had indeed been too careless that morning. This time he intended to gather enough intelligence with his shadow clones before making his move. Before long, bursts of tiger roars came from the center of the island. Several of Tiangong's shadow clones were destroyed, but the fierce tiger never strayed too far from the spirit root. Narrowing his eyes, Tiangong thought to himself, damn it. It must be because I used too many shadow clones at once that the beast has grown wary. How infuriating. Knowing full well that its intelligence was not low, I still made such an elementary mistake. Damn it. At that moment, Tiangong wished he could slap himself. If he had only sent one shadow clone to wreak havoc on one side of the island, the plan's success rate would definitely have been far higher than it was now. Several more shadow clones were slain, but the tigers still refused to leave the spirit root. Tiangong punched the large tree beside him. Recalling the weak appearance of that beast from the memories sent back by his shadow clones, Tiangong sneered, fine. Since you're so composed, I'll wear you down until you die. With that, Tiangong formed hand seals and activated the multiple shadow clone technique once more. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones appeared before him. Feeling his chakra nearly depleted, Tiangong sneered, from now on you have only one task, keep bombarding that beast with ninjutsu. If you run low on chakra, throw rocks at it. After giving the order to the shadow clones, Tiangong sat cross-legged eating dried meat while recovering his chakra. Over the next several hours, every time a shadow clone was destroyed, Tiangong would summon new ones. As dusk fell, Tiangong, still sitting cross-legged, suddenly snapped his eyes open. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So you can't hold on any longer. He stood up, but staggered the moment he took a step. Rubbing his forehead, he gave a wry laugh. Forbidden arts really are no joke. I'll have to be more careful from now on. With that, Tiangong cut a gash on his arm. The intense pain restored his focus. This was a rare opportunity. He could not abandon this stroke of fortune just because of the exhaustion brought on by the shadow clones. Arriving near the spirit root, Tiangong waved his hand and collected more than a dozen ripe peaches from it into his gourd. These were all treasures. If a few fell out while he was fleeing, it would be a real loss. Just as Tiangong was about to make his next move, several wind blades suddenly came slashing at him from behind. He hastily drew Uchiha to block. Then a blood-curdling tiger roar swept in from the other side of the island. Immediately after, a wave of dizziness hit Tiangong. He cursed, damn it. This beast actually knows spiritual attacks, and it never used them before. It must definitely have fought ninjas. The tiger's roar, laced with a spiritual attack, directly scattered all of Tiangong's shadow clones. As the shadow clones dispersed, nearly 100 painful memories flooded into Tiangong's main body all at once. It was as if he had been struck 100 times by the fierce tiger's spiritual attack. Laced roared, his brain felt as though it would explode. But before he could recover, the fierce tiger pounced at him with terrifying killing intent. Its claws were coated with wind attribute chakra so dense that it seemed intent on shredding Tiangong into powder. Despite his clouded mind, Tiangong instinctively held Uchiha across his chest. At the same time, he bit hard on the tip of his tongue, and the instant the tiger's claws closed and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto the spirit root. The next second, Tiangong's body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing through countless giant trees and boulders along the way. Thankfully, the refined Uchiha was sturdy enough, otherwise had he taken the fierce tiger's furious claw head-on, Tiangong would definitely have been ground into dumpling filling. Catching sight of the spirit root, now completely stripped of its peaches, the fierce tiger once again roared at the sky. This cry was somewhat more powerful than all the ones before. 90% of the animals on the island were killed on the spot by the shockwave, and many of the weaker ones were blasted into bloody mist. Sent flying thousands of meters by the fierce tiger's claw, even Tiangong felt his head groggy and his limbs unresponsive. Fortunately, he was still conscious. This was absolutely a life and death moment. Tiangong concentrated his mind, trying to awaken that power which had helped him withstand the fierce tiger that morning. He could sense the beast's aura drawing closer and closer, yet he still failed to awaken that power. He shoved a peach containing immense energy into his mouth, raised his blade, and slashed at the fierce tiger, roaring, damn it. So what if I don't have that power? You think I'm afraid of you? Come die. As he spoke, a blood-red chakra cloak emerged on Tiangong's body, and blood energy surged rapidly toward his dantian. For the first time controlling blood energy and chakra simultaneously, he felt pain across his entire body, as if his bones were being ripped from his flesh and blood streamed from his 7 orifices. A man and a tiger rushed toward each other at tremendous speed. The clash of their killing intents darkened the entire area, though the Heavenly Palace's aura was clearly much weaker. Just as the two figures were about to collide, a white tiger phantom suddenly coalesced behind Tiangong. With a glare of his eyes, the white tiger phantom merged directly into his body, and his aura surged several-fold. A strange energy and chakra flooded into Torikiri at once, and the blade blazed with fierce flames. Die! Fire release Flame King. With a furious roar, Tiangong slashed downward, sending a tiger-shaped blade, chi wreathed in roaring flames at the fierce tiger. The next moment, the chakra cloak around Tiangong and the kingly pressure similar to that tiger's slowly dissipated. Countless surges of pain flooded his entire body, compounded by the internal injuries that had yet to heal. Tiangong rolled his eyes back and fainted on the spot. Feeling that unpleasant aura once more, the fierce tiger's eyes narrowed. This human's aura seemed even stronger than before. Gazing at that blade chi, which even made it tremble, the fierce tiger felt that even at its peak, it would be severely wounded by this strike. The blade chi was extremely fast, and the fierce tiger knew there was no time to dodge. It gathered a vast amount of chakra into its claws and shot several compressed wind blades toward Tiangong. The blade chi and wind blades collided with a thunderous boom. The entire island began to shake, and from Xiaoshue's perspective, a crater hundreds of meters in diameter was clearly visible. Seeing this, Xiaoshue flew straight toward the site of the explosion, caring neither whether her strength would cost her life, nor about Tiangong's earlier orders. She only wanted to find Tiangong and take him away. No one knew Tiangong's strength better than Xiaoshue. With a collision of this magnitude, Tiangong would definitely be gravely wounded, and it was not impossible that he would die on the spot. As Xiaoshue expected, the unconscious Tiangong was blasted away by the shockwave of the wind blades and blade chi. Fortunately, before losing consciousness, he had infused a wisp of blood essence into the gourd at his waist. The gourd rapidly enlarged and shielded him from most of the impact. The fierce tiger closer to the blast fared no better. The eruption of the two energies flung it away, and a bone-deep blade wound was carved across its body. Even though it had fought back in time, it still could not dodge Tiangong's strike. Yet having devoured over a dozen blood peaches and possessing extraordinary bloodline, the fierce tiger's physique was extremely powerful. Despite being severely wounded, it ultimately survived. An hour later, on the deserted island where Xiaolei was, Tiangong held Xiaoshue, who had shrunk to the size of an ordinary cat, in his arms, his heart aching as he looked at the several nearly fatal wounds on her body. Even though Tiangong's injuries were even worse than Xiaoshue's, he still channeled the little blood essence he had left in her body to ease the pain brought by her wounds. Seeing that Xiaoshue's condition had eased, Tiangong turned his gaze toward the island where the spiritual root was located. That had been truly dangerous. He never expected that beast had already digested the medicinal power of the blood peaches, and that it even knew shadow clone jutsu. Its earlier show of weakness was merely bait to lure him in. Had he not used shadow clones to exhaust it over a long period or awakened that power at the final moment, Tiangong would have found it difficult to leave that island. Yet risk and reward went hand in hand. Looking at the various spiritual fruits and plants that his shadow clones had carried over from the island, Tiangong chuckled softly. Although their value did not compare to the dozen or so blood peaches inside the gourd, still, since his shadow clones had taken a liking to them, these spiritual fruits and plants were clearly extraordinary. Whether for improving strength or recovering from injuries, they were bound to have remarkable effects. Remembering the drop of blood essence he had spat toward the spiritual root before fainting, Tiangong chuckled softly. That island may have been a moving one, but the blood essence had already fully merged into the spiritual root. Even from millions of miles away, he could sense that spiritual root. Recalling the feeling of being empowered by that kingly force at the moment life and death hung in the balance, Tiangong narrowed his eyes. He had a premonition that if he wanted to master that power, he would have to fight that beast again. Although that beast looked much like an ordinary tiger, its speed and strength had definitely reached an absurd level. In particular, that beast king pressure, which had nearly pinned him to death at their first encounter. Although that pressure no longer affected him afterward, Tiangong was extremely curious about how that power was wielded. In Tiangong's understanding, there were many kinds of pressure. Achieving certain accomplishments in an offensive domain could give rise to imposing auras such as saber intent, sword intent, or fist intent. There was also directly erupting chakra or killing intent to form a pressure that suppressed one's opponent. This was not uncommon among jonin and had no real learning threshold. But such methods were only notably effective against enemies far weaker than oneself. Although Tiangong's strength was inferior to the tiger's, the gap should not have been so vast that he would be suppressed by mere pressure. Yet that fierce tiger's pressure truly could suppress him. Tiangong even suspected that the tiger had mastered a technique to fuse the power of pressure into its attacks. Why did Tiangong think this? Because when he used his blood essence, he could sense that the beast's life force was not much weaker than his own. But when actually fighting, Tiangong was utterly crushed. Without the reinforcement of that kingly power, he would not even have had a chance to fight back. Although part of the reason was that his blood essence and chakra repelled each other, preventing Tiangong from unleashing his full combat power without harming himself, the gap between them should not have been this enormous. Oh well, time to heal first. The new year is approaching, it would not do to be sickly all the time. Tiangong waved at Xiaolei, then pointed at the spiritual fruits and plants around him and laughed. Little one, eat whichever you like. But if you gorge yourself too much, you probably won't be able to digest it all. As he spoke, Tiangong picked up the gourd to take out another blood peach. Although the one in his body had not yet been refined, his situation was different from that fierce tiger's. The fierce tiger could only digest the blood peach's energy bit by bit, while Tiangong's blood essence could quickly refine it. Suddenly, Tiangong's movement halted, for he discovered that the gourd's surface was covered in dense cracks. After examining it carefully, Tiangong frowned slightly. The gourd was far more damaged than he had imagined. He hastily stored the gourd into his dantian space, not wanting any accident to destroy this precious treasure. Not to mention that it contained over a dozen blood peaches and a large amount of spiritual medicinal wine that had yet to be brewed. The gourd itself was already extremely precious. Tiangong had obtained only a small piece of special material back, then forged it by combining chakra metal and other rare materials. However, at that time he had not yet opened his dantian space, and the gourd's assistance in battle was rather limited, so Tiangong had not further refined it. Now that the gourd had nearly been destroyed, he figured it was not merely because it had shielded him from the shockwave of his clash with the fierce tiger. Thinking back, although he rarely used the gourd during battle, nearly every time he did use it, it was to block attacks from powerful enemies. He had to hurry and recover his blood essence. Unfortunately, the blood peaches inside the gourd could not be taken out right now, but the blood peach within his body and these spiritual fruits should be enough for a while. 2 days later, the energy contained in the blood peach was far more immense than imagined. A single fruit alone restored all the blood energy of Tiangong, whose blood sea had nearly been exhausted. Moreover, Tiangong felt that the quality of his blood energy had also improved. Because his injuries were severe, he had predicted that even consuming all his blood energy would barely allow him to recover fully. Yet after restoring his blood energy with the blood peach, Tiangong healed his injuries at the cost of only 70% of his blood energy. Since the gourd was unusable, he gathered a pile of wood and constructed a large handcart. On the cart were not only spirit fruits and spirit plants collected from that island, but also 2 lazy little creatures. As the year was drawing to a close, Tiangong planned to return to my first. As for his blood energy, he would rest for a while before dealing with it. They looked like a wealthy family on an outing. Xiaolei was the young master, Xiaoxue the young lady. When hungry they ate fruit, when tired they slept. As for the horse and the driver, of course Tiangong had to serve as both. After all, Xiaoxue had no means of quickly recovering from injuries, and Xiaolei was still a child. They traveled leisurely with frequent stops, but since it was within the land of fire, the 1 person and 2 beasts returned to Mai in no time. After preparing the spirit plants, Tiangong took several scrolls sealed with sea fish and shrimp to Old Man Xufeng's home. Seeing the ingredients he loved to eat, Old Man Xufeng was overjoyed, not because the seafood was so precious, but because his eldest grandson had gone out to play and still thought of him, the old man. This showed that he still held considerable weight in Tiangong's heart. After chatting with the old man for a long time and agreeing to have grilled seafood together in the evening, Tiangong carried a large bag of delicious spirit fruits to the Shanzhong household. The door was opened by Shanzhong Hai. Seeing him sweeping snow in the courtyard, Tiangong smiled and teased. Yo, Uncle Hai, a busy man like you is actually at home. That's a rare sight. Ha, after all, I have to take care of your Aunt Leah. Oh. Tiangong's expression froze. He asked worriedly, Uncle Hai, is Aunt Leah sick? Seeing the young man quicken his steps toward the courtyard, Shanzhong Hai guessed that Tiangong might have misunderstood. Grabbing Tiangong's wrist, Shanzhong Hai hastily explained, Don't be agitated. It's not what you think, Tiangong. Seeing that Tiangong was still a bit anxious, Shanzhong Hai said embarrassedly, It's actually that your Aunt Leah is pregnant. I thought you knew. Hearing this, Tiangong was stunned. In his mind appeared the image of Aunt Leah when he had last left Mai. Her lower abdomen did indeed seem to have a slight bulge. But it was already winter then, and Aunt Leah had worn thick clothing, so it was not very obvious. At that time, he really hadn't thought about that. Knowing he was going to have another younger brother or sister, Tiangong's mood became cheerful. Winking at Shanzhong Hai, he grinned, Pretty impressive, Uncle Hai. Ahem. You little rascal, you're teasing me too. Taking the bag from Tiangong's hand, Shanzhong Hai noticed his eldest daughter peeking out from the window. Jingya naturally saw Tiangong too. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and without thinking she ran out and threw herself into Tiangong's arms. Jingya happily exclaimed, "Brother, where did you go to play? I missed you." Putting Jingya on his back, Tiangong laughed. "Silly girl, your brother was cultivating." Seeing Jingya's happy little face, Shanzhonghai couldn't help smiling. Just a few days ago, his precious daughter had said that since Tiangong went out to play without taking her, she would definitely ignore him this time. As the group walked into the house, Shanzhonghai noticed the fruits in the bag that even he had never seen. He laughed, "So many fruits. You must have taken another long trip, boy." Hearing this, Jingya also poked her head out. "Brother, you said last time you'd take me out to play, but you tricked me again." Setting Jingya back on the ground, Tiangong said helplessly, "No, I didn't, Uncle Hai. This time I didn't even leave the land of fire." Seeing Jingya puff up her cheeks, Tiangong rubbed her little head. Jingya squinted comfortably, but after a moment, she gave a coquettish snort. At this, Tiangong couldn't help but smile. Pinching the little girl's cheek, he coaxed, "All right, little Jingya, don't be angry. In a couple of days I'll take you out to play." "Really? Then can I go to the fire capital to buy new clothes?" Hearing this, Tiangong glanced at Shanzhonghai. When the latter nodded, Tiangong smiled, "Of course. Brother, you're the best. Mwah." After kissing Tiangong on the face, Jingya bounced forward. Suddenly, she turned around, her small face full of suspicion as she looked at Tiangong. "Brother, you said the same thing last time, that you'd take me out, but in the end you still went alone." Wiping the saliva off his face, Tiangong said helplessly, "I've told you your brother was cultivating." Jingya looked dubious, then extended her pinky. "I don't believe you, unless we make a pinky promise." Fine, pinky promise, pinky promise." While playfully bantering with Jingya, they entered the living room. There they saw Aunt Leah, her belly big, pouring something from one big jar into another big jar. Seeing this, Shanzhonghai hurried over and took the jar from Aunt Leah's hands. "Leah, I've told you you should let me handle this kind of thing. Why are you?" Although his words held a hint of reproach, Shanzhonghai's movements were extremely gentle. "I asked you to do it days ago, but you kept putting it off." With a light snort, Shanzhong Leah also saw Tiangong. Seeing the young man's bare chest, she quickly walked over. Her small hands grabbed Tiangong's cloak. Seeing that it had no buttons or zipper, she headed for the bedroom. Hurriedly supporting Shanzhong Leah to the sofa, Tiangong said with concern, "Aunt Leah, please sit down. If there's anything you need, I'll do it for you." Flicking Tiangong's forehead, Shanzhong Leah scolded, "You rascal, why don't you know how to take care of yourself? In the deep winter you dress like this. Forget it, I'll go find some clothes for you from your Uncle Hai." Quickly pressing her back onto the sofa, Tiangong rubbed his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, "Aunt Leah, you don't need to worry about this. I'm a grown young man. How could I not know hot from cold?" As he said this, Tiangong made a pose to show off his muscles. At the same time, he secretly mobilized his blood energy, and a wave of warmth radiated from his body. "See, I'm warm all over and not cold at all." After pouring the jars, Shanzhonghai placed 2 plates of snacks on the tea table. "You don't need to worry about him. The boy is strong. He won't freeze." But, seeing that his wife was about to say more, Shanzhonghai patted Tiangong's shoulder. "Tiangong just returned to my he hasn't been in the village all this time. Dressing like this is certainly for battle convenience, right?" Hearing this, Tiangong nodded quickly. Although his primary reason was that it was more convenient, wearing only a cloak was indeed quite convenient for fighting. At that moment, he sniffed lightly, then walked over to the jars that Shanzhonghai had filled. Seeing the medicinal herbs inside and that thick long deer whip, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. "Wait, isn't this the jar I brewed last year? Uncle Hai, you dare to drink this?" Shanzhonghai said somewhat embarrassedly, "That girl Xian brought it over. At the time I was craving a taste, and had 2 cups. After that, it's rather embarrassing. Tiangong, if you still want to drink it, your uncle will give you." Waving his hand, Tiangong quickly said, "No misunderstanding, Uncle Hai. I didn't mean that. I just saw that deer antler, and suddenly remembered the time I fought that deer together with Ashima. I was almost trampled to death by that beast. After we killed it, I was so furious that I chopped off its antler. Ashima even said we should grill it, but I was afraid he couldn't handle it, so I soaked it in liquor according to a tonic recipe instead." Hearing Tiangong's words, the couple from the Yamanaka family was taken aback. They did not know much about Tiangong's strength from a year ago, but at 13, he was already a skilled chunin. As for Ashima's abilities, they were well aware. He was the Hokage's son and ranked among the top 3 of the 12 guardian ninja. Even among jonin, he was an elite. To think that deer required both of them working together. No wonder it was killed. With that kind of power, even Kaga-level fighters would find it hard to force it into submission. At that moment, Tiangong continued, "But that stuff is indeed powerful. Ashima only had a few sips before he dared not drink anymore. I don't care for that kind of liquor, so I sent it back to Konoha." After a moment of thought, Tiangong asked curiously, "By the way, Uncle Hai, you drank this whole jar by yourself?" Seeing Tiangong's astonished gaze, Yamanaka Hai's weathered face flushed slightly, but he still defended himself. No, I only had a little. The rest was when friends came over. Dad's lying. Before Yamanaka Hai could finish, Ino stepped forward, pointing a slender finger at her father. Tiangong turned to look as Ino declared, when Dad drinks it his nose bleeds a lot. And whenever guests come over, Mom hides this jar away. Also, whenever Dad drinks it, he and Mom make really loud. Before Ino could finish, Aunt Leah clamped a hand over her daughter's mouth, tucked the girl under her arm, and headed for the bedroom, saying, Tiangong, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? Auntie will make you something delicious. Catching sight of Yamanaka Hai's noticeably gaunt face, Tiangong's mouth twitched. He dared not imagine what kind of brutal battle that had been. Feeling the atmosphere grow awkward, Tiangong thought for a moment, then tentatively suggested, Uncle Hai, the deer antler is still usable, but the other herbs have lost most of their potency. Since you like drinking it so much, how about I give you the recipe? At that, Yamanaka Hai's face turned pale. He stood up and waved his hands hastily. No need. Tiangong, I wish. The bedroom door swung open and a cotton slipper flew straight into Yamanaka Hai's head. It caused no serious harm, but the lady of the house's will had been conveyed with perfect clarity. Staring at the closed bedroom door, Yamanaka Hai sank onto the sofa in defeat. After a moment, he spoke with a look of tearful despair. Well then, thank you so very much, Tiangong. Seeing this, Tiangong scratched his head, thinking that old pervert Third Hokage watches dirty videos in the Hokage's office every day. Uncle Hai is at least a jonin. There's no way he's already washed up in his 30s, right? Though both were men, Tiangong had never reached that stage of life, so he truly could not sympathize with Yamanaka Hai's plight. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair looking at Azuma, whose arm was covered in a full cast, and asked helplessly, how did this happen? Azuma felt somewhat embarrassed, but knowing his old man must have an important mission for him, he answered, a few days ago, I drank too much and agreed to a taijutsu spar with Guy. And this happened. Hearing his son's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his forehead in exasperation. After a moment, he cursed, damn it, how did I raise such a blockhead? Is it serious? Can you still fight? Thinking to himself that if not for Kurenai being present, he would never have sparred with that freak Guy, even if he were dead drunk, Azuma muttered. It's just a fracture, but if. Before he could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. I understand. Now get lost. At that moment, the Hokage's office door was pushed open. A white-haired jonin in a flak jacket handed a document to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying respectfully, Hokage-sama, here is the report for this mission. Seeing Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. But catching sight of his visibly weary face, he let out another sigh. Noticing the change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Kakashi asked, Hokage-sama, is there an important mission? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hide it. There is a mine at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind, jointly operated by Konoha and Sunagakure. According to the report, there is a strong possibility of mining chakra metal from that mine. We already sent people there, but based on the latest intelligence, the probability that the mine will yield chakra metal is at least 80%. Hearing this, Azuma and Kakashi understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so troubled. Since even the intelligence report estimated the probability at over 80%, accounting for its conservative nature, it was practically a certainty. Given the value of chakra metal, Sunagakure would certainly have its own designs on it. Therefore, the ninja tasked with this mission must belong to the Hokage's faction and possess both the combat power and decision-making capability to deal with Suna Ninja. At that moment, the Hokage's office door was pushed open once more. A burly fat man and a woman with painted markings on her face walked in. Hokage-sama. After bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the woman glanced at Kakashi and Azuma. Noticing the cast on Azuma's arm, she said to the man with a smile, Oh, Choza, looks like our companion this time is the famed Sharingan Kakashi. Hearing this, Kakashi scratched his hair. Well, you flatter me, some senpai. But since the destination is the Land of Wind border, I think in my current condition, I wouldn't be able to carry out this mission. Hearing this, Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum both felt disappointed, as this mission was quite difficult. If their teammate were the reliable Kakashi, the mission's success rate would surely have been greatly increased. At that point, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Choza Tsum, I regret that I could not find you more suitable teammates. However, the mission is urgent, so you must set out as soon as possible. I will dispatch a Chunin squad to support you. Hearing this, Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum quickly bowed and said in unison, Yes, Hokage-sama. At that moment, Azuma suddenly spoke up. Hey, old man, last night, I think I saw Tiangong. That kid is fairly capable. Rather than sending a Chunin squad, I think it would be better to send him. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Then he took out his crystal ball and used a sensory jutsu. After a moment, he commanded the Yanbu guard hidden in the shadows, tend to go to Hai's house and bring that brat Tojin Tiangong here. Yes, Hokage-sama. Akimichi Choza remained cheerful, thinking that Tiangong's strength probably was not very impressive. However, since Tiangong was his own uncle's grandson, he felt it would not be bad to mentor a younger generation member. The more straightforward Inuzuka Tsum, however, spoke directly. Tojin Tiangong. I remember he was in the same class as Hana, and they were even teammates before. Isn't sending such a young kid on a mission like this a bit too? Before Inuzuka Tsum could finish what she was saying, Asuma smiled and said, Senior Tsum, sometimes you need to give the younger generation a little more trust. At that, Inuzuka Hana spread her hands. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that letting a kid take part in a mission tied to the village's interests is a bit. Don't worry, Senior Tsum, that Tiangong kid is reliable. As for Tiangong, Asuma had great confidence. The two were on good personal terms, and not long ago they had even carried out a mission together. Tiangong had effortlessly killed a Kirigakure Anbu right before Asuma's eyes. Moreover, when the mist ninja were about to surround them, Tiangong had used a technique of that caliber to break free. Thus Asuma held Tiangong in high regard both for his strength and for his character. At the Yamanaka residence. Now Aunt Leah had already come out of the bedroom, having changed clothes. With a basket in one hand and Tiangong's wrist in the other, she was heading out the door. Come on, Tiangong, keep me company while I buy groceries. Tell Auntie whatever you want to eat. Glancing at Aunt Leah's slightly rounded belly, Tiangong tried to dissuade her. Aunt Leah, maybe we should just forget it. Humph. Shooting Tiangong a glare, Yamanaka Leah pointed indignantly at the forehead protector and kunai hanging on the wall. You little brat, don't underestimate me. Your auntie is a chunin of Konoha. Then Yamanaka Inoichi also spoke with a smile. Tiangong, don't stop her. Aunt Leah has missed you terribly these past days. Besides, don't think I don't know. When Ino was about to be born, the two of you even sneaked off to Fireworks Town to watch the fireworks. Tiangong was at a loss for words because that really had happened, and there were even more absurd stories than that. Thinking back, Ino's personality had most likely been inherited from Aunt Leah. The two of them were equally wild and free-spirited. It was just that Aunt Leah always kept up an elder's facade in front of him. After thinking it over, Tiangong stopped trying to stop her. After all, there was no danger in Konoha, and even if something did happen, he was more than capable of dealing with it. Just then a masked Anbu ninja appeared outside the door. When Tiangong opened it, the Anbu said coldly, Dongshin Tiangong, report to the Hokage Tower immediately. But I haven't eaten yet. This is an order. With that, the Anbu vanished with a body flicker technique. Tiangong spat at the spot where the man had disappeared and muttered in displeasure, damn it. That guy is really full of himself. Hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't help but chuckle. After all, they're Anbu. Since they have to hide their identities, they usually come across as rather cold. TSK. I think those quirks are just spoiled into them. Next time he tries that act with me, I'll slap him across the face. Attacking an Anbu is a serious crime. As he spoke, Yamanaka Inoichi handed Tiangong a ninja tool pouch. He had a feeling that the Hokage summoning Tiangong most likely meant sending him on a very urgent mission. Uncle Inoichi, what am I supposed to do with this? Take it. You might need it. There's no way I'll need it. It's almost New Year. I'm not going anywhere. All right, Uncle Inoichi, Aunt Leah, I'll go see what this is all about. Watching Tiangong's departing figure, Aunt Leah felt a little reluctant. She muttered softly, isn't Tiangong no longer a ninja now? Why is he being assigned a mission as soon as he returns to the village? Honestly, who knows when he'll be able to come back this time? Rubbing his chin, Yamanaka Inoichi said thoughtfully, the so-called stripping of his ninja title was only to give certain people an explanation. But a person's talents cannot be stripped away. The Hokage would never truly treat Tiangong as an ordinary Konoha citizen. When she heard her husband say, give certain people an explanation, Yamanaka Leah gave a snort. The Dongshin clan of the Fire Capital is simply detestable. In the past, they were always making trouble for Sister Qingyu's husband, and even after Sister Qingyu and her husband died, they still couldn't stand Tiangong. Closing the door, Yamanaka Inoichi put his arm around his wife's shoulder and soothed her. Don't worry. Tiangong has been away for so long and come through unscathed, which shows the Dongshin clan can no longer do anything to him. At least they can't pose a life-threatening danger to him anymore. They share the same bloodline, so why do they insist on eliminating Tiangong? Who knows? Maybe there's some secret we don't know. But Tiangong is different from his old man. That kid is no saint. Recalling how 3 years ago Tiangong had been willing to accept punishment in order to cripple 3 Dongshin clan members who had come looking for trouble with him, Yamanaka Leah also sighed. To her, Tiangong was no different from her own son, so she naturally understood his character. She was almost certain that once Tiangong had enough strength, he would absolutely go after the Dongshin clan of the Fire Capital. When that time came, he would be a huge headache, even for Uncle Tsufeng. Kicking open the door of the Hokage's office, Tiangong swaggered in, wearing slippers, hands in his pockets, with the gait of a ruffian. Seeing that everyone in the office was staring at him with odd expressions, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even lift his head, Tiangong said, Yo, everyone's busy. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Tiangong curled his lip. Then he walked over to Azuma and slung an arm around his shoulder. Spotting the cast on Azuma's arm, he teased, "Yo, if it isn't my boy Azuma. Tisk tisk, haven't seen you in a few days. You've got a new look again, huh?" Azuma turned his head away. He didn't say that it was from a taijutsu spar with Guy, because knowing Tiangong as he did, that guy would definitely relentlessly mock him. Since Azuma didn't answer, Tiangong said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hey Lord Village Chief, what's the big matter this time? There are plenty of workhorses in the village. Don't always order an ordinary citizen like me around." Seeing that the old man still ignored him, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. He had thought about just leaving, but since that old dog of a village chief had summoned him, he probably couldn't avoid it. Then he made a TSK sound at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing the noise, which sounded just like calling a dog, everyone present wore strange expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face darkened. He instantly used the body flicker technique and appeared before Tiangong, then drove a fist into Tiangong's stomach. Taking the punch squarely, Tiangong's eyes flew open and his body doubled over like a bow, as if he were going to throw up all the liquor he'd drunk last night. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted slightly his old frame, displaying great agility, and with a grappling maneuver slammed Tiangong's face down onto the desk. Tiangong struggled a couple of times only to realize that he couldn't break free without destroying the Hokage building. Cursing inwardly that this old man was really strong, he hastily slapped the desk and begged for mercy. "Lord Hokage, I'm wrong, truly wrong. I just hadn't sobered up yet. I won't dare do it again." After landing a punch on Tiangong's head, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair and said seriously, "Team Choza is now formed. Objective: go to the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind and bring back the chakra metal." Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum immediately snapped to attention. "Yes, Lord Hokage," they said in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen's punch had been no light one. Tiangong staggered to his feet, his head a little dazed, but he had still heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Hearing that he was being put to work again, Tiangong muttered instinctively, Go my ass. Is the song not good to drink, or the liquor not good to listen to? Whoever wants to go can go, I'm not going." As if he had not heard the muttering from Tiangong, Hiruzen Sarutobi instructed the group, "This mission is not only about retrieving the chakra metal, but also ensuring the safe return of our comrades from the village." Tiangong, I am not going anyway. The annual competitive eating tournament will be held in a few days, and I still need to participate. Seeing Tiangong in this state, Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly. By the way, Yugugo is one of the ninja who previously accepted the mining area guard mission, and this time the Kazekage will also send skilled warriors. Hearing this, Tiangong immediately snapped to attention. He complained to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "Hey, stop teasing me. My older sister is in the Umbu, isn't she?" Shrugging his shoulders, Hiruzen Sarutobi said indifferently, "Because of that ninjato you gave her that can convert ice nature chakra, her characteristics have become too distinctive, so she is no longer suitable for development within the Umbu." Hearing these words, Tiangong fell silent, for his older sister indeed was not at home. After Xiao Shui had occupied his bed last night, he had slept at Yugugo's place instead. Sighing, Tiangong said helplessly, Fine, I will go, alright. By the way, since this mission is so dangerous, what is the reward? 1 million or 2 million? Lighting his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a calm tone, "Not a single copper coin. Hey, if you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will pluck every last feather off your sorry hide." Young people are so quick to anger. But the village is like this now. Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi ramble on, Tiangong punched the wall in frustration. Damn it, I am truly fed up. With the new year approaching, they won't even let me have a moment's peace. And the reward turns out to be absolutely nothing. Seeing the young man's exasperated state, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a couple of puffs from his pipe, then smiled, and said the chakra metal may have already been mined. The Sand Village is most likely already mobilizing their forces. The more you dawdle, the greater the danger to our comrades in Konoha. So boy, are you going or not? Go to hell. Konoha has so many ninja, why does it have to be me? Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a smile. He leaned close to Tiangong's ear and said sinisterly, because sending others would actually require paying them. Old man, once the 5th Hokage takes office, I will definitely send your whole family to the capital to sell themselves. Seeing that Tiangong, though clearly displeased, was showing signs of relenting, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly patted his shoulder. Enough, you brat. Your mission reward has already been arranged. In recent years, the Sand Village has been restless. If we delay any further, God knows what troubles might arise. Thinking that he would surely make the old man regret this in the future, Tiangong shook off the hand from his shoulder and immediately leaped out through the window. Choza Akimichi hurriedly chased after him. Hey Tiangong, do not rush so recklessly. You must conserve your chakra. Watching the two disappear, Inuzuka Tsum said worriedly, Hokage-sama, is it really alright to let this kid accompany them? Recalling Tiangong's experiences over the years, Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe and revealed a kindly smile. This lad's talent is not poor, and he has ambition. Although he cannot compare with Uchiha Itachi of his generation, he is certainly someone worth nurturing. Slowly turning around, Hiruzen Sarutobi patted Inuzuka-sama's shoulder. Most importantly, his determination to protect his comrades is no less than any Konoha ninja. He is also a young sapling of Konoha. If possible, I hope he can continue to grow. Do you understand what I am saying? Nodding slowly, Inuzuka-sama said solemnly, Hokage-sama, I understand. With those words, Inuzuka-sama jumped out through the window. At this moment, Kakashi waved his hand. Hokage-sama, if there are no missions for now, I will go back to rest. Ashima also said, old man, I am heading out too. Watching the two leave through the window, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the panoramic view of the village. At that moment, no one knew what the old man was thinking. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and quickly took out a crystal orb, returning to his seat, for he had just seen that Mubi's daughter-in-law had gone to the bathhouse once again. As an old friend, he had the duty to keep an eye on Mubi's daughter-in-law for him. Every inch, every thread. Hee. A cold wind swept past, and Hiruzen Sarutobi shivered involuntarily. He hurriedly closed the window and stuffed a mysterious little pill into his mouth, grumbling to himself. Sigh, these blasted youngsters never understand how difficult it is for an old man like me. On the way to the mine, the three of them moved swiftly through the forest. Choza Akimichi called out to Tiangong at the forefront. Tiangong, perhaps I should take the lead instead. Waving his hand, Tiangong said, don't worry, Uncle Choza. I am still quite capable of perceiving danger. Noticing Tiangong's hurried pace, Choza Akimichi advised Tiangong, you can slow down appropriately to conserve some chakra. The Hokage did not specifically urge us, which means this mission is not so urgent. Traveling also consumes chakra. Uncle Choza, if you feel your chakra is being depleted too much, I will go ahead first. You two can follow afterward. At this moment, Inuzuka-sama rode her Ninken and suddenly accelerated, overtaking Choza Akimichi, before laughing, oh Choza, speed up, or you will be looked down upon by the young ones. One day later, at the border between the Kawa and Kaze countries, Yuzuki Yugugo held her ice blade in hand, while behind her Akatsuki Kyuchi gripped her kunai tightly. The two were locked in confrontation, with three Sand Village ninja wearing sand headbands. Not far away lay the corpse of a Sand Chunin, a single slash across his neck, and the wound had already been frozen solid. Placing a soldier's pill into his mouth, Temari found it hard to believe that two unknown Konoha Chunin were so difficult to deal with. The purple-haired woman's swordsmanship was sharp and ferocious, her attacks aiming directly for lethal strikes. Moreover, she could use the ice release Kekiai Genkai. Even my burning release had no advantage against her. The red-haired woman was also a ruthless opponent. Although her ninjutsu and taijutsu were ordinary, one moment of carelessness would cause one to fall victim to her jinjutsu. Glancing at the corpse nearby with no additional wounds, Temari's expression grew ever more grave. These two Konoha women were both extremely powerful, although she felt confident dealing with either of them individually, even killing them. However, their cooperation was seamless and their abilities complemented each other perfectly. The ice release's crowd control ability was extremely strong, leaving her absolutely no opportunity to strike against the jinjutsu user. And as long as someone on her side fell under a jinjutsu, if they did not return to defend immediately, the other would quickly finish them off. If they lacked teamwork, Temari felt that even she might end up falling to these two Konoha ninja. Sending several secret signals to her comrades, Temari said coldly, Konoha ninja, hand over the chakra medal, or you will certainly stay here today. Hearing this, Akatsuki Kyuchi glanced at the burn on her shoulder. She replied coldly, the chakra medal has already been fairly distributed. It is you who have breached the agreement. Konoha will absolutely hold the Sand Village accountable. Exchanging a glance with her teammate beside her, Temari murmured in her heart, the cold aura emanating from that purple-haired ninja is clearly weaker than before. And earlier, when one of her subordinates made eye contact with that jinjutsu user, this was a perfect opportunity, yet she did not use jinjutsu. Then there is only one possibility, these two's chakra reserves must be nearly exhausted. Although we have suffered losses, the advantage now lies with them. With these thoughts in mind, Temari's hands formed hand seals rapidly. Several fireballs then hurtled toward Yuzuki Yugugo and Akatsuki Kyuchi, while she sneered, hee, the Sand Village did not breach the agreement. You simply perished at the hands of some bandits from who knows where, because you were too weak. Shien quickly used ice release to block, while Yuhi Kurenai fell back, keeping her eyes locked on the two Sanjinin, while looking for an opening to cast a jinjutsu on the Scorch Release ninja. A few minutes later, because Yuhi Kurenai was held back by the two Sanjinin, she never found the chance to cast a jinjutsu on Pakura. Thus, Shien, her chakra, nearly depleted, was already at a disadvantage. Were it not for the mutual restraint between ice release and scorch release, she would likely have already fallen. Struggling to withstand Pakura's ferocious assault, Shien tightened her grip on the ice blade in her hand. She had already sensed how perilous this battle was. That woman across from her was far too strong. Her skill rivaled even the clan heads of Konoha's great families. I have to find a way to get the chakra medal back to Konoha through Senior Hong. Resolving herself to die, Shiyan's mind couldn't help but conjure the image of that boy who always wore a silly, foolish smile. He was her only living relative, and though she might never see him again, at least her brat of a little brother had grown up. During their last spar, she was no longer a match for him. Even the Snow Countries lament the technique she was using to hold back this scorch-release ninja was a gift from him. Though she knew her brother had grown as his sister, she couldn't help but worry. Yet she was also a ninja of Konoha. A ninja's duty is to complete the mission. And if a mission cannot be completed, then dying is hardly a rare thing. She truly wanted to see her brat of a little brother again, even just once. Honestly, he had been out of the village for so long, and when he finally returned, he only spent 2 days with her before running off again to wander. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai successfully cast a Genjutsu on one of the sand ninja, Shiyan's eyes lit up. She poured her chakra into the blade, and sent a chilling slash toward the other sand ninja. Seeing this, Pakura rapidly weaved hand signs. During the earlier part of the fight, despite her aggressive attacks, she had deliberately been conserving her chakra. Yet that Konoha ninja actually dared to divert her attention to support a comrade mid-battle. A cold smile slowly curled at the corner of Pakura's mouth. So concerned about your companions, are you? Had then become a dried-up corpse. With that, Pakura swung one arm, and several fireballs shot straight toward Shiyan. If Shiyan still chose to strike at that sand ninja, she would turn into a mummy in the next instant. Seeing this, Kurenai shouted, "Shiyan, dodge." Tossing a scroll to Yuhi Kurenai, Shiyan said, "Senior Hong, my chakra is almost gone, but you still have a chance. You must survive and bring the chakra medal back to Konoha." Seeing Yuhi Kurenai frozen in place, Shiyan shouted, "Senior Hong, I am already prepared to die. Please don't let my sacrifice be in vain. I beg you." Taking the scroll, tears welled in Kurenai's eyes. Shiyan had left the Umbu some time ago, and with their abilities complementing each other, they had undertaken many missions together over the past few days. The two had forged a deep friendship, yet her friend was about to die, and she was powerless to stop it. She knew that once Shiyan was gone, she was no match for this scorch-release ninja. The wisest choice now was to retreat quickly. She had already made up her mind, yet for some reason her legs felt as heavy as lead. At that same moment, Shiyan severed the arm of one sand ninja, and the fireballs released by Pakura were already closing in on Shiyan. Shiyan closed her eyes slightly and murmured, "Brat Tiangong, your sister is a little bit missing you." At that critical instant, a flat stretch of ground 100 meters away suddenly caved into a large pit, and a figure draped in a black cloak swept in and carried Shiyan away in a princess carry. Rescuing his big sister, Tiangong couldn't help but grumble, "Honestly, you already retired from the Umbu, so why did you take such a dangerous mission? You nearly died just now." It all happened so fast. Seeing that the newcomer appeared to be a friend rather than a foe, Kurenai had just begun to relax when she noticed Pakura's finger twitch slightly. In the next moment, a fireball shot toward the figure from behind. "Watch out." She had barely begun to shout when the sand ninja previously caught in the Genjutsu suddenly broke free and thrust a kunai toward Kurenai's face. Kurenai hurriedly blocked. Meanwhile, Shiyan and Tiangong's arms also noticed the fireball flying in from behind. Believing Tiangong hadn't sensed it, she instinctively tried to shield him with her body, but he pressed her back down firmly. Supporting Shiyan's thigh with one hand, he took the ice blade from her with the other. Tiangong said with displeasure, "I told you sometimes it's okay to rely on your little brother." Ice released chilling slash. With that, Tiangong turned slightly and lightly swung the long blade. As vast chakra surged into it, an icy blade aura far stronger than Shiyan's cut straight toward the fireball. After cleaving through the scorch-release fireball, the blade aura continued unstoppably toward Pakura. Seeing the young man's confident smile, Shiyan's arms wrapped around Tiangong's neck tightened a little more. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety from this brat of a little brother she had raised since childhood. It was as if no matter how great the crisis, he would always hold up a sky for her. Burying her head in Tiangong's chest, Shiyan's eyes grew moist, partly from the relief of escaping death, but more from the joy of seeing how much her brother had grown. Dodging the ice-infused blade aura, Pakura sensed a fierce gust of wind behind her. Turning around, she saw a fist larger than her entire body hurtling toward her. "Damn it, no time." Cursing under her breath, Pakura crossed her arms to block. Boom. Her body was blasted dozens of meters away, slamming into a nearby boulder. Fortunately, her taijutsu was solid, and because it was a surprise attack, Akimichi Torifu had not been able to put his full strength into the blow. Dusting off her clothes, Pakura inwardly thanked her lucky stars she had worn inner armor today. If she had been wearing her usual favorite backless outfit, taking that punch head-on would have left her severely injured. Fong passing Fong. Another roar rang out as Inuzuka Tsum also succeeded in taking down the Sand Genin who had been fighting Yuhi Kurenai. Inuzuka Utsume's rank was merely Tokubetsu Jonin of Konoha, but her expertise lay not only in raising dogs, but also in brawling. The reason she remained a Tokubetsu Jonin was mainly because clan affairs took up too much of her time. With years of battle experience and perfect coordination with her ninja, Hound Inuzuka Utsume was more than a match even for veteran Jonin of the 5 great shinobi villages. Planting one foot on the head of the sand Jinin Inuzuka Utsume laughed. Not bad, kid. You almost stole all the spotlight there. Staring at the fireballs blazing around Pakura, Akimichi Torifu didn't rush to attack. Instead, he laughed at Inuzuka Utsume. Haha, don't say that, Utsume. As seniors, we should give the younger generation a chance now and then. Hearing this, Inuzuka Utsume clicked her tongue in annoyance. Torifu, you're starting to sound more and more like an old man. But Asuma's words aren't wrong. That kid is pretty reliable. Throughout the journey, the three had traveled at full speed without a single pause. Unexpectedly, in the end, Tiangong was actually a step ahead, and by the look of it, he wasn't any worse off than they were. At this moment, Shi Rihong, having just snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowed. Xian also leapt reluctantly from Tiangong's embrace, and the two said in unison, Patriarch Dingzhua, Patriarch Zhua. Zhua glanced at the two and nodded. You two young ladies are quite impressive, but your current task is to bring the chakra metal back to Mai as quickly as possible. Understood. Shi Rihong nodded, and she took Xian's hand, preparing to leave while Xian cast a worried look back at Tiangong. Pouring a massive amount of chakra into the Snow Country's lament, Tiangong smiled and said, Sisters, you're in no condition to fight. Leave the enemies ahead to us. As he spoke, Tiangong handed both the Snow Country's lament and the ninja tool pouch that Shanzhonghai had stuffed into his hands before their departure to Xian. Then he turned his gaze toward Shine and said gravely, We've already come this far. The Shine forces should be arriving soon. At that, the others nodded in agreement. Dingzhua then said sternly, You two young ladies, stop wasting time. If Shane's reinforcements arrive, you'll only become a burden to us. Hearing Dingzhua's words, Hong and Xian hurried off toward the land of fire, while Tiangong and the other two surrounded Yi Tsong in a triangular formation. Kunai in hand, Inuzuka Zhua warned, Kid, this woman's jutsu is dangerous. One careless slip, and you could really end up a mummified corpse. Understood. But Shane's men could arrive any moment. To avoid trouble, let's finish this quickly. With that, Tiangong drew his blade and struck at Yi Tsong. Seeing this, Chiodao Dingzhua and Inuzuka Zhua also charged at Yi Tsong together. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the three attacked with overwhelming ferocity. Yi Tsong had no choice but to unleash a large-scale scorch release to fend off their assault. It looked like an even exchange, but Yi Tsong knew very well that all three before her were powerful. Even at full strength, she could barely hold her own against one of them. Her mission had included seizing chakra metal that belonged to Mai, and now that Mai's reinforcements had arrived, they naturally would not ignore the chakra metal in her hands. Unwilling to betray her village, Yi Tsong could only gamble that her village's reinforcements would arrive before her chakra ran out. If she won the gamble, she would have a chance to live. If she lost, death was certain. But even if she died, every moment she delayed, these three gave Shine one more chance to reclaim the chakra metal. Grabbing a massive rock and hurling it at Yi Tsong, Chiodao Dingzhua's side. In a place where water release is of little use, facing a bloodline limit like this is a real headache. Working with his ninja hound to tear up the terrain and confine Yi Tsong's movements, Inuzuka Zhua sneered, Humph, just a deathbed struggle. With such a large-scale jutsu, let's see how long she can last. Gazing at Yi Tsong's exhausted face, Tiangong teased, Pretty lady, why not just hand over the chakra metal? My two elders here aren't bloodthirsty killers. If you do, we'll all have an easier time. Seeing her silent, Tiangong kindly advised, If you're worried about facing Shine afterward, you could always come back to Mai with us. Find a few young men there, and who knows? You might even build a powerful shinobi clan. Enraged, Yi Tsong glared at Tiangong, and while still defending, hurled a fireball at him. With one stroke, Tiangong split the fireball apart. He gave a whistle and let out a mocking grin. TSK. I know you get excited at the mention of young men, but don't be tossing your bridal ball at me. This man's already got a wife. Catching the frivolous tone in Tiangong's words, Yi Tsong's eyes blazed as if about to spit fire. She ground her teeth and said, I don't care who you are, but if I survive this, I will kill you. Girl. We're staring death in the face. Can you quit with the childish talk? I can't hold it in any longer. Ptaha. Listening to Tiangong's unrestrained laughter, Yi Tsong's heart ached from sheer fury. Even when Luo Sha had made things difficult for her, she had never been this angry. Even so, despite all his taunting, Tiangong's blade never ceased. One after another, arcs of sword chi, laced with fire attribute chakra, slashed toward Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong's body was already covered in burns. She cursed inwardly, Damn it, does this bastard have infinite chakra? To kill me, he'd burn through such an exhausting jutsu over and over. She couldn't overpower him, and she couldn't outtalk him. Yi Tsang was at the absolute end of her rope to the point where she felt her heart might actually give out from sheer indignation. Seeing that Yi Tsang could not hold on much longer, the three attacked with even greater ferocity. Suddenly they all snapped their heads around. A figure in a ceremonial robe stood atop golden sand staring down at them. The man glanced at Yi Tsang and said frigidly, "To end up like this at the hands of a few my ninja, you really are useless." Hearing this, Yi Tsang lowered her head. She knew Luo Sha held no love for her. On a normal day, she would have shot back. But with her chakra nearly depleted, she truly feared Luo Sha might seize the chance to kill her. After all, he was the kind of bastard who would drive even his own son into a corner. Cold sweat broke out on Inuzuka Joie's forehead. Her voice turned grave. "Hatings with this guy. Could he be? Magnet release. In the current ninja world, there's probably only one person commanding this bloodline limit." Luo Sha then shifted his gaze to the three my ninja, still speaking in that indifferent tone. "Now then, my ninja, hand over the chakra medal and slit your own throats right here." Recalling Tiangong's performance throughout this mission and the instructions Yuanfei Risen had given before they left, Inuzuka Joie suddenly smiled. "Hatingswa, you've no objection to leaving the future to the younger generation, right?" "Of course." Xiaodao Dingswa nodded, took out 2 pills, and said gravely, "Tiangong, right now you must." "Understood." Before Dingswa could finish, Tiangong had already raised his blade and charged at the airborne figure, cursing, "Son of a bitch, what the hell are you putting on airs for?" At this, everyone was stunned. Even Yi Tsang felt humiliated that she had nearly been enraged to death by such a reckless brute. Xiaodao Dingswa muttered, "That's not what I meant. What a reckless little punk." Inuzuka Joie cursed, then rushed forward at once, shouting, "Don't just stand there, Dingswa Kromaru. We can't let this brat get killed right in front of us." Just then 2 figures suddenly appeared and blocked their path. One sneered, "He dared to offend the Kazekage-sama. Wouldn't it be better to just let him die here?" The other chimed in, "A truly unwise choice. If you left that brat alone, you'd at least have a chance to run, though the odds would still be minuscule." Shoving both pills into his mouth, Xiaodao Dingswa erupted with fearsome chakra. His fist, enlarged by the expansion jutsu, slammed into the enemy as he bellowed, "Shut up. Abandoning my comrades is not my ninja way." Seeing that Shine had yet 2 more fighters, Tiangong's brow furrowed slightly, but the tiger cutter in his hand continued to unleash fierce slashes toward Luo Sha. Fierce as his attacks were, Luo Sha's golden sand easily repelled them. From time to time, Luo Sha shaped the sand into shuriken or sunban and launched them at Tiangong, but Tiangong dodged each in turn. For a while, neither could gain the advantage. Glancing aside and seeing the 2 Shine ninja so thoroughly beaten by Xiaodao Dingswa and Inuzuka Joie that they had no strength left to fight back, Tiangong's brow knitted ever tighter. Seeing Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum repulse the enemies at the same time, Tiangong unleashed a flame slash at Raza, then leaped backward to land between the 2. Raza glanced at Tiangong and sneered. There are indeed few among the younger generation of ninja who can match you. But now that you've run into me, this is as far as you go. Killing you all should be no small loss for Konoha." Ignoring Raza's mockery, Tiangong looked at Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum and said gravely, "Uncle Choza Sr., Tsum, I'll hold these guys off from here." Hearing that, Inuzuka Tsum roared, "Are you kidding? Are you saying we can only get back to Konoha by abandoning a brat like you?" Akimichi Choza also said, "That's right, Tiangong. If someone has to bring up the rear, it should be us. Besides, those 2 are already badly wounded. This isn't the desert. The Kazekage can't use his full strength here. It's not as if we have no chance to escape." Although anxiety churned in his heart, Tiangong knew that if he didn't make things clear, the 2 would never leave. His eyes fixed on Raza, Tiangong said gravely, "The 2 of them weren't strong. They definitely haven't reached the level of a jonin. Even among special jonin, they'd hardly count as skilled. With their strength, they couldn't have come as reinforcements alongside the Kazekage." Hearing this, Akimichi Choza's expression changed sharply. "Tiangong, do you mean?" "Exactly. Those 2 were most likely the reinforcements Sunagakure originally sent. For some unknown reason, the Kazekage came here in person." Akimichi Choza said solemnly, "Chakra metal is a strategic resource for any hidden village. Tiangong, you're saying Sunagakure couldn't have sent only those 2 to carry out this mission?" Then Inuzuka Tsum hurriedly interjected, "But maybe the Kazekage was too busy with something else and sent those 2 ahead as support. I have never been the kind of person to place missions above human life." Tiangong suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with absolute resolve. "But if my sister's life is at stake, even if there is only 1 chance in 10,000, I will still risk my life to stop it." By then, Raza had condensed enough gold sand. He looked at the 3 of them coldly and sneered, "Foolish Konoha ninja. Do you honestly believe that facing me leaves any outcome other than death?" Summoning 3 shadow clones, Tiangong gritted his teeth and said, "There's no time to waste. Please, Uncle Choza Sr. Tsum." With that, Tiangong charged forward together with his 3 shadow clones. Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum exchanged a glance, then headed in the direction Yugao and Kurenai had gone. With a cold snort, Raza waved his hand, and the gold sand transformed into hundreds of kunai shooting toward the two. Tiangong's main body moved behind them, wielding Tiger Cutter as he slashed rapidly to intercept every attack. Then he fixed his gaze on Raza. So this is the caliber of a Kazekage. Frankly, you are far weaker than I imagined. Though I suppose that makes sense. If you had any real ability, you wouldn't dare hide in the desert just to cling to life. Raza's eyes turned dark and grim. Are you trying to provoke me so those two can go support your companions? At that, Tiangong's eyes sharpened. So it's true. Sunagakure really did send people to hunt down the girls. At that moment, Raza stepped onto the gold sand and chased after Choza, and Tsum saying contemptuously, what a pity. With your strength, you don't even have the right to stop me. With a cold snort, Tiangong said disdainfully, though our two villages are allies, I Dongshin and Tiangong have never thought highly of Sunagakure, and never thought highly of you as Kazekage. You're nothing but a bunch of incompetents who only dare to hole up in the desert, yet you still act as if you're someone. At the same time, Tiangong and his shadow clones formed hand seals and shouted, Ninjutsu, 4 Violet Flames Formation. Trapped in the 4 Violet Flames Formation, Raza frowned. I underestimated you. You can use such a jutsu with merely shadow clones. It seems eliminating you is not without meaning. With that, Raza formed hand seals, and the gold sand rapidly attacked the barrier around him. He knew that since the 4 Violet Flames Formation had already taken shape, he couldn't break through until this Konoha ninja's chakra ran out. However, as long as he kept attacking, maintaining the 4 Violet Flames Formation would drain even more chakra. This Konoha ninja definitely couldn't hold out for long. By then, he would not only have eliminated a future threat to Sunagakure, but might even chase down the departing Konoha ninja and seize back the chakra medal. With this in mind, Raza's attacks grew fiercer. Tiangong frowned slightly and hurriedly channeled more chakra from his main body. After all, a shadow clone's chakra reserve was limited and could only sustain the formation. In truth, the wisest course would have been for his main body to flee outright and not take part in maintaining the 4 Violet Flames Formation. But that outcome would have been far too unpredictable. With Raza freely using magnet release attacks inside the barrier, if only shadow clones were used, they would lack chakra replenishment, and the 4 Violet Flames Formation could be broken at any moment. Although he would still have to face Raza after expending enormous chakra, with Yugao's safety and the safe return of the chakra medal to Konoha at stake, Tiangong couldn't afford to worry about that. He could only be grateful that he had used a great deal of blood energy to heal his injuries before returning to Konoha. Otherwise, forget trapping Raza. He would barely even be able to use ordinary jutsu. Land of Rivers. After dealing with several Sunagakure Chunin alongside Akimichi, Choza, Inuzuka, Tsum let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. You two little girls nearly lost your lives again. At that moment, Yugao, kneeling on one knee, lifted her head and said in an extremely weak voice, Seniors. Where is Tiangong? The two fell silent. After a moment, Inuzuka Tsum said, that kid predicted you might be in danger, so he sent us ahead to help. Akimichi Choza added, he stayed behind alone to hold off the Kazekage. Before he could finish, Inuzuka Tsum shot him a glare. Realizing he might have misspoken, Choza immediately fell silent. At the word Kazekage, Yugao felt as if the sky had collapsed. Then, due to the backlash of ice-released chakra from the battle, she fell unconscious on the spot. Seeing this, Inuzuka Tsum quickly carried Yugao on her back and hurried toward Konoha. Though both were deeply worried about Tiangong, they could not turn back. That was because he was a Kage, one of those who stood at the very pinnacle of tens of thousands of ninja across the ninja world. If they turned back, everything Tiangong had done would be wasted. Their duty was to escort the chakra medal and their comrades safely back to Konoha. Nearly 20 minutes later, veins bulged on Tiangong's forehead, yet he still desperately refined chakra to maintain the 4 Violet Flames Formation. Suddenly, one of Tiangong's shadow clones dispelled, then a second, then a third. As the clones vanished, the 4 Violet Flames Formation dissipated as well. Tiangong dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. Is this where it ends? Die. Magnet release gold sand waves. As he spoke, Raza formed hand seals, and a massive tide of gold sand crashed down toward Tiangong. Facing the oncoming gold sand, Tiangong dodged left and right. Though caught in grave peril, the corner of his mouth slowly curled upward. Because he had already stalled Raza for nearly 20 minutes. Based on the condition of Yugao and Kurenai, he judged that Uncle Choza and Senior Tsum would catch up before long. And Raza's desperate attacks inside the 4 Violet Flames Formation were surely because he believed the operative Sunagakure had sent to seize the chakra medal could not handle Akimichi Choza and Inuzuka Tsum. Perhaps they had already taken care of everything and returned to the Land of Fire. This was proven by how desperately Luosha wanted to kill him after the 4 Violet Flame Formation was lifted. If any of the men he had sent to seize the chakra medal had the ability to hold back Uncle Dingswa and the others. Then once the four violet flame formation was lifted, the first thing Luosha would have done was go to reinforce them. He cut through the gold dust closing in around him with a single slash, only to find another layer of gold dust barrier in the direction of the land of rivers, where the two sand shinobi from before were also blocking the way. Gritting his teeth, Tiangong slashed out a wall of fire, then took the chance to summon two shadow clones. The three figures fled in different directions. Luosha's ninjutsu was truly troublesome. Even though his chakra was already running low, Tiangong still chose to use shadow clones. If he stayed where he was and fought to the death, he would surely be doomed. Watching two figures charging into the land of wind, and another sprinting along the border between wind and river, Luosha narrowed his eyes and commanded the two wind shinobi, a cheap trick. I don't believe he'd dare flee into our land of wind, but just in case the two of you go after them. Seeing his two subordinates' stunned expressions, Luosha privately thought the pair were rather useless, but he still reassured them, relax. That man's chakra is nearly gone. Even if the real body really is in the land of wind, you two can handle it. And I'll come to support you soon. With that, Luosha went straight after Tiangong, who was fleeing along the border. Earlier inside the four violet flame formation, he too had expended no small amount of strength, but his condition was far better than Tiangong's current one. Besides, Luosha had never truly regarded Tiangong as a real threat. Even though he had been trapped in the four violet flame formation before, he believed it was because he had been careless. And he was confident that even if that Konoha shinobi were at his peak, he could still easily kill him with the state he was in now. Three figures sprinted in three different directions. The real Tiangong glanced backward and thought to himself, as expected, that fool Luosha hadn't chased him. At this moment, the sand shinobi who had been fighting Xiudao Dingzhua earlier caught up. Tiangong could tell that the other's condition was also not very good, but he didn't want to waste chakra on him. Fleeing while dodging the man's attacks, Tiangong said with a grin, "Bro, we're all just working stiffs. Why are you risking your life?" He threw several more shuriken at Tiangong and sneered, "Damned Konoha shinobi. How dare you offend the Lord Kazekage? You must die today." Hey, don't say that, pal. Clearly you were the ones who crossed the line. Besides, aren't we allies? Hearing this, the man's gaze turned even colder. He had been indoctrinated since childhood. Konoha was never a true ally, and the goal of the hidden sand was the fertile land of the land of fire. What was Konoha up to by sending 3 jonin here? Surely you don't think I'm a fool. What are you talking about, man? We just came to pick up our Konoha comrades. And only the fat uncle who beat you is a jonin. The one who keeps dogs is a special jonin. I'm just a poor civilian. Tell that to the ghosts. Wind release vacuum sphere. He cut the wind bullet apart with one slash. He had meant to keep chatting with this sand shinobi for a while longer, but Tiangong's eyes narrowed. The shadow clone fleeing along the Wind River border had already been killed by Luosha. So that guy really does have some skill after all. He glanced again at the sand shinobi chasing him and wondered whether he should take him out. Just then a slender figure appeared in his vision. That person was none other than Yetsong, the scorch-release ninja, whom he, Uncle Dingzhua, and Xuanzhong Zhua had nearly killed before. Tiangong's eyebrow rose. If he remembered correctly, this woman hadn't handed the scroll sealing the chakra medal to Luosha, had she? And after all this time, she had only made it here. It seemed her condition was far worse than he had imagined. A mocking smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. If the Kazekage personally came after them, yet ended up bringing not a single piece of chakra metal back to the hidden sand, and failing to take down even one Konoha shinobi, wouldn't that be amusing? Thinking this, Tiangong turned and delivered a horizontal slash. The sand shinobi's reaction speed was extremely fast. Although he hadn't noticed Yetsong, his attention remained fixed on Tiangong, ever alert for a counterattack. He tilted his head back slightly to dodge the slash, drew a kunai, then stepped forward with a lateral lunge and stabbed at Tiangong's neck at lightning speed. Tiangong tilted his head slightly and blocked the kunai with his left forearm, then immediately slashed downward at the sand shinobi. So it is the real body, the sand shinobi thought. He hurriedly withdrew his left hand, which had been trying to gouge out Tiangong's eyes, and quickly drew a kunai to block the vicious slash. The moment Tiger Slash met the kunai, the sand shinobi felt his arm go numb. He cursed inwardly, damn, so much force. This guy turned out to be a taijutsu fighter. No wonder he had barely been able to keep up with this man, even by using the wind walking technique. The very next second, Tiangong drove another knee into him, and the sand shinobi hurriedly raised his leg to block. Their knees collided, and the sand shinobi let out another muffled grunt. In terms of both strength and physical toughness, he was no match for this Konoha shinobi. He was completely crushed. The sand shinobi staggered backward. Tiangong gripped the sword hilt and slashed. Though the sand shinobi was not split in two, a gruesome cut stretched from the corner of his eye down to his abdomen. As he lay dying, the sand shinobi couldn't help thinking of what Tiangong had said earlier. We're all just working stiffs, why risk your life? Yes, he could have done just enough to get by and gone home to his wife, his kids, and a warm bed. Why risk his life? Perhaps it was for that crappy will of wind. But a will wouldn't give his family a better life, would it? As his life was about to fade, the sand shinobi caught sight of the kunai in Tiangong's arm. His lips moved, but he couldn't let out a single sound. He had already understood the reason he had been able to wound this Konoha shinobi was probably that the man was willing to trade a wound for a kill and didn't want to waste any more time on him. But this guy seemed to have forgotten that for the hidden sand poison had never been the puppeteer's exclusive weapon. By now Tiangong had already roughly bandaged his wound. At this moment, both his vitality and his chakra were running low. Even if left untreated, his constitution would see him through. It would even heal on its own in just a few days. But if he didn't treat it, the wound would bleed. If Luosha discovered the trail of blood while he was fleeing after dealing with that scorch-release ninja, it would be troublesome. Sensing the scorching heat from behind, Tiangong sneered. "Huh, so you noticed." Just a desperate struggle. He drove his sword into the sand shinobi's chest with one thrust, then flicked his arm and cast the body behind him. Seeing the corpse block her sneak attack, Yetsong couldn't help clenching her fist. Luosha must have fought this group of Konoha shinobi, from which she inferred that the man was definitely not in optimal condition. But that bastard had killed the sand shinobi pursuing him in almost a single exchange. That meant his condition, even if terrible, was still far above hers. Seeing him charging toward her, Yetsong assumed a combat stance. She quietly slipped one hand into her ninja tool pouch and gripped a kunai and a shuriken wrapped with explosive tags. She gritted her teeth. This was her last chance. If she fails to seize this opportunity, not only will she die, but the chakra metal and various rare materials mined from the mine shafts will all fall into Konoha's hands. By then she will be the center of the entire Suna village. As the two figures closed in, Tiangong delivered a sweeping slash. Yitsong had no time to dodge and could only draw a specially crafted kunai to block. The special kunai clashed against the long blade with ringing cries of metal on metal. Though Yitsong exerted a small amount of chakra, Tiangong's strength remained far beyond hers at that moment. For a fleeting instant they remained locked, but Yitsong's face went pale as a trail of scarlet blood escaped the corner of her lips, and her entire body was sent flying backward. Mid-flight, enduring the torment, Yitsong hurled a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag toward Tiangong, shouting through gritted teeth, "Die, you bastard. I knew you would try that." Tiangong shifted his body slightly, swung his long blade diagonally, and sent a small flame cutter forth that knocked the kunai away. Her body slammed into a massive boulder, pain searing through her organs as her left leg was already broken. Yet Yitsong formed hand seals with both hands and whispered, "Explode." Ha, still struggling at death's door. "Wait." Tiangong's expression shifted sharply. He released Tiger Cutter, flipped his body with rapid agility, formed hand seals, and curled himself into a tight ball. Boom. The explosion rang out, but Yitsong's expression relaxed. "Is it over?" "So it really is." She was still rejoicing when a figure slowly emerged from the flames. The crimson cloak of chakra gradually dissipated. Tiangong tore off his tattered greatcoat, revealing a lean, powerful torso, then gestured and Tiger Cutter returned to his hand. With a swing of his long blade, the flames around him vanished. Tiangong's gaze was cold and detached as he took each measured step toward Yitsong. Yitsong's condition could truly be described as on the verge of death. She had used the kunai to distract him and seized the chance to throw a shuriken wrapped in explosive tags. Everything had been part of her plan. Yet this Konoha ninja refused to die. She no longer wished to resist. So be it if she dies. So be it if she is branded a traitor. It was not that she did not care. It was simply that she had no means left. She had burned herself to ash. Standing before Yitsong, he gazed at her delicate and fragilely beautiful face, then revealed a thoroughly vicious grin. "Damn woman, you nearly had me." As he spoke, Tiangong grabbed the slender throat of Yitsong. It was only then that he noticed the bandage on his arm had been destroyed and the wound beneath had turned black. He quickly sliced away the flesh near the wound. His gaze grew even more sinister. This poison was no ordinary thing. If not for his sturdy constitution, he would already be dead from toxicity. "You sand shinobi truly deserve to die." Cursing under his breath, Tiangong took Yitsong's ninja tool pouch and began searching her body carefully with his large hands, afraid she might have hidden something elsewhere. Though humiliated, Yitsong could do nothing. "Don't touch there. MMHNTH, there's nothing there." He tossed Yitsong onto the ground and washed her flushed face. Tucking a scroll into his pocket, he muttered, "Tisk tisk, completely empty. All right, stop acting so indecent. Honestly, even at the moment of your death, you got some pleasure out of it." Raising Tiger Cutter just as Tiangong was about to deliver the final blow, a sudden alarm blared in his mind. Turning his head, he saw Raza standing upon golden sand in the air, forming hand seals with both hands and thundering magnet release sand wave. In the next instant, a massive tide of golden sand rushed toward Tiangong and Yitsong like a tsunami. Tiangong nearly jumped out of his skin, then grabbed Yitsong by the shoulders and fled for his life. The reason he clung to Yitsong was that he realized Raza damn bastard, intended to eliminate his own village's shinobi along with him in order to kill Tiangong. Whether saving her would bring positive or negative consequences for Konoha and Suna remained unknown, but for Raza the Kazekage, it would undoubtedly be harmful and offer no benefit whatsoever. At that moment Tiangong cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, this damn Kazekage Raza is actually this fierce. He had previously thought this guy was inferior to that mask-wearing bastard covered in black lines. It was only because Raza could fly that Tiangong had found him difficult to deal with. Now he realized that the masked man had been unable to exert his full power at the time. This place was the land of wind, almost entirely desert, and the concentration of golden sand far exceeded anything in the land of rivers. Glancing behind him, Tiangong saw the golden sand drawing closer. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn it, there's no other choice. Brother Gord, hold on this time. I'll definitely upgrade you greatly in the future. He reached into his dantian space, withdrew the gourd, gave it 2 light taps, and 2 crystal-clear blood peaches emerged from the opening. Seeing the new cracks on the gourd, Tiangong felt a wave of relief, then hastily returned it to his dantian space. Swiftly swallowing the 2 blood peaches, he felt surging energy spread through his body, and his blood chi gradually recover. Smiling at Yitsong, he said, "Hi, you silly woman, your fate is not yet meant to end." Noticing Yitsong's silence, Tiangong continued, "That Raza guy is truly despicable. Not only did he break the alliance between our villages, but to kill me, he even attacked his own shinobi. TSK. Hearing this, Yitsong, who had been clinging to Tiangong's back, lifted her head and spoke softly. "He has always been like this, prioritizing profit, coveting Konoha, yet also fearing it. And you did not save me out of goodwill." Tiangong retorted irritably, "I don't think you're a decent person either, damn it. This young master saved you out of pity. Did you really think it was because of the white tiger?" Thinking of Tiangong's rough hands, Yitsong buried her face deep. Even though she could die at any moment, her pretty face remained crimson. Although Yitsong had gained fame in Suna for quite some time, she was still an untouched maiden. Who would have thought this rogue from Konoha would inspect even that place? With the 2 blood peaches within her, feeling her stamina and blood chi slowly return, Tiangong was utterly unworried now. When it came to the variety of escape techniques, Tiangong, let alone across the entire ninja world, was hardly outstanding even within Konoha. But regarding practicality, Tiangong believed that aside from the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god, no technique was more useful than his 2 long legs. His physique far exceeded that of ordinary shinobi, and while fleeing, he could channel one form of energy into his legs. This not only prevented the 2 forces from conflicting, but also dramatically increased his speed. When chakra ran out, he used blood chi. When blood chi was depleted, he drew upon chakra. The sole drawback was that he could not shake off his pursuers in a short time. But he was Konoha's most enduring man. The last thing he feared was a war of attrition. Glancing behind him, Tiangong noticed that the golden sand controlled by Raza had diminished considerably compared to when it had been chasing them. Moreover, his own speed was gradually increasing, yet Raza still managed to keep up. Patting his rear, Tiangong narrowed his eyes. In other words, controlling the golden sand not only affected mobility, but also consumed far more chakra. Unfortunately, Tiangong was unfamiliar with the land of wind. If he could find a place that restricted Raza, there was a real chance he could take him down. MMHN. Just then, Yitsong on his back suddenly made a soft sound. Snapping out of his thoughts, Tiangong growled irritably, "What are you doing?" Yitsong glared at Tiangong with her beautiful eyes, gritting her teeth. "W, what are you doing?" "Touching my backside." "What the hell, just touch it already, why are you screaming like a ghost?" As he spoke, Tiangong's large hand once again squeezed ruthlessly simultaneously, leaving a Konoha mark on that spot. A biting pain surged from her buttocks, and Yitsong couldn't help but let out a pained groan before sinking her teeth into Tiangong's shoulder. She cursed him inwardly. This Konoha kid was such a bastard. It was he who was being indecent, yet she only huffed once, and was met with such retaliation. Feeling the pain from his shoulder, Tiangong chuckled inwardly. "By the way, bite harder. Once your teeth sink in a bit more, I'll find an opportunity to shatter all those dog teeth of yours." Tiangong's plan executed well, but unfortunately, Yitsong's reaction was excessive. Tiangong only shattered 2 of her front teeth. Seeing Yitsong's toothless appearance, Tiangong couldn't help but laugh. Watching her prepare to bite again, he scolded, "Are you kidding me? This isn't ending, is it? If you open your mouth again, I'll spit on your face. Let me tell you, I haven't brushed my teeth in days." As he spoke, Tiangong feared Yitsong wouldn't believe him and gave a mighty exhale right toward her face. The pungent smell of alcohol surged toward her, and Yitsong quickly held her breath. It wasn't terribly foul, but deeply disgusting. A spiritual attack at best. Yitsong was on the verge of madness. True, this Konoha ninja was her savior, but this guy was simply a freak. Yitsong felt that being with Tiangong was somehow more torturous than facing Rasha and those damn elders. The 3 continued their chase, 1 pursuing, 2 fleeing. After about an hour, Tiangong's blood C had recovered by more than half, and even his chakra had recuperated 2 or 3% while circulating the blood energy. If not for fearing Yitsong might show ingratitude and secretly inject a portion of blood energy into her body, Tiangong's Dantian blood C could have reached 60%. Just as Tiangong was contemplating whether to switch from consuming blood energy to chakra, Yitsong suddenly spoke up. Konoha, hooligan, where exactly are you taking me? Hearing this, Tiangong didn't even turn his head. Taking you back to Konoha, of course. Look at your lonely demeanor. Don't worry, I said I'd find you a guy, so I'll find you one. Yitsong felt a wave of indignation. Along the way, although she had grown accustomed to his foul mouth, whenever Tiangong opened his mouth, Yitsong truly couldn't hold herself together. Sensing her anger, Tiangong didn't care at all. After all, his blood energy resided within Yitsong's body. If she dared to condense chakra, Tiangong could instantly shatter her meridians, reducing her to a helpless invalid. Suppressing her anger, Yifeng leisurely said, if you want to return to Konoha, then unfortunately you've gone the wrong way. What are you yapping about? I can see trees right there, and you're telling me I'm running in the wrong direction. Yitsong was at a loss for words, but remembering that her survival depended on this guy, she still explained, if a desert were entirely yellow sand, then forget ordinary people. Even ninjas couldn't survive. What's ahead is an oasis. Hearing Yitsong's words, Tiangong's eyes darted about. He had grown up living in the prosperous Fire Nation. Though he didn't understand the value of an oasis to a desert nation from past Kazakage's lust for Fire Nation territory, he could deduce much. Just imagine, if he ran into the oasis, Rasha wouldn't dare go all out with his methods. At that moment, would he have the chance to eliminate Rasha? If Rasha didn't continue the pursuit, he would destroy that oasis. At that point, not only would Sunagakure suffer, but it would be an unbearable loss for the entire Wind Nation. If Rasha then took severe action against him afterward, he would simply keep running. He had already vented his frustration, and that fool Rasha couldn't catch up anyway. Noticing the wicked smile curving Tiangong's lips, Yitsong felt uneasy. She couldn't help saying, aren't you changing course? There are ninjas guarding the oasis ahead. If you go any further, you'll be surrounded. Oh, the smile on his lips deepened. Tiangong grinned wickedly. Ninjas guarding it. So this oasis is important to your Sunagakure, is it? Her inner unease confirmed. Yitsong cried out in terror. Hey, you wouldn't be thinking of. I advise you absolutely not to do this. Rasha will pursue you to the death, and then. Before she could finish, Tiangong grabbed several military rations pills from Yitsong's ninja tool pouch and stuffed them into her clothes. Pinching her buttocks, he grinned. Though we're enemies, I did save your life. If we ever meet on the battlefield someday, I won't ask you to show mercy. But if you encounter Konoha ninjas in the future, I hope you'll remember today's kindness and spare their lives. Hearing this, Yitsong grew increasingly terrified. Disregarding Tiangong's grope, she shouted, you can't do this. You'll end up on Sunagakure's most wanted list. Even the daimyo won't spare you. Yet Tiangong paid no heed to Yitsong's words. He drew Torikiri, spun around, and unleashed a flame slash toward Rasha. Seizing the opportunity, his hands rapidly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu Snow Queen. After a puff of smoke, Xiao Shui appeared beside him. Tiangong tossed Yitsong onto Xiao Shui's back and immediately said, Xiao Shui, take this woman somewhere far away. Anywhere will do. I know your internal injuries haven't fully healed. From now on, don't attempt to support me. The enemy this time is very dangerous. Watching the sand wall blocking the flame slash slowly dissipate, Tiangong didn't continue running. Instead, he smiled at Rasha and said, I say, Lord Kazakage, we don't bear any deep enmity. Must you really try to kill me today? I thought Sunagakure and Konoha were allies, weren't we? Humph. I was merely swatting away a fanatic who attempted to destroy the Wind Nation. It will have no impact on the alliance between our villages. Honestly, you really are something. Despite secretly fearing Konoha and coveting its land, you can still utter such words with a straight face. In truth, Tiangong knew he was spouting nonsense. His main goal was to test whether he could buy some time for Xiao Shui and Yitsong. Secondly, he wanted to give Rasha the impression that his desire to destroy the oasis stemmed entirely from being driven into a corner. A massive golden sand hand surged toward Tiangong. Rasha murmured within his heart, damn Konoha. Even in decline, it still produces so many geniuses. This brat before him was no pushover either. At this age, he could already contend with him. Though no match for Rasha now, if he couldn't be eliminated today, Konoha would undoubtedly produce another top-tier expert like the White Fang of the Three Sannin within a few years. Slicing through the golden sand giant hand with one strike, Tiangong sneered inwardly. Magnetic Release was indeed an exceptionally powerful Kekkei Genkai. In open battlefield combat, it could even unleash destructive power comparable to tailed beasts. But against an enemy with high mobility like himself, Magnetic Release was merely SOSO. He wouldn't give Rasha time to gather large quantities of golden sand. Unfortunately, this guy wouldn't grant him the chance to close in. Even if heavily injured, he would make certain to slay him. If I could take down a Kage, I'd surely have made a name for myself. With that thought, he saw Raza once again gathering a great amount of golden sand. Tiangong immediately sprinted toward the oasis. At the same time, Xiaoxue was still quite close to him, so he sent her a signal through his senses to disengage more quickly. As for Pakura, whether she lived or died was not really his concern. The main reason he had not killed her was to spite Raza. The second reason was that Scorch release was genuinely tempting. Besides, he had already done all he could for that woman. If Pakura still ended up dead after everything he had done, then it could only be said that this tribulation was destined for her. At this point, Tiangong was less than a kilometer from the oasis when several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. All of them held weapons and watched him warily. He narrowed his eyes. Although Tiangong was not skilled in sensory ninjutsu, judging by their auras and blood energy fluctuations, none of them seemed to be truly formidable. He glanced at the black blood oozing from his arm and murmured inwardly that most of the poison had already been cleansed. His blood sea had recovered to 60%. Thanks to the medicinal power of the blood peach, there should still be a surplus left after a great battle. He did not have much chakra, but it was enough to use the Earth Dragon Overturn technique twice. That thought flashed through his mind as Raza caught up. The sand shinobi blocking Tiangong's path could see that he was an enemy rather than a friend, so they all attacked him with various ninjutsu and ninja tools. At the edge of the oasis, Tiangong only defended and did not attack. Though he was being driven into a miserable state, the sand shinobi could not do anything to him for the time being. Raza, standing in midair, was in no hurry. On the surface, he used magnet release to interfere with Tiangong, but secretly, he was condensing golden sand. Moreover, he had already hidden a large amount of golden sand around the area, waiting only for the moment to mature, so he could deliver a fatal blow to this Konoha ninja. While dodging the attacks of several sand shinobi, Tiangong glanced in Raza's direction and cursed inwardly that bastard really was cautious. Knowing that against an opponent like Raza, he could not remain in one place for long, Tiangong took advantage of the sand shinobi's lapse in attention, endured several shuriken hits, and charged straight for the oasis. At that moment, Tiangong had no time to think about whether the shuriken had been poisoned. He had a feeling that once Raza seized the chance to strike at full strength, he would be hard-pressed just to escape, let alone destroy the oasis. Seeing Tiangong charging toward the oasis, Raza's eyes tightened, and a bad thought crossed his mind. He quickly reached out and clenched his hand violently in Tiangong's direction. In an instant, tremendous amounts of golden sand surged up from underground and rushed toward Tiangong. Tiangong barely dodged, but one of his arms was still caught by the sand. A terrifying crushing sensation came from his arm. Tiangong took a deep breath, mobilized his blood energy, and exploded with force. The golden sand wrapped around his arm was scattered in an instant, and he continued running into the oasis. Seeing this, Raza's eyes locked tightly, and his expression was grave. Could this guy have mastered the monstrous strength technique of Tsunade of the Sannin? Then seeing Tiangong charging into the oasis, even while enduring sand shinobi attacks, Raza's heart jolted. As he commanded the golden sand, he shouted at the sand shinobi, "Quick! Stop this man! This bastard is going to destroy the oasis." Hearing this, the sand shinobi were also stricken with fear. They ignored their own chakra consumption and unleashed their signature techniques at Tiangong. Tiangong was already close to the oasis. Sensing danger behind him, he formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique. The clone, carrying all of Tiangong's chakra, rushed into the oasis, while the main body stood in front of the masked sand shinobi. For a ninja, using up all of one's chakra would undoubtedly turn one into a dead body. But Tiangong was different from every other ninja. Even if he used up all his chakra, he could continue surviving with his blood energy. Moreover, with no chakra hindering the flow of blood energy, Tiangong's raw power was even stronger than when his chakra was at full capacity. At this moment, relying only on the tiger cutter, and with none of the flourishes of ninjutsu, Tiangong easily blocked the attacks of all the sand shinobi, including Raza. Tiangong had originally intended to forge two weapons. The first was the shadow cutter, a weapon forged by fusing the lightning blade and the flatfish, capable of maximizing the advantage of his immense chakra reserves in combat. The second was the tiger cutter in his hand. Compared with the shadow cutter, the tiger cutter could also be flooded with chakra to unleash all sorts of seal-less ninjutsu, but its chakra conductivity was not much better than an ordinary sword. This meant that when the same amount of chakra was spent to unleash flame, the power brought out by the shadow cutter would absolutely far surpass that of the tiger cutter, and the tiger cutter's weight was also extremely unsuitable for a shinobi. But what had to be understood was that Tiangong's original intention in forging the tiger cutter was precisely to fit a different combat system. Without chakra obstructing blood energy, Tiangong was now not weaker in any respect than when he was in chakra activation mode. In fact, his strength and his perception of danger were even a bit stronger. He smashed the puppet before him to pieces with one punch, appeared directly behind its puppeteer, beheaded him in an instant, and then sent the head flying with a blow from the back of the blade. The head smashed into a sand shinobi and knocked him several meters away, and Tiangong bisected another in the same breath. Sensing a fierce wind from behind, Tiangong did not turn his head. He made a flicking gesture with one hand and lightly flicked backward. A drop of blood shattered the incoming kunai, then pierced through that sand shinobi's brow. Watching Tiangong slaughter the Sunagakure shinobi with near overwhelming force, rage surged in Raza's eyes. Noticing the blood slowly seeping from Tiangong's wounds, Raza knew this was Tiangong's real body, yet he could not stop him right now, because Tiangong's shadow clone had already entered the oasis. Given the strength Tiangong had displayed, Raza did not dare ignore it. Just as Raza was about to enter the oasis, an invisible slash suddenly flew at him from behind. Raza twisted aside quickly, and the slash directly destroyed an earth building. There Tiangong was holding the tiger cutter while gripping the head of a sand shinobi in his other hand. "Yo Kazekage, you wanted me dead badly enough, didn't you? Don't run away now." As he spoke, Tiangong crushed the head with his hand. Raza met Tiangong's eyes filled with overpowering murderous intent and saw wisps of blood-red light radiating from his entire body. Raza narrowed his eyes. Was that an unrecorded Kekkei Jinkai? And what was this sense of danger? Could this brat actually be capable of threatening him? It seemed he had underestimated this brat's potential. He had to leave him here today no matter what. He could never allow him to return to Konoha. Right as Raza was weighing whether to first eliminate Tiangong's shadow clone to guarantee the oasis's safety or to kill this Konoha ninja of enormous potential at all costs, the ground suddenly shook. He turned around and saw two giant earth dragons burst up from within the oasis. The moment they appeared, large stretches of buildings were destroyed. And where they struck was the very center of the oasis, the source of its life. Not good. A sense of crisis surged in Raza's heart, and he swung both arms trying to manipulate the golden sand to stop the earth dragons. Tiangong stamped both feet on the ground, and at a speed greater than the body flicker technique blocked Raza's path. Seeing the golden sand sweeping toward him, Tiangong spun the long blade in his hand and blocked the entire wave of golden sand. The next instant, the two earth dragons slammed into the central area of the oasis, instantly destroying half of the oasis. Unlike the surrounding buildings, this was damage that could not be repaired by human hands. Looking at Raza trembling all over, Tiangong laughed. "Yo Kazekage, we've only just begun. Where do you think you're going?" Seeing the young man's mocking expression and the oasis that had been mostly destroyed before him, Raza's eyes nearly split, with rage, his nails already digging into his flesh. Drops of blood flowed from his palms. Then suddenly Raza's body stopped trembling and his expression slowly calmed. This was not an absence of anger. It was anger pushed to its absolute extreme. Watching Tiangong's triumphant look, Raza's voice seemed to squeeze out from between his teeth. "You Konoha brat, I don't see what good it does you to enrage me this much other than hastening your death." Hearing this, Tiangong laughed helplessly. "Are you kidding me? So what if I've angered you? When you were trapped in the four violet flames formation, you were angry. When you chased me, you were angry. After these sand ninja died, you were still angry." His lips curved up wildly. "And now that I've destroyed most of the oasis, you're still angry, showing me your incompetence over and over again. Raza, you're truly unworthy of the title of Kage." "Unworthy of the title of Kage am I," he muttered. Countless grains of gold dust slowly surfaced around him, such an immense amount that Tiangong on the ground looked as insignificant as an ant. His figure slowly rose into the air. Pressing his hands together, Raza said in an abnormally cold voice, "You destroyed half an oasis right in front of me, Konoha ninja. You truly won, but this is where it ends. Die. Magnet release gold dust imperial funeral." Watching the massive surge of gold dust charge at him from every direction, Tiangong slashed wildly with tiger cleaver, but every opening he carved out was immediately filled by even more gold dust. Clicking his tongue, Tiangong still didn't sense the gravity of the situation. He complained inwardly, "Tsk tisk, another day spent envying the fourth Hokage." Wrapped in the endless gold dust, Tiangong's space to move shrank rapidly. Gradually his eyes grew grave as he realized Raza was genuinely going all out this time. He had delayed here too long. Raza had already gathered a massive amount of gold dust, an undeniably powerful jutsu that could kill him. The endless gold dust blocked not only Tiangong's escape route, but also the line of sight between the two. He placed his hand on the blade and drew it lightly across. As his blood slowly seeped into the sword, Tiangong's face turned ruthless. "You want me dead? Then you can try my ultimate move too." A layer of blood chi slowly condensed around his body. The next second, the blood sea in his dantian was drained as if emptied in an instant. At the same time, tiger cleaver radiated wisps of blood-red light, its blade chi raging to an extreme. "Then let's see who dies." Tiger roar, Western King. With a furious roar, Tiangong locked onto Raza's position. In the next instant, blood chi became a killing force and blade chi transformed into a white tiger. The white tiger even grew a pair of wings. With one beat of its wings, it lunged at Raza with savage violence. The gold dust suspended in the air scattered like powder, unable to hold back the fierce white tiger for even an instant. This was the strongest strike Tiangong could unleash, the ultimate killing art he had learned in his memories. Although its power was nowhere close to the one in his memory, this single slash still drained the blood chi in Tiangong's dantian, and even then it was barely unleashed. Tiangong's body slowly collapsed to the ground, leaving only the layer of protective bloodlight that clung to his skin. If this slash couldn't take down Raza, then he was probably left with only death. Watching the gold dust swallow Tiangong, Raza let out a sigh of relief. That unknown little brat from Konoha had been far more troublesome than he had imagined. A slow smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Raza felt no pity for the sand ninja who had died. He only rejoiced that he had come personally today to crush this rising Konoha genius before his time. Just as Raza was thinking about how to make Konoha compensate for the oasis's losses, his scalp suddenly prickled and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Without a second thought, Raza shifted his body to one side. The next instant, a fierce-eyed white tiger surged out of the gold dust and pounced. Even after dodging the tiger's pounce, the crisis in Raza's heart did not fade. He sidestepped again, only to see that same white tiger turn around and charge at him from behind. Clutching his empty left shoulder, Raza watched his left arm turn to dust as the white tiger dispersed. He punched the air, panting heavily. Huff, huff, I was careless. I didn't expect that kid to still be able to unleash a jutsu of this power on the verge of death. Tiangong, meanwhile, was still trapped in the endless gold dust. In the next moment, countless explosions sounded from within the gold dust. The gold dust slowly settled. Raza gave it a quick scan, but found no trace of Tiangong's corpse. Ground to dust. It seems no proof remains of what happened to the oasis. Fine. When I return to the village, I'll have them search again. Clutching his empty left shoulder, Raza slowly flew toward the hidden sand village. His own condition was equally miserable. His chakra was nearly spent, and his left arm had virtually no chance of recovery. He glanced behind him, his heart sinking. This battle had cost the hidden sand too much. He had come personally, but not only had he failed to take Konoha's chakra medal, he hadn't even kept the chakra medal that should have belonged to the hidden sand. An oasis in the land of wind had been mostly destroyed, and as the hidden sand's strongest combat power, he had lost an arm, which surely meant his strength had dropped tremendously. It was even uncertain whether he could suppress Shikaku in the future. Raza could already imagine how those old relics in the village and the ministers in the daimyo's court would pressure him. 2 days later, at Konoha Hospital, Kurenai, who had not yet had time to change clothes, kept an anxious vigil outside an emergency operating room. After a long mission, 2 bitter battles, and a long-distance trek, even Kurenai, a special jounin, could barely hold on. Just then the operating room door opened, and a woman in a doctor's uniform walked out. Kurenai hurried forward. "Doctor, how is my friend?" The doctor removed her mask and said with a trace of regret, "The patient is out of mortal danger, but I'm afraid she will never be able to become a ninja again." Seeing that Kurenai was about to say something, the doctor sighed. "There is a flow of Isa tribute chakra in the patient that constantly damages her chakra pathways. Although the damage is very slight with the patient's current condition, she cannot control it." Hearing this, Kurenai said anxiously, "If she can't control it, can't we control that chakra or expel it directly from Yugao's body?" "Theoretically it's possible, but I'm sorry, such an operation. We can't perform it." After a moment of silence, the doctor added, "The only person I can think of who can perform such a high-difficulty surgery is Lady Tsunade. Unfortunately, she is not in the village right now. And with the rate at which that chakra is damaging her body, I'm afraid that in less than 10 days her chakra pathways will be damaged to an unrecoverable point. By then that chakra will more or less have dissipated too." Hearing this, Kurenai slumped to the ground in despair. Yugao was a comrade she truly acknowledged, and the two had formed a deep friendship during this period. She knew how stubborn this girl was, and she knew her dream to protect Konoha, to protect her only remaining family, and to become a female ninja as powerful as Lady Tsunade. And that only remaining family member for the mission, or in truth for his elder sister's safety, had chosen to stand alone against the Kazekage. But now she could no longer continue as a ninja. Shiri Hong sat on the ground, her hands covering her tear-streaked pretty face. She dared not imagine what would happen after Shien woke up. Why was fate so cruel, refusing to leave even the most improbable chance for this girl? If only her younger brother could have survived. If only she could continue being a ninja. If only that bastard Wind Shadow would drop dead. Meanwhile, in the phone country, a single arm suddenly thrust out from the yellow sand, and then an extremely disheveled figure slowly crawled out. That's right. This very person was the younger brother Shiri Hong had wished could live. Unfortunately, he didn't kick the bucket. After spitting out the sand in his mouth, he hopped around shaking his head left and right to clear the sand from his ears, then began cursing under his breath. Damn, that bastard Luo Sha must be dead now. Damn it, I didn't expect that sand something grand burial could even explode. Seriously, its naming is so imprecise. Both are the fourth generation, can't he learn from the fire shadow? Cursing, Tiangong suddenly noticed something off. The blood chi he had recovered was too little. With the blood peach's medicinal power, it should not have been like this. Moreover, he could sense that he had slept for a long time, yet now he couldn't muster any strength, and even felt a little nauseated. Restoring blood chi and healing injuries was within his expectation. After all, the blood peach also had the effect of healing wounds. But what was this weakness in his body? Ah, forget it. The new year was approaching, so he'd go home first. Walking slowly in one direction, he casually condensed a water sphere to wash himself. When he finished, Tiangong's face darkened. It was black in the literal sense, and not just his face. His entire body was black. Cursing inwardly, Tiangong knew exactly what had happened. It must be that the poison in his body hadn't been fully expelled when he fought Luo Sha earlier. Then during his coma, the toxin had spread throughout his body. If not for his powerful physique, he would probably have been done for by now, let alone woken up. After cutting dozens of wounds on his body, Tiangong quickly sat down cross-legged. Sensing that his blood chi was less than 30%, he understood. No wonder the blood peach had so much energy, yet his blood chi had recovered so little. It was definitely because during his coma his blood chi had been autonomously resisting the poison. Without his control, the blood chi could only defend and not attack, but that in itself consumed blood chi. Still, it was good that the toxin hadn't reached his heart meridian yet. Although treating it would still be troublesome, he could at least save himself. With that thought, Tiangong circulated his blood chi through his body, and drop by drop black blood, emitting a foul odor, slowly trickled out from the dozens of wounds he had just made. After who knows how long, the blood flowing from the wounds had turned bright red, indicating that the poison had been completely flushed from Tiangong's body. But the blood sea in his dantian had dried up once again. At this moment, Tiangong's face was pale and his cheeks were slightly sunken, making him look as if he had fought for 10 days and 10 nights with dozens of fierce old women like Gang Shou, who could suck up dirt from the ground while sitting. There really wasn't a single drop left, of blood of course. Staggering on in one direction, Tiangong shivered. Damn, it's not even dark yet, why is it so damn cold? Although he was a bit drained, his foundation was still solid. Despite being tired, hungry, and cold along the way, Tiangong managed to enter the Chuan country before dark. He picked a few frozen hard wild fruits. Though he himself was about as frozen as they were, he still stuffed them into his mouth. Even though they made his teeth ache when he ate them, they were at least edible and could restore a bit of energy. Stuffing another fruit into his mouth, Tiangong cursed, damn it, it's so cold out that even wild chickens and rabbits won't come out. After sneezing, Tiangong wrapped his arms around his chest and quickly sniffed his runny nose back in. No, forget about finding food. I need to find somewhere to sleep for the night, or I'll freeze to death. Since his chakra was running low, he didn't use earth release to create shelter. Instead, he searched around. Suddenly finding a cave, Tiangong's face lit up. Now he had a place to rest. Although it still wasn't warm with his sturdy build, Tiangong figured that taking shelter in a cave would be enough to keep from freezing to death. Just as Tiangong was about to enter the cave, his eyes suddenly narrowed, for at the cave entrance lay several footprints that were about to be buried by the wind and snow. Because his blood sea was dry, Tiangong couldn't even sense how many people or creatures were inside the cave, let alone gauge their strength through the fluctuations of blood chi. He pressed his ear to the cave and listened carefully. The breathing inside was not deep and was somewhat erratic. This suggested that the creature in the cave was not very strong, and it had most likely already heard him and was now on edge. Shaking his head, Tiangong charged straight in. Though there was a chance the creature inside was playing the pig to eat the tiger, anything that had fallen to sleeping in a cave was 8 or 9 times out of 10 some wild beast. Even if it were human, he was confident he could handle it. Before he had taken more than 2 steps, a female voice tinged with fear sounded out, "You. Are you human?" Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong found that the voice was somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, he asked tentatively, "Are you Shuehui?" Hearing Tiangong's voice, the entire cave suddenly fell silent. Then a figure wearing thick cotton clothes suddenly collided into Tiangong's arms. The figure trembled in Tiangong's arms, her voice tinged with sobs. "Whoa, you. Are you ashamed? Why are you here too? You scared me to death just now." Looking down, he smelled the girl's body fragrance and confirmed that this was the female star who had a special connection with him, Fushi Fengshui. He patted the girl's back gently and soothed, don't be afraid, it's me. By the way, it's the middle of nowhere. Why are you here alone?" At these words, the girl cried even harder. After crying for a while, she finally explained, "Woo, it's just, I didn't have any family to spend New Year's Eve with, so I agreed to shoot one more scene for the director. Then while we were shooting, I somehow fell down, but a tree caught me. Then I went to look for them, but I couldn't find anyone. It was too cold in the snow, and it was getting dark. When I saw this cave, I hid inside. Just now you scared me to death. I thought I was going to be eaten. Whoa. Fu Shi Feng Shui babbled on, crying a little every few sentences, but Tiangong got the general idea. They must have had some accident while filming. Fenghua Xiaoxue had gotten separated from the crew, and then just like him, she had happened upon this cave and hid inside. A moment later, the girl's breathing gradually settled. Tiangong chuckled lightly. "'Tis good to get some sleep." She really was frightened. The cave was fairly spacious, about the size of a donkey shed. With Tiangong's 1.9-meter height, he didn't have to bend down to walk. Tiangong lay on the ground, holding Fenghua Xiaoxue. The ground was cold, but much better than outside. Moreover, there were hardly any broken stones, as if it had been swept clean by others who had stopped here before. Just as Tiangong was about to close his eyes, Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly began squirming in his arms. He raised an eyebrow. Could this woman be thinking of doing it? Here. All of a sudden, Tiangong was no longer sleepy. After all, he had never experienced it in a place like this. As his hand slipped into her thick cotton clothes to explore, Tiangong gave a wicked smile. You'd better think this through. After all, a clash of ice and fire can easily give you a cold. Seeing that Fenghua Xiaoxue did not answer, Tiangong took it as tacit agreement. After all, young women tended to be reserved. Being able to rub against him a couple of times must have already taken all the courage she had. His big hand continued its exploration. Just when everything was in place and Tiangong was ready to launch his all-out offensive, his expression suddenly changed. Because he had been too impatient, he only then realized that Fenghua Xiaoxue was actually still asleep, and not the faking kind. Damn, it turned out she was frozen. Cursing under his breath, Tiangong hastily dressed the girl again. He slapped himself twice and cursed inwardly, damn it. Even a pig-brained fool would know that Shui Hui wasn't even a ninja. How could she possibly get it on with him here? She'd have frozen solid before they even finished one round. Late at night, a man and a woman lay in the cave. Tiangong held Fenghua Xiaoxue close, trying to keep her from touching as much of the stone surface as possible. Even to him, the cold stone floor felt piercingly cold. Feeling the girl's breathing grow increasingly urgent, Tiangong pressed his forehead to hers, then immediately picked her up, drew his tiger cutter, and carved out a stone bed. After heating it with a simple fire release, he tested it. The temperature was acceptable, so he laid the girl on it. Sitting by the stone bed, Tiangong sighed. Forget it. Meeting like this was fate. Even if it's a hassle, so be it. I can't just watch you die in my arms. Tiangong's blood sea was currently depleted. Even he felt a little cold, let alone counting on the stone to conduct heat. Although he could maintain warmth with fire release, chakra was formed from physical energy and spiritual energy. He was already half dead from exhaustion, and along the way he had only eaten a few frost-hardened wild fruits, so naturally, he had very little chakra left in his body. He pinched the girl's pretty face and cursed, damn it. If you don't call me daddy tomorrow, I'll turn you into a snowman. About 20 minutes later, the stone bed beneath Fenghua Xiaoxue turned cold again. At that moment, the stones blocking the cave entrance were suddenly moved aside. Tiangong walked in covered in snow, carrying firewood in one hand and a large bundle of dry grass in the other. He shivered, spread the dry grass beneath Fenghua Xiaoxue, and quickly lit a campfire. Once the fire was burning, the cave warmed up considerably. Tiangong made a stone bowl and put snow and a few wild fruits into it. After a moment, Tiangong held Fenghua Xiaoxue with one arm and a bowl of wild fruit tea in the other. Though the tea was no different from plain hot water, and the beauty was dressed rather thickly, Tiangong felt extremely comfortable. The next day, Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly opened her eyes. She had wanted to stretch, but discovered that an oddly heavy hand was lying on her body. She could not even sit up. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, but recalling last night's experience, Fenghua Xiaoxue calmed down. Though it was awkward to be held by a man, if it was that guy, she actually found it rather comfortable. It was not as if Tiangong deliberately wanted to take advantage of Fenghua Xiaoxue. After the campfire went out, he had blocked the cave entrance, but afraid of suffocating, he did not dare seal it completely. So occasionally cold wind still drifted in. Tiangong held Fenghua Xiaoxue and turned his back to the entrance. Though he was not in good condition himself, a little cold wind did not matter to him. After dozing off again, Fenghua Xiaoxue finally could not sleep any longer. It took great effort to wriggle out of Tiangong's arms. Through the light visible through the cracks at the cave entrance, she knew it was already the next day. The urge to urinate came over her. Fenghua Xiaoxue thought about waking Tiangong to open the entrance, but remembering how irritable he was upon waking, she laboriously moved the loose stones aside again. With the stones moved away, the whole cave brightened. Only then did Fenghua Xiaoxue realize that Tiangong was not wearing his mask. He always wears a mask. Today this young lady will finally see what you look like. When she stepped up to Tiangong, Fenghua Xiaoxue was completely stunned. It was not that Tiangong was especially ugly or especially handsome. Rather, this face. Was it not exactly the bastard who had bullied her, extorted her, and then even spat on her hand a few months ago? That's it. No wonder he always wore a mask in front of me. No wonder his voice was so familiar. Perhaps in your eyes I was just a woman too stupid for words. Murmuring to herself and recalling how detestable Tiangong had been that day, Feng Hua Xiaoxue glared at him angrily, then shook his arm hard. She no longer cared about Tiangong's morning temper. She would make him explain himself. At the very least he had to apologize to her. Seeing that he would not wake up no matter what, Feng Hua Xiaoxue puffed her cheeks in anger and bit down on his big hand. The next second a figure in a thick cotton-padded coat was thrown out of the cave. Fortunately the snow was deep enough that Feng Hua Xiaoxue was not seriously hurt. Staring toward the cave, ashamed and indignant, Feng Hua Xiaoxue was both angry and frustrated, but there was nothing she could do to Tiangong. She wandered on aimlessly. She did not know that Tiangong had saved her once again last night. She was only thinking that she had been bullied by that bastard once more. In her eyes Tiangong was clearly the one at fault, yet he had not uttered a single word of apology. He simply used his formidable martial strength to bully her. Wiping her tears away, she recalled the horrifying wounds she had seen on that bastard's body that morning and unconsciously looked toward the cave with a worried gaze. Humph, that bastard does not even fear the 12 Guardian Ninja, so he will definitely be fine. Besides, he is so hateful and always bullies people. I won't pay any attention to him. But, wounded like that, and without clothes, if no one helps him, could he be in danger? What if a wild beast finds that cave? What if the person who injured him comes looking for him? Humph, this young lady merely wants that fellow to apologize. It is not that I am worried about him. With that thought, Feng Hua Xiaoxue could not help walking back to the cave. Compared to when she had left, her pace was noticeably quicker. Several dozen minutes later, Tiangong was standing at the cave entrance with his eyes half-lidded, taking a leak. As luck would have it, Feng Hua Xiaoxue returned exactly then. Seeing what he was doing, she could not help screaming, "Ah, pervert." After shaking himself a few times, Tiangong glanced toward the scream and said irritably, "Tisk, stop making such a fuss. It is not like I peed on you. What the hell are you screaming for?" Seeing through the gaps between her fingers that Tiangong had already pulled his pants up, Feng Hua Xiaoxue retorted, "You are the one with no sense of public decency, pissing wherever you please," says the one acting like a jackass. "We are in the middle of nowhere. If I need to take a piss, where else am I supposed to do it? In your mouth? Why, you are shameless and have no dignity at all." Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue flushed red with anger. She pointed at Tiangong and wanted to curse back, but because the gap between their manners was truly enormous, she could only squeeze out those two lines in the end. "This cat." Hearing Tiangong sneer, Feng Hua Xiaoxue angrily chased him into the cave. He relit the campfire, sat on the stone bed, and glanced sideways at her. "Where is the food?" he asked. That one question completely stumped Feng Hua Xiaoxue. "What food?" she asked, a little confused. Hearing this, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. "You went out early in the morning and came back. If you weren't looking for food, were you just taking a stroll?" "I was angered away by you." "No, I was thrown out by you." Back on the stone bed, Tiangong waved his hand. "Then go look for it now." Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue unconsciously walked toward the cave entrance, answering, "I'll go right. I'm not finding food for you." Feng Hua Xiaoxue glared at Tiangong. This bastard was treating her like a fool again. But she saw that Tiangong had closed his eyes once more. Afraid of being thrown out again, angry, yet not daring to wake Tiangong, Feng Hua Xiaoxue could only squat in a corner of the cave like a sulky little thing. After a moment, Tiangong slowly sat up, picked up the stone bowl, blew on it, and then took a leisurely big sip. Watching Tiangong's movements, Feng Hua Xiaoxue pressed her lips together. She also wanted a sip, but she didn't want to ask him for it. Seeing her pitiful, sulky expression, Tiangong couldn't help but laugh. "Tsk, tisk, look at that wrong look on your face. Anyone would think I bullied you." Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue gritted her teeth in anger. She pointed at him. "You did bully me. Last time I gave you my autograph photo, and you said I should have taken that kind of artistic photo, and then you spat on my hand, and another time." Listening to the girl's accusations, Tiangong subconsciously touched his face, then understood in his heart. So she had recognized him. No wonder she had been sulking since morning. If Feng Hua Xiaoxue hadn't been rambling on, Tiangong would nearly have forgotten about those things. "Stop." Making a stopping gesture, Tiangong beckoned to Feng Hua Xiaoxue, who unconsciously walked over. Handing her the stone bowl, Tiangong said, "Speak slowly, I can't hear you clearly. Take a sip of hot water first, warm yourself up." When Feng Hua Xiaoxue didn't move, Tiangong chuckled. "What? Have a cleanliness obsession? If you have one, stand in the back. Cough, I mean out in these wilds, I have nowhere to find you a cup. If you won't drink, then go outside and eat snow." Remembering that when she returned, Tiangong had been standing at the cave entrance taking a piss, the wind blowing it everywhere, Feng Hua Xiaoxue snorted and directly snatched the bowl from his hand. "At least the snow in this bowl should be clean." Seeing this, Tiangong teased, slow down. "If you drink too much and have to pee, there's no restroom out here." Feng Hua Xiaoxue said nothing, knowing he was mocking her scream that morning. After a while Feng Hua Xiaoxue said, Dongshin Tiangong, I think you should apologize to me for what you've done. Hearing this Tiangong let out a helpless laugh, then beckoned her over. Come sit here. This spot won't freeze your butt. Seeing the girl puffing with anger Tiangong smiled, and pointed at the stone bed. What's this? Feng Hua Xiaoxue, a stone bed. Tiangong, then what's this? Feng Hua Xiaoxue, dry grass. Tiangong nodded and pointed to the fire. And this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue, a campfire. Tiangong, and the thing beside it. Feng Hua Xiaoxue, burned campfire wood. Tiangong, and what are the stones at the cave entrance for? Feng Hua Xiaoxue, to block the wind. Feng Hua Xiaoxue's momentum grew weaker and weaker. Though Tiangong still smiled, his tone became increasingly calm. So do you think these things just refreshed automatically after you entered the cave? Hearing this, though Feng Hua Xiaoxue knew they were most likely prepared for her, she still argued. I know you did it, but you must have also done it to keep yourself warm. Tiangong pointed at his bare upper body, saying casually, my clothes were torn apart during battle. Even like this, I haven't frozen to death. Do you think I needed any of this? Only then did Feng Hua Xiaoxue take a careful look at Tiangong's upper body. At least a dozen wounds that had not yet scabbed over, far more horrifying than the glance she had stolen that morning. Feng Hua Xiaoxue felt her scalp tingle. It should have hurt terribly, so why was this guy putting on such a carefree act? At this moment Tiangong spoke again. And besides, even if I did need them, why would I have to go out at night to gather them? His cold words reached the girl's ears. Feng Hua Xiaoxue suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. He was about the same age as her, yet he had done so much for her under those circumstances. Meanwhile, she had been clutching at some trivial matter all along. Recalling her own bad attitude earlier, Feng Hua Xiaoxue suddenly felt a surge of guilt. Her throat tightened. She wanted to thank Tiangong for everything he had done for her last night, and she also wanted to say sorry for her earlier bad attitude. But the coldness in his voice made her lose her courage. She just sat at the corner of the bed, head lowered like a child who had done wrong, wiping her tears over and over. Seeing that the girl did not answer, Tiangong showed no sign of letting the matter go. His tone remained cold. Fushishin Shuehui, I'm not saying this to beg for your gratitude. You're not worth my effort to please. I just want you to understand that I, Dongshin Tiangong, do not owe you anything. And don't forget, even the cause of our first conflict was you. If it had been an ordinary person back then, even a chunin, they could very well have died. Sniffling, Feng Hua Xiaoxue finally gathered her courage. She stood up and said in a tearful voice, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Woo, please forgive me. Seeing the girl's pitiful state, Tiangong didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Honestly, he still considered her a friend. But Feng Hua Xiaoxue's attitude today had genuinely displeased him. He needed to make her understand that not everyone would spoil her the way those crew members hoping to profit off her did. It was mainly because Feng Hua Xiaoxue was crying so pitifully that Tiangong held back from scaring her a little more. There was something he didn't say. If it were anyone else in this environment, whatever they had to do to survive, she would have to endure it. Noticing that the tears on Feng Hua Xiaoxue's face had dried, Tiangong stretched lazily and then walked toward the cave entrance. Seeing that Feng Hua Xiaoxue hadn't moved, Tiangong called out, coming. What does the young lady need someone to carry her? Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue lowered her head and trotted after Tiangong like a little sidekick. She whispered, I thought you were angry. Tiangong laughed and scolded. How I am a little angry. But in this wilderness I can't exactly leave you here alone. You're actually pretty nice. Thanks, huh? After walking a bit longer, Feng Hua Xiaoxue asked, are we heading to a nearby town? Tiangong was stunned. He said blankly, what? There's a town around here. Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's mouth twitched. So, you don't know the way either. Obviously. I've never been here before. How could I know the way? Feeling her legs growing sore, Feng Hua Xiaoxue finally couldn't hold it in anymore. So what exactly are we doing? Tiangong was about to retort when Feng Hua Xiaoxue pointed at the footprints nearby. And didn't we already pass that place just now, Glancing at where she pointed, Tiangong's face flushed slightly, because it seemed they really had walked through that spot before. His mind raced, trying to devise an excuse to talk his way out. Suddenly Tiangong's ears twitched and his expression turned stern. Gripping the spear he had sharpened before his departure, he made a silencing gesture to Feng Hua Xiaoxue. Feng Hua Xiaoxue did not understand what Tiangong meant, but seeing his grave expression, she dared not make a sound. A grim premonition suddenly arose in her heart, and she stole a covert glance around. Apart from their first meeting, Tiangong had always left her with a good impression. Being with him always gave one a sense of security. Yet it had to be said that Tiangong's personality was somewhat arrogant. At least that was how he had always been before her. And now for Tiangong to actually show such an expression, Feng Hua Xiaoxue felt it highly likely that the enemy who had wounded him before had come for them. After all, Tiangong looked quite battered right now, with many clearly fresh wounds on his upper body. Because his body was desperately short of energy, even after a full day and night, many of Tiangong's wounds had not healed. He had, however, treated them with special methods, so they no longer bled. Just as Feng Hua Xiaoxue was wondering whether she should hide in the snow so as not to cause Tiangong more trouble, she suddenly heard a whoosh. The spear in Tiangong's hand shot through the air toward the footprints they had left behind, and Tiangong himself dashed forward at a speed no slower than the spear. The next moment a wolf's roar shook the entire canyon, and a giant wolf larger than an ox burst out from the snow. Under the sunlight, its fluffy fur gave off a dazzling white gleam. The wolf was pure snow white. Crouching in the snow, it would have been hard to spot, even if someone passed right by it. As for how Tiangong, who currently could not sense fluctuations of blood qi, had discovered it, he had Feng Hua Xiaoxue to thank for mentioning that they had been here before. And this giant wolf was lying right on one of the footprints they had stepped on. Presumably the wolf was ravenous. It had been tracking them by the scent they left behind. Because their scent was still some distance away, it had not yet had a chance to strike, when thanks to a few words from Feng Hua Xiaoxue, Tiangong discovered it. With one swipe of its paw, it knocked the wooden spear away. The Wolf King let out a furious roar and then lunged at Tiangong with savage, snarling intent. The terrifying wolf roar made Feng Hua Xiaoxue's ears ring, while Tiangong's expression was one of sheer excitement. The giant wolf wanted to find food. Was he Dong Shun Tiangong any different? In the past few days, he had eaten only a few wild fruits. Not only was his body lacking energy, but his palate was nearly starved of flavor. Man and wolf clashed in fierce combat. Because Tiangong had taken a fancy to the giant wolf's beautiful fur, he did not draw Tiger Cleaver. Instead, he used the chakra activation technique to envelop his arms in a layer of crimson chakra. Although the blood sea in Tiangong's dantian had run dry, and he was in a weakened state, his physique was still formidable. Even fighting head-on against the giant wolf, he held his own. He slammed a fist into the giant wolf's skull, and the giant wolf slashed a claw across Tiangong's chest. At the smell of fresh blood, the wolf's eyes grew ever more scarlet. Its instinct told it that this human who could fight it head-on was definitely stronger than any prey it had ever met. If it devoured him, it would surely become even more powerful. Suddenly, the giant wolf clamped its jaws around Tiangong's shoulder. Pain shot through him as flesh and blood tore. Tiangong hammered desperately at the wolf's neck. Witnessing the bloody scene, Feng Hua Xiaoxue, not far away, was frightened into tears. Though she was scared out of her wits, she did not run. Instead, she found stones in the snow and, sobbing, hurled them at the giant wolf. On Tiangong's, and no matter how he pounded, the wolf refused to let go. Feeling the wolf's teeth already scraping against bone, Tiangong cursed inwardly. Damn it, he could not just wait for death. Otherwise this arm would truly be lost. Just as Tiangong was looking for a chance to draw Tiger Cleaver, a saying suddenly surfaced in his mind: copper skin, iron bones, but a waist soft as tofu. The wolves he had killed before were not very formidable. Even in packs, he could dispose of them without using any special means. Catching sight of a large boulder nearby, Tiangong's expression suddenly turned vicious. Fine, I'll let you bite, damn it. As he spoke, Tiangong suddenly exerted force in both arms, and actually lifted the giant wolf larger than an ox into the air. Then at tremendous speed, he slammed it into the large boulder nearby. A sharp pain shot through its waist, and the giant wolf could not help but let out a howl. Seizing the chance, Tiangong pulled his arm free, and then smashed a fist into the wolf's neck. The giant wolf rose to its feet, and fixed Tiangong with a ferocious glare. Although it was eager to devour him, it now felt the urge to retreat. The human before it might be small, but he was even more savage than itself. Moreover, it had just suffered considerable damage. The giant wolf no longer wished to keep fighting Tiangong, for even if it won in the end, it would not end well for it. Seeing that the giant wolf intended to retreat, Tiangong completely ignored the wound on his shoulder that was streaming with blood, and curled his lips into a bloodthirsty, sinister smile. TSK. You beast, after biting someone you can't just run. Just as Tiangong was about to charge at the wolf again, a small stone hit him squarely on the head. Its force was very light, or rather there was no force to speak of. He turned around and saw Feng Hua Xiaoxue crying as she threw stones in his direction. Between sobs she cried, "Wu you can't eat a shing. Wu you can't." At this sight a warm current flowed through Tiangong's heart. This little girl was really quite good. He had clearly been at a disadvantage moments ago, yet she had not fled, or instead she had wanted to help him. Though she had not helped much. From the corner of his eye he noticed the giant wolf already running toward the valley exit. But because of the heavy blow its waist had just received, it was not fast. A beast is a beast. With a cold snort, Tiangong activated chakra activation mode, then stamped the ground hard, and drove a vicious elbow into the giant wolf's waist. Struck again, the giant wolf raised its head and howled in agony. Tiangong mounted its back and hammered wildly at its waist with his iron fists. A few minutes later, the chakra cloak on Tiangong's body slowly faded, and the giant wolf stopped struggling. After catching his breath, Tiangong wiped the blood clean on the wolf's body, then called out to Feng Hua Xiaoxue, "Hey, if you keep crying once the wind blows, your little face won't be as smooth as mine. Let's go, let's go. Hurry up and find a place to deal with this thing. I'm starving to death. Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxua looked up and saw Tiangong sitting astride the giant wolf, which had already stopped breathing. Tiangong carried the wolf carcass on his shoulder, and Feng Hua Xiaoxua followed behind him. The two arrived near a grove. Tiangong was in quite a good mood. Seeing Feng Hua Xiaoxua look as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated, he smiled. Stop worrying so much. This beast was no weakling. Now that it's dead, there probably isn't any formidable creature within dozens of miles. Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxua looked up, pointed at the bite marks on Tiangong's arm, and shouted through tearful eyes, "You. Doesn't it hurt? How can you still smile after being hurt so badly?" Hearing the girl's voice trembling with sobs, Tiangong laughed helplessly. It's not like I'm going to die, or what is there to care about? I got used to this kind of minor wound long ago. Ha ha. Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxua froze, the three words used to it echoing endlessly in her mind. At this moment, she actually felt a pang of sympathy for the boy before her, who was about her own age. She dared not imagine what he had endured, facing wounds so ghastly that she could hardly bear to look at them, yet remaining utterly composed. More precisely, he had simply not cared at all, just as he had said, before he was used to it. It wasn't as if he would die, so what was there to care about? Ignoring Feng Hua Xiaoxua, who was still standing there in a daze, Tiangong used earth release to erect a stone house. Then he drew the tiger cleaver, split open the giant wolf's belly, skinned it, and ripped out its sinews. After placing large chunks of wolf meat over the fire to roast, Tiangong picked up a stone and called out to Feng Hua Xiaoxua, "Big Star, I'll make a stone pot. Go fetch some clean snow, will you?" Okay. Feng Hua Xiaoxua, who was busy cleaning the wolf hide, answered hurriedly, then rose and went outside the stone house to gather snow. An hour later, the two sat on a stone bed spread with wolf hide. Feng Hua Xiaoxua blew on a bowl of wolf meat soup, while Tiangong ravenously gnawed on a bloodied wolf chop. Seeing that the wolf leg was just about done, Tiangong grabbed it and took a huge bite. After chewing, he handed the leg to Feng Hua Xiaoxua. "This wolf leg is delicious, freshly roasted. Take a bite while it's hot." Seeing saliva still on the wolf leg, Feng Hua Xiaoxua was thoroughly exasperated. Glancing at the pile of bones beside them, nearly as tall as the stone bed, she teased, "Honestly, don't you feel stuffed after eating all that?" "Huh, what kind of man gets stuffed from this little bit of food? I don't even feel half full yet. To be honest, the meat was good today, just a pity there's no wine." Sensing the blood chi slowly recovering within his body, Tiangong continued gnawing on the wolf leg. Feeling a bit choked, he simply took the stone bowl from Feng Hua Xiaoxua's hands. Seeing that the soup she had painstakingly blown cool had been downed in one gulp by Tiangong, Feng Hua Xiaoxua angrily pinched him. After ladling herself a fresh bowl of soup, Feng Hua Xiaoxua began blowing on it in small, careful puffs again, but this time she sat a little farther away from Tiangong. After eating and drinking their fill, the two continued onward toward the land of fire. This time, however, Tiangong was no longer bare-chested. Instead, he was wrapped in a snow-white wolf fur coat. The wolf fur was not only warm, set off by Tiangong's towering frame, it gave him an even more imposing bearing than the cloak he had worn before. Most importantly, its durability was far superior to the cloaks. Still, considering Tiangong's fist-to-flesh style of combat, the coat would probably lose its pristine snow-white beauty within a few days. As the two walked on, a thought suddenly emerged in Tiangong's mind. Was there some way to prevent clothes from being damaged in battle? Or was it possible to find some material that could be made into a garment capable of withstanding ninjutsu, like certain special ninja tools? He could even infuse chakra into it, and the garment would then gain all kinds of abilities. Shaking his head, Tiangong couldn't help but laugh at himself for letting his imagination run wild. How could such a thing exist in the ninja world? If it were feasible, it would have been invented long ago. Wait, another thought struck Tiangong. Since the ninja world had no such thing, why couldn't he be the one to break that new ground? If he could find a ferocious beast with overwhelming strength and exceptionally beautiful fur, then temper it with the fire of his own blood chi, wouldn't that solve the problem? When that time came, the garment could also be stored in the space within his dantian like the gourd and the tiger cleaver, constantly nourished by blood chi. Not only would it repair itself if damaged, it would also only grow stronger. But where exactly was he supposed to find such a mighty beast? As he pondered, a ferocious phantom tiger suddenly appeared in Tiangong's mind. It was the fierce tiger on that moving island. Because of the spiritual root, Tiangong had nearly been killed twice. Thinking of this, he let out a soft sigh. It wasn't that he believed the tiger to be truly invincible. Tiangong was only halfway through the blood chi realm, yet he was already ranked among the absolute top jonin. Against Kaga-level experts he was no match, but with the tremendous staying power granted by his blood chi and vast chakra, if his opponent could not kill him in one blow, he was confident he could flee, or even turn the tables and kill them. As for the tiger's strength, Tiangong felt that none of the current 5 Kage could contend with it, not even old man Yuan Fei. At the very least, the combat prowess Luo Sha displayed in the desert was nowhere near the same level as that tiger's. Still, Tiangong was confident that once he cultivated to the stage of drawing spiritual energy into his body, he might be able to fight that tiger. But by then Tiangong reasoned if his strength reached the point where he could defeat that tiger, there would probably be no one among the living in the entire ninja world who could rival him. And the purpose of defeating that tiger was to create a garment that could withstand ninjutsu attacks. But if he could already defeat even that tiger, then whether he had such a garment would hardly seem to matter. Just as Tiangong was wondering whether he could use some despicable means to finish off that beast ahead of time, Fenghua Xiaoxua suddenly poked his arm. Tiangong turned his head and saw Fenghua Xiaoxua wearing a wolf fur hat of the same style as his coat, twirling around once before flashing a lovely smile. I didn't expect your handiwork to be this good. Hearing this, Tiangong fell silent, because the hat had been made for little Jingye from the leftover material when he was making the coat. But since Fenghua Xiaoxua liked it so much, he didn't have the heart to ask for it back. Seeing that Tiangong didn't answer, Fenghua Xiaoxua said, "Hey, why not give up being a ninja and make clothes for me? I guarantee you'll earn even more than you do as a ninja." Tiangong clicked his tongue and said disdainfully, "I'm not going to work for some little girl like you. My dream is to become the most badass man in the entire ninja world. So what if you become the strongest man? You'd still be a ninja fighting and killing all day long, covering yourself in wounds." As she spoke, Fenghua Xiaoxua lifted Tiangong's coat, meaning to pinch his arm. But suddenly, she went completely rigid. Because on Tiangong's body, not only had all of his previous injuries completely healed, but even the bite from the giant wolf that morning had already scabbed over. Fenghua Xiaoxua remembered clearly that at the time the flesh on Tiangong's arm had been slightly turned outward. A single glance at the wound had made her feel she would have nightmares if she slept that night. Staring at Tiangong in a daze, Fenghua Xiaoxua murmured, "Are you really human?" Hearing this, Tiangong revealed a sinister smile, then looked at Fenghua Xiaoxua and said with a wicked grin, "Actually, I'm a vampire. After draining that wolf's blood dry, my wounds naturally healed. As for why I didn't drink yours, because I like to save the most delicious for last." Ha. Hearing this, the girl tucked her small hands into her sleeves, ran forward, and cried out, "Ah, there's a vampire. Run. Ha, little girl, you can't escape. Come become this vampire's blood meal." The two of them played and chased the mood very merry. Suddenly, Fenghua Xiaoxua let out an ouch and was tripped by a branch hidden in the snow. Tiangong walked over and saw Fenghua Xiaoxua clutching her ankle. He gloated, "Tisk, you're not a lowly, so why are you doing a flat ground trip?" Fenghua Xiaoxua replied crossly, "It's all your fault. You were chasing me so hard. Hey, you're the one who got carried away playing. You're a grown girl. Don't go putting all the blame on me." Seeing the girl's pitiful look, Tiangong crouched down. All right, let me see what's going on." He slipped his hand into the girl's pant leg and touched Kazahana Koyuki's ankle. Tiangong probed it with his blood energy, then said, "It's nothing serious. Just a sprain. Rest for a couple of days, and it'll be fine." With that, Tiangong circulated his blood energy around Kazahana Koyuki's ankle. The pain eased and Koyuki's eyes rolled back in bliss. Once most of the stagnant blood was dispersed, Tiangong pulled his hand out, grabbed Koyuki's clothes, and lifted her straight up. Her body suddenly folded into an N shape. Koyuki wriggled and murmured, "Can we switch to a different position?" Tiangong glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, want me to hold you by your calves instead? That way you can enjoy the snowy scenery even better." Imagining herself sliding headfirst through the snow on her face, Koyuki couldn't help complaining, "Can't you think of a less embarrassing position?" Tiangong laughed at that. "Then walk on your own." Koyuki quickly shook her head. "No way. My ankle hurts too much right now." Despite his teasing, Tiangong carried Koyuki on his back anyway. After all, carrying her by the clothes like that always made him feel like he had bagged some prey. Wrapping her arms around Tiangong's neck, Koyuki lay there contentedly on his back. Feeling the warmth radiating from the young man, she squinted comfortably and almost wanted to fall asleep. "Ashing, how about you stop being a ninja?" Hearing her trying to keep him from fighting again, Tiangong gave her rear a pat. "If I'm not a ninja, what am I supposed to do?" Feeling the wandering hand, Koyuki didn't mind at all. Instead, she said, "Cheerfully be my coachman. I won't ask you to pull a carriage. Just carry me on your back whenever we go somewhere far." "Tisk, I don't want to carry you." "Why not? I wouldn't need you to carry me all the time, and I guarantee it pays better than your missions. You really have no sense of yourself. I'm afraid you'll jab me to death with those bones." Koyuki was stunned for a moment. Once it sank in, she rubbed herself against Tiangong's back a few times, then said with its under a pout, "Humph, I've got some pretty nice curves, don't I?" Tiangong snorted, then mocked, "Huh? So there really are people who throw on a few layers of clothes and forget how much they weigh. Arg. Stupid Ashing, I hate you." In the evening, a campfire was lit outside the stone hut. The two lay on a wolf fur coat. Tiangong chewed on strips of wolf jerky now and then, while Koyuki slept soundly beside him. By now they had already entered the land of fire. Back when they were still in the land of rivers, Tiangong had wanted to sample the local exotic and lustful charms. However, Koyuki was dead set against it. Since he couldn't get any cash out, and remembering his principle of freeloading meals and drinks, but never freeloading a woman, Tiangong went along with her. Just as Tiangong was wondering whether he could make it to the eating contest, Koyuki suddenly burrowed into his arms and rubbed her little face against his chest. Tiangong shot her a glance and couldn't help thinking of his childhood. Yugao wouldn't even let him kiss her, but after he told her ghost stories before bed, she would cry and insist on sleeping with him. She had been as cute as could be, as obedient as could be. Thinking of this, Tiangong couldn't help curling his lip. Women, they're only at their most lovable when they lack a sense of security. With that, Tiangong also drifted off to sleep, feeling a pang of longing for his own girl. Come to think of it, he had been back in Konoha for so long, yet hadn't really spent much time with her. It was all that old bastard Hiruzen Sarutobi's fault. He not only overworked the Umbu, but also overworked an ordinary civilian, like Tiangong, who wasn't even a ninja. Early the next morning, Koyuki slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Tiangong was still asleep, she wanted to sleep in a little longer, only for a deep blush to spread across her pretty face. She hurriedly straightened her clothes, quickly wiped the drool off Tiangong, and stuck out her tongue. She felt lucky that Tiangong hadn't woken up earlier than her, otherwise she wouldn't just have been humiliated. She might have been punched by that guy with serious morning crankiness. After Tiangong woke up, the two had a simple breakfast and continued on to the fire capital. By now several days had passed since Tiangong left the village. Though word of Raza's severed arm hadn't spread through the entire shinobi world, the major ninja villages other than the Hidden Mist had all heard the news. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage Building. Learning that the Kazekage had lost an arm, and that Konoha had also lost a fairly promising genius, the fourth Raikage was so excited that he smashed his desk with one palm. Looking at the papers scattered all over the floor, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that piece of trash Raza actually got crippled by some brat from Konoha. Fine by me. Once those two old fogies from Konoha and IWA kick the bucket, no matter how much good stuff he finds with magnet release, it'll all belong to our hidden cloud. Still laughing, the Raikage seemed to think of something. Oh right, my boy. What was that Konoha brat's name? At that, the young secretary beside him quickly flipped open a file. There's no direct evidence yet, but that ninja is most likely Konoha's Dongshin Tiangong. Hearing the name, the Raikage was a little taken aback. Muttering it, he couldn't help recalling that several years ago when he had sought help from Tsunade Haim of the legendary Sannin, because his subordinate was on the verge of death, the kid by that woman's side seemed to be named Dongshin Tiangong. Seeing the Raikage's reaction, Mabui beside him asked curiously, Lord Raikage, do you know this person? Putting on a thoughtful look, the Raikage said slowly, he seems to be the brat who trained under Tsunade Haim. Mouth was pretty foul too. Honestly, I even wanted to teach him a lesson back then. Oh right, Mabui, send me to Killer B. At that, Mabui pointed solemnly at the desk the Raikage had smashed to pieces and the documents strewn across the floor. Lord Raikage, all these files are things you have to deal with today. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village, Tsuchikage Building. Looking at the urgent letter in his hand, Tsuchikage Inoki couldn't help sneering. That brat Kazekage really is useless, having an arm taken off by some new generation ninja. At that, Kitsuchi beside him remarked, he may be new generation, but cutting off a Kazekage's arm is an achievement dazzling enough for the entire shinobi world. In recent years, the only one who can match it is probably that clan-exterminating Itachi of Konoha. Inoki snorted coldly and cursed, damn it. Why do so many geniuses end up in Konoha instead of being born in our sand? Hearing this, Kitsuchi didn't dare make a sound. He knew the old man was taking a jab at him, but there was nothing he could do. He really didn't have what it took to be a village's Kage. Seeing his son playing dumb, Inoki sighed, then said, oh right, any leads on Deidara? Kitsuchi quickly answered, there are some leads. He seems to have joined that rogue nin organization we cooperated with before. Konoha Hokage's office. Looking at the Umbu before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked again, still haven't found him. The Umbu nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. We have no leads on Dongshin Tiangong, but it's already certain that the Kazekage really did have an arm severed. Is that so? Leaning back slowly into his seat, Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes with a sigh. Although Tenku had been a handful since childhood, mischievous, disobedient, and constantly causing trouble, he found himself often having to clean up the messes the boy left behind. But he was after all the grandson of an old friend, someone Hiruzen had watched grow up. Though the mission had ended well, to be honest, Sarutobi felt a twinge of guilt. Such was the fate of shinobi, he knew. But he never expected Tenku to perish on this mission, nor did he anticipate Rasha appearing. Sighing, Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered the ANBU before him to have the team still in Wind Country continue their search. If there were no leads within a day, they were to notify the family and hold a funeral. Yes, Hokage-sama. Watching the scenery outside the window, Hiruzen suddenly said to send the third squad to find Tsunade, then to notify Takafu. But then he thought again. No, he would handle Takafu himself. Fire capital. Tengu and Fuka walked back heading toward the blacksmith shop. Tengu said, I'm off. I have someone to meet as well. Hearing this, Fuka did not respond. Suddenly a wave of reluctance surged in her heart. The past 2 days with Tengu. First the annoyance of recognizing each other, then the hardship of traveling together, and finally the dependence she felt while resting on his back. Though conditions were harsh and danger could strike at any moment, Fuka simply felt at ease. She did not know whether she was infatuated with that feeling or with the rascal who always took advantage of her. Feeling the youth's footsteps gradually grow distant, Fuka heart began to pound wildly, and her steps slowed almost involuntarily. Suddenly she spun around. Hearing the commotion behind him, Tengu turned back in surprise and saw the girl with tears in her eyes throwing herself into his arms. A smile curled his lips as Tengu teased, "Oh, are you conquering yourself?" Seeing the girl did not answer, Tengu gently patted her back and said softly, "No banquet lasts forever. Go back now. It has been too long and your friends are probably going mad with worry." Hearing this, the girl lifted her delicate, pitiful face, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Then can you stay 2 more days before returning to Konoha? We can watch the movie we filmed together, see the parade, make a wish at the Buddhist temple, and then go eat fish together just like last time when you caught them." Listening to the girl chatter on, Tengu's tone carried some regret. "Perhaps another time. I promised my family I'd return early this trip." "I see. Then all right." Hearing the word family, Fuka expression clearly dimmed. After a moment she giggled. "Hee, I'm actually quite resourceful, you know." Tengu wore a bewildered expression. "I don't understand what you're saying." With a soft hum, Fuka rose on her tiptoes, bringing her crimson lips close to Tengu's ear, and whispered softly, "Last night, I actually stayed up very late, you know." Thinking of what that rascal had done the previous night, the girl's crystalline earlobes flushed red, and she fled as if chased by demons. Watching the girl's graceful silhouette disappear, Tengu awkwardly rubbed his nose. What he had done the previous night certainly had nothing to do with being a gentleman. Standing atop a tall building watching Fuka safely return home, Tengu couldn't help but slap himself, cursing inwardly for his foolishness the night before. He had a premonition that given the destiny between them, they would surely meet again someday, and by then it would most likely become another romantic entanglement. Thinking of the reluctant look on the girl's face as she left, Tengu's lip twitched, and he slapped himself again. Damn it, wasn't it already a romantic entanglement? Ironsmith's workshop. Old Man Iron dug through a massive pile of materials, found a piece, and looked at Tengu with delight. "Lord Tengu, I never expected you to find it so quickly." Hearing that the material had been found, Tengu smiled and said, "Haha, as long as it's found. By the way, pick whatever you like from this lot. Consider it your forging fee." Seeing the old man about to refuse, Tengu hurriedly added, "Don't give me that pretense, you old fox. Don't laugh at me, but my pockets are cleaner than my face. Hurry up and pick a few pieces." Hearing this, the elder immediately waved his hands. "Lord Tengu, this simply won't do. Your grace in saving my life is greater than the heavens. I dare not seek rewards from you. You old fool." Laughing and scolding, Tengu took out a scroll and collected more than half of these materials, then said to the elder, "Very well, no forging fee then. Consider these a gift to buy you drinks. If you refuse again, I'll truly be angry." Hearing this, the elder could only smile bitterly. In truth, he felt it was wasteful to give such premium materials to someone like him. Although he considered his craftsmanship to be among the best in the ninja world and fire capital, his clients were almost always ordinary guards for merchant caravans, and business was scarce anyway. These materials were obviously top grade, but they served little purpose for him now. Fine, he would forge them into ninja tools and return them all to Lord Tengu. Just then Tengu added, "Oh right, Old Man Iron, how's business in fire capital?" The elder sighed bitterly. "Lord Tengu, though I consider my skills adequate in fire capital, everyone belongs to prominent families with their own blacksmiths. They simply look down on an old man like me. When customers do come, it's only for small orders." After hearing the elder's account, Tengu pondered for a moment, then asked, "How long will it take to forge Jamal?" After a brief pause, the elder replied, "Lightning Blade and Flounder have already been disassembled by me. However, Jamal's craftsmanship is extremely complex. I estimate at least 10 days at the earliest." Tengu nodded. 10 days was not long. Unlike Tiger Slash, which only required a prototype that he would nurture in his Dantian and could recast using Blood Chi Flame if flawed, Jamal was different. After bidding farewell to Old Man Tai Tiangong, went straight to Konoha. In truth, after so many tiring days, all he wanted was to listen to some music and properly unwind. Unfortunately, all his money was in his gourd, and the gourd was now in terrible condition, far beyond what could be repaired by merely nourishing it with blood chi. Until he reforged it, he simply did not dare use it. The next day, Konoha. Just as he was about to enter the village, 2 guards stopped him. Tiangong was rather displeased. "Hey, what do you two think you're doing?" After recognizing Tiangong's face, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane narrowed their eyes. Exchanging a glance, they attacked Tiangong from left and right at the same time. Tiangong dodged left and right, then did a backflip and leaped into Konoha. Seeing that the barrier had not reacted, the two exchanged another glance. Kotetsu asked in shock, You really are Dongshin Tiangong? What? I'm not Dongshin Tiangong. You are. Scratching the back of his head, Izumo said in astonishment. So it really is you? I thought you were dead. Tiangong's nose twisted with rage at those words. He slammed a fist onto Izumo's head and cursed, Damn it, do you have a problem with me? If so, let's settle it right now. Misunderstanding. Don't fight. Stepping in front of Izumo, Kotetsu hastily apologized. Ahem. Dongshin Tiangong, this is a misunderstanding. I'll treat you another day. Don't take it to heart. Oomph. Watching Tiangong leave, Izumo threw himself into Kotetsu's arms and hammered his chest with little fists. Tetsu, he was mean to me, and he hit me. Boo-hoo-hoo. Kotetsu indulgently rubbed the big bump on Izumo's head and said helplessly, Hey, I can't help it either. After all, this guy is a madman who dares to take the Kazekage's arm off. Hearing this, Izumo instantly returned to a normal expression, then winked at Kotetsu. Oh right, Tetsu. Do you think this kid will explode on the spot when he finds out about that? Kotetsu clicked his tongue and grinned slyly. Tisk, if it were me, I'd probably die of anger on the spot. Izumo sighed. Man, I never thought that kid would grow up so fast. I remember he was pretty fun when he was little. At that, Kotetsu also said with emotion. After all, he was once a genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Itachi. That he managed to do this still feels pretty absurd to me. At Yugao's residence. Seeing the empty room, Tiangong murmured, Could that big girl have gone off on another mission again? Entering the bedroom, he saw the messy quilt on the bed and frowned. When his sister was home, the quilt would never look like that. Could this be the mess he left behind before departing? Did it mean the big girl had never come home at all? A bad feeling rising in his heart, Tiangong hurried to the Hokage tower, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was not there. Damn it, that old geezer didn't go off to a brothel, did he? After cursing, Tiangong had planned to go to the Yamanaka residence to inquire and also visit Aunt Rino when he noticed a spot in Konoha that was extremely lively. Arriving at the scene, Tiangong discovered it was a funeral. Catching sight of the figure in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, he clicked his tongue. Who kicked the bucket? With that much pull, even the old village chief showed up. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi was saying, although he had been stripped of his ninja identity several times, he still made major contributions to Konoha. Now let us observe 3 seconds of silence for Dongshin Tiangong. Hearing this, Tiangong also fell silent with everyone else, but in his heart he realized, oh, it's me. I was wondering who was so. Wait, what the hell? Just as Tiangong was about to fly into a rage on the spot, his stomach suddenly growled loudly. He subconsciously patted his pocket, but the jerky had already been finished while he was traveling. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. Let the feast begin. Tiangong's mouth twitched. Speechless, he muttered, It hasn't even been 2 seconds, damn it. Heaving a sigh, he decided to follow his heart, because it had been days since he had a proper meal. At the table, the relatives and friends closest to Tiangong sat together, all still submerged in grief. As for the rest, anyone who came naturally knew Tiangong, but Tiangong was wearing a wolf fur coat different from what he usually wore. Although a few people noticed Tiangong's face, they only thought sadly he must really miss Dongshin Tiangong. After all, in their eyes, since the Hokage himself had said Dongshin Tiangong was dead, how could Dongshin Tiangong possibly still be alive? Just then, an ANBU operative came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and whispered a few words. Hiruzen's pupils contracted, and then his old face broke into a delighted smile. Just as he was about to say something to the blank-faced fat old man beside him, Tiangong, who had already downed several bottles of strong liquor, swayed as he got to his feet. Having gotten a microphone from who knows where, Tiangong cleared his throat and said, I'll just say a few words. Everyone coming today is giving me Dongshin Tiangong face. So right here, I, Dongshin Tiangong, will chug one first. Thanks, everyone. For an instant, the scene was deathly silent. Aunt Rino and little Ino were so emotional that they were about to rush over, but Inoichi Yamanaka firmly held them down from the side. He urged his wife, calm down, Rino. This person may not be Tiangong. Despite her husband's restraint, Rino still struggled toward Tiangong, crying, woo-woo. Inoichi, don't just watch me. This person is Tiangong. I raised him. How could I possibly be wrong? At that moment, Torifu Akimichi also slowly rose. He locked his aura onto Tiangong, then turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a wry smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi said slowly, It is a bit absurd to hold a funeral for a living person, but the ANBU just passed on intelligence that this kid really doesn't seem to be dead. Although Hiruzen was only speaking to Torifu Akimichi, he did not deliberately lower his voice, so all the experts present, Kakashi Asuma, Shikaku Nara, and others, heard it loud and clear. Everyone present was a relative or close friend of Tiangong. After learning he was not dead, they all broke into smiles from the bottom of their hearts. Even as he smiled, tears fell from Torifu Akimichi's aged eyes. Seeing that everyone was about to rise, the old man waved a hand. Don't move yet. Turning his gaze back to Tiangong, Torifu Akimichi used the body flicker technique and appeared before him in an instant. Raising a fist bigger than a sandbag high overhead, he roared, "How dare you impersonate this old man's most beloved grandson? Prepare yourself, you little brat who toys with an old man's feelings." At that moment, Tiangong had just finished chugging a bottle and was clearly still dazed. He had no idea what his old man meant by "prepare yourself" here. The next second, Torifu's fist slammed straight into Tiangong's face. His entire face caved in on the spot, and then his whole body flew backward at a speed comparable to a cannonball. This punch, carrying decades of the old man's accumulated power, not only knocked the drunkenness out of Tiangong, but also sent him flying. Seeing Tiangong's head embedded in a stone wall, Torifu said to everyone, "Test complete. If he died, then he is not this old man's grandson." With that, he brushed the non-existent dust from his hands and strode toward the door. Just as he was about to step out, the old man could not help but throw his head back and laugh wildly. The less powerful people present found their eardrums aching from the unrestrained laughter. "This old geezer is still the same as ever. You lot hurry up and dig this brat out of there. Don't let him really die." With a scolding laugh, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and left. As for reliability, Kakashi was the true standout. He appeared directly beside Tiangong, gathered lightning-natured chakra in his hand, carved a few marks on the wall, and with his other hand simply pulled Tiangong free. Tiangong slowly rose only to find himself lying in Aunt Leah's arms. Feeling the tears falling on his face, he was still somewhat dazed. "You silly child, you nearly worried your aunt to death. You have me behind you, little Ino, your sister Yugon, and Uncle Tsufing. You are not alone. Never put yourself in such danger again, do you hear me?" Standing up, Tiangong gently embraced Aunt Leah and soothed her aunt. "I will never take such risks again. I still have to help you look after the little ones. Stop crying now. Look, Uncle is feeling sorry watching you." As he spoke, Tiangong nodded his chin toward Inoichi Yamanaka. "You little rascal." Gently striking Tiangong's chest, Leah Yamanaka revealed a tender smile, yet even as she smiled, tears inevitably spilled from her beautiful eyes. Sensing the damp touch on his leg, Tiangong looked down and saw little Ino clinging to his leg, sobbing loudly as her tears soaked his trousers. Tiangong immediately crouched down, and little Ino threw herself into his arms, crying even louder, inconsolable, no matter how he tried to soothe her. After crying for a while longer, Ino slowly looked up, revealing a heartbreaking little face. "Brother, I thought you weren't coming back." Hearing the grievance in the little girl's voice, Tiangong's heart felt as though it had been brutally squeezed. He kissed her fair forehead, gently stroked his sister's cheek, and said with boundless tenderness, "What nonsense are you talking, silly girl? I still have to take you to buy pretty clothes. We pinky swore, didn't we?" Sniffling, the little girl's eyes remained misty, but at least the pearls of tears had stopped. Just then, Aunt Leah crouched down, rubbing the fist mark on Tiangong's face, and couldn't help complaining, "Uncle Tsufing really has no sense of moderation with his strength." Shikaka Nara couldn't help smiling. It seems that learning Tiangong wasn't dead sent the old man into such a surge of emotion that he needed to vent it properly. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Laughing naturally because the star of this funeral had become a punching bag. Ruffling Tiangong's hair, Azuma teased, "Hey Tiangong, now that you've risen from the dead, I'm pretty emotional too. Mind letting me vent a little?" At those words, Hinata Yoru quickly stepped forward. "Me too, I'm emotional too. I want to punch as well. I want to hit him too." Glancing at his rotten friends, Tiangong's lips twitched. "Damn, you bastards really want me dead, don't you?" By then, most of the funeral crowd had already left, and those still present were all people closely connected to Tiangong. Seeing the crowd disperse, Choza, Akimichi, and Shikaka Nara also walked over, each bringing a little one along. Choza laughed. "Tiangong, it's truly wonderful that you're not dead. I've been feeling guilty these past few days. We'll be going now, but you must come to our house for a meal sometime." "Take care, Uncle Choza." "Uncle Shikaku." Shikaka Nara said nothing, only stepping forward to heavily pat Tiangong's shoulder several times. Whether from personal affection or family interest, Shikaku truly did not want Tiangong to die young. After all, Tiangong was the grandson of old Master Tsufing and shared an excellent relationship with the Yamanaka family. Considering his conflict with the Higashi clan of the capital of Fire, one might even say Tiangong could be considered a member of the Ino Shikacho. Though a few within the three clans bore no goodwill toward Tiangong, it was foreseeable that after the Wind Country affair, Tiangong would inevitably become one of Konoha's top-tier powerhouses. As for those in the Ino Shikacho clans who disliked Tiangong, Shikaka Nara figured that even a pig's brain should be enough to understand. In the coming years, the fifth Hokage's ascension was inevitable. Although the three clans were not weak compared to major families like Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura, they still had a considerable gap. Only if Higashi Tiangong The one person in the Ino Shikacho line who might step into the threshold of the Kage level, survive could the three clans continue to maintain their transcendent standing in Konoha. Alright, Uncle Choza, Uncle Shikaku, take care. As he bid farewell to the two uncles, Tiangong suddenly noticed the two little ones beside them. Little chubby Choji still had tear streaks on his face, while pineapple head Shikamaru didn't seem to have cried much. Wiping Choji's face, Tiangong casually grabbed a wad of bills from Hinata Yoru's pocket and stuffed them into the little chubby boy's hands, laughing, there, I knew I wasn't fond of you for nothing. This is for snacks. If it's not enough, come find your big brother again. Feeling the big stack of money in his hands, little Choji burst into tears again. Boo-hoo, brother, Tiangong, you're the best. At that moment, Shikamaru suddenly felt a foreboding sensation and hastily hid behind his father, yet Tiangong still caught him with one hand. Hoisting Shikamaru by the scruff of his collar to face him directly, Tiangong squinted. Hey, kid, your big brother died. Why aren't you crying? Hearing this, Shikamaru looked helplessly at his father, whose lips twitched. The truth was that Shikamaru hadn't shed a single tear today, not only that he had been comforting Choji and Ino all along. Seeing that his father wasn't intervening, Shikamaru quickly tried to explain, brother Tiangong, when I heard the news yesterday, I cried until I passed out. But today you're back, so I'm overjoyed. How could I possibly cry now? Tiangong waved his hand. No can do. Today counts as an important day for me, so you have to cry. Shikamaru pulled a mournful face and said helplessly, brother Tiangong, you didn't actually die, so I really can't cry. After a moment of thought, Tiangong nodded. True enough, you make a fair point. Shikamaru's body spun around, and just as he thought he had finally broken free, Tiangong planted him across his lap. Still speaking as he did so, after all, on such a day, if you don't let out a few sobs, it just doesn't feel right. So, your big brother will give you a hand. With that, Tiangong raised his large hand high and brought it down on Shikamaru's rear, then a second time, a third. To be honest, Shikamaru had been somewhat sorrowful today, though he truly hadn't cried much. But when Tiangong's palm landed on his backside, Shikamaru genuinely wept, and quite miserably at that. The cries reached everyone's ears, and those present couldn't help but sigh, such wailing to stay. If Shikaku had died, it would be no more tragic than this. At that moment, a speechless Shikaku blocked Tiangong's raised hand once more. That's about enough. Spanking my son right in front of me. You really are something. Tiangong chuckled, tossed Shikamaru aside, and slung an arm around Shikaku's shoulder. Don't mind it, Uncle Shikaku. It's just that the atmosphere was perfect. If the kid didn't cry, something would have felt missing. Just then Azuma said, thoughtfully, oh right, Tiangong, do you know where Lady Tsunade is? Tiangong glanced at Azuma and asked, you need something from her? Well, to be precise, it's you who need to see Lady Tsunade. Because Kurenai said your sister's injuries can only be treated by Lady Tsunade, and if she doesn't receive treatment within 10 days, she will never be able to become a ninja again. Hearing this, Amamiya's expression changed, and he cursed, damn it. That wild woman only knows how to gamble and never thinks about coming back to the village. After cursing, he formed hand seals, thinking of his boss lady's hemophobia. Amamiya prayed that Shizune, who inherited her medical skills, would be reliable. White smoke rose, and a gigantic slug appeared in the hall. Immediately after, a pleasant female voice followed, Amamiya, it doesn't seem like you're in battle right now. Amamiya asked anxiously, Lady Katsu, is my boss lady in the land of fire right now? After a moment of deliberation, Katsu slowly spoke. She should no longer be in the land of fire. She lost all her money a few days ago, and afterward, she received a commission from a wealthy client in the land of hot water. She should be somewhere near the land of hot water now. Hearing this, Amamiya looked toward Azuma, and Azuma instantly understood. Today was the 5th day? Amamiya nodded and said to Katsu, Lady Katsu, please help me notify my boss lady. If she can't make it back to Konoha within 5 days, she can forget ever getting another penny from me. Very well. Sensing the urgency in Amamiya's emotions, Katsuyu acknowledged and vanished in a puff of white smoke. The people present looked at Amamiya with expressions of shock. Everyone knew Amamiya and Tsunade were close, but no one imagined they were so close that Tsunade would allow Amamiya to sign the Shikatsu forest summoning contract. That was the legendary slug of the 3 great sacred places. Not only could it fight, but it could also work alongside its summoner to fulfill the role of a medical ninja. After all, when Root had used every possible means back, then Lady Tsunade had still refused to compromise. Everyone present couldn't help but roar inwardly, damn it. Why wasn't it me who got taken away back then? At that moment, Hinata Yoru threw an arm around Amamiya's shoulder and raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. From now on, you're a big shot. Who's Third Hokage? Don't you dare forget your brothers. Get lost. I still need to go see my sister. Amamiya shoved him away and headed straight for Konoha Hospital. Walking along, he suddenly turned back. Wait. What did you just say? Third Hokage. That's right. You fought the Kazekage and even cut off one of his arms. Among the current 5 Kage, he's the only one missing a limb. Word of it has spread all across the ninja world. Hearing this, Amamiya furrowed his brow and muttered, so that bastard Raza didn't die after all. Well, at least he lost an arm. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely finish him off. At Konoha Hospital in a certain private ward, Yugogo Yuzuki sat blankly on the bed, traces of tears still visible on her face. Kurenai Yuhi sat beside the bed, holding Yugogo's pale, delicate little hand. The atmosphere between them was utterly silent. Just then the ward door was shoved open. Yugogo remained unresponsive. Kurenai turned her head, and after making out Amamiya's face, Kurenai's pupils contracted, and she instinctively almost cried out. But she saw Amamiya make a shushing gesture, and Kurenai quickly understood. Just as Amamiya was about to approach Yugogo, Kurenai stepped directly between them. With a kunai in hand, she stared at Amamiya with wary eyes. Seeing Kurenai's reaction, Amamiya scratched his head and said with some exasperation, "TSK. How do I prove I'm me? That's quite a dilemma." Hearing that familiar voice, Yugogo sharply turned her head. Seeing the figure she had longed for day and night, she instinctively wanted to throw herself at him, but her body simply had no strength. Kurenai pressed Yugogo down and said gravely, "Be careful. Your brother faced the Kazekage back then. As much as we all hope he survived, the odds of coming out alive against a village's Kage are almost non-existent." Hearing this, Yugogo calmed down. She understood what Kurenai meant. This Amamiya before them might very well be an imposter disguised with the transformation technique. Seeing his sister's haggard appearance, Amamiya's eyes trembled. He instinctively stepped forward only to have a kunai pressed firmly against his throat. Locking eyes with Amamiya, Kurenai said coldly, "I don't know who you are, nor do I know whether you're really Togami Amamiya. But if you take one more step, I won't hold back." At that moment, although Amamiya was worried about Yugogo and wanted to check her condition as soon as possible, he also knew Kurenai meant no harm. After a moment of silence, he circulated his blood energy throughout his body, and instantly the entire ward became noticeably warmer. Withdrawing the blood energy back into his dantian, Amamiya formed hand seals once more, and a layer of scarlet chakra cloak enveloped his entire body. As the cloak slowly dissipated, Amamiya's voice trembled slightly. "Is this enough?" However, he wasn't looking at Kurenai. He was looking at his big sister Yugogo Yuzuki. Seeing how fragile she was, Amamiya's heart ached so much it felt like it might leap out of his chest. Seeing tears streaming from Yugogo's eyes, and her body trembling, Amamiya ignored the kunai at his throat, stepped forward, and pulled her into a tight embrace. Feeling her brother's warmth and his solid real presence, Yugogo began to sob. After a while, she raised her head, her delicate hand gently caressing Amamiya's cheek as she stared blankly at the young man before her. The pain surging through her meridians reminded her this was not a dream. Wiping away the tears at the corners of Yugogo's eyes, and seeing that she was still crying, Amamiya lightly tapped her cute little nose, then broke into a wide smile. "All right, no more crying, okay? See, I'm perfectly fine." Yugogo immediately pinched Amamiya's cheek. "And you can never take such risks again. Not for me, not for anyone. I just want you to live, safe and sound." With his cheek pinched by Yugogo, Amamiya pinched hers back, while soothing her. All right. I won't take any more risks from now on. I'll live well, live for a long, long time." As he spoke, Amamiya turned his gaze to Kurenai. Senior Kurenai, can you explain to me what's going on with my sister right now?" Seeing the smile return to Yugogo's face, Kurenai also showed a genuine smile. Hearing Amamiya's question, she quickly replied, "The doctor said there's an ice-release chakra inside Yugogo's body that's destroying her meridians. If that chakra isn't removed as soon as possible, by the time it naturally dissipates, her meridians will be damaged beyond repair." Hearing Kurenai's explanation, Amamiya cursed outright. "Then what the hell are those bastards doing? Why don't they just remove the ice-release chakra?" Hearing this, Kurenai said helplessly, "Yugogo's body is too weak right now. They said only Lady Tsunade has the ability to perform such an operation." Thinking of his boss lady's hemophobia, Amamiya couldn't help but furrow his brow. After a moment of silence, he had Yugogo lie back down on the bed. Since the ice-release chakra was damaging Yugogo's meridians, that chakra should still be inside her meridian pathways. If he used his blood energy, perhaps he wouldn't need his boss lady nor the operation. He could simply circulate his blood energy through Yugogo's body and gradually weaken that ice-release chakra. If worst came to worst, she would make something delicious for Yugao, and then he would use blood energy to help her absorb it. In any case, even if that chakra could not be expelled, the blood energy could still suppress the damage it was doing to Yugao's meridians. This was not difficult for him, merely a matter of somewhat greater expenditure. Once Yugao's body quickly recovered, she herself would be able to clear away that ice-release chakra. Seeing Tiangong about to make a move, Kurenai hastily said, "Hey, don't do anything rash. Yugao's condition is actually a little dangerous right now," the doctor said. Before Kurenai could finish, Tiangong said irritably, "A bunch of freeloaders. Just because they can't handle it doesn't mean others can't. Let me see what this is all about." Seeing that Kurenai still meant to speak, Tiangong said, "All right, don't worry. She's my own sister, more important to me than my life. Do you really think I'd do anything reckless?" Seeing Yugao's utterly trusting expression on the hospital bed, Kurenai fell silent, though she knew the two were not blood siblings. But recalling what Choza had said, Tiangong reasoned that Sand Shinobi might pursue them, and he unhesitatingly chose to face the Kazekage alone, even though in the end Tiangong did not die. But the danger of facing a Kage alone was all too easy to imagine. To have a younger brother who valued his sister's safety more than his own life. Honestly, Kurenai suddenly felt a bit envious of her close friend. At the same time, Tiangong gently closed his eyes. Blood energy slowly surged into Yugao's dantian, and then circulated once through her meridians. Moments later, Tiangong opened his eyes. Feeling two expectant gazes on him, he clicked his tongue. Tisk sis, you're too thin. There's hardly any flesh on your belly. Yugao gave a coquettish hum and lightly pinched the back of his hand. Humph, none of your business. Kurenai was a little speechless. So she couldn't help teasing, did you just examine a whole lot of nothing? Tiangong shook his head, but before he could say anything, Yugao said, when Tiangong's chakra entered my body, I felt comfortable all over. Warm too. It seemed I had recovered a little strength. As she spoke, Yugao actually sat up by herself. Though it was still somewhat difficult, it was noticeably easier than before. Kurenai quickly moved to support her. Hey, don't push yourself. How can chakra entering your body restore your strengths? At this, Tiangong stretched out his hand and condensed a clump of blood energy in his palm. Seeing the two women look toward him, Tiangong slowly said, this is a power closer to the origin than chakra, and it exists in everyone. The blood energy slowly retracted into his palm as Tiangong continued, however, as far as the shinobi world currently knows, I am the only one who can control it. You can regard it as a kind of Kekkei Genkai, let's call it blood release. Hearing this, Kurenai couldn't help teasing, isn't that still chakra? No, the two are fundamentally not from the same source. Shaking his head, Tiangong looked toward Yugao. The quality of blood release is above that of ice release. Sis, I can expel that ice release chakra from your body, and no surgery is required. Hearing this, both women's faces brightened with joy. Yugao was immensely happy that Tiangong was alive. If she could continue being a shinobi, she naturally wanted that too. Kurenai, meanwhile, was happy purely out of joy for her good friend. Just then, Tiangong spoke again. However, I have another treatment plan. I will use this energy to suppress the damage ice release chakra is doing to your meridians. Then once your body recovers, you can take control of that chakra. Seeing Yugao's puzzled look as if asking what difference there was between the two methods, Tiangong chuckled softly and said slowly, your body contains both wind and water nature chakra. Although the second method will be much slower in recovery than the first, with me here, nothing will go wrong. You can use this chance to analyze that chakra. It will be of great help in developing ice release. Hearing this, Yugao fell silent. Without doubt, the second method was more tempting to her. But there was one thing Tiangong had not mentioned, whether continually suppressing the ice release chakra in her body would have any effect on Tiangong himself. Kurenai, standing nearby, was stunned. What on earth was Yugao's younger brother saying? That was ice release, a powerful Kekkei Genkai that had a probability of being inherited by descendants. It was not something one could develop just by saying so. At this, Yugao raised her head and fixed her beautiful eyes on Tiangong. If I choose the second option, will it be a big drain on you? Seeing her reaction, Tiangong smiled. It looks like you've chosen the second. In truth, there's no question of whether the drain is big or small. It just takes longer. Tiangong was lying. Actually, the continuous suppression of that ice release chakra did not require much energy. The prerequisite was that the blood energy did not leave his body. However, Tiangong was not worried in the slightest because he still had many spirit fruits at home that could restore his blood energy, and there were more than a dozen blood peaches brimming with immense energy in his gourd. At that, Yugao shook her head. No, you're lying. It will definitely have a big impact on you. I'll take the first option after all. Tiangong spread his hands helplessly. Fine, I admit it does have a big impact, but not because of the amount of energy consumed. Rather, until you recover, we will have to remain in this kind of intimate contact. As he said this, Tiangong flashed a sly grin. He lifted Yugao's hospital gown and placed his large hand once more on her lower abdomen, which was completely free of excess flesh. Feeling Tiangong's big hand rubbing up and down on her lower abdomen, Yugao's pretty face was steeped in crimson. She secretly pinched him, but as blood energy surged into her body, she couldn't help narrowing her eyes in comfort once more. Although it was somewhat shameful, Yugao couldn't help whimpering softly. The cold inside her was simply too heavy, not only because of that ice release chakra, but also because she had been continuously using Snow Country's lament over the past few months. Tiangong, though, was not merely taking advantage of her. While suppressing that ice release chakra, he was also driving the cold from Yugao's body. Kurenai, off to one side, was completely dumbfounded. The corner of her mouth twitched as she couldn't help complaining inwardly. Are these two really brother and sister? Even when she and Azuma had first gotten together, they hadn't been this intimate. Feeling like a third wheel, Kurenai slipped away quietly. She had wanted to say goodbye, but seeing Yugao's flushed face. To avoid awkwardness, Kurenai snuck away and closed the ward door behind her. As a woman, she knew exactly what that rhythm meant. Right then, all she wanted was to find Azuma. Nothing else. She was just a little itchy and wanted him to scratch it for her. Seeing that Yugao had fallen asleep, Tiangong slashed open a wound in his palm, then pressed it firmly against her fair, smooth lower abdomen. Moments later, a blood-red chain slowly emerged on Yugao's lower abdomen. It was exactly the sealing technique that had once helped Naruto isolate the Nine-Tails chakra. The difference was that the ice-release chakra in Yugao's body could not assault the seal the way the Nine-Tails had. But Yugao was far too weak now, so the seal naturally had to be more delicate, and the expenditure of blood energy would be far from small. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the young man sitting on the Hokage's desk with a troubled expression. Rubbing his forehead, the old man said helplessly, "I say, Tiangong, my boy, if you aren't going to look after your sister, what are you doing here?" Tiangong raised an eyebrow. He said nothing, merely staring straight at the old geezer before him. He sighed helplessly to himself. This kid really was becoming more and more like that damn Jiraiya. Still, having cut off the Kazekage's arm, the boy did have the right to be arrogant. No matter what methods he had used, the final result was that Raza had lost an arm and Dongshin Tiangong remained completely unharmed. In the shinobi world, apart from the 5 Kage and the Jinchuriki, very few people could suppress this little rascal. Tapping one finger against his arm, Tiangong simply stared at Hiruzen. The old man sighed. "I know what you're after. You want the payment for the last mission, don't you?" As he spoke, Hiruzen took out 2 envelopes and slapped them onto the desk. Pointing at the first one, he said, "This is your sister's payment for the previous mission." Since it was a long-term mission, the total came to 150,000 Ryo. Later, when the mission rank rose to S rank, the village paid out another 300,000 Ryo. Tiangong nodded, took the envelope, and examined it. After confirming that it was correct, he went back to staring at Hiruzen. At that, Hiruzen continued, "This is the reward promised to you for the last mission. A letter of recommendation for the police force. It will let you join the police force even though you never graduated from the ninja academy." Tiangong dug a finger into his ear, certain that he must have misheard. Was this old bastard just saying that his reward for nearly dying out there was to become a workhorse in the police force? "Hold on. Say that again. I didn't quite hear what you just said." Blinking, Tiangong tilted his head and turned his ear toward Hiruzen. That was the first sentence he had said since arriving at the Hokage Tower. Pushing the envelope toward Tiangong, Hiruzen wondered how someone so young could have such bad hearing, but he still said, "This is the letter of recommendation for the police force. It will allow you to work there. Just report after New Year." "Fine." Tiangong nodded and rolled his neck. This time he had clearly understood, and he hadn't misheard before either. That old coot really was asking for it. Damn it. Just as Hiruzen was about to go back to processing documents, Tiangong suddenly cursed and threw a punch straight at the old man's face. Hiruzen was old, but his reflexes were still quick. He swiftly crossed his arms to block, then used the impact to perform a backflip. His feet clinging to the wall, Hiruzen was about to curse when Tiangong darted forward and swung a merciless roundhouse kick toward his old waist. Hiruzen could tell that he had truly pushed the little brat past his limits, but he had also intended all along to curb Tiangong's arrogance. He did this so that Tiangong wouldn't think, no matter who he met, that the strongest was just someone of Raza's level. After all, in the world of shinobi, the weak defeating the strong had never been an exception. Hiruzen believed that Tiangong currently lacked any sense of awe, especially after having gained such an upper hand over Raza. The old man felt that Tiangong had always been somewhat showy, and he did not want the overbearing side of his personality to be magnified without end. That would not be a good thing for Tiangong's future. Immediately afterward, the old man and the youth launched into a taijutsu duel in the Hokage's office. Both held back, so the Hokage Tower suffered no damage. But as the fight wore on, Hiruzen grew startled because he realized that in pure taijutsu, he was actually the one being suppressed. Recalling the intelligence that Tiangong had mastered a chakra activation mode capable of greatly enhancing all abilities, the old man suddenly felt that even in his youth, his taijutsu might not have been a match for Tiangong with that mode activated. Thinking of Tiangong's Uzumaki bloodline, Hiruzen knew he couldn't afford a drawn-out fight. If he was actually taken down by this kid, it would be far more than just losing face. With that thought, Hiruzen deliberately left an opening, took Tiangong's roundhouse kick head-on, and used the opportunity to trap him with Earth Release. After layering a 5-element seal on top, the old man slowly turned around. "Young man, you're still far too inexperienced to challenge me." Though Tiangong was sealed, his mouth was not. He tore into Hiruzen with curses. "Old bastard, have you no shame?" "Alfu." Annoyed by the tirade, Hiruzen waved his hand. When Tiangong still showed no sign of stopping, he gave him 2 solid punches. A moment later, Hiruzen said helplessly, "After you join the police force, I'll give you the position of squad leader directly." Seeing that Tiangong still wanted to speak, Hiruzen added, Next year Azuma will serve as acting captain of the police force. He'll promote you then, and after his acting term is over you'll be a strong contender for the next commander of the police force. Hearing this, Tiangong fell silent for a moment and mulled it over. The police force actually had decent pay and benefits, and above all it allowed quite a lot of freedom. Besides Aunt Rino, and Old Man Torifu also wanted him to settle down and stop constantly leaving the village to take risks. If Azuma became the commander, it would also mean a lot less trouble. Hunting outside the village would be much more convenient too. As he thought it over, Tiangong said, I can join the police force, but you have to pay me the full reward for this mission. Seeing Tiangong relent, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, finding his conditions perfectly reasonable. The old man said, fine. You held off the Kazekage and had Choza and some fall back to reinforce. You did the most on this mission. The village will give you 500,000 Ryo and a chance to learn a high-level ninjutsu. However, that 500,000 will be paid together with your salary after you enter the police force. Knowing that Hiruzen had not shortchanged him and had instead given him a chance to learn an S-rank ninjutsu, Tiangong was already satisfied inside. Still, he gave a cold snort. This is what I deserve. Fine, you deserve it. You're not a kid anymore. Don't come to the Hokage Tower to make trouble again. Hiruzen acknowledged and was about to undo the seal when he saw wisps of red light suddenly radiating from Tiangong's body. The next second, with a raise of Tiangong's hand, the earth release binding and the 5-element seal were broken at once. Tiangong sneered. You didn't really think a little trick like that could hold me, did you? Watching Tiangong's departing figure, Hiruzen remained silent for a while. Only after Tiangong had vanished from sight did he lose control and spit out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't from anger, but from the injury he had sustained when he took Tiangong's kick earlier. At that moment, a plump figure climbed in through the window and patted Hiruzen's shoulder. Hey, old man, don't try to put this on me, he teased. Hiruzen swatted his old friend's hand away and cursed, who else? That little bastard from your family kicked me. That kid really went for the kill. Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. Huh, he really is my grandson. He actually made the Hokage spit blood, ha. That's right. That plump figure was none other than Tiangong's self-proclaimed grandfather and Hiruzen's old friend Torifu Akimichi. The reason Tiangong had attacked was also that he sensed the blood energy fluctuations of the plump old man and realized the two old codgers were up to no good. Hearing his old friend's loud laughter, Yuanfei Risen couldn't help but laugh and scold. You'll be the death of this old man. It's not enough that the village has one old rascal like you. You actually had to teach a little rascal as well. Xiaodao Tsufeng was momentarily speechless. Then, watching Tiangong's departing figure below, he said slowly, You old monkey, Mai has produced a ninja like my grandson. You should be secretly celebrating. At that, Yuanfei Risen fell silent. Indeed, deep down he was very pleased that Tiangong had risen so quickly. It was true that Mai's visible top-tier combat power could still crush any ninja village except Yunin. But Yuanfei Risen knew all too well that Mai's Jinchuriki had not yet grown strong. His beloved disciple, who had once propped up half the medical department, had developed hemophobia, and his old friend Tuanzang was no longer of one mind with him. In fact, after the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, Mai had fallen into a state where the new generation could not fully take over from the old. Though the great clans still stood tall, very few among them could truly shoulder heavy responsibility. In his eyes, Dongshin Tiangong still had many shortcomings, but with Tiangong's combat power and potential, he was very willing to cultivate him. Just then, Xiaodao Tsufeng sat on the sofa looking at Yuanfei Risen's worried old face and suddenly asked, Is that brat Zilai still fooling around outside? It's time you handed some of the burden to the younger generation. Hearing this, Yuanfei Risen let out a bitter laugh. Looking at Xiaodao Tsufeng, he said helplessly, Do you think I'm so enamored with power that I keep clinging to the Hokage seat? Xiaodao Tsufeng said nothing. In his view, Monkey as their teacher might not be able to find Dashawan, but if he truly wished, he surely had ways to get in touch with Gangs Ho and Zilai. Seeing the look on Xiaodao Tsufeng's face, Yuanfei Risen's smile grew even more bitter. Tsufeng, sometimes things really don't develop the way I want them to. I didn't want the fourth and his wife to die, nor White Fan to commit suicide, nor the Yuzhibo clan to be annihilated. But in this position, sigh, it's truly exhausting. My hospital. Carrying a large stack of lunchboxes into the ward, Tiangong looked at the sleeping Xian and suddenly felt that his big girl was rather pretty. He had never felt this way before. A light kiss landed on her delicate face. Xian slowly opened her eyes and looked at her stinky little brother, her tone somewhat languid. What are you doing? TSK. You were sleeping so soundly. It's time for dinner. How about I wipe your face first, then you get up later? Xian did not answer. She simply closed her eyes again. That nap had been far too comfortable. In recent days, the ice release chakra inside her had been tormenting her every moment without pause. Moreover, her anxiety over Tiangong had left her mind in a daze. Whenever she closed her eyes, images of Tiangong dying tragically would involuntarily surface in her mind. But now Tiangong had returned safely to the village, and his blood energy could help suppress the ice-release chakra in her body. She felt so comfortable that it was like an unending, beautiful dream. Tiangong helped Xian sit up and fed her cautiously. After another sip of chicken soup, Xian whispered, "The doctor said my body is very weak right now, so I can't take in too much energy." Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong placed his hand on Xian's back. As blood energy surged into her, he smiled and said, "The doctor says you can't, but I say you can." As he spoke, he ladled out another bowl of chicken soup. Xian did not reply, simply sipping the soup quietly. She even ate a small half-chicken leg. Clearly the girl trusted her own stinky little brother more than the doctor. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xian recovered quickly. Not only was her face no longer gaunt, but with Tiangong's support, she could even take a few steps. Compared with her previous life-threatening state, this was far better. Tiangong believed she would be able to leave the hospital by New Year's Eve. During those 2 days, Tiangong did not merely take care of his big girl. He also found time to repair the spatial gourd back to a state where it could be temporarily used. He also planned to refine the gourd anew with blood energy fire once he had enough blood energy. That day, Tiangong was pushing Xian to an outdoor event venue in Mai, with little Jingye following beside him. He handed the 2 peach pits he had been playing with to the 2 girls, one older and one younger. "When the contest starts, don't cheer yet. Wait until the last round, then pull up the banner and cheer for me with all you've got, understand?" As soon as the peach pits entered their hands, the 2 girls felt warm all over. The pits were also extremely beautiful, clear, and translucent, like red crystals. Even though they found it unusual, the 2 girls nodded hastily at Tiangong's instructions. In their hearts, they did not think Tiangong had the strength to challenge the big eaters of the Chodao family. But since Tiangong was so excited, neither girl said anything. Seeing the 2 girls nod, Tiangong said proudly, "Once I win the championship, I'll take you shopping, buy New Year goods, and give every cent remaining to buying clothes for the 2 of you. Not a penny left over." Jingye poked her fingers together and whispered, "But bro, are you really confident you can beat Uncle Dingsua? Over the last 10 years, Uncle Dingsua has won the Big Eater title 9 times. The only time he lost was to Grandpa Tsufeng, who is also from the Chodao clan." After thinking for a moment, Xian also advised, "Don't push yourself too hard. How can you possibly out-eat someone from the Chodao clan? Once you can't eat anymore, we'll just go shopping. It just so happens the reward from the last mission has already been paid out." Waving his hand, Tiangong said with the utmost seriousness, "No, you don't understand. The old man will be in this competition too. If I can't beat him this time, then even if I break his record one day, I'll never be recognized." Hearing that, the corners of Xian's mouth twitched a few times. She really wanted to quip, would winning an eating contest really get you recognized? Besides, when Tiangong was a child, although his appetite had been enormous, he had never even beaten the Chodao children of his own generation. How could he possibly defeat the 2 strongest members of the Chodao clan? At that moment, a large hand suddenly landed on Tiangong's shoulder. He turned around and saw 2 towering figures, Old Man Tsufeng and Chodao Dingsua. Seeing Xian, Chodao Dingsua waved his hand while Old Man Tsufeng gave a kind smile. "Ha ha ha, it's little Xian. Looks like you've recovered quite well." Xian said respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Tsufeng. Actually, Tiangong has put in a lot of effort taking care of me." Before Xian could finish, Chodao Tsufeng knitted his brows. "Girl, I've told you how many times. Call me Grandpa. And it's only right for him to take care of you. When he was little, wasn't he looked after by you?" And hearing the old man begin to prattle about old times again, Tiangong directly put his arm around Old Man Tsufeng's shoulder with a provocative expression. "Yo, little old man, at your age you still dare to compete. You might as well go home early. This year's Big Eater title has already been reserved by me in advance." Chodao Tsufeng let out a sneer. "Heh, you're still 10,000 years too early to defeat me, boy. I think the one who ought to go home early is you, so you don't have to sneak off crying after you lose." Chodao Dingsua also spoke up with a chuckle. "That's right, Tiangong. How could you possibly beat Uncle Tsufeng? Besides, this time the Big Eater title is definitely going to be mine." At that, Chodao Tsufeng glared. "You little brat still wants to defeat me. You're at least 5,000 years too early." The competition was about to begin. Looking at Ashima beside him, Tiangong smiled and said, "Yo, old horse, you're here to compete too." At that, Ashima shot Tiangong a glare and said, somewhat annoyed, "It's all because when Hong went to the hospital to take care of Xian these past 2 days, you kept saying that after winning the top eater prize money, you'd take your sister out to buy this and eat that. As a result, Hong came home and made a fuss insisting that I sign up too." Scratching the back of his head, Tiangong had to admit he really had mentioned it quite a bit over those 2 days. After all, he had been looking forward to this for many years. He could have entered when he was younger, but he had known exactly how much he was worth. Actually, it was all Old Man Tsufeng's brainwashing. When he was little, he had thought that winning the title of top eater of Mai was far more impressive than becoming Hokage. After all, the Hokage was essentially just a village chief. The top eater selection contest, however, brought together all the big eaters of the entire land of fire, the strongest eaters. Now that he cultivated blood chi and could rapidly digest the energy in food, Tiangong felt that winning the championship would be quite easy. At that time, he would not only prove himself to the old man, but also fulfill the dream of his childhood self. The competition began. The first round was simple: finish 10 rice balls within the time limit. However, among the 1,000 contestants present, at most 500 could advance. So if half of the contestants finished ahead of time, the other half would be automatically eliminated. In addition, contestants who failed the first round were banned from the top eater selection contest for 5 years. That was right. This competition was just that cruel. Some time into the competition, staring at the rice balls, each bigger than his own fist, Ashima's face turned green. He had not even finished his third one and already felt extremely full. Seeing Ashima's expression, Tiangong unhurriedly ate his 6th rice ball and then advised, "I know exactly what you're capable of. Just go home early and spare yourself the suffering. A contest like this isn't for a rookie like you." At the thought of his promise to Hong, Ashima forced the 3rd rice ball down, glared at Tiangong, and ground out, "You bastard, I promised Hong I'd win the prize money. I think you're in trouble." After finishing the last rice ball, Tiangong leaned back in his chair and let out a burp, then made an okay gesture in Shiyin's direction. Little Jingya immediately jumped up and waved, while Hong, who was steadying the wheelchair, also saw Ashima's predicament. She and Ashima were a jonin, and a special jonin. Even without relying on their family backgrounds, their household standard of living was among the very top in Mai. The reason she had let Ashima enter was not for the prize money. Mostly it was because during these 2 days when she went to care for Shiyin, she kept hearing Tiangong talk about it. She also thought that if Ashima could win the prize money and then use it to prepare a gift for her or take her on a date, it would not only be romantic, but also very meaningful. But barely after the contest began, Hong could already tell that her boyfriend was not cut out for it. Hesitating for a moment, she called out to Ashima on stage, "Ashima, if it's too much, don't force yourself. Let's give up." Little did she know her words instantly made Ashima heat up on the spot. His face flushed bright red and hot air burst from his nose. As if activating a berserk state, he crazily stuffed rice balls into his mouth. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind: no. Hong had actually said he wasn't good enough again. Thinking of the night before, the unsatisfied look in her eyes, and the contemptuous expression on her face, Ashima seemed to enter berserk mode phase 2. At least at this moment, he wanted Hong to understand that he was the most virile man in Mai. However, a person's strength might suddenly explode in battle, but a person's appetite was limited. He could force down a few extra bites, but that was where it ended. Watching Ashima being carried away on a stretcher, Tiangong could not help but sigh. Tisk, another warrior who charged for love, has fallen. Actually, he thought that if Hong had not shouted, that Ashima would probably have left together with the main group once time was up. By the way, why did Ashima react as if he had been triggered by Hong's shout? Could it be Tisk, with skills like that, he still had the nerve to invite this young master to listen to songs with him? TSK. While a string of complaints about Ashima ran through his mind, the second round began. This round was ramen, but Tiangong finished it quickly just the same. Then came the third round. Fewer than 50 people remained. Although the rules said half of the contestants could advance each round, in reality, more than 80% of the participants had been eliminated in the first round. Rubbing his slightly bloated stomach, Tiangong glanced forward. Old man Tsufeng turned his head and grinned. "Not bad, you little brat. But reaching this point should be your limit. For me, the real competition is just beginning." Tiangong clicked his tongue and closed his eyes without saying a word. Although he was also a little full now, he had not yet used his blood chi. He eagerly anticipated the old man's expression after he claimed the championship. How should he mock him then? The third round ended with fewer than 10 people remaining. Aside from Tiangong, everyone on stage was without exception a member of the Chodao clan. The fourth and final round was called Endless Barbecue. Its rules were simple: each contestant had a plate of barbecue in front of them. Every 10 minutes the staff would bring out another plate and the portions would become larger and larger. Contestants had to eat all the barbecue in front of them before the next plate was brought out. Whoever failed to do so would be eliminated. It could be said that reaching this point did not necessarily mean winning the prize money, but it definitely meant you had already eaten back your registration fee. 2 hours after the fourth round began, only 3 people remained on stage: Tiangong, Chodao Dingzhua, and Old Man Tsufeng. They would decide who took third place, who took second place, and who would be the owner of this year's top eater title. After quickly devouring the barbecue on his plate and making a signal to the audience, Tiangong leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. In the spectator stands, Shiyin and Jingya immediately understood, and the 2 girls, one older and one younger, quickly pulled open a banner. At that moment, Rixiang Yi walked over from the back, pushing 2 large speakers. He had actually entered the contest as well, but unfortunately, he had only lasted until the third round. When Tiangong had asked him for help, he had not really believed Tiangong could make it to the end. But there was nothing he could do. Tiangong was his good buddy. Taking the microphone handed over by Rixiang Yi, the two girls began cheering for Tiangong at the top of their lungs. Their combined voices almost drowned out the host. Although Xiyin was shy, she could see that Tiangong now held an overwhelming advantage. Blushing, she followed Jingya and began cheering as well. Watching Old Man Tsufeng and Xiudao Dingswa wolf down meat, though it was obvious they had lost their earlier momentum. Tiangong took a sip of wine and laughed. Yo, old man Uncle Dingswa, are you two still good for anything? You've let all that flesh on your bodies go to waste. Tisk, don't tell me this is what they call being puffy and fat. The words puffy and fat struck home. Xiudao Dingswa was so angry his face turned red, while Old Man Tsufeng pounded his chest forcefully, clearly choked with rage. His wild laughter rang in their ears. Both wished they could beat Tiangong to a pulp right now, but unfortunately they had already used up their chances to go to the bathroom. At this point, if they so much as lifted their butts off the seats, they would be ruled as having voluntarily forfeited. Compared with the honor of becoming top eater, they decided to set aside the urge to beat up Tiangong. However, some things cannot be accomplished by sheer willpower. When the 19th plate of barbecue was served, Xiudao Dingswa could only bow out in regret. In the end, Elder Takikaze could only hold out for 21 rounds, but Tangu simply waved his hand and called for another 10 plates. 20 minutes later, watching Tangu finish his 31st plate of roasted meat, Elder Takikaze's face fell into despair. He had lost. Not only this competition, but the record he had set decades ago and preserved to this day was also broken by Tangu. Akimichi Takikaze had been thoroughly defeated by his own grandson. With a contented burp, Tangu rubbed his stomach. Not bad at all. Below the stage, the Akimichi clan members' spirits were utterly crushed. The legend they held dear had been shattered by someone who didn't even belong to their clan. Meanwhile, Tangu collected the champion's belt and the first-place prize money of 1 million ryo. Even though this competition was hosted by the Akimichi clan, and both Elder Takikaze and Akimichi Choza received prize money of 500,000 and 200,000 respectively, an air of desolation surrounded them both. After the award ceremony concluded, just as Tangu was about to take the two girls out shopping, Akimichi Takikaze called out to him. Turning around, Tangu asked with confusion, "What is it, loser? Do you need something?" Hearing those 3 words, loser, the old man was so enraged that his beard trembled and his eyes widened in fury. He sent Tangu flying dozens of meters with a single strike, then turned to Yugao and said, "Yugao dear, tomorrow is the 3 clans' year-end gathering. Make sure you both come." Hearing this, Yugao nodded. She was familiar with the Inoshikicho year-end gathering, which typically took place on New Year's Eve, when key figures from all 3 clans would return to the village if possible. The event was organized by those with the highest seniority or greatest influence within the clans. In previous years, whenever Tangu was in the village and Elder Takikaze was the host, he would always attend. However, Yugao had never attended before. She would wait for Tangu to return home, and the 2 siblings would celebrate the new year together. Since childhood, Yugao had noticed that Tangu seemed to place great importance on New Year's Eve. The next day, Tangu arranged for Yugao's discharge from the hospital early in the morning and took her and young Ino out shopping. No matter how he examined her condition, she clearly remained weak, yet she seemed especially energized while shopping. That evening, the dining table at Tangu's residence was filled with various ingredients, with a copper pot bubbling away at its center. Once everything was ready, Tangu placed a plate of washed spirit fruits on the coffee table and pulled Yugao's blanket up a bit higher. Watching her lazy cat-like demeanor, Tangu gently tickled her nose and couldn't help but smile. Looks like she's truly exhausted. Despite being so weak, she managed to have such an energetic day. He pressed a gentle kiss to Yugao's forehead and whispered, "I'll be back as soon as I can." On the sofa, Yugao opened her drowsy eyes and watched Tangu's departing figure. She felt puzzled. Why was she now longing for her husband to come home sooner? At a large restaurant belonging to the Akimichi clan, those who could attend were undoubtedly important figures from the 3 clans, with the weakest being, at least, Chunin. Even the women and children with weaker abilities present were family members of the clan's influential figures. Tangu was making his rounds, toasting the elders of the 3 clans, when he reached an old man giving him a cold stare, a face he didn't recognize. He was about to move on when Yamanaka Rino introduced him nearby. "Tangu, this is Grandfather Ta." Tangu looked at the elder, who let out a derisive snort. Sensing the man's dislike, Tangu paid it no mind. After all, he wasn't currency, so there was no way he could please everyone. Tangu raised his cup casually and remarked, "Oh, old man Ta." Upon hearing this, the elder turned around without even sparing Tangu a glance. With a sneer, Tangu tossed his cup onto the ground, splashing liquor in all directions before refilling it. Noticing Tangu's actions, the elder let out another scornful snort. What ill-mannered behavior. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense as Tangu observed his wife looking somewhat disheartened, clearly recalling certain unpleasant truths. Yamanaka Rino wanted to say something, but seeing Elder Takikaze's calm expression, he decided to remain silent. After all, the one insulting Tangu was his own uncle. The sudden malice irked Tangu somewhat, yet he didn't lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he gave the elder a lingering look before continuing to toast the remaining elders. Truthfully, given his usual disposition, if that old man hadn't licked the spilled wine clean, even down to the last drop, Tangu would have killed him without hesitation. Seeing Tangu refrain from responding publicly, the elder cast a sidelong glance toward a blonde-haired youth not far away. The boy wore his hair in a ponytail, and upon witnessing Tangu's earlier conduct, his brow furrowed slightly. Thus, when no one was watching, the youth secretly formed hand signs. The elder seemed to sense this, and gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the boy's direction. By this point, Tangu had finished toasting the elders, namely the current leaders of the 3 clans, and a few elderly men from Elder Takikaze's generation. The remaining attendees wouldn't dare ask Tangu to toast them, for he was far from an ordinary figure now. His fame had grown tremendously. Although Tangu still lacked official ninja status in Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had never publicly acknowledged that it was Tangu who severed Raza's arm. Those present knew full well that Tangu was someone bold enough to draw his blade even against the 5 Kage. Given his current combat strength, calling him a major figure in the village was no exaggeration. Even Yamanaka Rino would feel proud when gathering with friends occasionally. After all, she had raised Tangu. As they walked toward the restaurant entrance, Tangu waved to young Ino. "Little one, come to my place for hot pot." "Really?" The little girl hurried over, eagerly clutching a small box. "Brother, I also packed Sister Yugao's favorite sweets." Taking Ino's small hand, Tangu couldn't help but smile. "You little rascal, didn't we already buy some today?" Ino grinned mischievously. "That's different. These are meant as a gift for Sister Yugao." "Ha ha, you little one really knows how to win people over. No wonder your Sister Yugao adores you so much." The siblings headed toward the restaurant exit, and Tangu waved toward Yamanaka Rina's direction. "Aunt Rina, I'll walk my sister home tonight." Yamanaka Rina smiled warmly. "Have fun." Watching the siblings depart, a cunning expression flickered across Yamanaka-ta's eyes, and he deliberately called out loudly, "Leaving during such an important occasion. Sure enough, outsiders remain outsiders, Elder Takikaze. No matter how much you treat him as your own grandson, he may not hold you in such high regard." Hearing this, Akimichi Takikaze narrowed his eyes and retorted coldly, "Yamanaka-ta, this is my grandson. I don't need your interference. I am very pleased with my grandson, and in my eyes you are the outsider." He deliberately emphasized the words outsider and grandson. Not only were they accurate, but he had also discerned that Yamanaka-ta seemed determined to sow division between Tangu and the Inoshikacho clans. He wanted everyone present to understand. Even if Tangu bore the surname Higashigami, it made no difference. Higashigami Tangu was still his Akimichi Takikaze's grandson. Listening to Akimichi Takikaze's words, Yamanaka-ta realized his attempts had fallen flat, so he directed a derisive snort toward Yamanaka Inoi. "Inoi, in the future, keep your daughter away from that brat. A kid who's lost both parents will only corrupt our Yamanaka children." Hearing this, Yamanaka Inoi glared resentfully at Yamanaka-ta. Though Tangu's bond with him wasn't as close as it was with Rina, he had at least watched Tangu grow up. Yamanaka-ta's repeated references to him as an orphan brute and parentless kid struck him as deeply offensive. He also knew that since he had never groomed the other party's shameless grandson as a successor, his bond with this maternal uncle was far from close. But he never imagined the man would utter such words as "our Yamanaka clan" in such a setting when the Inoshikacho 3 clans had stood as one for centuries. What on earth did an elder of the Yamanaka family mean by saying such things at a gathering of the 3 clans? And what were his true intentions behind constantly pushing for distance between the 3 clans and Tengen? Just as Yamanaka Inari was about to rebuke Yamanaka-ta on the spot to quell any hostility toward the Inoshikacho, Tengen's steps faltered. He released Ino's small hand and walked back step by step, his target being Yamanaka-ta. Meanwhile, he calmed his chakra and circulated blood chi throughout his body. Today he would make that old man and all others who harbored ill will toward him understand Dongshin Tengen had never been a patient man. Tengen's pace quickened, and hundreds of people in the venue couldn't help but hold their breath. A smirk curled Yamanaka-ta's lips, and he sneered, "So you're really an orphan." But before he could finish, Tengen grabbed his head and slammed it toward a bowl of steaming soup just served. The crushing force of Tengen's fingers and the scalding heat of the soup tormented Yamanaka-ta. He wanted to struggle, but to his horror, he found he couldn't even move a single finger. Seeing this, the onlookers rushed to intervene, but Tengen had already completed his blood chi circulation. Without using ninjutsu, none of them could budge him, not even Akimichi Choza. Tengen dodged. Yamanaka cried out from a distance, quickly forming hand seals. Tengen turned his head and saw a youthful figure with orange hair, a short blade, poised to stab him in the back. Yamanaka-ri's mind transferred jutsu missed its mark. Just as Akimichi Takikaze on the main seat was about to act, Tengen released his grip on Yamanaka-ta's head. He spun around violently and slapped the incoming short blade apart with one palm. The boy's pupils contracted. What manner of taijutsu was this? Before he could think further, Tengen's kick crashed into his chest. With a thunderous impact, the boy was sent flying backward, punching straight through the restaurant wall. Lying on the ground, the boy spat blood mingled with fragments of organ tissue. Surprised that the boy was still alive, Tengen prepared to deliver a finishing blow when Akimichi Torifu suddenly spoke. "Tengen, let this end here." Raising an eyebrow, Tengen retorted gruffly, "Old man, he just tried to kill me." Hearing this, Takakiza suppressed his anger and said firmly, "I said, let this end here." Takakiza was furious, but not because Tengen had lost his temper on the spot. Knowing his grandson's temperament, that was to be expected. The reason Tengen hadn't immediately dealt with Yamanaka when first provoked was simply because he wanted to return home early and enjoy hot pot with Yugao. What truly angered him was Yamanaka's stupidity and the fact that a boy from the Yamanaka family dared to attempt murder against his grandson right before his eyes. Closing his eyes slowly, Takakiza restrained his fury, his thoughts turning to Danzu. Over the years, Danzu had crossed many lines, yet Takakiza had never fully severed ties with him. He understood that once the fifth Hokage took power, Danzu's days of influence would be numbered. All along, he had been nurturing Tengen for a central role in the village. Whether sending him on crucial missions or placing him in the police force, all were his own designs. As for today's incident, Takakiza didn't need to think twice. Who else in Konoha but that wretched Danzu would orchestrate such despicable schemes? At that moment, Tengen shrugged and said, "Old man, you're being partial. Then again, my aunt is carrying a baby and bloodshed isn't exactly ideal." With that, Tengen made his way back toward the entrance while behind him Yamanaka gradually recovered. Feeling the excruciating pain in his face and the back of his head, Yamanaka's expression darkened. But recalling Tengen's ferocity, he dared not speak further, only glaring venomously at him. After all, Yamanaka was the younger brother of the current Yamanaka clan head, holding considerable influence across the Ino-Shikachou alliance. To be treated so by a mere junior from Tengen's generation, though he had deliberately provoked him on Danzu's behalf, left him seething with hatred. Near the restaurant exit, Tengen grasped Ino's small hand, then turned his head with a calm expression. "Old man, tonight after this, if you don't die, I will." Hearing this, everyone's expression shifted. Yamanaka's face darkened further, and he gritted his teeth. "You hairless pup dare threaten to kill me. I will see about that." Tengen chuckled and strode away with young Ino. What Yamanaka didn't know was that when Tengen had pressed his head into the soup, several threads of blood chi had been injected into his body. That was precisely why the old man had been unable to move even a finger at that moment. In truth, Tengen had also sensed something amiss about this conflict. But like his grandfather, he didn't need to speculate. Only Danzu and Konoha would brew such treacherous plots. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not yet stepped down, and Tengen's strength might not surpass Danzu's. A direct confrontation would hardly guarantee Danzu's complete downfall. As for being outmatched and killed by Danzu, Tengen had never considered such an outcome. His grandfather was no pushover either. As for why he still attacked Yamanaka despite sensing the anomaly that old man had to die. If he lived, the Ino-Shikachou, and even all of Konoha, would birth countless Yamanaka's. He wanted everyone to understand Dongshin Tengen might choose not to lose his temper, but that didn't mean others had the right to dictate when he should or shouldn't. As for Danzu, once Jiraiya or Tsunade ascended to power, the authority Hiruzen had granted Danzu would become the fifth Hokage's greatest thorn. Only then would it be the ideal moment for him to face that old devil. And that day was not far off. As the siblings walked toward the Tengen residence, Ino suddenly pointed at a two-story building. "Brother, isn't that Naruto's house?" "Oh, that brat. Come, let's call him along." The siblings arrived below the Tengen building, and Ino cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out loudly, "Naruto! Naruto!" The light on the second floor flickered on, and Naruto poked his head out. The cool breeze dispelled his drowsiness, sharpening his expression. 2 minutes later, Naruto descended the stairs. Seeing Tengen, he rubbed his eyes. "Big brother Tengen, I heard 2 days ago that you had died, and I cried for so long." Holding Tengen's hand, Ino flashed a mischievous smile and leaned close to Naruto's ear, whispering, "Big brother Tengen did die, but the Shinigami said he could return to the living world and take someone as his servant." Hearing this, Naruto stared blankly and pointed at Tengen in a daze. "Does that mean Big brother Tengen is now?" The little girl grinned wickedly and whispered softly, "That's right, Big brother Tengen is a ghost now. And the person he plans to take with him is you, Naruto." "So that's how it is." "It was me." "Wait, what the heck? A ghost?" Naruto's scalp nearly burst from shock. He let out a terrified yell, and without a second thought sprinted for home. Grabbing Naruto by the back of his collar, Amamiya kicked him straight into a nearby snowdrift, hoping to snap some sense into the kid. But surprisingly, after being kicked into the snow, Naruto simply stopped moving. This gave Amamiya a real scare. He hadn't used any real force. He hurriedly scooped the snow away, only to find Naruto trembling all over staring at him in sheer terror. Amamiya's mouth twitched. What kind of act are you putting on, kid? Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, then fell to his knees and begged in terror, Big brother Amamiya, your death. I'm really sad, but I honestly haven't lived enough yet. Tell me who killed you, and I'll avenge you in the future, okay? Amamiya flicked him on the forehead and scolded with a laugh. You disloyal little punk. Come on, let's go have hot pot at my place. Hearing this, Naruto looked up. Seeing his suspicious expression, Amamiya yanked him out of the snow. Come on. Your big brother was resurrected a few chapters ago already. There's no way that bastard Raza could have killed me. At the Amamiya residence, 2 adults and 2 kids were enjoying hot pot together. Naruto gobbled down a beef meatball in one bite, and just as he started to squint blissfully, the hot broth inside the ball scalded him, making him yelp. Yugao hastily handed him a drink. Naruto downed it in one gulp, then let out a breath. I'm much better. Thanks, Sister Yugao. Yugao smiled gently. Eat slowly. If it feels too greasy, have some fruit first. Although I don't recognize any of these fruits, every single one is delicious. After eating a fruit that resembled a cherry but was somewhat larger, Ino spat out the pit and asked Amamiya, Brother, this is so tasty. Can I plant one next year? He placed a few river shrimp he had caught that morning onto each of their plates. Amamiya thought for a moment, then said, You like this fruit? I already transplanted the tree into the shed outside the yard. It should bear fruit next year. As for planting from seeds, even if they sprout, it would probably take a long time. Ino grabbed another small fruit and giggled. Then once the fruit ripens, I'll come to your house every single day to eat it. Ha ha ha, of course, you're warmly welcome. But if you like them, there are plenty more stored in the cellar. You two can go pick some out yourselves later. At that moment, Naruto asked curiously, Oh yeah, big brother Amamiya, who exactly is that bastard Raza you mentioned earlier? Remembering that Amamiya had chosen to hold the rear alone for her safety, Yugao lowered her head and said softly, He's the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Your big brother Amamiya fought him a few days ago. Hearing this, the 2 youngsters widened their eyes in shock, exchanged a glance, and exclaimed in unison, So cool. Gazing at Amamiya with awe, Naruto said adoringly, Big brother Amamiya, you're so awesome. You actually fought the Kazekage. Ino wore the same expression. Yeah, brother, you're incredible. You must be a really big shot in Konoha now. Haha, when school starts, I'll tell that broad-forehead Sakura all about this. She'll be so jealous, hee. Ruffling Ino's hair, Amamiya crossed his legs and gave a dismissive smirk. TCH, just a mere Kazekage. Nothing worth a second glance. Seeing Amamiya like that, Naruto screamed on the spot. Whoa, big brother Amamiya, you're freaking awesome. Raising an eyebrow, Amamiya pressed his fist to his forehead and pretended to look profound. Oh, so, does this make me even cooler? Just as Naruto was about to keep showering him with praise, the front door of the house was kicked wide open. Everyone turned to look, and through the wind and snow, 2 figures covered in filth trudged toward the dining table. Tossing off their snow-laden coats, the 2 grabbed chopsticks and began wolfing down meat like there was no tomorrow. The scene utterly stunned everyone present. Amamiya's mouth twitched. Big sister Shizune. Just how many debt collectors were after you 2? You look completely wrecked. Snatching Amamiya's gourd of sake, Tsunade took a big swig, then glared at him with her beautiful eyes. You have the nerve to talk. Because of you I lost who knows how much money. Wiping the sake from his face, Amamiya suddenly remembered. So that had been it. He thought he was forgetting something these past couple of days. He'd never notified Big Sis that he could cure Yugao. Shizune murmured from the side, Tsunade-sama. Didn't I already lose all our money before the slug even delivered the message? Hearing this, Tsunade grunted and made an excuse. What do you know? We were in the land of hot water back then. Lots of wealthy people love those hot springs. If I just picked up any commission, I would have definitely won back everything with interest. Hearing this, a warm current flowed through Amamiya's heart. Big Sis really did care about him. From the land of hot water to Konoha, even an elite Jonin squad would need 7 days. Yet Big Sis had made it in less than 4. She was in such a miserable state that along the way she probably hadn't even rested or eaten a proper meal. With this in mind, Amamiya wanted to give Big Sis a hug, but Tsunade shoved him away. While stuffing her face with meat, she yelled, What are you standing there gawking at, brat? Go slice some more meat, and bring me another jar of sake. After the meal, Amamiya had planned to take the 2 kids outside to build a snowman, but Tsunade insisted on playing cards. Since Tsunade was now so broke, she was practically drowning in debt. The whole group sat down, and whoever lost got flicked on the forehead. When it came to any game other than gambling for life, no one needed to guess who would lose as long as Tsunade was playing. After all, she was the legendary sucker. Names are rarely wrong. The title didn't come from nowhere. Even so, everyone held back when flicking her forehead. Only Amamiya left a few red marks on hers. Noticing Tsunade's mood growing subdued, Amamiya secretly used some tricks to let her win a round, employing a technique of blood energy that no one else at the table noticed. After winning a round, Tsunade found it a bit hard to believe, but she still felt quite delighted. Amamiya leaned his head toward her and said, "Big sis, your hands are strong. Make sure you take it easy on us." "Ha ha ha, of course. When would I ever use my full strength?" Tsunade replied with a laugh, then reached out her hand, subtly adjusted its angle, and the very next second Amamiya was sent flying backward at a speed rivaling a missile. He crashed through 2 doors and slammed headfirst straight into the courtyard wall. The sight left everyone present utterly stunned, while the room filled with nothing but Tsunade's wild, triumphant laughter. Ino and Naruto rushed outside to check whether Amamiya had kicked the bucket. Yugao wanted to move as well, but her body still hadn't fully recovered, and after a whole day of walking around the streets, she simply didn't have the strength. Seeing Yugao's worried expression, Tsunade laughed. "Don't worry. That brat Amamiya can take a beating like no one else. Last time he tanked a full punch from me and was still hopping around afterwards, ha." Hearing that, Yugao remained somewhat anxious. The wall around Amamiya's house had been rebuilt by him the last time he returned home. Though the materials weren't all that rare, ordinary low-level jutsu would still struggle to destroy it. Just then the 2 little ones helped Tianguan inside. Seeing the huge lump on his head, both Xiyin and Jingyin's lips twitched wildly. That bump looked painful just to look at. Rubbing the lump on his head, Tianguan sat down at the card table with a gloomy face. Glaring at Gansho, he gnashed his teeth and said again, "Continue." He had already made up his mind from this round onward, he would never hold back again. And once he won, he was absolutely going to give that woman a vicious lesson. Hearing this, Gangsho raised an eyebrow and also took a seat at the card table. The sight of the lump on Tianguan's head made her unable to stop laughing. And from the way he ground his teeth, she knew he was planning to go for the kill. After she finished shuffling, Gangsho leaned back and laughed. "Ha, this old lady's done playing." Hearing that, Tianguan slammed the table. "You mother." Although Tianguan's curses were vicious, Gangsho only felt more and more satisfied, especially watching him fume and rub the lump on his head. There was nothing Tianguan could do about her refusing to play. After sending the 2 kids home, he went up to the 2nd floor. When he saw Gangsho rolling around on his big bed and spreading his wolf fur coat over it, Tianguan said irritably, "A grown woman like you, what are you doing on my bed? Go on, shoo. Scram downstairs and sleep in the guest room." Gangsho burrowed under the blanket and started acting shamelessly. Through the covers, her cajoling voice drifted out. No way. The guest room blanket is too thin. You're a sturdy young man, you can stand the cold. You go sleep in the guest room." In truth, she had no idea whether the guest room blanket was thin. But knowing Tianguan as she did, on such a freezing day the softest blanket in his house was absolutely on his own bed, so seizing his bed was clearly the right move. Hearing this woman actually try to send the master of the house to the guest room, Tianguan was speechless, but when Gangsho threw a tantrum, there was no reasoning with her. In the master bedroom, seeing Tianguan start to take off his clothes, Xiyin clutched the blanket and eyed him warily. "You? What are you doing?" Hanging his coat on the rack, Tianguan spread his hands. "Your idol took over my bed. I've got no choice. We'll just have to make do for one night." Hearing this, Xiyin threw on a coat and made for the guest room, but Tianguan blocked her. "Just make do. The guest room isn't even cleaned. I cleaned it before." Lying on Xiyin's fair soft thighs, Tianguan murmured, "Don't go. Tonight, I want to sleep beside you." Xiyin hesitated, somewhat resistant. "But we're both this grown up now. If we still do it like we did when we were little." Sitting up, Tianguan pulled his girl into the blankets in one smooth motion. Pressing his palm against her lower abdomen, he sent wisps of blood chi into her as he whispered, "You still have that ice attribute chakra in your body. Sleeping alone would be so uncomfortable." Though Xiyin was still a little conflicted under Tianguan's persistent coaxing, she finally gave in. After all, that warm, cozy feeling all over was simply too comfortable, and it had been a long time since she had slept beside her rascal of a little brother. But the guest room didn't stay empty. Just as Tianguan was about to fall asleep, there came another knock on the door. When he opened it, it turned out to be old Master Tsufeng. Seeing Tianguan walk out of the master bedroom, and then catching sight of Xiyin's little head poking through the door crack, the old man was taken aback. At this sight, old Master Tsufeng pointed at Tianguan, then at Xiyin. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he simply patted Tianguan on the shoulder and sighed. "You too. Oh, that's good." Without another word, the old man headed for the guest room. Tianguan didn't mind in the least, and continued sleeping with the sweet, soft little Xiyin in his arms. Tianguan knew exactly what the old man meant. It was because of what had been said at the banquet. Old Master Tsufeng was afraid he would ruthlessly make a move tonight against Shanzhong Tian, the man who had caused him trouble. But that old bastard had only been a special jonin in his youth. Just because Shanzhong Hai had been elected clan head, he had started thinking he was somebody important. Although Tianguan didn't know the man personally, he had indeed heard of him. Apparently, because Shanzhong Hai had no son, the old man wanted Shanzhong Hai to make his grandson the next heir of the Shanzhong clan. Shanzhong Hai had refused, and so the uncle-nephew relationship had become quite strained. This was all intelligence Tianguan had pieced together from casual chats with Aunt Leah. He hadn't taken it to heart at the time. In his view, as long as he Dongshin Tianguan was alive, he could protect Jingye for her whole life, regardless of whether she ever became head of the Shanzhong clan. But from now on, he would no longer have to keep that kind of matter in mind, because that Shanzhong Tian now carried a large amount of his blood qi in his body. And before long, that blood qi would explode. After tonight, the old bastard would be scattered in pieces, and old Master Tsufeng would be the perfect alibi. Tianguan slept wonderfully that night. Still afraid Shiyin wouldn't sleep beside him next time, he behaved himself. The next morning, seeing Shiyin sleeping soundly in his arms, he gently kissed her cheek. His girl rarely slept in, but perhaps it was because the blood qi was nourishing her body. In the few days since he had returned to the village, she had been sleeping very peacefully. After getting dressed, Tianguan went up to the rooftop to meditate. The sound of snoring reached his ears from time to time. There was no need to guess. It was definitely Gangsho. That woman might be decent looking, but she was a gluttonous, sleepy, extravagant spender. Half an hour later, Tianguan slowly exhaled a murky breath. The blood qi had circulated through his body several times, leaving him refreshed in both mind and body. Even the lump on his head had disappeared. Hearing sounds from the master bedroom, Tianguan knew Shiyin was probably awake. Estimating the time, by the time he bought breakfast, she would still be able to catch another round of sleep. In fact, when they were kids, Tianguan was the one who slept in while Shiyin got up early to cook breakfast. After Shiyin became a ninja and often left the village on missions, Tianguan often went to old Master Tsufeng's or Aunt Lie's house to scrounge a meal. Rather than make breakfast himself, Tianguan would rather just sleep until noon. And even when he did cook, all he could make was grilled meat and soup, a skill he had figured out during his travels through the ninja world. However, in the few days he was taking care of Shiyin, Tianguan rarely stayed out of the kitchen. The food wasn't anything special, but Shiyin enjoyed every meal happily. As for why he didn't cook breakfast today, Tisk Gangsho alone could eat 3 portions, and old Master Tsufeng could eat 5. It was simply more convenient to go out and buy it. At the breakfast table, several people were eating. Noticing one person missing, Tianguan raised an eyebrow. "Where's the boss lady?" Taking a bite of her rice ball, Jingyin said helplessly, "Lady Gangsho just won't wake up. Let me see what's going on." Setting down his chopsticks, Tianguan went straight upstairs. Seeing that this woman had actually left a huge puddle of drool on his wolf fur coat, he flew into a rage on the spot. Without saying a word, he delivered a mighty smack to her plump backside. A violent wobble followed, and a shriek echoed through the entire village. Countless sleepyheads still in bed were startled into a shiver. Beneath her pajamas, a huge red palm print was stamped onto Gangsho's rear. Tianguan ran downstairs in pure satisfaction. This counted as avenging last night's grudge. Behind him, Gangsho charged after him in her pajamas, her face twisted with fury. Tianguan casually grabbed 2 rice balls from the table and ran toward the door. Recalling the shocking sensation from just now, he couldn't help clicking his tongue. TSK tisk, so plump and bouncy. Speed was never Tsunade's forte. After chasing him through the streets for several rounds, she still could not catch Tiangong. Yet Tiangong, well aware that he had been asking for trouble, finally agreed to give her 10,000 ryo as pocket money for each day she remained in Konoha, and only then did she let the matter rest. In truth, Tiangong was not well off at the moment. He had built a large underground wine cellar in his home, and the money he had previously taken from the daimyo's treasury had all been spent on medicinal herbs and fine liquor. As it stood, his cellar was not yet full, but his pockets were completely empty. He had over 10 million ryo left, but in the end, he spent it all on spreading the tale of how he had sliced the Kazakage's arm. Now, not only the Konoha higher-ups, but even ordinary civilians knew that Konoha had produced a ruthless man named Dongshin Tiangong, who had chopped off the Kazakage's arm. This infuriated Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been denying the incident all along. Actually, Tiangong himself did not care much about fame, but since he would be working in the police force in the future, having a fearsome reputation would make things more convenient. At the dining table, several people were having breakfast, when suddenly the door was knocked on. When it was opened, 2 members of the Akimichi clan dressed in chunin vests walked in. After they paid their respects, one of the plump young men whispered a few words into old Master Tsufeng's ear. Hearing this, the old man's eyes sharpened, and he waved his hand. "You may go back for now." After the 2 left, Akimichi Tsufeng turned a complicated gaze toward Tiangong. "Did you do it?" Tiangong spread his hands, feigning utter ignorance. "Old man, what are you talking about?" Shiyin and Shizun looked at the 2 with curiosity. The plump young man had spoken in a low voice when reporting to old Master Tsufeng, so the 2 women had not paid attention. Seeing their confused expressions, Tsunade said, "That chubby kid just said that an elder of the Yamanaka clan died in his home, and some people suspect this brat is behind it." As she spoke, Tsunade took a sip of porridge, then casually asked, "What did that guy provoke you?" At this, Akimichi Tsufeng sighed, then slowly recounted the events of the previous night. Apparently, Tiangong had publicly said to the other party, "Either you die, or I die." Everyone was speechless. If you kill someone, just kill him. Why did you have to say it out loud? Now even if it wasn't you, it's you. Tsunade, on the other hand, clicked her tongue. Tisk tsk. Then it must be this brat. Arrest him already. But come to think of it, that old wretch is still as cunning as ever. Hearing this, Akimichi Torifu was slightly taken aback. Of course, he understood Tsunade's meaning. She had probably guessed that yesterday's incident was orchestrated by Danzo. As for the reason for his pause, a thought suddenly struck him. Yamanaka Tion had died suddenly, and Tiangong was undoubtedly the prime suspect. But was there a possibility that the real killer of Yamanaka Tion was not Tiangong after all? After all, that old friend of his was the kind of man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Moreover, Tiangong had not left his house the entire night, even if he could have used a shadow clone in advance. Could a single shadow clone really have killed an elder silently within the compound of the Yamanaka clan, a clan renowned for its sensory jutsu? After a moment of deliberation, Akimichi Torifu turned his gaze to Tiangong. You brat, did you really do it? Tiangong chuckled wryly. He spread his hands and said in a frivolous tone, who knows about things like this? If you suspect me, then go find evidence that I made a move. But after all, he was just a minor character. What does it matter whether he lives or dies? Hearing this, old master Torifu fell silent again. Judging by Tiangong's demeanor, he was almost 90% certain that Tiangong was the one who had done it. At the very least, Tiangong was the mastermind behind Yamanaka Tion's death. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. After the meal, Tsunade took Shizun to the casino. Shien went back to the bedroom to change clothes, and Akimichi Torifu turned his gaze to Tiangong. After they exchanged glances for a moment, the old man suddenly said, after all, the one who died was an old elder of the Yamanaka clan. I'd better go and take a look. Old Master Torifu had now thought it through clearly. Whether Yamanaka Tion had been killed by Tiangong was not what mattered. What mattered was the impact that his death would bring. He had to rush to the scene now. If it was Danzo's doing, then Danzo definitely had a backup plan to pin everything on Tiangong. If it was Tiangong's doing, even if he left no trail, someone would help him leave clues. He needed to go to the scene now, and in the process check whether there really were any clues linked to Tiangong. With Tsunade in the village, he was not worried about Tiangong's safety. But no matter what, he did not want to see his grandson become a missing nin or meet some other unfortunate end. Just as he reached the door, the old man suddenly turned around. He tilted his head and said, this is the last time. Inoshikicho is a single unit, and you are part of it. Tisk, old man, it's just a minor character's death. Is it really worth making such a fuss? Besides, the next time you feed me empty promises, can you at least make them the kind I like to eat? Hearing this, Akimichi Torifu gave Tiangong a long, deep look, then turned and left. After adopting Tiangong, the old man's initial thought had been only to make sure that his disciple would not die with lingering regrets. However, from the moment Tiangong began to reveal his talents, the old man started to have different ideas. He wanted to pave the way for Tiangong and make him truly integrate into Inoshikicho. If Tiangong could grow up, by then he would inevitably hold a high position in Konoha, and Inoshikicho would become his strongest backing. The two would complement each other. Yet Tiangong's growth rate had clearly surpassed his imagination, and the stupidity of that bastard Yamanaka Tion was also beyond his expectations. He did not believe that Tiangong could fail to see the tricks behind last night's incident. But so what? In the current Inoshikicho, apart from himself, the old man, there was almost no one who could match Tiangong in sheer strength. Tiangong's growth was too fast. He had not forged enough bonds with Inoshikicho. In other words, if one day the old man was gone, Tiangong and Inoshikicho might be allies, even partners, but they could never truly be one of their own. On the way to the Yamanaka clan's compound, old Master Torifu felt a little melancholy. As the former head of the Akimichi clan, he should have been delighted that the three clans had gained a powerful ally. But he was also a grandfather. Of course, he was gratified by his grandson's growth, yet as an elder with rich life experience, he knew all too well how hard it was to be left without any support. At Tiangong's home, Shien had already changed her clothes while Tiangong had put on a brand new black overcoat with a quiver hanging at his waist. Sitting in her wheelchair, Shien said hesitantly, Tiangong, are we really going hunting? Tiangong took down the large bough hanging on the wall and raised an eyebrow. Why not? Don't you want to go? But didn't the Hokage say that after the new year you're supposed to report to the police force? Pushing Shien toward the mountain behind the village, Tiangong said casually, whatever. That guy Azuma is also going to the police force today. There's no hurry for me to report until he's settled in. In fact, Tiangong had already contacted Azuma. After the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the police force had been reshuffled and was now jointly run by the major clans and civilian ninja. However, although that was the stated arrangement, in reality, those with real power were still ninja from the noble clans. The civilians at best could only be beasts of burden doing the dirty and tiring work. The position of police force captain held considerable weight in Konoha, representing true high-ranking leadership within the village. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful jonin, only the clan heads of the major families were qualified to assume this role. But after power had been divided, the position of police force captain no longer held enough appeal. Even if one could fully control the police force, the Uchiha clan served as a cautionary tale. As things stood, those capable of taking the captaincy didn't want it, and those who wanted it lacked the ability. So the police force introduced a new policy. Acting captains rotated among the powerful jonin and the heads of the major clans. But the acting captain was merely a figurehead. The real authority had already been fragmented. Since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the police force's operational capability had declined significantly. The old village chief had likely said something to Azuma. Judging by Azuma's attitude at the Heavenly Palace, the man was clearly gearing up for a major overhaul. Tiangong speculated that once Azuma reorganized the police force, he would probably hand the position over to someone else favored by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Azuma, the old village chief would likely have him lead squads as a mentor, placing heirs of several major clans under his charge as students. That way, once Hiruzen retired or passed, Azuma might not become Hokage, but the Sarutobi clan would not decline, though they certainly wouldn't remain as prosperous as they were now. Honestly, Tiangong believed the decline of the Sarutobi clan was inevitable. The reason was simple. They possessed no Kekkei Genkai of their own. Across 1,000 years of shinobi history, countless clans had risen to prominence, yet those who ultimately stood at the center of the stage were always the bloodline clans. Among these clans, the Uchiha Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Kagaya stood strongest. Though they experienced decline, these clans always had the chance to rise again. Although the Senju and Uzumaki had no Kekkei Genkai of their own, Tiangong, as a descendant of the Uzumaki, understood exactly how terrifying the physical talents of these two clans truly were. In fact, Tiangong felt that if the era of hidden villages had never begun, great clans like the Kagaya, Uchiha, and Uzumaki could hardly have been wiped out. The village era had only begun some 50 years ago, yet already 3 of the mightiest clans of the Warring States period had been destroyed. The Senju had retreated into the shadows, and the only one still presentable was a big sister, whose hemophobia no one knew about. As for the Hyuga, they were nominally Konoha's greatest clan. In reality, talented members of the branch family were branded with the caged bird seal, while the main family itself was trapped within the cage. It was difficult for the Hyuga to produce a master capable of rivaling the 5 Kage. Still, as a tool, their Byakugan was quite useful. At least Tiangong had never beaten Hyuga at fishing. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Tiangong suddenly had an idea. Since he was going to serve as a squad leader in the police force, could he recruit Hyuga into his team? Speaking of which, that guy once said he planned to take the Tokubetsu Jonin exam. Tiangong wondered if he would pass. All day Tiangong was neither summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi for a chat, nor visited by any Umbu. It seemed those people had found no trace of him. Otherwise, the old bastards led by Danzo would certainly have come to challenge him. That said, Tiangong had never actually offended Danzo, but that old fiend despised equally every powerful ninja who did not belong to Root. In truth, Tiangong found him rather pitiful, like a rat lurking in a dark corner, scheming against this one and that one all day long. Already half buried in the grave, yet still refusing to rest. According to Old Man Phone, that fellow had once competed with Old Man Sarutobi for the position of Hokage, only to lose to Hiruzen Sarutobi in every regard. In the evening, a small canopy was set up in the Tiangong family courtyard. Tiangong grilled meat outside, while a group of people feasted inside. From time to time, Tsunade's voice drifted to his ears. "Is it ready yet? Can't you hurry up, you bastard? I'm starving to death. Were you born a turtle?" Voices of that sort rang out. Tiangong took a gloomy sip of wine. Though inwardly he grumbled about the foolish woman being lazy, gluttonous, and wasteful, he answered aloud. "Almost done, almost done. Ino, hurry to the wine cellar and bring Lady Tsunade another jar. Naruto, take this plate of meat inside." As for why Tiangong didn't use a shadow clone to do the grilling, mainly because the slap he'd received that morning had been too harsh. Tsunade felt humiliated and refused to let Shizen treat her. So now she could only sit with half her buttock on the chair. Although Tiangong had promised to give her an allowance every day, she still viewed him with great displeasure. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Every day Tsunade gambled away the allowance Tiangong gave her, and every night she demanded fine wine and good food from him. Through the long-term nourishment of his blood energy, Yugogo's body had fully recovered, yet the development of ice release made no progress. Had Tiangong not sealed it with his blood energy, the chakra within her body might well have dispersed on its own. As for Tiangong, he had already joined the police force. Azuma treated him fairly well. The police building even had an office for him. Moreover, the work he was assigned was quite leisurely, and Azuma had given him the special privilege of forming his own squad. One day, Tiangong, Azuma, Kakashi, and Guy were playing mahjong at Azuma's place. Azuma casually asked, "Say, Tiangong, how's your squad formation going?" Tossing out a tile, Tiangong replied with an indifferent air, "These days I've been busy with food, drink, and fun. I'll think about forming the squad later." Hearing this, Azuma said helplessly, You need to get moving. There's a group of mysterious people in the western part of the Land of Fire. I wanted to send you there, but your squad only has you right now, so the deputy captain in charge of external affairs snatched the mission away. Huh, aren't you the captain? Why can't you just keep the mission for a few days? No can do. Honestly, all the external authority is in his hands now. He doesn't want to share power, so he insisted on personally leading the team. So what you're saying is, you form your squad as soon as possible. If he fails, you go complete the mission. Then I'll have an excuse to take some of the authority back from him. And what if he succeeds? If he succeeds, I can still assign you other missions to raise your squad's rank quickly, so you stop loafing around the village all day. Tiangong clicked his tongue in disdain and said mockingly, why bother with all that trouble? I'll just kill them all. At that, Azuma couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead. Come on, they're Jonin, important combat power of Konoha. Even if they were Genin, they'd still be our comrades. How can you talk about killing them so easily? TCH, so wishy-washy. Useless. Listening to their exchange, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. So you've joined the police force, huh? By the way, haven't you even graduated from the ninja academy yet? At this, Tiangong spread his hands. Can't help it. The old village chief insisted I join, and he also demands I attend classes at the academy whenever I have time, or he won't let me graduate. That old man is truly infuriating. Upon hearing that, the corner of Asuma's mouth twitched. Hey, you're still bad-mouthing my old man right in front of me. Have you no manners? Oh, sorry. I forgot you're the crown prince. You? Just then, Guy let out a somewhat regretful sigh. Lord Hokage said he'd make me a Jonin instructor this year. Honestly, I was planning to have Tiangong join my squad. Kakashi took a sip of tea and said helplessly, what are you thinking? It's just leading rookies. How could Lord Hokage assign 2 of the top Jonin combat forces to something like that? That was right. In Kakashi's eyes, Tiangong and Guy were both top-tier combat strength among Jonin, even though Tiangong currently wasn't a Jonin or even a ninja. But at present, other than the Hokage and 2 of the Sannin, no one in Konoha would dare claim they could cut off Raza's arm and still walk away without trouble. At that, Guy scratched the back of his head. Don't say that. Every trainee ninja at the Ninja Academy is the future of Konoha. By the way, Kakashi, I remember Lord Hokage already assigned you as a team leader last year, didn't he? A trace of remembrance flickered in Kakashi's eyes, and then his tone turned cold yet exceptionally firm. At least where I'm concerned, anyone who doesn't treasure their comrades isn't allowed to become a ninja. I won't accept that kind of student either. Hearing that, Guy guessed that Kakashi was probably thinking of a comrade from the past, so he clapped him on the shoulder. Haha, Kakashi, so you'll still be a team leader this year, right? Then let's make it a contest, whose students turn out better, and have a duel between real men. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're a genius the students you lead will definitely. Guy was still rambling on when Kakashi shot him a sideways glance. Were you just peeking at my tiles? At that, Guy's smile suddenly froze. He protested a little guiltily. Kakashi, what on earth are you talking about? How could I possibly do something like that? Just then, Tiangong flipped over his tiles and grinned. Yo-ho, self-draw. Sorry everyone, Big 4 wins. Seeing Tiangong's hand, the others helplessly took out explosive tags and handed them over while Guy pounded his thigh in agony. Damn it. Kakashi was just about to discard that tile. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Guy, you're getting more shameless by the day. Ahem, Kakashi, I was just watching you play a tile. I hadn't even played yet. Catching sight of the thick stack of explosive tags in Tiangong's hand, Asuma clutched the last few he had left and couldn't help complaining. Hey, can't you have a little tact? I'm your direct superior now, and yet you show me no mercy at all. Seeing how few explosive tags Asuma had left, Tiangong pulled out a small stack and held it out to him. Asuma's face lit up. He was just about to take them when Tiangong said, in peacetime at market price, 300 Ryo each. Screw you. I'm not buying from you. Tisk TSK. That's all you've got. Forget it, I'll lend them to you. Halfway through the sentence, he caught sight of a graceful figure walking through the wind and snow toward the courtyard. Tiangong hurriedly stood up and waved at the others. Ha ha, see you later everyone. Let's play another day. This man has to get home for dinner. Kakashi clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back, a trace of wistfulness in his voice. I really envy you guys. Tomorrow I have an escort mission. I probably won't be back for at least a week. Guy nodded. That sounds rough. I've actually been on leave these past few days. By the way, Kakashi, what's your win-loss count? Hefting the explosive tags in his hand, Kakashi yawned. I lost 53 today. Hearing this, Guy couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, I lost 90. I win this duel, Kakashi. Kakashi shot Guy a look of disgust. Idiot. If we're talking about losing, the one who lost fewer is the winner. How is that possible? Damn it. Just then, Kurenai came over carrying several cups of freshly brewed black tea. Looking at the group, she asked in confusion, Where's Yugao's little brother? Asuma gestured with his chin toward the window. That kid won and ran off. Setting the black tea down on the mahjong table, Kurenai instinctively glanced outside, and saw Tiangong draping a wolf fur coat over Yugao. Out in the wind and snow, he was still bare-chested himself, yet he held Yugao's small hand in his to warm her. Kurenai blinked her pretty eyes and lightly bit a fingernail. Say, these two aren't actually dating, are they? Hearing that the others couldn't help looking out the window. Seeing Tiangong with his arm around Yugao's shoulder, Guy's lips moved a few times before he said dryly, "Aren't they brother and sister? That kind of thing isn't allowed, is it?" With a glance at his friend, Kakashi instantly knew what explosive thoughts were running through that single-celled organism's head. Taking a sip of tea, he explained slowly, "I do know a bit about them. Even though they're siblings, the real relationship is that their fathers were good friends. After both sets of parents died, the two grew very close, relying on each other just like real siblings." As for why Kakashi knew this, it was mainly because Yugao had been his subordinate in the Umbu, and he always made a point of learning about his subordinates. Kurenai unconsciously tapped her fingers together and said excitedly, "So then they really might get together." She and Yugao were good friends. Even after Yugao was discharged from the hospital, she often went to visit her. After observing them these past few days, honestly, she was quite shipping this sibling pair. Just as Kurenai was wondering whether her close friend would be happy if the two really did get together, Azuma suddenly sneered. "Don't even think about it. That kid visits brothels, gambles, and drinks heavily. How could Yuzuki Yugao ever take a liking to him?" "Huh, no way. How do you know that anyway?" "Because of course back in the fire capital the two of us went drinking together, and he told me." Azuma was still rambling on carelessly, but halfway through he suddenly felt something was off. Turning his head, he met his girlfriend's expressionless face and couldn't help swallowing. The next second a surge of killing intent flooded the whole game room, and every hair on Azuma's body stood on end. Kakashi let out an awkward laugh. It's late. I have a mission tomorrow, so I'll head back first." Seeing Kakashi head for the door, Guy quickly followed. "I'm on leave, but there are still some drills I haven't finished, so let's catch up another day, Azuma." Watching the two retreating figures, Azuma's eyes grew more and more desperate. He looked at Kurenai, his tone tinged with pleading. "Honey, will you listen to my explanation?" Kurenai yanked the curtains shut, slid off her outer garment, and revealed the battle dress she had changed into that morning. "Will you choose to kneel on the mahjong table all night, or have both body and soul immersed in my jinjutsu?" "Darling." Gazing at the sheer suggestive gauze garment, Ashima felt heat spread through her body. But recalling the madness of the past few days, and the scene that morning when Tiangong had caught her mid-pee with a split stream, she swallowed hard and said hesitantly, I choose to kneel." Seeing Kurenai's expression turn icy, Ashima hastily changed her words, I am willing to kneel on the mahjong table and let both my body and soul sink into your illusion." The next day, Tiangong was about to go to the Hyuga clan compound to find Hyuga Yuru and ask whether the man would be willing to become his underling. A knock came at the door. When Tiangong opened it, he saw that it was actually Old Man Iron. Tiangong paused, then smiled. "Yo, Old Man Iron, I told the people who went to receive you that you didn't need to hurry." "Oh right. How do you like the forge I found for you?" Old Man Iron hurriedly handed Tiangong a wooden box and said in a respectful tone, "Lord Tiangong, the forge is excellent and very spacious. The reason I hurried to Konoha is because Shadow Cutter has already been forged. This old man felt it would be best to deliver it to your hands as soon as possible." Hearing this, Tiangong couldn't help but laugh. "You old rascal, come inside first. Let me admire your craftsmanship while you sample some of the fine wine I've collected." Seeing that the old man was about to say something, Tiangong pulled him straight inside, then opened the wine cellar door and let him pick out a jar himself. After sending a shadow clone to buy some dishes to go with the wine, Tiangong shook out his arms, and a long blade radiating a sharp, fierce aura appeared in his hand. Blowing the wood shavings away, Tiangong finally scrutinized his new weapon. The blade was light black, and its appearance was not much different from Tiger Cutter. Both adopted the silhouette of an extended Tang saber. Presumably Old Man Iron hadn't known what kind of weapon he was used to, so he had used Tiger Cutter as the template. When the long blade was drawn, Tiangong's eyes fell first on the scabbard. Examining the mysterious patterns on it, he raised an eyebrow and asked Old Man Iron, who had just walked out of the wine cellar, "Is this also a ninja tool?" At that, Old Man Iron couldn't help but smile. Setting the wine jar aside, he began to explain to Tiangong. "Lord Tiangong, the main material of Shadow Cutter was obtained by breaking down the twin sword Hiramakiri and the Thunderblade Kiba. But in order to greatly increase Shadow Cutter's toughness, I only kept Hiramakiri's ability to absorb chakra and then release chakra/waves. But after forging Shadow Cutter, there was still material left from Hiramakiri and Kiba, so I combined it with other materials to forge the scabbard. Although the scabbard has no attacking ability, it can store chakra. When you are not fighting, you merely need to pour chakra into the scabbard. When you activate the chakra within it, the chakra you stored will cling to the blade. This not only lets you save chakra during battle, but also allows you to release it all in a single slash, forming a powerful killing move." Tiangong's eyes grew brighter as he listened. He understood what Old Man Iron meant. It was basically storing chakra in advance, then using it as his own chakra in battle. Or at a critical moment, he could quickly unleash a powerful ultimate move with no recovery delay. As for the power of that ultimate move, it would rely entirely on how much chakra the scabbard could store. But no matter how much it could hold, Tiangong was already satisfied because the long wind-up of his ultimate move had always been one of his weaknesses. With that in mind, Tiangong gripped the scabbard and slowly infused chakra into it. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the scabbard in his hand in slight astonishment. He had already poured half of his chakra into it, and yet the scabbard was still able to absorb more. After all, Tiangong's chakra reserves were hardly small, especially after he had consumed several blood peaches and his life force had been further enhanced. Although he was still slightly inferior to a tailed beast, Hyuga Yoru had once said that apart from that brat called the Demon Fox, he had yet to encounter anyone in Konoha with more chakra than Tiangong. That included the Akimichi clan, who could convert fat into chakra, and it also included the Hokage and Big Sister. After all, Big Sister was no ordinary person. She was the first Hokage's own granddaughter, carrying both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines within her. What's more, she practiced the In Seal, which could store chakra, and even her chakra reserves were inferior to Tiangong's. From this one could infer just how enormous Tiangong's chakra reserves were now. And yet this scabbard had absorbed half of his chakra without being full. That showed how extraordinary the scabbard was, and how terrifying its power could be when unleashed in battle. Just as Tiangong was about to channel chakra again to test the scabbard's limits, the shadow clone walked in carrying several plates of appetizers. Setting the dishes on the table, the shadow clone said the other dishes will take a bit longer. The shopkeeper said they'll be delivered later. Hearing this, Tiangong set Shadow Cutter aside and waved Old Man Iron over. Come, try some of Konoha's fine wine. Let me tell you, I stole this from my old man. Early in the morning, Tsunade had taken Shizen out to gamble, while Yugao had gone shopping with Kurenai. Only Tiangong remained at home. It should have been a little lonely, but with Old Man Iron showing up and no one else to disturb them, the two drank together joyfully. By evening, Tsunade, Yugao, and the others had all come home. Seeing the house full of beautiful women, Old Man Iron was astonished by Tiangong's romantic conquests, but he also knew it was time for him to leave. Seeing Tiangong about to pour more wine, Old Man Iron hastily stopped him. After a hiccup, he begged for mercy. No more, Lord Tiangong. The wine is excellent, but this old man has reached his limit. Let's stop here today and drink again another time. At the doorstep, Tiangong saw Old Man Iron off. As if suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, Old Man Iron, since this scabbard is also a ninja tool, what is its name? Scratching his head, Old Man Iron said with a puzzled look, I really didn't think about that. Please, Lord Tiangong granted a name. Hearing this, Tiangong drew Shadow Cutter. Looking at the vast chakra clinging to the blade, he said thoughtfully, since they were originally one entity and the chakra stored in the scabbard can only be used by the blade, let's just call them both Shadow Cutter. Excellent. May Lord Tiangong with this blade, Shadow Cutter, live up to its name in the days to come. After Old Man Iron left, Tiangong watched the darkening sky as the alcohol went to his head. He directly activated the chakra stored in the scabbard and sent a great flame cleaving toward the heavens. A blade of light bearing terrifying fire-natured chakra bloomed above Konoha. In the next instant, it seemed the entire village had been illuminated. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been watching a certain scene through his crystal ball, was scared limp on the spot, in all the ways that mattered. He almost thought Konoha was under attack. After taking a look through the crystal ball, the old man cursed, that damned brat. Drinking during work hours was bad enough, but now he's throwing a drunken fit. Early the next morning, Tiangong sat dejectedly on the sofa. Looking at the empty house, he couldn't help but sigh. Today something very bad had happened. His big girl had moved back to her own place, and the reason was simple. She said she had almost fully recovered. In truth, Tiangong knew the real reason was that he had drunk too much last night and done something rotten while half-conscious, making the big girl angry. Still, the bedsheet was clean this morning, and the big girl walked quite naturally, so even if things had gotten out of hand, the final step probably hadn't happened. At that thought, Tiangong felt both relief and a hint of regret. After breakfast, Tiangong was about to head for the Hyuga clan grounds when he saw two tall figures walking down the street toward his home. He waved and called out, "Yo, quite free today, aren't you, Uncle Choza?" Indeed, one of those two figures was Akimichi Choza, the father of Akimichi Choji, one of Konoha's future 12 rookies. As for the other, Tiangong did not recognize him. When he came closer, Akimichi Choza was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Tiangong, I came here for you this time." Noticing that the man did not state the specific reason, face-to-face, Tiangong assumed it was something important and quickly invited the two inside. Handing tea to the two of them, Tiangong smiled and said, "Uncle Choza, we're not outsiders. If you have something to say, just say it." Pointing at the young man beside him who looked somewhat uneasy, Akimichi Choza said, This is my junior Tiangong. I heard from Uncle Torifu that you're currently serving in the police force and forming your own squad. I want him to join your squad. Hearing this, Tiangong finally looked the young man standing beside Akimichi Choza over carefully. He had a build similar to Choza's and was even a bit taller than Tiangong, standing close to 2 meters tall by the look of it. His face looked to be around 20-something years old, yet there was a kind of childishness on it that did not belong to such an age. Closing his eyes for a moment, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. The blood chi fluctuation emanating from the young man was nothing special to him, but it was definitely enough to rank within the Akimichi clan. At the very least, among the Akimichi clan ninja he had encountered apart from the old master and Akimichi Choza, it seemed that very few had stronger blood chi fluctuations than this young man. Although the Akimichi clan was a secret technique family, most of its members focused on taijutsu, so it was one of the few clans whose general strength Tiangong could estimate simply from their blood chi fluctuations. Taking a sip of tea, Tiangong felt puzzled. Why would a guy like this make Akimichi Choza come personally to find him? By all rights, with strength like that, he would be an important figure in any squad. After thinking it over, Tiangong voiced his confusion. Akimichi Choza gave a bitter smile, then slowly explained. His name is Akimichi Ryumuro, the son of my late elder brother. He was very talented and was once trained by me as the next successor of the Akimichi clan. Back then, even Lord Danzo personally came to the Akimichi clan and wanted Ryumuro to develop en route. But Uncle Torifu happened to be present at the time, so it was declined. About 3 years ago, around the time you left the village to travel, Ryumuro and his teammates were attacked during a mission. Several of his subordinates died on the spot, leaving only Ryumuro for them to torture for information. Fortunately, a returning Jonin squad happened to rescue Ryumuro. But when the enemies were torturing him, they seemed to have used some drug with severe side effects. As a result, Ryumuro's reactions became slower, his intelligence regressed to that of a 12 or 13-year-old, and his mental energy deteriorated to the point where he had almost no resistance to Jinjutsu. After listening to Akimichi Choza's account, Tiangong clicked his tongue and could not help remarking, "Tisk, a prodigy of his generation has fallen just like that. By the way, it couldn't be that old bastard who sent someone to do this, could it?" Hearing this, Akimichi Choza fell silent. He did not refute it. After all, there was no telling what sort of unscrupulous thing that person might do. After a moment, seeing that Tiangong had not agreed, Choza also knew that his request was hard for others to accept. Hesitating briefly, he thumped his head against the table and said sincerely, "Tiangong, becoming a ninja useful to the village was the final hope my brother had for Ryumuro. But letting him casually join some team really leaves me unsettled. I don't want my brother's bloodline to end. If you're willing." Just as Choza was about to offer benefits, young Ryumuro hugged him, tears streaming from his eyes, his voice choked with sobs. Uncle, I won't join the police force and I won't be a ninja anymore. No, I can still carry out the village's other missions. Please don't do this, Uncle." "Shut up, Ryumuro. You think I don't know what you're thinking? As your elder, Before Akimichi Choza could say anything, Tiangong directly helped him up. With a wry smile, Tiangong said helplessly, "Uncle Choza, you're too emotional. I was just thinking that big sister is in the village. Maybe she has some way to treat him." Hearing this, Akimichi Choza abruptly looked at Tiangong and said excitedly, "Tiangong, are you saying that Lady Tsunade is now in Konoha?" As he spoke, he hesitated again. "But the people in the medical department said Ryumuro's side effects are irreversible." Tiangong waved his hand and said disdainfully, "They are just a bunch of mediocre doctors. How can they be compared with Big Sister? At the very least, a conclusion can only be made after Big Sister takes a look." At these words, Akimichi Choza's eyes lit up, and even Akimichi Ryumuro beside him clenched his fists. Although his intelligence was now only at the level of a 12 or 13-year-old after falling from a brilliant genius to a good-for-nothing, how could he be willing to accept it? Then Akimichi Choza continued, "Tiangong, no matter whether Ryumuro's condition can still be treated as long as you agree to let him join your squad, the Akimichi clan. No, I personally will bear all of your squad's future ninja tool expenses, including explosive tags and soldier pills. And from now on, your squad will eat free at any Akimichi barbecue restaurant. I will also give you every." Tiangong waved his hand and said helplessly, "You're too kind, Uncle Choza. This kid may have some bad points, but in my eyes he is still a fine piece of jade. Him joining my squad is naturally no problem. As for the ninja tools and the money you promised me each year, there's no need. But the free barbecue restaurant can be kept. Though to be honest, I've never paid for it since I was a child anyway." Ha ha. Hearing this, Akimichi Choza could not help smiling knowingly. Tiangong really had never paid for barbecue. After all, Uncle Torifu treated him like his own grandson. The Akimichi clan was simple and kind. Many Akimichi members who knew Tiangong almost treated him as one of their own. As for why the other Akimichi members had to pay for barbecue, it was simply because Tiangong was thick-skinned enough. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Tsunade walked in while cursing and grumbling. "Damn it. I didn't expect that guy's luck to be that good. It's all Tiangong's fault for being too stingy. If he had given me another 100,000 Rio, I would have made him lose so much he couldn't even afford underwear. Shizun following behind said nothing. In her view this was already the norm. It was perfectly normal for Lady Tsunade to gamble away all her money. It was only when she gambled with Tiangong that she might win a few rounds. At this point Tsunade continued, Shizun, why didn't you withdraw the money from the bank? Shizun helplessly replied, Lady Tsunade, your credit in Konoha is too poor. You've already been blacklisted by the bank. Then just transform into that brat Tiangong's appearance to borrow. Before she could finish, Tsunade's voice grew quieter. She felt awkward because the people in front of her were all looking at her with strange expressions. Although Akimichi Choza knew Tsunade and knew that she had a good relationship with Tiangong, he had not expected the legendary Lady Tsunade to be like this. As for Tiangong, he wished he could give Tsunade a few hard slaps. Tiangong was in a foul mood, for this silly woman was eating his food, drinking his wine, and living in his house. She was already over 50 and still asking for spending money. But that wasn't enough. This spendthrift woman was even thinking of using his identity to take out a loan. Tiangong even suspected she was planning to hire a John. Slamming his palm on the table, Tiangong remembered he still needed Tsunade to treat his man. Suppressing his anger, he watched as Tsunade returned and said, perfect timing. Help me heal someone. Tsunade arched her brows without hesitation and said, 1 million Rio. Tiangong's face turned completely black and he pointed at Tsunade. You damn woman, act like a human being. In the next moment, Tsunade instantly appeared beside Tiangong and grabbed him by the throat, pinning him against the wall. Are you trying to boss me around, kid? Hearing Tsunade's cruel tone, Tiangong truly couldn't hold back anymore. He made a silent vow that within these 2 days he would find an opportunity to give this woman a taste of her own medicine and teach her a lesson. Letting go of Tsunade's hand, Tiangong waved it off. Just leave. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was utterly confused. Where am I supposed to go? Go wherever you please, Tiangong said in a calm tone. I can no longer afford to support you. You drink at least 1 jar of fine wine daily, demand meat at every meal, and as soon as you wake up you gamble, and lose every single day. Hearing this, Tsunade grew anxious. Although she had been planning a million Rio escape from Tiangong recently, she still relied on him for her livelihood in Konoha. Tsunade threw her arms around Tiangong from behind, pleading in a sugary voice. No, I won't fight you for wine anymore, and I won't gamble either. Wait, no, I'll still gamble. Watching her act so shamelessly made Akimichi Choza speechless. So, Lady Tsunade had no sense of dignity at all, and yet, she was strangely cute. Feeling the surprising firmness behind him, Tiangong, though thoroughly enjoying himself, feigned calmness and pointed to Akimichi Marui. This is my new subordinate. He has some health issues. Heal him. Upon hearing this, Tsunade leaned close to Tiangong's ear and whispered softly, then, how about 200,000 Rio? Sensing Tiangong was about to explode again, Tsunade quickly added, not every illness can be cured with Myorenju. Herbs and equipment cost money. When we rushed back earlier, neither Shizun nor I had time to pack. How about this? You give me 10,000 Rio first, and I'll win the rest at the casino. Although Tsunade phrased it so delicately, Tiangong was genuinely touched. She was actually willing to gamble rather than simply refuse him. Tiangong was truly impressed. However, he was genuinely running short on funds himself. After a moment's thought, he cast his gaze toward Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza immediately understood and bowed deeply. Lady Tsunade, all expenses during Lord Ryamaru's treatment will be borne by the Akimichi clan. Furthermore, I will personally pay you the reward for an S-rank mission. Tiangong asking her for a favor was one thing, and Tsunade had no intention of refusing. But hearing that there was money to be made, her interest was piqued. Meanwhile, Tiangong hurriedly stepped out of the house. He truly couldn't bear the sight of Tsunade anymore. Her body was incredible, but he couldn't strike her or scold her. He was genuinely fed up. Hyuga compound, Hyuga Yuru's residence. Watching Tiangong sprawl casually on the sofa with his legs crossed, Hyuga Yuru teased, oh, isn't this the newly promoted squad leader of the police force? What wind has blown such an important figure to our humble door? Taking a sip of the wine Hyuga Yuru had poured for him, Tiangong said, Ashima told me I can form my own squad. You seem rather idle these days. Why not come work for me? Hyuga Yuru pointed to the jonin vest hanging on the coat rack. Are you joking? I'm a special jonin now. A single mission earns me tens of thousands of Rio, and you want me to be your subordinate. Sighing just as Tiangong was wondering how to persuade him, Hyuga Yuru spoke up. But then again, we've been brothers for a long time, and I can't simply refuse you. How about this? If you bring Inuzuka Hana, that girl from our cohort, into the squad, I'll join you. Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong was somewhat surprised. Wait, you've got your eyes on her. Hearing this, Hyuga Yuru didn't deny it. Looking a bit embarrassed, he admitted, I'm not young anymore. It's time to settle down. I think she's quite nice. I see. But she's a talented daughter of the Inuzuka clan, while you're only a branch family member. And she's no slouch herself. If she were to marry into your family, would there really be no main family demands or absurd situations? Rolling his eyes, Hyuga was exasperated. Come on, the main family may be strange, but they're not that twisted, right? Tisk, then it's not very interesting. What exactly are you regretting, you bastard? Hearing the complaint, Tiangong cleared his throat twice and said, well, the Hyuga to maintain pure bloodlines haven't you always been engaging in? Cough cough, I guess you know what I mean. At this, Hyuga truly lost it. No, what? No, my big toe. Sure, bloodline is important, but it only forbids women from marrying out. Men taking a wife from another clan, or even matrilocal marriage, are perfectly fine. I see. Pausing for a moment, Tiangong asked curiously, but what if a certain big shot, or even the Hokage himself, fell in love with a woman from your family? What then? Shrugging, Hyuga said casually, what else could we do? Swallow our pride and accept it. The main family members only act tough with people like us. When they meet someone truly formidable, they cower like grandsons. But such a thing will never happen. Even if the Hyuga clan cannot be offended, the other clans wouldn't allow it either. Smiling, Tiangong nodded. That's true. If I ever become Hokage, my first order will be to have the main family remove that cursed seal from all of you. Never mind that. Waving his hand dismissively, Hyuga exuded the aura of a salted fish. He pointed to the caged bird seal on his forehead. Do you know why I keep this thing exposed? To look cool, eh? Cool, my big toe. The only purpose of this thing is to make anyone thinking about gouging out my eyes give it up. Tisk, you're quite perceptive. Outside Hyuga house, watching Tiangong linger without leaving, Hyuga picked his nose and said, aren't you going? What, waiting for me to treat you to lunch? Scratching his head, Tiangong mused. I have a feeling I forgot something important. Hyuga urged him, you should figure out how to bring Inuzuka Hana into the squad sooner rather than later. To be honest, I'd quite like to experience what it's like to join the police force. I remember those red-eyed brats back in the day acting so high and mighty. Tisk, all of them ended up dead. Looks like one is still alive. I remember he's the younger brother of that clan massacring Uchiha. Probably kept around just to harvest his eyes. Who knows? They were all a bunch of psychos. Better they all died. It's quieter that way. Pity about Uchiha Izumi though. We actually got along quite well. I bet the second Hokage is laughing his head off down there. I haven't heard much about that one. Walking out together, the two chatted casually. Suddenly Tiangong stopped and turned around. I remember the most important thing I came here for. Lend me 1,000,000 Ryo. I'm running broke. No. Get lost. Finally, under Huangong's relentless pestering, Hinata coughed up 50,000 Ryo. He also understood that if he didn't pay, this bastard would truly refuse to leave his house. Inuzuka residence. Huangong scratched Kiba's head, a trace of emotion in his tone. Time flies so fast. You're only a year younger than me, yet your son is already this big. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana's face darkened as she was brewing tea. Even Inuzuka Kiba shot Huangong a look of utter disbelief. Inuzuka Hana, who was usually even-tempered, lost her temper on the spot and splashed a cup of hot tea in Huangong's face. You blind bastard, this is my younger brother. Inuzuka Kiba stomped hard on Huangong's toes before darting away. Wiping the tea leaves from his face, Huangong clicked his tongue. Tisk, Hana, your tea brewing skills aren't great either. Next time I come, just serve me alcohol. As he spoke, Huangong patted the gourd at his waist, and a bag of decent spirit fruits appeared in his hand. Here, a gift for you. They taste pretty good. Seeing Inuzuka Hana refuse to take it, Huangong laughed. What, afraid I'd poison you? Hana huffed, you damn idiot, you're capable of anything. Accepting Huangong's goodwill, Inuzuka Hana wasn't too angry. They had been teammates once, and she knew Huangong well enough. When it came to friends, he was reliable. But sometimes he really spoke without thinking. Once their squad received a mission from a noble who claimed his wife and daughter had been kidnapped by bandits. This guy actually mocked the noble as a cuckold on the spot, angering him so much that he chose another squad instead. Though afterward it was said the mother and daughter had indeed fought off several attackers, and the noble paid less as a result. Watching Huangong amusing himself with several large dogs, Inuzuka Hana said, Hey, what are you doing here? You didn't come just to pet the dogs, did you? Hearing this, Huangong sat up and looked at Inuzuka Hana with sincerity. Hana, I'm developing my career in the police force. How about joining my squad? I don't wanna. Upon hearing the refusal, Huangong grew anxious. Before he could say anything, Inuzuka Hana spoke up. I only quit the police force a few months ago. I just didn't want you to miss the police force, so I invited you to come back and see. Hearing this, Inuzuka Hana calmly replied. Moreover, my previous position was squad leader of a level 2 team. Your current squad is only level 3. If I join, I'd have to start from the bottom as an ordinary police force member. Scratching the back of his head, Huangong looked troubled. That's a problem. I was hoping that after pushing Ashima out, I could become the squadron commander. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana retorted immediately. What kind of dream are you dreaming? You're 16 years old and haven't even graduated from the ninja academy. How could you possibly become the head of the police force? Hearing this, Huangong muttered in rebuttal. I'll be 17 after the new year, and I'm definitely graduating from the Ninja Academy this year. Just then the door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Inuzuka Utsum walked in holding a fishing rod in one hand, and a wild boar slung over her shoulder. Wah, little Hana. Although I caught nothing today, I actually found a wild boar in the forest. Huh. Tossing the wild boar into the yard, Inuzuka Utsum also noticed Huangong and laughed loudly. Oh, it's Huangong. A while back my daughter and I even attended his funeral. Huh. Huangong's mouth twitched. Senior Utsum, actually there's no need to mention such things so much. After chatting with this straightforward senior for a while, Inuzuka Utsum suddenly said, Huangong, did you come here to play with little Hana today? Hearing this, Huangong grabbed the fruit he had previously given to Inuzuka Hana and handed it to Inuzuka Utsum. Scratching his head, he smiled. Actually, I mainly came to visit you today, and I also wanted to ask if Hana would be willing to join my squad. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana nearby almost rolled her eyes to the sky. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Utsum patted Huangong on the shoulder and laughed. Haha, what's there to ask? I'll agree on her behalf. Hearing this, Huangong's face lit up with joy while Inuzuka Hana anxiously said, Mom, Huangong's squad is the police force. Before her daughter could finish, Inuzuka Utsum interrupted immediately. So what if it's the police force? It's quite relaxed anyway. You have plenty of time to tend to these dogs. Seeing her daughter about to say something else, Inuzuka Utsum directly patted her shoulder. You silly girl, young people should be with young people to have a future. Anyway, go report to the police force tomorrow. With Inuzuka Hana's decision to join the police force settled, Huangong, fearing further complications, declined Inuzuka Utsum's invitation to have lunch together and left early. After Huangong left, Inuzuka Hana complained, Mom, why are you like this? Hearing this, Inuzuka Utsum looked at her daughter, fell silent for a moment, and then said, Little Hana Dongshin, Huangong is a fine young man. Mom hopes you'll spend more time with him. Watching her mother walk toward the kitchen, Inuzuka Hana stamped her foot in frustration. She couldn't possibly not understand her mother's intention. She just wanted her to date Huangong. Huangong was indeed powerful now, but he really wasn't her type. She preferred gentle, clean-cut boys. Although Huangong wasn't dark-skinned and was quite handsome, he was simply too wild for her taste. Wearing the police force uniform, Huangong strolled around the streets for a while before heading to an izakaya for drinks. As evening fell and Huangong returned home, he found his senior lounging on the sofa picking at her skin with restless fingers. An empty sake jug and several half-eaten dishes sat on the coffee table before her. Her half-naked form came into view, and after more than a month without female companionship, Huangong nearly suffered a nosebleed right there on the spot. How could anyone resist such a sight? Hastening forward, Huangong scooped Tsunade into his arms and wrapped her in his coat. Glancing at the coffee table, his lips twitched. Damn it, how did this foolish woman find that liquor? Carrying Tsunade upstairs, though his body burned with desire from what he'd just witnessed, his mind remained remarkably clear. He was grateful no one had come to his home today. Otherwise, if he'd lost control and harmed Tsunade, that tigress in a rage would definitely kill both him and whoever had provoked her, especially since the liquor had come from him. Tossing Tsunade onto the bed, a soft warmth suddenly pressed against his back from behind. Turning around, he saw Tsunade had slipped out of his coat, her body now fully exposed. Huangong was momentarily stunned. This was truly too much to bear. He pinned Tsunade to the bed, desire overwhelming him. Just as the foreplay reached its peak, and they were about to cross the final threshold, Huangong suddenly snapped back to reality. He slapped himself twice, quickly pulled on his pants, and stumbled out of bed. He had nearly made a grave mistake. Gasping for breath and seeing Tsunade still provoking him, Huangong seized her smooth golden hair and without a second thought delivered dozens of slaps. After dozens of heavy slaps, not only was Tsunade knocked unconscious, but her sinfully beautiful face had been beaten into a pig's head. Seeing her like that, Tiangong sighed in relief. In a sense, he really had gotten his satisfaction. Using blood chi to expel the medicinal effects from Tsunade's body, Tiangong then dressed her again. Worried that Shizun might notice something when she came back, he simply covered Tsunade completely with the quilt. Half leaning into the sofa, Tiangong let out a breath. He had just come within a hair's breadth of fulfilling Jiraiya's ultimate dream. Actually, Tiangong wasn't without the nerve. Alright, he really didn't have the nerve. If he truly had gone all the way with Tsunade, only two possibilities would have awaited him. If he was unlucky, Tsunade would probably kill him outright. If he was lucky, he would marry her. Death was certainly not something Tiangong wanted. Though he didn't think Tsunade was capable of killing him after so many years of affection and her saving his lifetime, and again, she was no different from family in his heart. As for marrying Tsunade, well, she was indeed top tier. Her figure and face matched his tastes, or rather the tastes of the vast majority of men. But bringing home a 50-something gambling, hard-drinking, foul-tempered woman who was already used goods, Tiangong really couldn't accept it. As for pulling up his pants and refusing to take responsibility, forget it. After all, she was the most formidable medical ninja in the shinobi world. Even though she had hemophobia, how could she possibly fail to notice if someone had gone all the way with her? And if she ended up knocked up, that would be an even bigger headache. With looks like hers, spending money would easily find someone comparable. Tiangong might be bold, but he wouldn't risk such a disreputable affair. The next day, Tiangong was eating breakfast. Shizun had come back very late the night before after partying with friends. Presumably, she couldn't hold her liquor as she still hadn't woken up. He glanced at Tsunade, who was examining herself in the mirror. Though his heart was guilty, he pretended to be calm and said, "Aren't you coming to eat? The porridge is going to get cold." Tsunade walked over, picked up Tiangong's hand, and pressed it against her face. She said, "Tiangong, my face is so hot. It's red and it hurts a little." Hearing this, Tiangong rejoiced inwardly. Dozens of slaps. No wonder my hand went numb, and no wonder your face hurts. Good thing I hit evenly last night, or you'd definitely be able to tell. Draining the last mouthful of porridge, Tiangong rose and pressed his forehead against Tsunade's. After a moment's thought, he said gravely, "Your forehead temperature is normal. It doesn't seem to be a cold or fever." Then he speculated, "The wine you drank last night came from the cellar outside, right? They're all good wines, but some of them aren't ready to drink yet, and they use quite a few medicinal herbs. They probably caused a reaction. Still, it shouldn't be anything serious." "I see." Tsunade ladled herself a bowl of porridge and sat down beside him. She said thoughtfully, "But this really doesn't look like an allergic reaction. It's as if I was beaten. How strange." Tiangong's expression froze for a second, then he pretended not to care. "Who knows? As long as you're fine, that's what matters." Tsunade nodded and said, "True. All right. I was drinking on the sofa last night, wasn't I?" Draping the military police overcoat over his shoulders, Tiangong replied, "Oh, when I got back last night you were dead drunk, so I carried you upstairs." "Thanks. But how come my panties are on inside out?" "That's impossible. Last night." Last. Halfway through, Tiangong slowly turned his head and met Tsunade's gaze. The next instant the air was dead silent. The moment he tried to bolt, Tsunade, already prepared, grabbed him and pinned him down. Straddling his waist, she seized his head and pounded it into the floor. While sobbing and shouting, she cried, "You bastard, what exactly did you do to me?" Tiangong's head was intimately acquainted with the floor, and blood was flowing from his forehead. Knowing about Tsunade's hemophobia, he didn't turn around. Unconsciously recalling a manga he had seen recently, Tiangong imitated that tough guy's expression. Nothing happened. An hour later, Tiangong was wrapped in bandages all over, sitting in the wheelchair that Yugao had used before. Shizun was treating him by his side, while Tsunade sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. After the first beating, Tiangong saw that Tsunade was crying. In the end, his heart softened, and he confessed everything about last night. He regretted the confession immediately, because Tsunade then beat him 3 more times. The first time was because of the wine, as she blamed him for not warning her in advance. The second time was because he had almost slept with Tsunade, and the third was for the dozens of slaps he had delivered across her face. At first, Tsunade felt humiliated that Tiangong hadn't been tempted by her, and she wanted to beat him again. But he was already clearly breathing out more than he was breathing in. In the end, she had some conscience left, and gave him a chance to arrange his final affairs. Fortunately, the noise woke Shizun upstairs, which allowed Tiangong to be rescued just as he was about to breathe his last. At that moment, Shizun, who had been applying medical ninjutsu, slowly stopped. She said gently, "Tiangong, open your eyes. You can try to speak now." Hearing this, Tiangong opened his eyes. Seeing how close to total destruction his home was, he unleashed a string of colorful profanity at Tsunade. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and moved as if to hit him again, but Shizun hastily stopped her. "No, Lady Tsunade. If you hit him again, Tiangong really will die." "Humph. Then I'll spare his life and wait until he recovers to beat him again." Actually, Tsunade hadn't really intended to act. During the previous beating, the only time she'd gone hard was when she suspected Tiangong had taken advantage of her. But after Tiangong explained everything, she had examined her own body and confirmed he wasn't lying. Since Shizun hadn't come downstairs at that point, no one had given her a graceful way out, so she kept beating him. Still, although she was beating him with Tiangong already in that state, she didn't dare to strike hard. She deliberately made a racket, hoping to lure Shizun downstairs. Seeing Tsunade's contemptuous expression, Tiangong genuinely cried. "Why? This woman spends my money, eats my meat, sleeps in my bed, drinks my wine, trashes my house, and beats me." The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt. Enduring the pain, he rolled the wheelchair toward the door a little at a time. He didn't want to stay in this home for even one more second. But as he passed Tsunade and saw that she still wore that contemptuous look, he finally lost control and spat a bloody wad of saliva in her face. In return, Tsunade kicked both him and the wheelchair flying. When he reached Yugao's place, Yugao was still angry that he had gotten handsy with her the other night, but seeing her little rascal of a brother in such a miserable state, she couldn't bear to drive him out. After holding his big girl and pouring out his grievances all night, Tiangong adjusted his body with blood chi and mostly recovered. In truth, aside from the berserk punch Tsunade had thrown when she thought he had taken advantage of her, all his other injuries were superficial. That punch had only jarred his internal organs, not a single bone cracked. He would heal in no time. Sitting on Yugao's bed, Tiangong sank into thought. His body's defensive power was indeed far superior to that of 99% of the shinobi world's ninja. But compared with the body-refining martial artist in his memory, there was still a considerable gap. Although he had tempered his body with blood chi before his strength, then had been far inferior to what it was now, every hunt for a powerful beast had been a life-or-death battle for him. Thus his cultivation path had always been focused on enriching his blood chi further, hoping to reach the stage of drawing spiritual energy into the body as early as possible, whereupon he could temper his body with the energy of heaven and earth and make up for the shortcomings of blood chi cultivation. Now, however, Tiangong suddenly wondered if that were the case. After drawing spiritual energy into his body, could blood chi still be used to temper the flesh? And by skipping this step, would he be compromising his future path? With this in mind, Tiangong made up his mind. He was not short of items to replenish his blood chi, and the pace of his blood chi cultivation had indeed slowed considerably compared with when he first started. Then he might as well use blood chi to temper his body first. No matter what happened later, at least his current combat strength would genuinely improve. 2 more weeks passed, and the ice release chakra within Yugao's body had finally dispersed despite Tiangong's constant efforts to sustain it with blood chi. But that, after all, was merely a means to slow its dispersal. If it had been sealed, Yugao would not have been able to sense it at all. Fortunately, Yugao had already grown familiar with that ice release chakra. Though she still could not wield ice release ninjutsu on her own without relying on Snow Country's limit, her chances of developing ice release in the future were undoubtedly far higher than before. Tsunade still had not left Konoha, and Tiangong found her a headache, so he had been staying at his sister's home all along. Unfortunately, once Yugao saw that his injuries had more or less healed, she refused to let Tiangong hold her while they slept. No matter how pitifully he acted, he was still banished to the sofa. In the bedroom of Yugao's home, Tiangong walked out bare-chested, faint streaks of blood-red light shimmering across his skin, a clear sign that he had just tempered his body with fresh blood chi. Over those 2 weeks, apart from occasionally leading his squad on a few patrols around the village, he had spent nearly all his remaining time, aside from drinking and sleeping, tempering his body. When his blood chi ran low, he recovered with the blood peaches, and Tiangong discovered that these blood peaches were even more extraordinary than he had imagined. During those days, he had never actively cultivated blood chi. He merely refined the dozen-odd blood peaches seized from Zedong Island, and yet the total amount of his blood chi had swelled to nearly twice what it had been before. Tiangong could sense that his blood chi cultivation had advanced from the middle of the mid-stage to the beginning of the late stage. Yet blood chi cultivation was different from chakra. Chakra placed far more emphasis on how one developed it, because total chakra reserves were largely innate. No matter how hard one trained afterward, it was difficult to surpass that limit. Perhaps because the two systems had existed for vastly different lengths of time, blood chi cultivation focused more on multifaceted development. But the goal was always the same: to break through to higher levels and ultimately to transcend. Compared with the martial artists in his past life memories, whether in lifespan, purpose of existence, or standing in the world, ninja were actually closer to ordinary people wielding extraordinary means, and in the end they still had to bow to power. In the world of his past life, it was almost unheard of for a powerful martial artist to submit to an ordinary person. It was not that martial artists refused to obey orders, rather those who commanded martial artists were usually martial artists of even greater strength or figures with formidable backing, or at the very least individuals with extraordinary qualities. Influenced by those past life memories, Tiangong had always found it absurd that ninja were expected to help the daimyo secure their rule and submit to the nobles. In his view, once an individual's combat power reached a certain height, all power and resources should rest with the strongest. If anyone refused to comply, they should be slain. Tiangong raised the wine gourd, took a sip of the freshly brewed blood wine, and smacked his lips. Just as he had thought, his blood wine had the most kick. The spatial gourd had been refined anew, though its appearance was much the same as before. 9 peach pits were now inlaid upon its surface. Those peach pits had also been refined by Tiangong. After they were set into the gourd, its toughness greatly increased. Moreover, when Tiangong activated it, it could be used as a weapon to attack and kill enemies. Tiangong considered this a fulfillment of the promise he had made to the gourd back in the Land of Wind, even though the ultimate beneficiary was still himself. Just as Tiangong pushed open the door of Yugao's home, and was about to go find Hyuga and Asuma for a card game, Ino and Xiao Lei unexpectedly came looking for him. As for why those 2 little ones were together, it was because when Tiangong had repaired the gourd earlier, he had taken out 2 blood peaches and fed them to Xiao Shui. The blood peach's medicinal power was too potent. Xiao Shui had swallowed 2 at once and immediately fallen into a deep slumber. Since Xiao Lei was still a cub, Tiangong did not dare let it eat a blood peach. With Xiao Shui asleep and his own need to temper his body, he simply asked the Yamanaka family to help look after them. Seeing that Ino and Xiao Lei got along wonderfully, Tiangong simply made Xiao Lei Ino's ninja beast. The Yamanaka were a clan of secret arts. Orthodox Yamanaka ninja could play a pivotal role whether carrying out missions or on the battlefield. It had to be said, however, that in battle they relied too heavily on the Nara and Akimichi clans. Though the three clans united could create an effect greater than the sum of their parts, when fighting alone the Yamanaka were actually the weakest of the three. So having Xiao Lei, a ninja beast with promising potential, accompany Ino as she grew was something both the Yamanaka couple and Tiangong were more than willing to accept. The little girl grabbed hold of Tiangong's leg and put on a pitiful expression. Brother, school starts in 2 days. Tiangong rubbed Xiao Lei's head and said with a smile, if school is starting, then go to school. Your big brother has no right to let you skip it. But you promised to take me to the fire capital to have fun. We even pinky swore. Hearing his little sister mutter softly, Tiangong suddenly remembered. Yes, that had really happened. After returning to the village, he had been busy taking care of Yugao and then tempering his body, so the matter had slipped his mind. Unwilling to leave his sister with the impression that he took promises lightly, Tiangong took little Ino to the Yamanaka house. Although the little girl was already 11, leaving the village was still a serious matter. At the very least, they had to obtain Aunt Rino and Uncle Inoichi's consent. Xiao Shui was still in deep slumber, so Tiangong had no choice but to leave the reluctant Xiao Lei at the Yamanaka house. The brother and sister then walked toward the village gate. Since Tiangong was now a member of the police force, he merely needed to send a shadow clone to Azuma to ask for leave. Before the shadow clone dispersed, however, Azuma showed him a few photographs. The very group that had nearly killed the deputy captain of the police force. That was right. The deputy captain who had previously led 2 squads out of the village to hunt down enemies had been taken down. The casualties were heavy and the deputy captain was still lying in the hospital. Azuma's purpose in showing him those photos was not to send him after that group, but to report their whereabouts to Konoha as soon as possible if he encountered them. The deputy captain of the police force possessed Jonin-level combat ability. Though he was not a master among Jonin, he had been leading 2 elite squads at the time. Not only had he failed to capture that group, but his forces had suffered heavy losses, which showed just how formidable the enemy was. At the village gate, Ino suddenly gasped, "Wow, it's Sasuke. So cool, so cool." Tiangong glanced in the direction Ino was staring and saw a brat who looked somewhat smug but vaguely familiar. He curled his lips, scoffing, "A mere brat. How could he possibly be more handsome than me?" At that, Ino put her hands on her hips and huffed, "Sasuke is the most handsome. He's 100 times, no 10,000 times, more handsome than you." Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong sneered. "Fine, then go to the land of fire by yourself. I'm not taking you." Hearing this, little Ino snorted, turned around, and stomped off on her short legs while Tiangong stayed put, watching her with a smile. When she was almost at the village entrance and saw that Tiangong really hadn't followed, the little girl ran back, hugged his leg, and begged, "Brother, let's go together, okay? Please." Pinching her pitiful little face, Tiangong raised an eyebrow and said, "Then say it, Tiangong of the Eastern Divine is the most handsome man in Konoha." After hesitating for a moment, little Ino glanced around and, not spotting Sasuke, whispered, "Brother Tiangong is the most handsome in Konoha." At the same time, she thought to herself, "But Sasuke is the most handsome in the land of fire. No, the entire shinobi world." On the way to the land of fire, Tiangong kept thinking about that child from earlier. He hadn't recognized him at first, but after seeing the iconic fan pattern, he understood. That Itachi guy is really something else. TSK. That kid's pitiful, but honestly, if we're talking about being twisted, his old man takes the cake. Tiangong had also heard that Itachi had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But at that time, Itachi was only 13. The essence of every jutsu in the shinobi world is chakra, and Tiangong truly refused to believe that the proud head of the Uchiha clan couldn't even put up a fight before being killed by his own son. Based on the intel he had gotten from the old man, Tiangong suspected that Fugako Uchiha most likely hadn't resisted at all. As for the reason, probably that ridiculous sense of honor. Tiangong, however, felt that ever since the Uchiha were defeated by the Senju clan, there was no such thing as honor left for them. Even though the Uchiha were nominally one of the 2 families that founded Konoha, they had never produced a single Hokage. They really didn't have much prestige. Even if their clan kept producing geniuses in every era, there was always someone even stronger who overshadowed them. Take the 2 at the Valley of the End, for example, or the Third Hokage and Uchiha Kagami from the old man's era, or the Fourth Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku. Even Uchiha Itachi, back in the academy days, Tiangong had given him a beating. But he'd heard that guy had awakened the legendary eyes of the Uchiha, so Tiangong figured he probably couldn't take him on now. Come to think of it, there was one exception among the Uchiha. That big-nosed guy may be called Shursui or something. But he rose fast and fell even faster. At night, since Ino's school would start again in 2 days and time was tight, Tiangong wrapped her up in his coat and carried the little girl as they traveled. Tiangong kept circulating his blood energy, radiating warmth from his body, so even at night the little girl didn't feel cold at all. She slept soundly in his arms, even drooling on him. The next morning, the moment Ino opened her eyes, they had already arrived at the Land of Fire. After breakfast, the siblings headed to the bustling market. On the way, they happened to run into Yukifuma. When that girl saw Tiangong, she was exceptionally enthusiastic, almost intimate even. Yukifuma got along especially well with Ino. With her around, Tiangong had much less to worry about. He just had to follow behind them and carry their things. Although the Land of Fire looked bustling and prosperous, it was actually quite inferior to Konoha. The strongest combat force in the entire capital was just those active 12 Guardian Ninja. Moreover, more than half of the 12 Guardian Ninja were always stationed by the daimyo's side. In addition, a guard unit sent by Konoha consisting entirely of Chunin was rotated to protect the daimyo. It seemed that the assassination of the Land of Water's daimyo a few years ago had genuinely scared this stupid daimyo half to death. But even so, Tiangong thought that if he actually wanted to kill this fool, it wouldn't be all that difficult. After all, assassination and protection were not on the same level of difficulty. The protector was always the one at a disadvantage. At the very least, Tiangong felt that a few of his big moves, or dropping a few hundred explosive tags from above, would turn not only the foolish daimyo, but even those 12 Guardian Ninja into dust. As for why no one had done such a thing, it was mainly because under the one country, one village system, even killing the daimyo wouldn't significantly affect a nation's military power. And why was Tiangong studying how to kill the daimyo? Wasn't it only natural for incompetent rulers with no talent, but plenty of ambition to be taken out? In the evening, nearly half the space in Tiangong's gourd was filled with clothes and snacks the two girls had bought, along with some jewelry they thought looked nice. If he hadn't sent a shadow clone to raid a noble merchant convoy along the way, he wouldn't have been able to play the big spender today. It was originally agreed that after strolling through the streets they'd head to the Fire Poetry District, but with Tiangong as their bag carrier, the two women shopped endlessly without any sign of stopping. Even though they had fed him multiple times after following them around all day, Tiangong still felt tired, hungry, sleepy, and in dire need of a drink. Actually, all he got fed was the little snacks they couldn't finish. If Tiangong hadn't protested repeatedly, they probably wouldn't have stopped until the middle of the night. Marveling at how terrifying women were when shopping, he decided to go to a nearby restaurant for a good meal. But Yukifuma strongly insisted on eating the fish hot pot he had taken her to last time. Tiangong had no choice. Even though he found it troublesome, this little girl Ino was actually taking someone else's side. Unfortunately, the ice house he had built last time had already been destroyed by someone, and Tiangong didn't bother to build another one since the temperature had started to rise. An ice house also carried a certain risk of collapsing, and as long as he circulated his blood energy, Ino and Yukifuma wouldn't feel cold anyway. They caught some fish and shrimp, and though they were cooked in the most ordinary way, the two girls enjoyed them greatly. Tiangong, however, found it rather bland. After all, during his 3 years outside the village, this was mostly how he had gotten by. But as long as he had alcohol, he wasn't particular about what he ate. Just as he took a bite of the grilled shrimp Yuki offered him, Tiangong's expression suddenly changed. He sensed several waves of blood energy, far stronger than ordinary people's, approaching them. Seeing Tiangong's expression change, Yukifuma felt uneasy, thinking he had tasted the burnt part of the shrimp. She whispered, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Tiangong didn't answer, only staring in a certain direction. Then 6 figures slowly emerged from the forest. The burly man in the lead laughed wildly. "Ha, looks like we've been spotted, brothers." Hearing that, a short man in the group said helplessly, "Boss, you're the one who deliberately walked toward the firelight, aren't you? But since we're spotted, there's nothing else to do." As he spoke, he slowly drew a kunai, his expression turning bloodthirsty. Just as he was about to strike, a gentle-looking young man stopped him. Licking his kunai, the short man grinned. "Don't worry, Takeo, I'll leave the women for you." Hearing this, the young man named Takeo shook his head and said seriously, "Kotaro, this one is not someone you can handle alone." At those words, the group grew alert instantly. After all, Takeo was the brains of their team. If he said so, then the man before them was definitely no simple opponent. The burly man's eyes narrowed. "Takeo, what did you notice?" Takeo then pulled a small booklet from his ninja tool pouch. "He's Tiangong of the Eastern Divine from Konoha, the man who severed the Kazakage's arm. There's a 2 million ryo bounty on his head in the black market." The individuals across the way recognized Tiangong, who naturally recognized them as well. This group was precisely the band Asuma had mentioned, those intent on delivering intelligence back to Mai. With a distinguished record of crippling a deputy captain of the police force and dispatching 2 elite squads, he never expected fate to actually cross paths with him. Sensing hostile intentions from the opposition, the 2 girls instinctively inched closer to Tiangong, who subtly signaled to Ino without drawing attention. Running a hand through his hair, Tiangong offered a casual greeting. "TCH, I didn't realize I was worth this much. Honestly, since we're all just out enjoying ourselves, could we pretend we've never seen each other?" Though the opposing group appeared somewhat formidable, Tiangong harbored no fear. His only dilemma was that Ino and Fenghua Xiaoxue stood by his side. Should combat erupt, he would be unable to unleash his full strength and would inherently possess two critical vulnerabilities. If the enemy focused their attacks solely on the two girls, he could not guarantee their safety. At that moment, a man named Jinfu leaned into the rugged leader's ear and whispered, "Boss geniuses like him are invariably arrogant. The sole reason he refuses to clash with us is that the two women beside him are completely defenseless, and he clearly values their safety above all else." Upon hearing this, the rugged man nodded. "I am aware. We have already confirmed that object is nearby, so under no circumstances can we allow this man to relay our whereabouts back to Mai." Hearing these words, the remaining members also prepared for battle. What awaited them would likely be a grueling fight. After all, the youth before them was a ruthless figure capable of severing the Kazakage's arm. Meanwhile, observing that Ino still refused to flee, with Fenghua Xiaoxue, Tiangong could only sigh and press his fingers to his temple. It seemed this girl hadn't taken her academy training seriously either. He had clearly sent a signal. Just now, the girl must have failed to understand. Vowing internally to report this to Aunt Liao once they returned to the village, Tiangong murmured, "Ino Shuohui, you must run straight for the capital of fire." Upon hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately grasped the hem of Tiangong's robe. "Heixing, how could we possibly leave you behind here alone?" Ino's voice trembled with urgency as she added, "Brother, I have already mastered our clan's secret jutsu. I can fight alongside you." Expanding his perception to its maximum, he confirmed no hidden spiritual fluctuations lurked beyond the opposing group. A faint smile graced his lips. "They are merely lowly lackeys. Your older brother can handle them alone. Your current mission is to protect your sister Shuohui." At that moment, the rugged brute drew the long blade at his waist, a vicious grin spreading across his face. "Tiangong, Mai's eastern god. I imagine you care deeply for the two girls at your side." His lips curled further. "Surrender yourself, and not only will we lay no hands on them, but you shall keep your life as well. Of course, this presupposes you pose absolutely no threat to us." Hearing these words, Tiangong fell silent. He struggled to fathom what manner of deranged mindset allowed someone to utter such nonsense. He had intended to retort, but after holding it in for a while, only a single phrase escaped his lips: "Are you serious?" Upon hearing this, the brute's eyes flared with delight. If this young upstart actually complies, he thought darkly, I will make certain to. He masked his lewd intentions behind a show of boisterous magnanimity. "Naturally. As long as you surrender, I shall keep my word." Continuing his sentence, he produced a small vial. "Just hand over this." However, waving dismissively toward the two girls, Tiangong rested his hand upon the hilt of Jianing. He truly had no desire to listen to the man's delusional wishes any longer. Truthfully, the fact that they had managed to cripple a Mai Jonin accompanied by two elite squads indicated their strength was no joke. Yet Tiangong found it difficult not to question whether their leader suffered from some form of mental affliction. Channeling two streams of spiritual energy into them, and noticing Fenghua Xiaoxue hesitating to leave, Tiangong waved his hand. A gentle yet forceful kinetic wave instantly propelled both girls 10 meters away. "Hurry and vanish," he urged softly. "It is going to become quite gruesome here shortly. To spare you from having nightmares, I won't let you watch." At the critical juncture, Ino's reflexes proved swift. Discerning the gravity in her brother's tone, she seized Fenghua Xiaoxue's arm and sprinted toward the capital of fire. Under no circumstances could she afford to become a burden to her brother Tiangong now. "Do not let those two women escape." The brute waved his arm sharply, then tightened his grip on his long blade and swung it viciously toward Tiangong. His strategy was to pin the youth down first, awaiting his subordinates' capture of the woman and child. Should Tiangong refuse to surrender afterward, he would order them to be tortured to death right before his eyes. In a fit of enraged fury, the Mai genius might very well reveal an opening. Tiangong drew Jianing and struck back. The instant their blades collided, a muffled groan escaped the brute, who was forced to retreat several paces. Pumping spiritual energy into his gourd, which caused the embedded peach pits upon its surface to glow in unison, Tiangong leaped backward. He then hurled the rapidly enlarging vessel toward his opponent. Suspended in the air, Tiangong's hands flew through a sequence of seals. Activating the Shadow Clone Jutsu, 3 identical afterimages materialized around him upon landing. One shadow clone intercepted the ambush launched by the diminutive ninja, while the other 2 gave chase toward Ino and Fenghua Xiaoxue. In a battle where numbers heavily favored the enemy, expending so much chakra at once was hardly advisable. However, given Tiangong's monumental reserves, splitting even half of it would yield negligible consequences. Furthermore, it served as a safeguard should Ino and the others encounter further perils on their return to the capital of fire, or if he failed to eliminate all 6 combatants himself. The clones were a prudent contingency. Having shrugged off the gourd suppression, the brute stood revealed. With a gesture, Tiangong beckoned, and the vessel swiftly returned to his waist. Observing that the gourd's surface bore not a single scratch, Tiangong nodded in satisfaction. As expected, his refinement process had made it considerably more resilient than its former self. Tiangong surged forward once more against the rugged brute. Amidst the whirling blades, the man was relentlessly pushed back, forced into a defensive retreat. Indeed, Tiangong's swordsmanship was not superior to the brute's. Yet absolute power conquers all technique. No matter how exquisite the man's blade work, he could gain no advantage whatsoever against overwhelming strength. Suddenly a kunai pierced through the air and squarely at Tiangong's back. Having driven the brute backward, Tiangong spun on his heel and delivered a swift counterstrike. The attacker frantically attempted to parry, but the kunai was severed in an instant and a crimson gash opened across his arm. Had he not retreated in time, he would undoubtedly be dead on the spot. The rugged leader barked urgently, "Jianfu, do not engage him at close range. This guy's taijutsu is frightfully potent." Jianfu nodded, casting a glance at the wound on his arm. Truly a master who has clashed with a Kage, he murmured inwardly. Though young, his combat experience is profound. A single moment of carelessness could cost him his head. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his companions, the brute exclaimed with excitement. It is not just this man. That blade is no ordinary weapon either. After clashing with Duan Shui for so long, it remains completely unscathed. It seems even if we fail to locate that object, we have still gained something valuable. Hearing this, Jianfu murmured softly, "A weapon on par with Duan Shui. It truly ought to belong to our clan." Upon catching those words, Tiangong narrowed his eyes. These 2 were clearly being suppressed by him, and the remaining 4 were similarly held at bay by his shadow clones. Despite their disadvantageous position, these individuals acted as though victory were already assured, even harboring designs on his Jianing. Are all these men utterly devoid of sense? No, they must absolutely possess some powerful trump card. Something so formidable that they believe they can clash with me and even emerge victorious. With this thought, a cloak of chakra slowly emerged around Tiangong's body. Since they might still be concealing some lethal trump card, he would unleash his full power and swiftly eliminate these 2. Tiangong remained inwardly wary. In the earlier exchange, those 2 did not feel strong to him, and although the other 4 had suffered no casualties so far, they had not gained the upper hand against his shadow clones either. These men likely consisted of 1 Jonin, 1 Tokubetsu Jonin, and 4 Chunin of upper-tier strength. If this was all they had, Tiangong found it hard to believe they could have defeated the vice-captain of the military police force. After all, that vice-captain had led 2 elite squads with a lineup no worse than theirs, and possibly even stronger. Yet the final fact was that they had won without a single casualty. If a Konoha squad had not suddenly arrived to reinforce them, the Konoha side might have been completely wiped out. Many thoughts flashed through Tiangong's mind as he charged in. With the chakra activation mode unleashed, that burly man was utterly no match for him. If not for the fact that the shadow clones holding back the other 4 had been dispelled after using up their chakra, leaving Tiangong surrounded by all 6, the burly man would probably have been dead. Even so, Tiangong was still the one on top. A single flame slash sent the big man flying, and Tiangong was just about to finish off the Chunin nearest to him. Feeling the accumulated water rising past his calves, Tiangong abruptly realized that from the very start of the battle, these men had been using water release all along. But how could the accumulated water be only this much? In this season, the ground should not be absorbing water this quickly. Sensing something wrong, Tiangong wanted to reposition temporarily. The big man who had just been knocked flying sneered, then formed hand seals. So this guy noticed, but it's already enough. Use that jutsu now. Hearing this, the others adjusted their positions slightly. At the same time, all 6 formed hand seals and shouted water release, hexagram water formation. The next instant, the water level here suddenly surged, then rapidly spread outward, forming a hexagram-shaped water prison that enclosed Tiangong. He slashed at the water wall and felt the resistance coming from it. Tiangong's brows knitted. To compress water to this degree is indeed an impressive trick. So, this is your trump card. The big man burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Konoha fool, our techniques are far from just this. Boys, great water bullet barrage. Hearing this, the others thrust their hands into the water wall all at once. Then water bullets 4 or 5 meters in diameter came slamming at Tiangong from every direction. Dodging and blocking the incoming water bullets, Tiangong mused inwardly. Each bullet was far more powerful than the water release techniques they had used before. But these bullets were not fired all at the same time. Therefore, this water formation could not only trap him, it could even rapidly gather chakra into one person. After a while, Tiangong's brows drew together. Under such sustained high-intensity attacks, he realized these fellows showed not the slightest sign of exhaustion. A startling conjecture took shape in Tiangong's mind. This water formation not only amplified chakra, it also absorbed the chakra expended within it and fed it back to them. Resting his hand on the scabbard, Tiangong thought to himself, any jutsu should have a weakness, and this one's greatest weakness should be an attack from outside. But right now he was alone, so that option was completely impossible. He would have to wait until chakra amassed in one of them. The instant that person unleashed a ninjutsu might be the weakest moment of the water formation. However, after breaking the formation, if these fellows were not struck by backlash, it would be very difficult for him to keep them all from getting away. So he had to seize a chance to execute the big man. He was the only one here who could hold his ground against Tiangong even briefly, and only by killing him could Tiangong annihilate every single one of them with certainty. Seeing that they still had not taken down Tiangong, these men were clearly growing anxious. Dodging another water arrow, Tiangong edged imperceptibly toward the big man. He mused inwardly that this jutsu absolutely had some other weakness he had yet to discover, but he had no interest in probing it. If these men still had other lethal tricks, he might not lose outright, but injury was quite possible. At that moment, Jianfu, the closest to the big man, made several hand signals to him. The big man seemed conflicted at first, then his eyes hardened. He thrust the long blade at his waist into the water formation. At the same time, the other 5 formed hand seals in unison, and all shouted hexagram water formation condense. A massive amount of water-natured chakra rapidly poured into the long blade in the big man's hand. Infused with water-natured chakra compressed to the limit, the ninja sword began to glow with wisps of blue light. Even the big man's face looked strained. Baring blood-stained white teeth, he roared with laughter. Foolish Konoha ninja to die under the strongest secret art of the Duanshwili clan, you should be proud. Hearing this, Tiangong narrowed his eyes. The Duanshwili clan. He had heard Old Master mention it. Even in the Warring States period, it had been a powerful ninja clan. But when the era of hidden villages arrived, they did not join any village. Decades ago, around the time the first Hokage had just died, this clan, resentful of the one country, one village policy, had even attempted to assassinate the second Hokage. The assassination failed, but it occurred precisely at the onset of the First Shinobi World War, and Konoha had no time to wipe out the entire clan. At that moment, the ninja sword in the big man's hand seemed to reach some sort of critical point. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ninja sword, then swung it out in a slash, while roaring Duanshwili. A secret art, a heavy water, 1,000 layers. The next second, a slash wave with water-natured chakra compressed to the extreme came cutting toward Tiangong. Sensing the terrifying chakra fluctuations radiating from it, Tiangong's pupils shrank. This jutsu was absolutely a terrifying attack, comparable to a tailed beast ball. Damn it, he couldn't dodge it. An icy chill enveloped his whole body. Tiangong sheathed the long blade, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and rested his hand on the scabbard. Just as the slash was about to land, his eyes snapped open, and the slashing shadow in his hand lashed out wildly. Fire release, Flame King. The 3 layers of chakra stored in the scabbard together with his own were unleashed in a single slash. Had it not been for the absence of some form of power to reinforce it, it might have been even stronger than the slash he had used when fighting that fierce tiger in the past. A blue slash wave and a red slash wave, both compressed to the limit, clashed in midair. Though Tiangong's slash was stronger, fire release was countered by water release. Tiangong could also unleash water release or earth release slashes, but those two natures were ultimately not what he excelled in. For Tiangong, it was enough to block that single strike. If he performed poorly at the crucial moment because he used a technique he was not proficient in and then took that blow head-on, he really might end up defeated. Water and fire collided, and a dense fog blanketed the area where Tiangong stood. Among the group, one man knelt on one knee, panting. Huff, that was quite a scare. I didn't expect that guy to have such a terrifying killing move hidden up his sleeve. But he should be dead by now, shouldn't he? Tengu caught his breath, then sneered. This is hardly surprising. He is indeed a master who severed the Kazekage's arm, yet he was foolish enough to use fire style to counter Jusue Senju. Hearing this, Kotaro nearby burst into laughter. Haha, being so close to the eruption point of that water mist and steam, I reckon he's already well cooked by now. No, wait, probably putrefied. At this moment, the burly man sheathed his long sword and waved his hand. Very well, lads, it's time to collect our spoils. Let us make for Hugh no Miyako as soon as possible and eliminate those 2 women. Now is not the time to reveal our whereabouts. Hey, to speak of eliminating my most beloved sister right in front of me. You have no regard for me at all, do you? At this moment, a playful voice suddenly rang out. The group all turned their gazes toward the source, and the next instant a figure slowly emerged from the thick fog. The burly man cried out in terror, Ho! How is this possible? In that terrifying jutsu clash with you at the center, you somehow survived. Tengu tossed aside his tattered coat, revealing his lean upper body, and smiled. Indeed, I did survive. What a pity. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly cold. By the way, can't you be a bit more arrogant? Just like when we first met. The moment his words faded, Tengu's figure vanished instantly, leaving a large pit in his place. The next second he appeared behind one man, and with a single grip of his massive hand crushed his skull to pulp. As for why Tengu had not launched a surprise attack from the start, it was simply because he did not consider these people worthy of such an effort. Secondly, he genuinely wanted to savor the look of despair on their faces. If they never even knew who killed them, that would be terribly dull. Tengu's chakra was nearly exhausted, and he had not activated his chakra activation mode. Moreover, he had indeed suffered significant injuries just now. Yet these people were in even worse condition. Each one appeared completely drained, clearly from the techniques they had just employed. While defeating them was hardly effortless for Tengu, he faced little real pressure. Despite the burly man's desperate resistance, he could not overcome Tengu. After all, there was a significant gap in their fundamental combat capabilities. After Tengu had brutally slain two more men, only the burly giant Kotaro and Kinpu remained on the field. Watching his clan members fall before his eyes, people he had trained alongside for years, Kinpu's heart ached with unbearable pain. Yet as he saw Tengu's cat-and-mouse expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted with feigned madness, "Boss Kotaro, and I will hold him off. Go kill those two women. The agony of losing loved ones shouldn't be ours alone to endure." Upon hearing this, the burly man dropped his long sword to the ground and nodded. Then before Tengu's very eyes, he swallowed a black pill. In the next instant, chakra surged wildly throughout his body, veins bulging along his skin, and even his eyes took on a reddish hue. Sprinting toward Hugh no Miyako, the burly man understood clearly this was not about letting the enemy taste the pain of loss. It was about the young clan leader abandoning him. Though he appeared to be the leader of this squad, the true commander had always been Kinpu. Kinpu was the clan leader's favored son whose talent and wisdom far surpassed his own. Though resentment lingered in his heart, it was mixed with no malice. He understood that for the Dansuiryu clan to rise again, Kinpu absolutely had to survive, even if it cost him his life. Moreover, having consumed secret medicines for cultivation and used Yusue Senju so many times each drain on his life force, he had likely already lived far past his time. With a swift slash, Tengu split the frantically attacking Kotaro in two, then turned his blade toward Kinpu of the Dansuiryu, who had retrieved his longsword. To his surprise, the opponent managed to block the strike entirely. Sensing a power completely different from before, Tengu narrowed his eyes. "I see now. So the true leader of this group is actually you." Kinpu calmly set aside his shattered glasses and replied, "And what of it? Do you dare to bet? Let me tell you that brute just consumed a forbidden drug, one that trades lifespan for power." Gazing at the burly man about to vanish from his sight, Tengu fixed a long look upon Kinpu, before responding in an equally measured tone. "To threaten me with the lives of kin, quite bold of you. But believe me, neither you nor your Dansuiryu clan will escape. Not a single soul shall remain alive. Itachi and Tengu keep every promise I make." In the next moment, a crimson aura surrounded Tengu as he pursued the burly man, while Kinpu fled in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, two shadow clones of Tengu guarded Ino, though his primary body was nearly depleted of chakra. He could not risk whether those clones would falter, so he dared not gamble on it. Tengu refused to let a single moment of carelessness haunt him for life, even if the odds were merely 1 in 10,000. Once he caught up with the burly man, Tengu found that despite the forbidden drug enhancing his opponent's combat abilities temporarily, the chakra raging within him was too chaotic and unrestrained. Without his ninja sword, the man could only engage in close-quarters combat. Though both his speed and strength had surged dramatically, and Tengu himself was not at peak condition, hand-to-hand combat remained his domain. Collapsing into a pool of his own blood as consciousness faded, the burly man wondered if Kinpu had escaped. How infuriating. He wouldn't even deserve a name at death's door, not even something as simple as Dansuiryu the Burly. Along the riverbank, Tengu found no trace of Kinpu. Though bitterly disappointed, he had no choice. His current state made further pursuit impossible. After gathering the corpses together, Tengu sealed their severed heads into a storage scroll. Though the true ringleader had fled, Konoha's intelligence identified the burly man as their leader. Delivering these heads back would not only bring him financial reward, but potentially advance his rank as well. Channeling strands of blood aura into the corpses, Tengu formed a hand seal with one hand, and within moments crimson flames began to consume the bodies. Soon after, a blood pearl appeared in Tengu's palm as the corpses were reduced to desiccated husks. With the blood pearl in his possession, anyone bearing the Dansuiryu lineage within a certain range would be unable to evade Tengu's detection. Moreover, as his power intensified or the blood pearl grew larger, the detection range would expand accordingly. This was what gave Tangu the confidence to claim he could eradicate the entire Dansuiryu clan. The origin blood pearl could be extracted from anyone. When derived from those sharing the same lineage, it would greatly enhance blood chi cultivation. This explained why Tangu had not attacked the Taishin clan of Hyu no Miyako since rising to prominence. Though he shared no familial bond with the Hyu no Miyako branch of the Taishin clan, and harbored deep grievances against them. The method was undeniably cruel even by Tengu's twisted standards. Yet the thought of annihilating the entire Hyu no Miyako branch left him feeling a twinge of regret. After all, cruelty was one thing and cultivation resources another. Should his blood chi cultivation ever stagnate indefinitely, then keeping that lineage alive solely for extracting origin blood pearls wouldn't be such a poor strategy. Still, such depraved acts were hardly within Tengu's nature surely. He simply couldn't bring himself to commit such atrocities, could he? Inside an inn in the fire capital, Kazahana Xiaoxue held Iono in her arms while two shadow clones of Tiangong lurked in the shadows. Don't you worry about your brother, little Iono. Clutching her tiny fists, Iono's face was filled with regret and anxiety over not having trained hard enough in the past. But I'm too weak. I can't do anything to help. After a moment of silence, she added, but my brother is really powerful. He's probably made those guys flee in disarray by now. Recalling Tiangong suppressing the 12 Guardian Ninja while severely injured and still battling the giant wolf along with the hat Tiangong, had given her Kazahana Xiaoxue murmured softly, yes, he's so powerful. How could he possibly be defeated by a few petty thieves? After a moment's hesitation, Iono whispered, but those people probably aren't petty thieves. After all, back in the village my brother often called the Hokage an old geezer, though he always ended up getting beaten up by him. Hearing this, Kazahana Xiaoxue paused. Noticing her reaction, Iono quickly added, but Sister Shuehue, don't underestimate my brother. He's the man who cut off the Kazakage's arm, the Kazakage of the Wind Country's Sunagakure. He's incredibly powerful. The two girls chatted away, Iono recounting amusing stories about Tiangong and Konoha while Kazahana Xiaoxue shared her adventures with him in the Land of Rivers. Of course, only Kazahana Xiaoxue considered it an adventure. After all, whether staying in the wilderness or fighting fierce beasts, these were as ordinary to Tiangong as eating and drinking. After a moment's hesitation, Kazahana Xiaoxue asked timidly, by the way, Iono, does your brother have a girlfriend? Tapping her pale chin with her finger, Iono pondered for a moment. My brother traveled far for a long time and only returned to the village in the past few months. I've never heard of him dating any girl. Although Kazahana Xiaoxue didn't want to admit, she seemed to harbor a certain affection for Tiangong. Every night, she found herself recalling their moments together. When she heard that Tiangong had no girlfriend, an inexplicable joy welled up inside her. Just then Iono leaned close to her ear and whispered mischievously, actually, I already know. My brother has always had feelings for Xiang. Hearing this, Kazahana Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, and her mood clearly dimmed. Is that so? The girl he likes must be very outstanding. Iono seemed to notice nothing about her companion's emotional shift, and continued rambling. Of course, Xiang is very pretty. Though she seems aloof, she's actually a gentle older sister. And my dad said she's a powerful kunoichi, who can stand on her own. She even joined the Akatsuki. Halfway through, little Iono suddenly covered her mouth. I shouldn't have said that last part. Sister Shuehue, can you pretend you didn't hear? Seeing the girl's adorable naivety, Kazahana Xiaoxue's slight melancholy vanished, replaced by laughter. She ruffled Iono's head and said warmly, of course. This is a secret between you and me. Sister Shuehue will definitely not tell anyone. But we also promised, little Iono. You can't tell anyone either. Iono nodded, then squinted at Kazahana Xiaoxue. Actually, Sister Shuehue likes my brother, right? Hearing this, Kazahana Xiaoxue puffed out her cheeks. I definitely don't like that guy. He has a terrible temper, he's so rough, he has morning grumpiness, he drinks all the time, and no way would I ever like him. At that moment the door was knocked on, and Tiangong's voice came from outside. Open up, let me see who's been bad-mouthing me. Hearing the voice, Iono hurried to open the door. Upon seeing Tiangong, she threw herself into his arms, her face pitiful. Brother, why did you come back so late? I was so worried about you. Tiangong stood bare-chested. Though he had sensed no abnormal fluctuations in their life energy, when he was outside the inn seeing both of them unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ruffling Iono's head, Tiangong chuckled proudly. I told you, they were just petty thieves. How could they possibly be a match for your brother? Due to the recent celebrations in the fire capital nearby, inns were nearly all fully booked, so the three of them had to squeeze into one room to sleep. Originally, Kazahana Xiaoxue had wanted Tiangong to sleep on the couch in the living room. But Tiangong simply tossed little Iono onto her bed and said something like, we've already shared a blanket before. What's the big deal, eh? As if recalling something, little Iono's face flushed red, while Kazahana Xiaoxue was overcome with both embarrassment and annoyance. This filthy-mouthed guy was truly incorrigible. How can he say such things in front of a child? What if she goes home and repeats it? Actually, maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. The next morning after breakfast, Kazuhana Xiaoxua took little Iono out shopping again, and this time she insisted that Tiangong accompany them. The stated reason was that the fire capital had become a chaotic place recently full of all sorts of undesirable characters, and Tiangong accompanying them would ensure their safety. The true reason, of course, was simply to have a beast of burden to carry their shopping bags. Tiangong was utterly defeated. Back and forth it was all the same old streets. He genuinely didn't understand what there was to browse. When he went to listen to storytelling, his only response was always, bring out a different performer. That evening, remembering the previous day's events, Tiangong suggested dining at a restaurant, and neither girl objected. After a hearty meal, Tiangong walked Kazuhana Xiaoxua home. Watching little Iono reluctantly bid farewell, Tiangong nearly rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Hey, you've only gone shopping twice, and it's already this late. Come on, Iono. You have class tomorrow. Hearing this, both girls glared at him. Since the evening temperature had dropped, Tiangong draped the new coat he had just bought over Iono's shoulders. So the two girls, one on each side, bit his wrist and shoulder simultaneously. Kazuhana Xiaoxua even mumbled, "You jerk, don't underestimate the bond between me and little Iono." Tiangong flicked her forehead with a snap. Glancing at the still biting little Iono, he grumbled, "Brat, walk home yourself." Hearing this, Iono instantly transformed from a bristling cat into an obedient puppy. She hugged Tiangong's leg, her face pitiful. "Brother." Completely exasperated, he sighed. All right. Let's go home. Shuehue, you have a shoot tomorrow, so get some rest early too." Hearing this, Kazuhana Xiaoxua also looked reluctant. "Axing, you traveled all night. How about we go buy you another coat?" Waving his hand dismissively, Tiangong said, "No need. It won't get that cold, and you know my physique." Recalling the incident where she had hugged him and ended up drooling all over his clothes, Kazuhana Xiaoxua's delicate face flushed pink. She quickly changed the subject. "Then I'll find a blanket for little Iono." But before she could finish, the figures of Tiangong and Iono had already vanished. Only his voice lingered in Kazuhana Xiaoxua's ears. "That's unnecessary too. As long as she's with me, she won't catch cold." Gazing at the spot where the two had disappeared, the girl stamped her foot in frustration. "Arg, he didn't even say a proper goodbye. Dongshin Tiangong, you're the most annoying person ever." At the first light of dawn the next day, the brother and sister arrived in Konoha. Rubbing her eyes, Ino felt that the ride should have been bumpy, yet sleeping in her brother's arms had been so comfortable and warm. She really wished she could curl up in her big brother's arms like when she was little, but she was already almost grown up. If only time could slow down a little. After breakfast at the Yamanaka house, Tiangong took all sorts of things out of his gourd. Looking at the small mountain before them, Ino explained, "These are the clothes for mom, this is dad's belt, this is the liquor brother likes, this is Shikamaru's shogi set, this is Choji's specialty snack, this is a hairpin for the wide forehead girl, and these are snacks for my classmates." Scratching his head, Tiangong was a little confused. He had spent the past 2 days simply paying and stuffing things into his gourd, never expecting there would be so many kinds. He had thought the goods sold on those streets were all about the same. Seeing Uncle Inoichi preparing to reimburse him, Tiangong left directly. He wouldn't be so stingy as to ask for money back after taking his own sister shopping. Besides, before Tiangong became a ninja, the Yamanaka family had helped him plenty. Actually, that was still true even now. Even the quilt he covered himself with, and some of the furniture had been arranged by Aunt Rino. Thinking of Boss Lady's vicious face, Tiangong headed to Yugao's house. After traveling all night, he didn't want to go to the police department or school today. He just wanted to hold his girl and get a good sleep. Unfortunately, Yugao wasn't home, probably off on a mission with that woman. Honestly, just thinking about it made him angry. That bastard Azuma whored around and gambled, yet he still managed to find such a hot girlfriend. Hugging Yugao's quilt, Tiangong couldn't help thinking that the money in his hand was almost gone. Fortunately, his salary was about to arrive. He absolutely had to hide it well and not let that spendthrift woman discover it. But what Tiangong didn't know was that the spendthrift woman he was talking about wasn't in his house right now, or rather wasn't in Konoha at all. One day earlier, in Tiangong's wine cellar, Tsunade accidentally found a small, unremarkable box, but on it were traces of a sealing jutsu. Curious, Tsunade undid the seal and discovered that it was filled entirely with explosive tags, at a glance at least 2,000 or more. Throwing the box aside, Tsunade curled her lips. "TCH, hidden so carefully, I thought it was money." She paused mid-sentence, then suddenly fixed her eyes on the box and murmured, "Wait, money." Just then Shizun returned from a small get-together with friends carrying a few dishes. Smiling at Tsunade, who was on the sofa, she said, "Lady Tsunade, I bought your favorite tender chicken. Eat it while it's hot." Hearing that, Tsunade still looked lost in thought. Then she asked Shizun, "Hey Shizun, what's the market price for explosive tags now? How many Ryo each?" Last time we bought them on the black market, they were 400 Ryo a sheet. They should be cheaper in the village, probably around 300 or so." But Lady Tsunade, why would you ask? Mid-sentence, Shizune also noticed the box of explosive tags on the tea table, and her expression turned strange. Lady Tsunade, you're not planning to. Tsunade nodded and said calmly, "Oh, we've been in Konoha for over a month now. It's time for us to continue our travels. These explosive tags should sell for about 500,000 Ryo, just enough to be this old lady's funds for leaving the village." Glancing at the box of explosive tags, Shizune said hesitantly, "But if you do this, Tiangong will probably be furious." Tsunade snorted. "So what if he gets angry? Once I win some money, I'll just pay him back." The corner of Shizune's mouth twitched at those words. She tried again to dissuade her. "But Lady Tsunade, this is really going too far. And when Tiangong goes on missions, he might need those explosive tags." "When have you ever seen him use explosive tags?" Shizune was taken aback. Indeed, she had never seen Tiangong use explosive tags. Just as she was about to continue dissuading Tsunade, a sudden knock came at the door. Tsunade quickly whispered to Shizune, "Quick, Shizune, hide them. It must be that brat coming back." After Shizune hid the explosive tags, Tsunade pretended to stay calm and went to open the door, muttering, "Honestly, it's your own house, and yet this old lady has to open the door." When the door opened, standing there was a young man wearing the uniform of the military police force. With a thick envelope in his hand, the young man asked Tsunade, "Excuse me, is Captain Tiangong home?" "He's not." "What is it?" "The chief asked me to deliver his salary to him." Hearing this, Tsunade glanced at the envelope in the young man's hand. From its thickness, she estimated it contained at least 500,000 Ryo. That much? The chief said it was paid together with the reward for an S-rank mission. "I see." Tsunade nodded and said calmly, "He's not in Konoha right now. Just give the money to me." The young man hastily refused. "No, ma'am. Even if Captain Tiangong isn't in Konoha, his salary can only be given to his family." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "I'm his older sister." The young man shook his head. "I'm sorry, but no. Not even his sister." Seeing the young man nod, Tsunade wanted to snatch the money by force. But if she did, Tiangong would definitely find out soon, and he might even hunt her down before she could lose it all at the gambling table. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade said softly, "To tell you the truth, I'm actually also his wife." Afraid that he wouldn't believe her, she even took out the most intimate photo of her and Tiangong from the living room and showed it to him. Seeing how intimate the two looked in the photo, the young man's pupils contracted. He didn't recognize Tsunade, but recalling that she had earlier claimed to be Tiangong's biological older sister, the young man couldn't help drawing in a sharp breath, clearly thinking of something shocking. Seeing the young man's expression, Tsunade actually felt a little ashamed. But once she imagined having the money in hand and charging into the casino to crush all comers, she put on a look as if she were about to cry. "You don't understand. In a common family like ours, a ninja is someone our whole family has to cater to. Even if it's that kind of excessive demand, I can't refuse." Handing the salary to Tsunade, the young man felt indignant on behalf of this woman with her tragic fate. But recalling Tiangong's fearsome reputation, he didn't dare say anything more. Obviously, he still didn't know that beneath this woman's beautiful skin lay a soul of unbounded greed. After watching the young man leave, Tsunade turned to Shizune. "Right time, right place, right people. Shizune, it seems heaven is guiding me." He slept until evening. At Asuma's house, a few people were playing mahjong. When he had been calling people over, Kakashi wasn't home, so Tiangong had called Hyugayuru instead. After all, he wasn't some saint either. He definitely knew all about gambling. After losing another round, Tiangong said to Hyugayuru, "Liangshan, can you lend me a bit more?" Stuffing the explosive tags into his ninja tool pouch, Hyugayuru rolled his eyes. "Hey, you still owe me money, you know. Stingy. It's not like I'm not going to pay you back." As he spoke, Tiangong turned his gaze to Asuma. "Old ma, it's already next month. My salary should have been paid out by now, right?" Hearing this, Asuma was taken aback. "Your salary was paid out yesterday. I even had someone deliver it to your home. Didn't you know?" Hearing that, Tiangong's lips trembled. Which home?" "Your home, of course. Which other home could it be?" After receiving confirmation, Tiangong's face instantly turned ashen. Then Asuma twisted the knife deeper. "Oh right, it was sent together with the payment for the S-rank mission you did last time." Returning home in a daze, he found the house empty, as expected. Tiangong lay down on the sofa in despair. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar box. His pupils narrowed and his heart began to pound violently. He picked up the box. Seeing the broken seal on it, his whole body trembled. Just as he was about to open it, Tiangong's eyes suddenly narrowed. "No, if I open it, I'll definitely lose 2,000 explosive tags. But if I don't open it, I'll always have 2,000 explosive tags. Why not just give this to Liangshan to repay the debt?" Talking to himself, Tiangong finally stopped deceiving himself. But from the weight alone, you can tell. How could there possibly be anything inside? Wah! It wasn't that he couldn't survive without this money. Fine, at this point, he truly had nothing but debts. The money he'd had in hand before, plus the spoils he'd seized from those Danshwilyu clan members. He had spent it all while shopping with Ino and Kazuhana Koyuki. When he remembered that morning when he had pretended to be magnanimous and refused Lord Inoichi's reimbursement, Tiangong collapsed to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and immediately blacked out. In his dream, he brought a voluptuous, soft-skinned, money-wasting, golden-haired woman to heal. She looked very much like. Alright, she was Tsunade. Enjoyable as the dream was, when he opened his eyes, Tiangong still had to face life. Thinking that Hyuga was chasing Inuzuka Hana and definitely needed to spend a lot of money, Tiangong let out a helpless sigh. It seemed the only way to ease his current predicament was to go out and wipe out a few bandit dens. At Asuma's house, Azuma took a sip of goji tea and said with annoyance, "You've got to be kidding me. Asking for leave again. You're way too arbitrary, you bastard." Tiangong was just as displeased. "You have the nerve to say that. It's all your fault for having the salary sent straight to my house. And she even took all my explosive tags along with it. Burglary. Actually, calling it an armed robbery would be more accurate." Azuma frowned. "Then just go catch that person." Tiangong rolled his eyes. "She's Tsunade Heim of the Sannin. Go catch her then." On hearing the name Tsunade Heim, Asuma's mouth twitched. "I'm afraid the whole police force isn't enough for that lady to fight, is it?" Tiangong gave a wry smile. "Besides, it's already too late. That stupid woman has probably gambled all the money away by now." Azuma sighed, pulled a wallet out of a drawer, and said, "How about this? I'll cover your expenses for the next few days. But tomorrow you're coming with me on a mission. Once it's done, you can do whatever you like." "A mission? Just the two of us?" Azuma nodded and said, "It's not just us. Your squad and an elite squad under my command are coming too." Hearing that, Tiangong raised an eyebrow, then said with some excitement, "Oh? With this kind of lineup, are we going to annihilate some minor ninja village?" Jerking his chin toward Konoha Hospital, Azuma said helplessly, "Actually, we're going to help that guy clean up his mess. According to their report, that group is very strong, and they've mastered an extremely powerful combination jutsu." Seeing Tiangong looking thoughtful, Azuma went on. "Actually, that guy isn't weak at all. Even he with 2 elite squads was beaten into that sorry state. So if I don't take you along, I really can't feel at ease." "I see." Tiangong patted the gourd at his waist and casually tossed a scroll to Azuma. Taking the scroll, Azuma assumed it was some specialty Tiangong had brought him from the Fire Capital and opened it on the spot. "You don't need to bring these. I just got out of the 12 Guardian Inn. And holy shit." On the table, several utterly gruesome heads gave Azuma a real fright, even though he had killed at least 100 people. Without any mental preparation, suddenly seeing something like that. Never mind Azuma, even his old man would be startled. But he was after all a powerful jonin who had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In less than 2 seconds, Azuma snapped out of it. He knew Tiangong wouldn't pull such a tasteless prank. After getting a clear look at the heads, Azuma's pupils contracted. Then he stared at Tiangong in shock. "You killed every one of them." With a snort, Tiangong instantly switched into his twisted mouth Dragon King mode. With his arms crossed, he said disdainfully, "A few roadside ants. I crushed them in passing." Slapping Tiangong hard on the shoulder, Azuma's face lit up with unbridled excitement. "Huh. As expected of the man who crippled the Kazekage. You little brat, I acknowledge you." After sealing the heads again, Azuma was about to leave when something came to mind. He handed his wallet directly to Tiangong and declared magnanimously, "Take this for living expenses. Starting tomorrow, your squad is the police force's elite squad. It's just because you're usually too lazy that I couldn't push you into the vice captain position this time." Azuma was being so generous that Tiangong felt a little embarrassed. He hesitated. "Actually, at that time, for certain reasons, that leader slipped away from me." Azuma's face stiffened at the words, but after thinking about the heads, he waved his hand dismissively. "That's not important. As long as that burly man who wounded Deputy Captain Tanaka is dead by your hand, everything else is easy. I can find their hideout and wipe it out." Tiangong still remembered how the man named Takeo had threatened Ino's life. Back then, if he hadn't used up too much chakra and couldn't use the shadow clone technique again, he would have absolutely made that bastard taste every torture the police force had. In fact, when he asked Azuma for leave this time, Tiangong had already planned to find the Danshwilyu clan's lair. At that time, he could not only wipe out the clan root and branch and vent the hatred in his heart, but also strip a once great clan bare. Then he, Dongshin Tiangong, would be able to live a comfortable life again. Azuma, however, walked out without looking back. "If you can find those people's hideout, even better. As soon as the old man convenes the Jonin meeting, I can take back all the police force's external authority," he said with a laugh. "At that point, you can lead your men and destroy their lair directly. Not only will that remove a threat from Konoha, it'll definitely be another great achievement for you." Azuma vanished after a few body flicker techniques, clearly very excited. Well, that made sense. Although those men weren't captured by him, Tiangong was in the same faction as Azuma in the police force, and was his direct subordinate, and had once been a vice captain only 1 rank below Azuma. The enemy, who had slipped away while 2 elite squads led the attack, and had given them hell, was taken down by the captain of a 3rd-class squad under Azuma's command. Not only did it feel incredibly satisfying, it would also give Asuma more confidence when issuing orders in the police force in the future. Even if one day Asuma was no longer in the police force, the strength Tiangong had displayed was enough to handle, no to crush, every trouble that came up. Strolling leisurely along the street, Tiangong felt that now that he had money, he should repay the debt he had borrowed from Rixiangyi. Thinking of Rixiangyi, Tiangong was reminded of his squad. The team had been formed quite a while, long in some ways yet short in others. But as the captain, he had yet to organize any activities. Even casual drinks after work were mostly hosted by Rixiangyi and Xuanzhonghua. Thinking about this, Tiangong took out Ashima's wallet and took a look. It was all 10,000 tael notes. He gave it a squeeze and clicked his tongue. At least 2 million here. This guy has skimmed plenty. Speak of the devil. Less than 2 minutes after Tiangong left Ashima's house, Ashima appeared before him again. Didn't you go to your old man's place? Ashima grinned and threw an arm around Tiangong's shoulder. I just forgot about you. There's a Jonin meeting soon. Come with me. Shoving the big hand off his shoulder, Tiangong headed straight toward the Rixiang clan compound. Not going. Ashima hurried after him. What are you doing? There are details you'll need to explain. He held up Ashima's wallet and waved it. Our squad has a team-building event tonight. And even if there's anything you don't know, have the Shanzhong clan investigate. Their heads are still intact anyway. Seeing Tiangong walk away, Ashima shouted, but a Jonin meeting is about to start. Every Jonin in the village has to attend. Tiangong shrugged indifferently. I'm not a Jonin. Oh, and tonight our squad is going out to have fun. You? Ugh. Tiangong had already turned the corner, raising a hand without looking back. He clearly didn't care what Ashima said. Ashima let out another sigh. Though he wondered who was really the boss around here, he still shouted after him, remember, don't cause trouble. On the stage, scantily dressed girls were dancing hot, while a motley crowd of young men and women cheered below. In a private room on the second floor, Chiodao Longwan was stuffing himself with snacks, and Rixiangyi sat with a bottle of sake, watching the dancing girls and taking a sip now and then. Seeing a pretty girl massaging Tiangong's shoulders, Xuanzhonghua frowned. She couldn't get used to this kind of place. Noticing her reaction, Rixiangyi tossed aside his empty bottle and put on a serious face. Dongshin Tiangong. For our squad's first formal gathering, you chose a place like this. You've gone too far. Tiangong raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, he had been brought to such a place the first time by this very man and Yuzibo Long. How old had he been then? He couldn't remember clearly, but he was under 10. Back then those two had even arranged a cute girl for him. Seeing Tiangong's expression, Rixiangyi knew he was probably recalling the past. Afraid he might spill the beans, he secretly signaled him. Although he was also a regular at such places, he still wanted to keep a good image in front of Xuanzhonghua. Catching the signal, Tiangong instantly understood. He put on an apologetic look. Sorry, I thought young people would all be interested in places like this. Actually, this is my first time here too. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled the tall girl beside him into his arms. Another girl hurriedly poured him wine, and he drank it down in one gulp. At the sight, Rixiangyi clutched his forehead. That guy did that on purpose, didn't he? Xuanzhonghua's mouth twitched as well. Given those deft movements, she absolutely didn't believe that Tiangong was a first-timer or that he had come just for drinking and entertainment. Chiodao Longwan kept eating ravenously. He thought this place was quite nice. There was endless meat and snacks. Thanks to Gongsho's treatment, Chiodao Longwan's condition had improved, but the poison had been overbearing, so a complete recovery would still take a long time. He now took the medicine Gangsho prescribed every day on schedule. At that moment, a host on stage raised his microphone and announced, "Next, please welcome Miss Mingrixiang to the stage." A girl in a light green kimono then walked slowly onto the stage. She had a cool, delicate face, graceful beauty, a tall figure, and curves in all the right places. By Tiangong standards, she would probably score above 93. For the record, even setting aside age and personality, Gangsho had only been rated 96. But considering her explosive figure, Gangsho's allure was indeed far greater than this girl's. Then again, in some people's eyes, Gangsho's being over 50 might actually be a plus. In the next moment, the venue fell silent, and then even more fervent cheers exploded throughout the hall. Countless people shouted, "Mingrixiang! Mingrixiang! Mingrixiang!" One man cried out, "Miss Mingrixiang, I love you. Please marry me." The man next to him cursed, "You think you deserve to marry Miss Mingrixiang?" "If I could marry Miss Mingrixiang, I'd be willing to live 10 years less," he said, tears in his eyes. Hearing this, a burly young man wailed, "What a hypocrite. If Miss Mingrixiang could spend one night with me, I'd even use my own ribs to make soup to nourish her." The man who had just offered 10 years of his life promptly gave a thumbs up. "Brother, impressive." A rather aloof-looking young man crossed his arms and said coldly, "You think you truly love Mingrixiang? If it were me, I'd offer her my body, heart, and soul." Hearing this, the people around him all gazed at the aloof young man with admiration. On the matter of expressing love for Mingrixiang, he had won their approval. Hearing the clamor downstairs, Tiangong, who was drinking, raised an eyebrow. Oh, is the top courtesan on stage? He rose slowly and saw a young girl, almost flawlessly beautiful, dancing with elegant grace. Noting her conservative attire, Tiangong knew she hadn't begun entertaining guests yet. At least in this regard, given her popularity, she still had some say. He beckoned the girl he had held in his arms earlier. She quickly came over and bowed, asking softly, "My lord, what is your command?" Tiangong tilted his chin toward the floor below. "When her dance is over, invite that young lady up for a drink." Hearing this, the girl beside him whispered, "But Miss Mingrixiang rarely even toasts to honored guests, and she has never sat with anyone for drinks." Enjoying Mingrixiang's dance, Tiangong knew what she meant. Mingrixiang didn't receive clients for now. He stuffed a handful of banknotes into her clothes and smiled. "Doesn't matter. Just deliver the message." Feeling the thickness of the notes at her chest, the girl hesitated, then said cautiously, "But my lord, recently a big shot from Konoha has taken a strong interest in Miss Mingrixiang, and he's here today." "You." Tiangong waved a hand without turning around. The girl, probably for the sake of money, was trying to warn him not to make trouble. But Tiangong didn't care. In this tiny patch of the Land of Fire, there were very few people he couldn't afford to offend. Even if Yuan Fei Risen fancied Mingrixiang today, he would still help the old man try her out to see how good she was. Seeing that Tiangong was merely brushing her off, the girl would have left, but feeling the weight of the banknotes tucked in her clothes, she gritted her teeth and said, "But sir, the man pursuing Miss Mingrixiang truly has a formidable background." Tiangong was actually a little annoyed, but he could see the girl meant no harm, so he smiled and said, "Just deliver the message. If she's unwilling, then call a few more girls. Go for the mature older sister type." The girl, still pouring wine for Tiangong, watched the departing girls back with envy. The tip that guest had just given was no small sum. "Hey miss, your wine is spilling." Hearing this, the girl finally noticed that she was still pouring, and the spilled wine had already run onto her skirt. The thin gauze dress clung to her body, accentuating her shapely legs, yet she hurriedly knelt to apologize. After all, this wine was far from cheap. Even if a single pot might not equal a full month of her wages, it was close enough, and if these guests got angry, she would face terrifying punishment. Helping the girl up, Tiangong said helplessly, "It's just a little spilled wine. Hardly a big deal. There's no need for this." The girl was startled, then immediately bowed to Tiangong. The guest's magnanimity moved her with heartfelt gratitude. Appraising the girl's curvaceous figure, Tiangong clicked his tongue, tucked a few banknotes into her hand, and lightly patted her shoulder. "Clumsy hands won't please the customers. Hurry up and change your clothes." Watching the girl leave, Rishiang Yi curled his lip and teased, "Oh, as expected of young Master Tiangong. Generous as ever." Tiangong rolled his eyes. "Are you here to take a dig at me?" Before Rishiang Yi could say anything, Chuanzhonghua said, "I think Senior Yi is right. You're way too extravagant." Plunking himself down on the sofa and crossing his legs, Tiangong said helplessly, "You lot. That girl just now was pretty, but she's actually still a virgin." Chuanzhonghua frowned. "She's about the same age as us. Isn't it normal for her to be a virgin?" Tiangong rolled his eyes, then, as if he hadn't heard, went on drinking by himself. Rishiang Yi explained, "Being a virgin is normal, but it isn't in a place like this. In a place like this, women who don't take clients actually earn very little." As he spoke, he jerked his chin toward Tiangong. "For her to work in a place like this means her circumstances aren't good, maybe even terrible. I reckon this guy took pity on her and wanted to give her a hand." Chuanzhonghua nodded knowingly. If what Rishiang Yi said was true, this was exactly the sort of thing Dongxin Tiangong would do. She and Tiangong had once served in the same squad for a time. Although the guy was usually unreliable and had a bad temper, he wasn't a bad person at heart. Otherwise, even if they had been teammates, they wouldn't have become friends. Hearing two sets of footsteps and recognizing one as the girl he had sent out earlier, Tiangong smiled. "Ahem, well, you guys head back first in a while. I still have a few other matters to settle." At that, Rishiang Yi and Chuanzhonghua glared at Tiangong. They weren't children, they naturally understood what Tiangong meant. Seeing their reactions, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. "What, you two also want?" Rishiang Yi actually wanted to, but with the girl he was pursuing right beside him, he didn't say what he was really thinking. Chuanzhonghua just snorted. "No way." Just then, Shoudao Longwan scratched his head. "Brother Tiangong, if there's anything I can do, I can help." Tiangong was utterly exasperated. He coughed twice and said, speechless, "Ahem, Longwan, this. There's no need for your help." At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The girl who had left earlier came in, bringing the girl named Mingrixiang with her. At the sight of Mingrixiang, Rishiang Ye's eyes lit up. That girl was seriously gorgeous. Tall and slender, even her loose kimono could not conceal her impressive figure, and her delicate face was flawless. Even a hint of admiration flickered in Tiangong's eyes. If it were purely a matter of looks, Tiangong still thought Fenghua Xiaoxue was prettier, but this girl definitely had plenty of other strong points. Seeing her cool, distant expression, Tiangong pointed to the seat beside him, and Mingrixiang followed suit and sat down next to him. Although he felt this woman was deliberately putting on a distant, aloof air, Tiangong had to admit. He actually fell for that kind of act. Watching Tiangong get handsy and start chatting about life with Mingrixiang Rishang Yi side. Though envy stirred in his heart, he still waved at Xiaodao Longwan and Xuan Zhonghua. Let's go. Back to mine. Honestly, he said this was team building, but in the end, he went, and before he could finish, the door was kicked open from outside. A lavishly dressed young man of about 27 or 28 strode in menacingly, followed by 7 or 8 burly men. At the sight of the young man's face, Rixiang Ye's pupils contracted. He thought grimly of all people. It's him. After sweeping his gaze across the private room and spotting Tiangong's big hand roaming over Mingrixiang, the young man said coldly, quite a grand display. I wondered who it might be. So it's Dongshin Tiangong of the police department. Even though Tiangong didn't know who this fellow was, he guessed the man was probably here because of the woman in his arms. As Tiangong's big hand explored Mingrixiang's fair, delicate face, flushed crimson. So what? Tiangong asked mockingly, seeing that Tiangong's big hand was still. The young man's face darkened even further, but he knew he was probably no match for Tiangong. With a wave of his hand, the young man snarled, "Tear that paw off for me." At once the 7 or 8 burly men lunged at Tiangong. Just as Rixiang Yi and Xiaodao Longwan were about to move, an oppressive pressure suddenly enveloped the entire private room. In an instant, all 7 or 8 burly men froze in place, then collapsed one after another, blood spilling from their mouths. This was not killing intent or an eruption of chakra. It was Tiangong's own aura, the technique he had worked out from his battle with that fierce tiger. However, he had only scratched the surface of it so far. If it was not combined with killing intent and chakra pressure, it might not even be able to suppress a chunin. But if it was used only on ordinary people, it could still easily overwhelm them. Seeing his men vomiting blood, the young man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Bastard, do you know what you're doing?" At that, Tiangong laughed, then waved a hand. "Longwan, slap him for me." On hearing this, Rixiang Yi hurried to Tiangong's side and said anxiously, "Hey, Tiangong, this guy is from the Yuanfei clan. He may have no talent as a ninja, but he seems to have a very deep connection with Lord Hokage." Xiaodao Longwan's brain might still not be the sharpest, but when it came to fighting, he was swift and decisive. 2 lightning-fast punches brought the young man down, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Shooting a glance at Rixiang Yi, Tiangong said casually, "What? Are people from the Yuanfei clan off limits?" Hearing this, Rixiang Yi froze for a moment, thinking, is this guy really this bold now? Just then Tiangong slammed the table and shouted at Xiaodao Longwan, "Longwan." Xiaodao Longwan abruptly stopped, turned his head, and looked at Tiangong in surprise. At that moment, the young man also lifted his head, fixing a pair of venomous eyes upon Tiangong. "My name is Yuanfei Zhe, and the Hokage is my uncle. Dongshin Tiangong, if you've got the guts, kill me right now." Hearing this, Tiangong feigned a shocked expression. "What? You're the Hokage's nephew?" Seeing Tiangong's look, Yuanfei Zhe felt smug. Then he stared at Tiangong and said word by word, "Dongshin Tiangong, you will die." Tiangong, however, spread his hands. "But what does that have to do with me slapping you?" With that, he turned to Xiaodao Longwan. "Longwan, what you did just now was hitting, not slapping. To slap is to slap the face. Got it, brother Tiangong?" Xiaodao Longwan nodded, and then walked toward Yuanfei Zhe. Seeing this, Yuanfei Zhe's pupils contracted. But Xiaodao Longwan had already raised his hand, so he hurriedly shouted, "Dongshin Tiangong, you dare." Even though Yuanfei Zhe issued threats, Xiaodao Longwan paid them no heed. He delivered a barrage of slaps across Yuanfei Zhe's face, and would not stop as long as Tiangong said nothing. The sharp sounds of slapping and Yuanfei Zhe's screams echoed through the private room. Mingrixiang in Tiangong's arms couldn't help trembling. She was from my too. She had recognized Tiangong earlier, which was why she had agreed to enter with that bar girl. Her goal was to use Tiangong to get away from Yuanfei Zhe's harassment. As long as Yuanfei Zhe lost face, there was a good chance his attention would shift to Dongshin Tiangong, and then she would have a chance to slip free. But she had never imagined things would develop to such a point. She knew only too well the power behind Yuanfei Zhe. This dandy himself had no real ability. He spent all his energy on chasing women and bullying others by relying on his status. But because of his identity, even the nobles of the Fire Capital had to show him respect. And after he had revealed his identity, the young man beside her still did not care much. That showed Dongshin Tiangong either had backing or simply was not afraid of Yuanfei Zhe's revenge. If it came to light that she had actively lured that man here, then upon whom would Yuanfei Zhe, powerless against Dongshin Tiangong, vent his rage? There was no need to even think about it. Just then Tiangong laughed. "Take a rest, Longwan. Keep hitting him, and this kid might croak." Hearing this, Xiaodao Longwan stopped at once while Yuanfei Zhe was already at his last gasp. Yuanfei Zhe's body had never been much stronger than an ordinary man's. After being slapped dozens of times by Xiaodao Longwan, not only was his face swollen into a pig's head, every last tooth in his mouth had also been knocked out. Seeing this, Rixiang He couldn't help placing a hand on Tiangong's shoulder and tightening his grip unconsciously. He said grimly, "This is trouble. Once we return to the village, we're bound to land in big trouble." Tiangong looked up in surprise. "What trouble? I was merely disciplining a drunk causing a scene. Isn't that the duty of our police force?" Hearing this, Yuan Fei, who was as limp as a dead dog, forced his eyes open. He had wanted to glare at Tiangong, but now he was truly afraid. He silently made a vicious resolution: as long as he could return to Mai and see his uncle Dongshin Tiangong would definitely die. In his view, his uncle could make Dongshin Tiangong re-enter the ninja academy with a single sentence and could assign Tiangong to the police force with a single sentence. So if he wanted the man's life, it should also be a single sentence away. Just then Tiangong chuckled again. "Besides, the one who lured him here was our most popular Miss Mingrixiang." At those words, Mingrixiang's heart skipped half a beat. She instinctively glanced at Yuan Fei and saw him staring venomously in her direction. Mingrixiang did not know whether what he hated was her, the Dongshin Tiangong, who was holding her, or both. But she understood that once the man beside her had said those words, given Yuan Fei's vengeful nature, he would definitely not let her go. What should she do? What should she do? If Yuan Fei set his sights on her, she would die, and if it went badly, even her family would be implicated. Yuan Fei truly did hate Mingrixiang. But as an ordinary person, he was not valued in the Yuan Fei clan. Still, that did not mean he was a fool. When Dongshin Tiangong had clearly shown no regard for him, he had already grown suspicious. Recalling how someone had told him that Mingrixiang had been forcibly taken away, Yuan Fei's eyes grew more sinister by the moment. He swore that he would kill Dongshin Tiangong. Not only him, but also the fat man who had hit him, and that damned woman Mingrixiang. Thinking back to the foolish things he had done in the past few days, Yuan Fei was full of regret. Had he known this would happen, he should have simply forced himself on her. A soft white hand gently stroked Tiangong's chest. Mingrixiang finally made up her mind. By herself, she simply could not withstand Yuan Fei's revenge. Then she would have to latch onto Dongshin Tiangong, whether as his mistress or his plaything. Only by placing her hopes on this man who did not put Yuan Fei in his eyes could she and her family have any chance of survival. His large hand roamed and explored freely. Tiangong smiled mockingly. "Oh, don't you have something you want to say, Miss Mingrixiang?" Hearing this, Mingrixiang's body trembled. Then, suppressing her shame, she brought her lips close to Tiangong's cheek and said coquettishly, "Don't you like smart women, my lord?" "TSK. Of course I like smart women, but women who play petty tricks are not so endearing." As he spoke, Tiangong smiled, coldly grabbed her silky long hair, and pulled Mingrixiang straight out of his embrace. Mingrixiang was tall and graceful with a delicate face and a voluptuous figure. Moreover, that faint coolness about her, whether deliberate or innate, really struck Tiangong's aesthetic. But with all the trouble Yuan Fei had stirred up, Tiangong had lost his interest, at least for now. If today it were not for him, Dongshin Tiangong, anyone else, even a special jonin, would not come to a good end once the dandy of the Yuan Fei family set his eyes on him. Seeing the despair on Mingrixiang's face, a wicked idea of amusement suddenly occurred to Tiangong. He arranged 8 wine cups, and then took several bottles of strong liquor. He poured out exactly 3 bottles worth, no more no less. Everyone present looked at Tiangong in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Tiangong then looked at Mingrixiang. "You wanted to scheme against me. With my nature, I should kill you right now. However, a beauty is always entitled to some privileges." At these words, a few rays of hope flickered in Mingrixiang's eyes. Tiangong pointed at the wine cups in front of him. "If you can drink 3 cups, I'll pretend what you did to me never happened. If you can drink another 2 cups, I'll break this guy's legs. Drink 2 more, and I'll break his arms." As he spoke, Tiangong frowned and put on a puzzled expression. "Huh, why is there 1 extra cup? Whatever. As long as you can drink it, I'll look after you for a month." Hearing Tenku's words, Inuzuka Hana furrowed her brow. She disliked this side of Tenku, yet she could tell he was genuinely angered today, so she held her tongue. A smirk tugged at Hyuga Yuru's lips. He recognized the sake Tenku had poured, a fierce high-proof liquor that he himself could never down in such quantity. As for that girl, TSK, Tenku clearly intended to leave her no way out. Asuka, however, picked up the cup, knowing full well that if she refused, either Sarutobi Sawaru or Higami Tenku could destroy her utterly. But if she drank, Higami Tenku would protect her for 1 month. Sarutobi Sawaru might resent her all the more, yet her family would have a chance to flee the land of fire. At this moment, it never occurred to Asuka what would happen if Tenku broke his promise, because this was the only lifeline she could grasp. Then, under Hyuga Yuru's admiring gaze, Asuka downed all 8 cups of the fierce liquor. Yuru clicked his tongue in genuine awe. His personal best was merely 5.5 cups, and even that had taken him half a day. After draining the cups, not only her face, but every inch of her bare skin flushed crimson, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Though the pose was alluring, the girl radiated a desolate, haunting beauty. Indeed, she was merely an entertainer. Her striking looks earned her much adulation, yet what those admirers truly coveted was nothing more than her body. She knew who Higami Tenku was. She knew Sarutobi Sawaru was nothing but a spoilt scion of the Hokage's clan, utterly powerless against Tenku. She simply wanted to borrow Tenku's authority to shake off Sawaru. But what did it matter? In the eyes of such ruthless and formidable men, her explanations held no worth at all. Better to indulge his twisted whims and seize that slender thread of survival. Meeting the girl's defiant gaze, Tenku chuckled softly, then as promised stamped down and broke both arms and legs of Sarutobi Sawaru. He felt no sympathy. In his view, people must pay for their deeds. That was only natural. Sawaru was no exception, and neither was Asuka. After Tenku and the others left, Asuka collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing as she vomited a mixture of wine and blood along with other unidentifiable matter. She dared not let that man see her in such a wretched state for fear he would lose interest in her. Higami Tenku had exposed her as the root cause of this affair, inciting Sawaru's hatred toward her, yet then offered to protect her for a month. What did he truly mean by that? A hypocritical and cold-hearted man. He desired her body like everyone else, yet refused to grant her even a shred of dignity. The alcohol surged to her head and tears of grievance welled in Asuka's eyes. What? She simply refused to be Sarutobi Sawaru's caged canary. Why did she have to suffer like this? On the road back to Konoha, Hyuga Yoru hesitated, then said, Tenku, perhaps we should report this to the Hokage. If this blows up, we'll all be in trouble. Tenku sneered dismissively, a piece of trash from the Sarutobi clan won't bring me any trouble. Seeing Yoru was about to protest, he explained slowly, the old village chief will be angry, but only on the surface. Even he isn't sure how much longer he'll remain Hokage. As for their clan, idiots wallowing in false glory are far too numerous. Hyuga Yoru raised an eyebrow and ventured, you mean those people are a liability to the clan? By crippling Sawaru, you're also sounding a warning to them. Tenku grinned. Not bad. If Azuma comes looking for me, I'll just say that. Hearing this, Hyuga Yoru was speechless. He scoffed, so you crippled that Sarutobi brat, because he interrupted your fun with the woman, and that whole noble-sounding excuse about the Sarutobi clan's good. You just made it up on the spot, didn't you? Feeling Inuzuka Hana's look of utter contempt, Tenku smirked triumphantly. But you can't deny the made-up reasoning sounds quite convincing, can you? Even so, isn't this too reckless? What if? Before Hyuga Yoru could finish, Tenku waved his hand dismissively. There's no such thing as recklessness. Everything rests on the confidence strength provides. So what if the Sarutobi clan bears me ill will? At best, they are merely a product of their era. Meanwhile, Tenku's gaze grew ever colder. No matter how far this goes, the old village chief won't easily step into the fray. Azuma won't challenge me, and at this point he may not even be my match. As for the rest, even if they rally their entire clan against me, how could they ever stand against me, Higami Tenku? Despite his bold words, early the next morning, he was summoned to the Hokage building by the Umbu. He sat there, legs crossed, lounging on the sofa in the Hokage's office, while Akimichi Ryumaru stood quietly by his side. Across from them were an old geezer, two young men, and a bastard in a wheelchair, wholly wrapped in bandages. That last one was Sarutobi Sawaru, the one Tenku had crippled the day before. The others were his family. This scene was painfully familiar to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It had played out many times since Tenku first entered the ninja academy. There had been Uchiha, Hyuga, Shimura nobles from the city of fire and commoners of Konoha. Yet what Hiruzen hadn't expected was that this time the complainant would be his own good-for-nothing cousin and a nephew even more useless than the cousin. Taking a sip of tea, Tenku frowned. This tea couldn't compare to Azuma's wife's brewing. As the men across the room kept yammering, Tenku hurled his tea at them and cursed, motherfucker. I already told you this punk came at me first. And his old man didn't even know he was a Sarutobi back then. What the hell more do you want? The old man slapped the teacup away, his robes splattered with tea. Glaring at Tenku, he snarled. I see now. You bear ill will toward the entire Sarutobi clan, and deliberately struck at Sawaru. Grabbing the gourd at his waist and taking a swig of liquor, Tenku continued his tirade. What the fuck are you supposed to be? A fucking joke. If you've got the balls, step out of the Hokage building right now and see if I don't fucking destroy you, you motherfucker. Hearing this little wretch address his deceased mother with every other breath, the old man was so enraged he nearly lashed out. Yet he retained a shred of self-awareness, realizing Tenku was deliberately provoking him. If he truly attacked, that little bastard might very well cripple him right inside the Hokage building. With that thought, the old man bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Brother Hiruzen, please, as head of the clan, see justice done for us. And for Sawaru. Hearing this, Hiruzen let out a helpless sigh and took a few puffs from his pipe. He was genuinely annoyed. The fact that his cousin addressed him as Brother Hiruzen rather than Lord Hokage here in the Hokage's office showed just how foolish the man really was. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed at his pipe with a thoroughly sour expression. On a personal level, one side was his own younger cousin, and the other was the grandson of his old friend. he did not want to punish either. But as the head of the clan, and even more so as Hokage, one side was his own family's two good-for-nothings while the other was Konoha's rising star. This rising star often caused him trouble, yet he was without question a die-hard supporter of the Hokage faction. Moreover, whether through Tiangong's personal friendship with Azuma, or through his ties to his old friend Akimichi Torifu, Tiangong was a boon to the Sarutobi clan rather than a threat. There was no need to weigh which side mattered more. Tapping the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen began the questioning. But no matter how he pressed, Tiangong stubbornly insisted that he had not known Sarutobi Sawa was a Konoha resident, and that the other man had started the trouble. Just when it seemed the matter was about to be dropped, an elder of the Sarutobi clan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brother Hiruzen, no matter what the fact, is that this little bastard beat little Sawa into this state. Then beat him and that fool of the Akimichi family into cripples too. Nobody will be able to say a thing." Hearing the old man call him a fool and brother Tiangong a little bastard, Akimichi Ryumaru clenched his fists in fury. If this were not the Hokage building, he would definitely make that old geezer taste his iron fists. Tiangong simply attacked at once. He had not taken the old man seriously at first, but this geezer was even more detestable than his idiot son. With a Dongshin flying kick, he sent the old man crashing into the wall, then seized the heads of the two young men. Just as Tiangong was about to smash the two skulls together, an imposing pressure locked onto him. Turning around, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen erupting with chakra and glaring furiously at him. "What do you take this place for, you little brat? Let them go. This old man commands it." TCH. Tiangong clicked his tongue and released his grip. The two young men hastily helped the old man up. The old man spat out several mouthfuls of blood and could not say a word. Clearly that kick had done him no small injury. Tiangong meanwhile slowly sank back onto the sofa. Beside him, Akimichi Ryumaru's eyes shone with admiration. As expected of brother Tiangong, he dares to throw hands even in the Hokage building. In the end, Tiangong's punishment was set. He was to leave the village and locate the Duinshwilyu clan's hiding place. Although beating Sarutobi Sawa could hardly be called a serious crime, assaulting someone in the Hokage building was no small offense. Watching the half-dead old man being carried away by the two young men, Tiangong shot a glare at Sarutobi Sawa in his wheelchair. The man was so frightened that he soiled himself on the spot. As the foul stench washed over them, Tiangong told Akimichi Ryumaru to throw that piece of trash out. But with Sarutobi Hiruzen present, Akimichi Ryumaru chose a somewhat gentler method. At that moment, only Tiangong and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the Hokage building. Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's rather melancholy old face, Tiangong smacked his lips. TSK. Truly worthy of the elite of the Sarutobi clan. Indeed. A cur cannot sire a tiger's son. Ha ha ha. Hearing that unbridled laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Tiangong a glance and said helplessly, "I say, you little rascal, aren't you a bit too outrageous?" Tiangong smiled nonchalantly, then leaned his head closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Old village chief, if you won't appreciate my good intentions, then I've truly thrown my sincere heart to the dogs. Oh, you struck my clansman, and you expect me to thank you. TSK. If you don't clear that trash out early, once the 5th Hokage takes office, your family is in for it." Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He was not worried about the Sarutobi clan meeting the same fate as the Uchiha clan. After all, the future 5th Hokage would most likely be his own disciple, and the Sarutobi clan would never become a threat to the village's safety like the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. "By the way, do you really have a way to find the Duinshwilyu clan? I once trained in a jutsu. As long as I have patience, I can find everyone with blood ties to them." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened involuntarily. Seeing his expression, Tiangong rolled his eyes. "Don't even think about it. Ordinary people can't practice this jutsu, and extraordinary people can't either. Of course, if you wanted, I could sell it to you too." Konoha shinobi were not obligated to contribute their jutsu to the village without compensation. Besides, although Tiangong was now in the police force, he had never actually registered as a shinobi. Still, Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely interested in Tiangong's secret jutsu, but he decided to first see whether Tiangong could actually find the Duinshwilyu clan. As for Tiangong's claim that neither ordinary nor extraordinary people could practice it, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid it no heed. The boy had been spouting nonsense for as long as anyone could remember. At the police force building, after listening to Tiangong's account of the morning's events, Azuma flew into a rage and began cursing him. Wiping the spit off his face, Tiangong was equally displeased. Frowning, he said, "Hey, that's enough. So what if I hit those two good-for-nothings from your family? What are you yelling about?" Hearing this, Azuma grew even angrier. He pointed at Tiangong. "What the hell would you understand? Because of those two good-for-nothings, you completely screwed up my plan. Originally, after annihilating the Duinshwilyu clan, I could have pushed you up to the vice-captain position. But no, you had to go and hit someone in the Hokage building. Now this mission has become nothing but making up for your mistake, and who knows how many people have their eyes on the vacant position. Tiangong spread his hands and said casually, then have your old man send another jonin over. Wouldn't that settle it? Hearing that Azuma sprayed out the tea he had just drunk. Do you think every jonin in the village is as idle as you? TSK. If the new vice captain doesn't know what's good for him, he and I can just take care of him. Get lost. Seeing that Azuma was still being so rude, Tiangong frowned. Damn it, I hit them, so what? Why are you barking at me? Sensing that Tiangong was getting upset, Azuma softened his tone, but still said, but you really were too. Before he could finish, Tiangong waved a hand. Stop dawdling. I'm done being at your service. Seeing Tiangong grab his police force uniform, Azuma, who knew Tiangong's temperament, realized that Tiangong was genuinely angry. Seeing that Tiangong meant it, Azuma also caved and began coaxing him as if Tiangong were the one who held the upper hand. His plan had been thrown into chaos and Azuma felt restless too, but the police force was a total mess right now. He truly could not afford to offend Tiangong. If Tiangong refused to help with his own abilities, he might still manage to bring the police force under control, but setting aside the extra time it would take, the final outcome probably would not be as expected. In the end, Tiangong still accepted Azuma's apology, even though Azuma was the leader and Tiangong was the one expected to work under him. After buying a few plates of side dishes, he ambled home. Although he had taken the mission to search for the Duanshuiliu clan, it was already noon, so Tiangong decided to have a few drinks before setting out. From a distance, he saw a figure holding a cane standing at his door. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Uncle Loki, who ran the jewelry shop. It was said that before Tiangong was born, Uncle Loki had been one of his father's subordinates, but after an injury left him unable to continue as a shinobi, he opened a jewelry shop. Whenever Tiangong was in Konoha, whether he had made his two girls angry or was trying to charm a young lady, he often patronized Uncle Loki's jewelry shop. Having learned that Tiangong was the son of his old captain, Luoji always treated him with particular favor despite his own modest circumstances at the time. Whenever Tiangong came to the shop, he would sell the cheaper jewelry at half price, and even for the costlier pieces, he would only charge the cost price. Tiangong waved his hand. Hey, Uncle Luoji, quite idle today. Turning around and seeing Tiangong, Luoji's expression first brightened, then turned somewhat grave. Seeing Uncle Luoji wearing the same look as Choza had that day, Tiangong guessed that this uncle, who shared a decent relationship with him, might be seeking his help. Raising the dishes in his hand, Tiangong laughed. Haha, whatever it is, come inside. First, let's talk over a drink. Perhaps because of his father's sake, this uncle had been very kind to him and Shiyin in their childhood. Tiangong decided that unless it was something truly heinous, he would help the man, even if it caused him some trouble. After 2 cups of strong liquor, Luoji slowly told him his difficulties. Tiangong slammed the table and cursed. What? Your niece offended a big shot in Mai, and he wants her to accompany him for a month. At that moment, an image of a little girl with 2 pigtails surfaced in Tiangong's mind. He could no longer clearly recall what she looked like, but he vaguely remembered she was a rather cocky little girl. She was a bit older than him, very cute, and always snatched his snacks, though afterward Uncle Luoji would always buy him new ones. When he was young, Tiangong used to drop by Uncle Luoji's jewelry shop for no particular reason, partly because that little girl would often share her snacks with him. Taking a sip of liquor, Luoji nodded bitterly. Yes, I asked who it was, but she wouldn't say. She only urged me to leave the land of fire as soon as possible. As he spoke, Uncle Luoji produced a bag, his face full of entreaty. Tiangong, I know you must be in a difficult position too, but as long as you're willing to help, whether it works out or not, I'll give you all my savings from these years. Tiangong glanced at the bag Uncle Luoji handed over. Inside were thick stacks of cash, a shop transfer agreement, and some jewelry that looked quite expensive. Tiangong estimated that it was worth at least half of Ashima's head. This was probably all of Uncle Luoji's savings over the years. It seemed he truly doted on his niece. That was understandable. Uncle Luoji had no children of his own and was still an old bachelor. Meeting Uncle Luoji's pleading gaze, Tiangong pushed the bag back. Though he was not well off and usually spent lavishly, he would never take money like this. Seeing Tiangong's action, Luoji not only failed to be relieved, but showed despair instead. He thought the money was not enough to move Tiangong, yet he had clearly brought all his savings. Just as Luoji was wondering where he could get more money, Tiangong spoke calmly. Uncle Luoji, what kind of person do you take me for? If what you've said is true, then I'll settle this for you. I'd like to see just who in my has such audacity that with a single sentence he dares to make a girl accompany him for a month. Come on, we're going to find him right now. Hearing this, Luoji's face lit up with wild joy. Well, I don't know who it is either. My niece refused to say. When I saw she was set on going to that person, I tied her up in the shop, intending to try if there was any other way first. Tiangong nodded and rose to his feet, while Luoji again tried to force the cloth bag into Tiangong's hands. Tiangong frowned. Uncle Luoji, I'm no pushover, but a gentleman loves wealth and obtains it through righteous means. There's no way I can take this money. I'm helping you not because of money. Hearing this, Luo Ji looked ashamed, feeling that he had been measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. He and Tiangong did share some friendship, but he didn't think that bond was enough to make Tiangong go so far as to offend a big shot in the village for him. After a moment of silence, Luo Ji took out the two most beautiful pieces of jewelry from the bag, a ring and a pendant. Seeing Tiangong was about to speak, Luo Ji chuckled. I know you don't lack these, but these are for your elder sister and that Yamanaka girl. With that, Uncle Luo Ji forced the two pieces of jewelry into Tiangong's hands. Though Tiangong wanted to refuse since Uncle Luo Ji said they were for Tiangong's elder sister and little Ino, he had no choice but to accept them helplessly. These two pieces must have cost a fair amount, but compared with Uncle Luo Ji's entire wealth, they were nothing and wouldn't affect his ability to run the jewelry shop. At this moment, Tiangong secretly resolved that even if that dog of a village chief had taken a liking to Uncle Luo Ji's niece, he would still snatch the girl away. Little did Tiangong know, however, that the scoundrel he spoke of was none other than himself. Hours earlier, at Luo Ji's jewelry shop, Ming Rixiang threw herself into her uncle's arms and burst into loud sobs. Luo Ji gently patted his niece's back. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? How could your uncle leave you behind and run away himself? The girl raised her delicate, pitiful face, shaking her head gently, her lips trembling, but the tears in her eyes simply couldn't stop. Uncle! Whoa! Seeing his niece like this, Luo Ji's heart ached, as if cut by a knife. If only he were a Jonin, he could definitely stand up for his niece. Even if he were not injured with his Chunin strength, he might still have a chance to escape the land of fire with his niece. Wiping away the girl's tears, Luo Ji said softly, Silly girl, don't cry. Your uncle still knows a young man with a fairly high status in my family has some ties with his family. I'll go and plead with him. As he spoke, Luo Ji brought out all kinds of treasured jewelry and cash, but Ming Rixiang firmly grabbed Luo Ji's arm, pleading, Uncle, I beg you need to leave now. That person is truly not someone we can afford to provoke. If he gets angry, I'm afraid you won't even be able to walk out of Then your uncle will simply die with you here in With that, Luo Ji continued packing, while Ming Rixiang knew very well that even before her uncle was injured, he was just an ordinary Chunin. How could he possibly know someone capable of matching Dongxin Tiangong? Besides, even if her uncle really knew someone, what reason would that person have to offend Dongxin Tiangong for their family? After all, that man was a ruthless figure who dared to challenge the Wind Shadow. Though that man currently held no high rank in the military police force, even a fool could see that his future was absolutely boundless. Moreover, from the fact that he dared to slap the young master of the Saratobi family in the face at will and cripple him, one could see exactly how terrifying his influence in was. Tiangong and Luo Ji arrived at the jewelry shop. When the door opened, Tiangong saw a beautiful girl tied to a chair in the hall. He fell silent. Wasn't this girl the very cause of last night's incident, the one called Ming Rixiang? It was because she had wanted to use him, and because her aloof, cold temperament suited his taste, Tiangong had said those words. In fact, even if Ming Rixiang had fled that very night, Tiangong couldn't be bothered to chase after her. After all, in the entire land of fire, beautiful women were simply too numerous to count. Tiangong would never go to great lengths over something like this. However, the other party had better pray that Tiangong would never discover it. At this moment, a line surfaced in his mind, startled upright from a sickbed at death's door. The bastard turned out to be none other than me. At the sight of Tiangong's arrival, Asuka's face was filled with terror, her entire being shrouded in an aura of despair. Untying the bindings from his niece, Loki beamed and said, Girl, we're saved. That Tiangong kid is willing to help us. Uncle told you about him, didn't I? He can settle this for you now. Even as Loki kept talking happily, Asuka, wholly swallowed by despair, did not take in a single word. As the bindings were undone, Asuka's whole body felt numb, but she crawled toward Tiangong bit by bit. Then she grabbed his leg and begged, Lord Tiangong, I'll go with you. I'll do whatever you ask. Just please spare Uncle Loki. He's innocent. At this moment, only one thought filled Asuka's mind: the man had come for her, so she was doomed. But her uncle absolutely had to survive. All these years, Uncle had already sacrificed too much for her. At the sight, a question mark slowly appeared above Loki's head. The only thought in his mind was, this Tiangong kid really is a piece of work, truly Captain Tianqing's son. At the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, raising his cup, Tiangong complained, Tisk, what a damn cliche. I mean, we clearly knew each other as kids, and you didn't even remember my name. Asuka's cheeks flushed slightly. She shot back, well, you didn't recognize me either. And who the hell could have imagined that the little runt back then would grow into such a big shot now? Tis times change, you know. And I remember you were always stealing my snacks when we were kids. How come you've gotten so timid now? Knowing that Tiangong was her childhood playmate, Asuka was no longer so afraid. Still, the fact that that little runt back then had become such an important person now left her astonished. You have the nerve to say that. Almost all my snacks were eaten by you when we were kids, and I was dumb enough to tell Uncle I ate them myself. Smiling as he watched the two young people bicker, Uncle Loki took a sip of sake. Actually, when Tiangong first returned to the village, Loki had thought of playing matchmaker for the two of them. But after what happened today, he realized this kid Tiangong dared to play the casting couch game at such a young age, so he gave up on that idea. One could only say he really is Captain Tianqing's son. Come to think of it, after Captain Tianqing got married back, then he never came around again, did he? After a few more cups, as if something had occurred to him, Tiangong took out the ring and pendant Uncle Loki had given him earlier. He hadn't wanted to accept these two pieces of jewelry in the first place. After all, he was the cause of this whole incident. Although he had indeed helped Asuka out of the trouble with Sarutobi Sawa, it was still wrong to keep accepting Uncle Loki's favors. But Loki refused. With a serious expression, he said, "I already told you, Tiangong, these are for your sister and that girl from the Yamanaka clan." Loki had thought things through very clearly. He and Tiangong had some friendship, and if he ran into trouble, Tiangong would indeed help him. But in the end, their relationship was only that much. Although he had never thought of seeking any benefit from Tiangong, today's incident also made him realize that if he wanted to get by in Konoha in the future, certain connections were quite necessary. And in Konoha, the person with the most weight he could reach was Tiangong. So naturally, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Today's incident alone showed that although this Tiangong kid played around quite a bit outside, he truly was a man of standards. At that moment, Tiangong suddenly rose to his feet. "Uncle Loki, Asuka, let's get together another day. I've still got some things to do. I have to head out." Since Asuka had drunk too much yesterday, she didn't drink today. But she still plucked up her courage to tease him. "What the heck, we were childhood friends, and yet you give us so little face. You leave after just a couple of cups." Loki shot his niece a glare. Xiang Tiangong is on the police force now, so he's very busy. "Fine." Asuka nodded. Seeing her deliberately aggrieved look, Tiangong suspected this woman was trying to seduce him. But 3 years ago, no, it should have been 4. After his two ex-girlfriends became best friends, he had lost all interest in the grass right beside his own den. He glared at Asuka and said irritably, "It's all because of you that I have to go out on a mission now." Hearing that, Asuka curled her lip. "Tisk, after how domineering you were yesterday, I really thought Sarutobi Sawa couldn't do anything to you." Digging at his nose, Tiangong said casually, "That kid really can't do anything to me. But this morning his whole family came to file a complaint, so I beat up his old man in the Hokage building." Hearing this, Asuka was completely stunned. What was this guy saying? He, Hokage building, beating someone up. She understood every word, so why did they make her confused when put together? Even Uncle Loki off to the side felt the corner of his mouth twitch. After a brief silence, Loki raised his thumb and slowly uttered 4 words, "He's quite a man." After taking leave of Uncle Loki and his niece, Tiangong went home to fetch some liquor. After all, he was about to leave the village, and if he didn't have enough alcohol to drink, it would be pure torment for him. Stroking Xiaoshue's feathers, Tiangong sighed. If Xiaoshue weren't sleeping, this kind of mission should only take a few days to finish. Since Tiangong's squad had been promoted to an elite squad, they no longer needed to patrol the village, and since this mission required no combat, Tiangong set off alone. So until Tiangong finally found the Duan Shui, Lu clan, Hyuga and the others had all been on paid leave. If Ashima hadn't pressed them into service because she had too few capable people under her command, Tiangong would have been thoroughly annoyed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Tiangong had already scouted nearly half the Land of Fire, yet he still found no trace of the Duan Shui Lu clan. That day, wearing black armor, Tiangong sat before a campfire roasting meat. Around him, quite a few people in armor or dressed as refugees were eating boxed meals. That's right. The kid had taken on another side job, Princess Kazuhana too, playing the Demon King, doubling as the special effects artist and the set bodyguard. 8 hours of work, a daily wage of 150 Rio, and commission for overtime. All in all, it paid more than an S-rank mission, and there was no real danger. At that moment, the girl who had been dozing against Tiangong's shoulder slowly opened her eyes. She wore a beautiful princess dress, though at this time of year a dress was bound to be cold, so whenever she rested, she would always wrap Tiangong's black cloak around herself. She snatched the roasted meat Tiangong had only taken a few bites of. After a bite, she found it a little hot and blew on it with little huffs. "Hot, hot." Taking the warm water Tiangong handed her, she complained, "It's so good. No wonder you didn't call me when it was done." "Tisk, don't say I didn't warn you. Eat too much of this meat, and you won't be able to digest it." Tiangong wasn't trying to scare her. After all, this meat came from a buck that had killed a chunin. Venison is inherently nourishing, and at their cultivation level, while the taste would be even more exquisite, the immense energy contained within would be nearly impossible for ordinary people to digest. "If you're being too stingy, Xing." Snorting disdainfully, the girl completely disregarded Tiangong's advice and continued to devour the meat. In her mind, Tiangong must have found it delicious and was simply saving it as a wine pairing. Indeed, the girl calling Tiangong Xing was none other than Fenghua Xiaoshua. Without either of them realizing it, their interactions had grown increasingly intimate over time. Though the entire crew assumed the two young ones were dating, they kept it private, solely because of Xiaohua's status as a celebrated actress. The second half of filming proved exceedingly difficult. Fenghua Xiaoxue suffered nosebleeds repeatedly, and for numerous scenes that only required her presence, Tiangong had to use a transformation jutsu to double for her. At dusk, Tiangong carried Fenghua Xiaoxue on his back as they slowly made their way toward the inn. "Aishing, my stomach hurts. Drink some wine, and it'll help." Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately pinched Tiangong's face. Pouting, she huffed, "It's all your fault. You knew that meat was problematic, yet you didn't stop me." Pinching her soft thigh, Tiangong retorted, "It's your own greed, really. I warned you. But it was truly delicious. I don't care. It's your fault. Beneath the guest house where Fenghua Xiaoxue stayed, Tiangong lowered her to the ground. She slid off his back, and he readjusted his black cloak over his shoulders. As if recalling something, Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly rose onto her tiptoes and leaned close to Tiangong's ear, whispering, "I didn't wear today. Pretty impressive, right?" Tiangong froze, not because of Fenghua Xiaoxue's figure, but because the origin blood pearl of the Duan Shui Lu clan attached to his body had reacted. This meant he had finally found a lead on the Duan Shui Lu clan. In fact, someone from that clan must be nearby. After all, this was already Tiangong's fourth day on the film set. He had escorted Fenghua Xiaoxue home many times before, yet only today had the blood pearl responded. Sensing Tiangong's body tense, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt a spark of delight. Lowering her gaze, she hesitated before whispering, "There's only this one inn nearby. You've been sleeping outdoors these past few days, haven't you? Actually, my bed is rather spacious. But don't misunderstand. I just don't want you sleeping on a stone slab. We can be like we were in the land of rivers." Unaware of Fenghua Xiaoxue's subtle invitation, Tiangong, fearing the Duan Shui Lu member might escape, drove a thread of blood qi into the girl's lower abdomen and vanished in an instant using a body flicker technique. Waiting moments for Tiangong's reply, Fenghua Xiaoxue looked up, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Startled, the girl's already rosy cheeks flushed even deeper, though this time from indignation. Stomping her foot, Fenghua Xiaoxue shouted into the night-shrouded street, "Stinking Aishing, you're the worst." Meanwhile, Tiangong, maxing out his perception, he carefully scanned several kilometers around, probing every trace of blood qi fluctuation, attempting to locate that Duan Shui Lu clan member as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, Tiangong's lips curled into a ferocious grin, for within his perception an exceptionally familiar blood qi signature appeared. It was none other than the sole survivor of the Duan Shui Lu ninja group he had previously battled, their true leader. The man's name escaped Tiangong, something like Jian, but he remembered one thing: the fellow had escaped death by threatening his own sister. Taking a swig of wine, Tiangong sneered, "Despicable wretch, let's see how you survive today." Wahaha. Several kilometers away, the young man stood at the center of a great lake, the Duan Shui Lu clan's treasured artifact, Duan Shui, strapped to his waist. Holding aloft a water attribute chakra sphere compressed to its absolute limit, the man threw his head back and laughed wildly. "It's gathered. Ha! Now Duan Shui is complete. I can finally unleash the true power of the Duan Shui Lu clan. Ha ha ha." Through his manic laughter, endless venom flickered in the young man's eyes. He murmured, "Fire Nation Konoha Hokage Dongshin Tiangong. Prepare to bear the wrath of the Duan Shui Lu clan." Just then, violent ripples surged across the lake's surface. A slender wooden staff stabbed vertically into the water not far away. Oh, the fury of a clan on the brink of extinction. I'm afraid I find it rather uninteresting. At the mocking voice, Jinfu whirled around to see a young man standing with hands clasped behind his back, one foot balanced upon the wooden staff. The moment Jinfu caught sight of that face, fear began to bloom in his chest. Unconsciously, memories flooded back. The day that man had toyed with his companions like a cat with mice, slaughtering them mercilessly. Heavy water flowed into his long blade. Sensing the terrifying chakra radiating from the weapon, Jinfu suppressed his terror and glared viciously at Tiangong. "You actually tracked me down here. But Duan Shui is now complete. Dongshin Tiangong, shall I call you fortunate or unfortunate to be the first sacrifice for the blade?" Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong teased, "Please, could you refrain from speaking in such an inquisitorial tone? Otherwise, I might just crush you without a second thought." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tiangong waved his hand. The gourd at his waist shot outward, swelling hundreds of times its original size and bearing down directly toward Jinfu. Gazing at the colossal gourd hurtling toward him, Jinfu drew a deep breath and leveled his blade. In the next instant, the lake's surface erupted in towering waves. Jinfu remained rooted upon the water, the massive gourd unable to push him back a single step. With a single slash, the gourd was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Witnessing this, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. This fellow's strength has increased considerably since last time. Is he also concealing his power? Or is it the effect of what he just called Duan Shui now complete? Noticing Tiangong's surprise, Jinfu sneered. Dongshin Tiangong, this entire lake is saturated with my Duan Shui Lu clan's chakra. Tell me, how do you intend to defeat me? The next moment, Jinfu rapidly formed hand seals as a stream of water slowly flowed from his blade across his body. Heavy water armor combined. Few water release heavy water armor jutsu. No sooner had the words left his lips than the water around Jinfu genuinely transformed into armor, encasing his body in protection. With a gesture, the gourd shrank and flew back to his waist. Tiangong twisted his neck and quipped, "You seem rather capable now." His long blade radiating water attribute chakra fluctuations, Jinfu mimicked Tiangong's motion, shaking his neck. "I'm capable of far more than just fighting, you know." Speaking thus, Jinfu clenched one hand. The very next instant, a colossal palm, dozens of meters tall, erupted from the lake and lunged toward Tiangong. Watching the colossal water hand rushing toward him, Tiangong leaped across the water without even drawing his blade and drove his fist straight into that giant palm. Fist met palm, and the giant hand dissolved in an instant. A layer of chakra cloak surfaced around Tiangong, and he immediately shot toward Jinfu. "Bastard, do you think I'm still the weakling I used to be at?" With a furious roar, Jinfu also charged at Tiangong. But Tiangong had already entered chakra activation mode, and in both speed and power, Jinfu was no match for him. Tiangong chased Jinfu down and pummeled him relentlessly, his fists moving so fast that Jinfu couldn't even react. Jinfu's face clouded with bewilderment. Why? He had inherited the strength of his grandfather and countless ancestors. How could he still be no match for Dongshin Tiangong? A kick sent Jinfu soaring into the air. The next instant, Tiangong's figure appeared behind him and delivered an elbow strike to the back of his heart. The lake exploded with violent spray. As the chakra cloak around Tiangong slowly faded, the corner of his mouth curled upward. He sneered disdainfully, hostile, nothing more than a roadside mongrel. Bubbles rose from the lake, and then Jinfu's figure slowly floated up. Though he was a bit bedraggled, there was not even a trace of blood on his face. Sensing the other's aura climbing steadily, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. He had a premonition that this guy's current strength was extraordinary. It was just that he couldn't fully unleash that power like a Jinchuriki, who couldn't control tailed beast chakra. The next moment, the two clashed again. But Tiangong had already drawn Jianing, for he had discovered that kicks and punches could not harm his opponent. It wasn't that Jinfu had mastered the secret arts of the Hozuki clan of Kirigakure. Rather, it was that layer of heavy water armor on his body could block almost any impact. They fought another several hundred rounds. Tiangong had already unleashed his full power, and though he once beat Jinfu to the point of being unable to resist, Jinfu was like an unkillable cockroach. He always managed to stand up again. The full moon hung high. No one knew how long the two had been fighting. Tiangong was panting heavily while across from him Jinfu, who had just been sent flying, walked over again step by step. Watching the chakra cloak slowly fading from Tiangong's body, Jinfu's eyes still carried viciousness, but now they also held a measure of respect. Sheathing his long sword, Jinfu said in a calm tone, "Dongshin Tiangong, you are strong. Whether in chakra reserves or combat experience, you are the strongest I have ever met in my life." Tiangong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, so you mean you're ready to surrender?" Jinfu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret. "No. I mean that as long as we are on this lake, no matter how strong you are, you won't be my match." At that, Tiangong narrowed his eyes. From the moment they began fighting, he had noticed something was off with this lake. He simply couldn't control the water here. It was as if the entire lake were Jinfu's jutsu. But Tiangong had believed that relying on his enormous chakra, he could easily take Jinfu down even in a war of attrition. With his hand gently resting on the scabbard, Tiangong felt regret. Unfortunately, he had used all his stored chakra on special effects while filming. Because of his habit of cutting corners, he hadn't replenished it. Otherwise, one Flame King strike would definitely shatter that bastard's defenses. Though these thoughts ran through his mind, Tiangong's expression remained as calm as drifting clouds. "So then, as long as I leave this lake, you're not my opponent anywhere else." Hearing this, Jinfu curled the corner of his mouth into a strange smile. "But why do you think I dare to say all this to you?" As he spoke, Jinfu's hands blurred through hand seals. The next second, towering water walls rose up around the entire lake, just like the hexagram water formation that had once trapped Tiangong. Drawing Duan Shui, Jinfu poured a massive amount of water nature chakra into it. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly. "Dongshin Tiangong, the tables have turned. Water release heavy water 1,000 layers." A blade aura forged from compressed water-natured chakra slashed toward him. Tiangong's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly dodged. He hadn't expected that a technique consuming this much chakra could be performed by a single person. Meanwhile, Duan Shui and Jinfu's hand once again gathered water-natured chakra and he sent another slash at Tiangong. After that, Tiangong dodged left and right, while Jinfu attacked him relentlessly, as if his chakra were inexhaustible. Every time Tiangong tried to close in a heavy water, thousand layers forced him back. This scene was all too reminiscent of Tiangong slaughtering the ninja of the Danshuiliu clan in the past. The difference was that this time Tiangong was the mouse and Jinfu was the cat. After dodging several hundred water arrows in a row, Tiangong didn't rush to approach Jinfu. He had to admit that at present he truly couldn't do anything to his opponent. Even though Tiangong had been suppressing Jinfu for most of the fight, he hadn't used his self-created flame/jutsu series because he didn't want to create too much water mist. Because when fighting in mist, his perception of blood chi would be greatly delayed, and Tiangong didn't want to give Jinfu any chance to escape. And since he was not particularly proficient in water release or earth release, he had relied on chakra activation mode to fight Jinfu at close quarters. But most of Tiangong's attacks were blocked by Jinfu's heavy water armor. That jutsu was bizarre. Tiangong speculated that perhaps it was because of this lake. The heavy water armor could even nullify impact. Or perhaps the water armor on his body was fundamentally different from ordinary water. A layer of crimson chakra surfaced around Tiangong once more, but the cloak was visibly thinner than before, like a flame that could go out at any moment. Seeing this, Jinfu laughed wildly at the sky. Dongshin Tiangong, just obediently await your death. Stop struggling in vain. Though I won't grant you a clean death, of course. Ha! Still laughing wildly, Jinfu pressed his hands together. Although this jutsu did seal off the lake, the area was too vast, so it was hard for him to hit Tiangong. Watching the water walls around him begin to shrink, Tiangong understood that this bastard wanted to cut off his escape route, while thickening the walls to keep him from fleeing the area. Sensing that he had very little chakra left, Tiangong remained calm inside. The reason he had chosen to fight despite sensing something wrong was that he had the confidence to do so. It was a trump card that once played would allow him to face any enemy he had encountered in this life. That included the masked man in the black robe with red clouds, the Jinchuriki, and even the 5 Kage. He just hadn't expected that he would have to play this trump card on Jinfu, a man he had never taken seriously at all. But so be it. The secret that granted him such power must be worth something. As the water formation shrank, Jinfu had more chakra at his disposal, and he bombarded Tiangong with a nearly carpet-bombing style of attack. Tiangong's figure became increasingly bedraggled, and several wounds were carved into his body by water release. Fortunately, he had tempered his body with vast amounts of blood chi in the past. Though wounds covered him all over, none of the injuries were serious. Seeing that Tiangong was covered in wounds, but showed no sign of exhaustion, Jinfu's expression turned grave. He thought to himself, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Kenfu has been able to fight against Tiangong until now solely because he found the Chongshui in this lake. The Chongshui and Duan Shui were originally ones serving as the sacred artifact of the Duan Shuilu clan. Decades ago, during a great battle, the Duan Shuilu clan was nearly exterminated by the Mai forces. Due to the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War shortly thereafter, the clan managed to survive, and while the Duan Shui artifact was recovered over the years, the Chongshui was lost. Their purpose for coming to the capital of fire this time is to find the Chongshui. After over a century of use, the Chongshui has nearly been assimilated by the chakra of the Duan Shuilu clan. Therefore, as long as the distance is not too far, any ninja of the Duan Shuilu clan wielding the Duan Shui can sense the Chongshui. After their last escape, Kenfu accidentally discovered the Chongshui in this lake. Since its previous user was Kenfu's grandfather, the complete Duan Shui also recognized Kenfu's chakra. Furthermore, an immense amount of chakra is sealed within the Chongshui, left behind by the fallen Duan Shuilu clan ninjas during that battle specifically to aid their descendants in locating it. Once Kenfu condensed the Chongshui, the seal was broken and the chakra of those Duan Shuilu clan ninjas scattered throughout the lake. Through the Duan Shui, Kenfu can naturally control that chakra, which is the primary reason he can maintain such extraordinary stamina in his battle against Tiangong. However, the water in this lake ultimately lacks the ability to store chakra. Though Kenfu can briefly command this chakra through the Duan Shui, it will dissipate soon enough. This is why Kenfu endures backlash to activate the six-pointed water formation. Without temporarily containing the chakra, he would truly be worn down by Tiangong. Even though the Duan Shui is complete, and he commands numerous secret techniques of the Duan Shuilu clan, granting him a tremendous advantage in this battle. Kenfu must admit that Dongshin Tiangong stands as the strongest adversary he has ever faced, so powerful that no clan leader recorded in the annals surpassed them. Within the water formation, sensing Tiangong's chakra nearly depleted, Kenfu grips his blade with both hands as his armor reforms into Chongshui, spiraling around the weapon's edge. Simultaneously, the lake's chakra converges upon Kenfu. Staring at Dongshin Tiangong with a tone laced in arrogance and envy, he declares, Dongshin Tiangong, there is no need to pretend you have everything under control. I acknowledge your strength. Today, with favorable timing terrain and alignment on my side, I would not stand a chance against you or any one of these absent. But, what difference does it make? I have won this battle. At these words, Tiangong lets out a speechless laugh, showing no desire to respond despite appearing somewhat disheveled from excessive chakra depletion earlier in the fight. Yet he never pretended to have everything under control as his opponent claimed for from the moment the battle began, or rather from the moment he first saw Kenfu. Everything had already been decided. Though his displayed combat power proved somewhat surprising, he was ultimately nothing more than a clown, a visibly shallow opponent. Tiangong had never regarded Kenfu as a true rival. Observing Tiangong's continued disdain, Kenfu's heart fills with fury, and a cruel smile spreads across his face. Dongshin Tiangong, you should feel honored to die by the hands of the Duan Shuelu clan, to perish beneath my true power as a Duan Shuelu Kenfu. Water release, great whirlpool tornado. As his words fade, the Chongshui, coiling above the Duan Shui, gradually flows back into the lake. In the next instant, the water barrier brimming with immense chakra surges past Kenfu, crashing toward Tiangong with devastating force. The water barrier instantly transforms into a towering waterspout hundreds of meters high, engulfing Tiangong. Were it not for the darkness of night, residents within dozens of miles would surely believe a divine miracle has manifested. Even a ninja cannot help but marvel. At this level of jutsu, only a fighter on par with the 5 Kage could unleash such power. Minutes later, the waterspout slowly dissipates, yet the great lake remains unrestored to silence. The Chongshui, it gradually flows back into the Duan Shui, as Kenfu kneels on one knee atop the water, gasping heavily. You should be dead by now. No wonder this technique demands the full power of our entire clan. Using it again would likely mean the destruction of my TCH. To be honest, that technique was quite impressive, but it falls short of destroying my. Then again, it might serve as an attraction at a bathhouse. Silence falls as Tiangong slowly emerges from the center of the waterspout, draped in a brand new black cloak, his bare chest bearing no scars. Within that waterspout, Tiangong expended his final reserves of chakra before drawing upon the full power of his blood energy. With chakra no longer obstructing his healing, his blood energy restored him far more rapidly than before. Moreover, Tiangong felt an inexplicable certainty, as though a single punch could shatter whatever Kenfu had unleashed at full strength. Yet he chose not to act on it. Channeling his blood energy completely granted him an unparalleled sense of security. He wanted to see what tricks this once great clan's ultimate secret technique held, but clearly Kenfu had disappointed him. Whether it was the blood energy amplifying Tiangong's physical prowess or Kenfu's incomplete cultivation, the technique not only failed to wound him, but actually allowed Tiangong to mend his injuries within its midst. Watching that familiar figure approach unchanged from their first encounter, Kenfu's pupils contracted to their sharpest point before drowning in despair. Oh, how is this possible? How can you still be alive? You're not wounded at all. You must be a ghost. A ghost, haha. I won, Dongshin Tiangong, I won. Sinking onto the water surface, he wildly swings the Duan Shui before launching a barrage of water blades toward Tiangong. Carelessly dispersing the incoming water blades, Tiangong watches his opponent's frenzied state and shakes his head. As expected, trash remains trash. I simply held too high expectations for you. As these words echo just as Tiangong draws near, Kenfu's figure suddenly erupts forward, driving his blade straight toward Tiangong's heart. The blade of the Duan Shui gleams with a chilling light, and Tiangong appears entirely unguarded. Kenfu's heart leaps with hope. It's working. Whether you're human or ghost, die. Kenfu cries out in his mind, but the moment the blade tip meets Tiangong's chest, his motion halts abruptly. Before him, a layer of crimson energy slowly manifests across Tiangong's surface, blocking the Duan Shui's point. No matter how hard he pushes, the blade cannot advance even an inch. Witnessing this, Kenfu's face goes blank, not acting this time, but genuinely bewildered, for what he sees transcends anything a ninja could comprehend. Shaking his head, Tiangong murmurs softly, "Truly something unworthy of being brought to the forefront. Very well, taking you back to my should save some effort. You're still useful after all." As he speaks, Tiangong delivers a kick to Kenfu's chest. Though he holds back his full strength, Kenfu is still launched backward over 100 meters before crashing into a large tree. Spitting blood, Kenfu recalls Tiangong's words and attempts to bite down on the poison in his teeth, but his body refuses to cooperate. Footsteps approach, and Tiangong emerges holding the Duan Shui, walking forward with measured steps. His voice is cold and detached. "Why would you think that your life and death in my presence would be up to you?" With those words spoken, Jiantian kicked out Jianfu's teeth, then proceeded to crush his limbs as Jianfu watched in utter despair. Near the lakeside, gruesome wails echoed like those of demons, yet Jiantian moved unhurriedly. Though he had less bloody means at his disposal, this was the penalty for daring to threaten him with his sister's life. Minutes later, Jiang Tian wiped the lingering blood from his shoes on the dry grass, while Jinfu's body lay crumpled in a pool of blood like mire. This was not an exaggerated metaphor. It was literally like mire, for both skin and flesh and bones of his limbs had been crushed into nothingness by Jiang Tian's steps. But the true torment lay in the fact that before the beating began, Jiang Tian had injected a thread of blood qi into his body, ensuring Jinfu remained not only alive, but fully conscious throughout. An inhuman agony coursed through him, yet he could no longer feel his limbs. His lips parted and closed again and again, but not a single sound would come. This level of suffering could plunge any living person in the ninja realm into utter despair, and Jinfu bore it alongside his hatred for Jiang Tian and Konoha, plus his grand ambition to restore the Dansuiryu clan. Only then did Jiang Tian have the leisure to pick up the water-severing blade, running his fingertip lightly along its spine to listen to its humming resonance. A murmur escaped him. This blade's material and craftsmanship rivaled the shadow cleaver forged by old iron for him. Combined with that peculiar heavy water, this was undoubtedly a top-tier blade that would rank among the finest in the entire ninja realm. As Jiang Tian prepared to test whether his blood qi could activate the blade, resistance surged from within its form. He could sense it wasn't rejecting the blood qi itself, but rather rejecting him as a person. Turning his head with great effort from his pool of blood, Jinfu spoke in a hoarse, venomous voice. "Give it up, Dongshin Tiangong. Only the Dansuiryu clan can wield the water-severing blade. Even if you defeat me, you'll never earn its acceptance." Meeting those crimson eyes, Jiang Tian nodded. The man spoke the truth. Though his chakra had barely recovered, he could detect a peculiar energy within the heavy water inside the blade. This energy must be the lingering mark left by the Dansuiryu clan, and unraveling, it was surprisingly straightforward. Chuckling softly, Jiang Tian grasped the blade directly. Its razor-sharp edge failed to pierce his skin. If it cannot serve me, then what use is it? As blood qi surged into the blade's interior, Jiang Tian squeezed with force. A crack appeared across the water-severing blade, and then it shattered in his hand. Witnessing this, Jinfu's despair reached its peak. His eyes grew dull and lifeless, his lips moving silently, as if unable to form a single word. He had despaired before when defeated by Jiang Tian and having his limbs ground to ruin. But that despair had been solely for his own life. But deep within his heart, he had always believed that as long as the water-severing blade endured, the Dansuiryu clan would one day turn its blade against Konoha. Yet now not only was he broken beyond repair, but the water-severing blade itself lay shattered before his eyes. Along with it, the clan's hopes were destroyed by that man. With a single hand forming several hand seals, Jiang Tian ignited the fragments of the water-severing blade and the heavy water with flames of blood qi. Moments later, the aura of the Dansuiryu clan was completely purged, and the shards along with the heavy water were drawn into the gourd at his waist. These were all valuable resources. Though he wasn't particularly skilled in water release techniques, once he returned to Konoha and had old iron forge a scabbard matching his shadow cleaver, his eldest daughter would receive a tremendous boost in power. Carving out a cave to seal away Jinfu, Jiang Tian did not return directly to Konoha. He still had several scenes left to film. Counting everything together, it amounted to over 500,000 ryo. While he wasn't exactly short on money, judging by Fenghua Xiaoshui's recent behavior, Jiang Tian felt there was still considerable promise. Before departing, fearing Jinfu might perish, Jiang Tian injected another thread of blood qi to sustain his vitality. 3 days later, following the wrap dinner for Princess Fenghua Part 2, Fenghua Xiaoshui supported her heavily intoxicated companion as they made their way home. As they walked, the girl muttered to herself, really, why would he prefer living like a savage outdoors over staying at her place? There were rooms available. Letting out a burp, Jiang Tian mumbled sleepily, burp. You wouldn't understand. I'm still on a mission and there's work to be done tonight. Who would believe that? Where has a ninja ever gone on a mission to act as an actor? I'm different from others. Stop boasting. Helping Jiang Tian onto her large bed, Fenghua Xiaoshui wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Truly surprising, you're so heavy. Thank goodness you weren't fully asleep, or I'd have had to find someone to carry you back. While the girl was still complaining, Jiang Tian suddenly pulled her into his arms and pressed his lips to hers. She gasped in surprise. The pungent smell of alcohol made her recoil slightly, but as realization dawned, she awkwardly responded. Wait. Please stop being a ninja, okay? Let's become actors together, earn lots of money, and then we can. Watching Fenghua Xiaoshui chatter on about her bright future, a moment of clarity flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes. Speaking softly, he said, no. I love combat, I crave the thrill of battle, and I will become the strongest in the ninja realm. For that purpose, I will never settle anywhere. Then, not even for me. Hearing the tremor in Fenghua Xiaoshui's voice, Jiang Tian understood that this girl was different from any woman he had been with before. She truly wanted a future with him. He Dongshin Tiangong feared no schemes or powerful enemies, yet he would never betray true affection, especially since his heart already belonged to someone else. Therefore Fenghua Xiaoxue was someone he could not touch. With this thought, Jiang Tian suppressed his desires, and then joked. "TCH, do you really think I'd abandon my entire village for a woman?" Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue's slender frame shuddered, and a trace of desolation flickered in her eyes. She whispered softly, "I understand." Given her childhood experiences, Fenghua Xiaoxue was actually a deeply conflicted person. She yearned for the warmth of a family, while also caring for the people of the snow country. But she believed she could never defeat that uncle, which is why she confessed her feelings to Jiang Tian, hoping to spend the rest of her life with a man she loved. Perhaps spoiled by countless admirers, she had never imagined Jiang Tian would reject her. Seeing the girl nod and assume a submissive posture, Jiang Tian subtly edged closer to the bedside. Fenghua Xiaoxue was young, beautiful, wealthy, well-shaped, with a bit of a temper, but still quite endearing. And naturally, he found such a girl appealing. Yet there were countless fine women in the world, and many had caught his interest. But he couldn't possibly marry them all. Casual entanglements were fine, but true devotion was something Dongshin Tiangong would never squander. The following morning, Fenghua Xiaoxue opened her eyes to find the space beside her empty. She lifted the covers and discovered her clothes were still intact. After a moment of silence, she murmured softly, "Humph, coward." Konoha. Tiangong carried what little remained of Jianfu, and many residents were startled by the thing in his grasp, a barely human wreck. Even some ninja broke out in a cold sweat, because the look on Jianfu's face at that moment was simply too horrifying. It was not hatred or anger, but a numb, deadened despair, the hopelessness of one who could neither live nor die. Looking at his expression and the miserable state of his limbless body, no one dared imagine what he had endured. After handing Jianfu over to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tiangong's mission was half complete. He then went to Old Man Iron's forge to ask him to craft a sheath, and to see if the old man needed any help. In the end, Old Man Iron truly had skill, and his forge was still doing a roaring business. His life was clearly far better than it had been in the Fire Capital. When Tiangong arrived, the old man was actually drinking. Several apprentices under him were forging ninja tools, and Old Man Iron would occasionally offer a pointer or two. Judging by the apprentices' builds and the fluency of their movements, they were probably blacksmiths themselves, working at Old Man Iron's forge for a wage while polishing their craft. Pleading urgent business at the police force, Tiangong politely declined Old Man Iron's invitation to drink. Then he brought out the shards of the water-severing blade and the heavy water and explained what he needed. Old Man Iron thought it a pity to use such fine materials on a mere sheath, but since it was Tiangong's request, he would still see it through carefully. So Tiangong sketched the design of Snow Country's lament for Old Man Iron. After all, he had wielded that blade himself for a time and knew it well. At that moment, in a secret chamber in the Hokage building, 4 old bastards were interrogating Jianfu, who no longer looked human. At the sight of him, Danzo sneered and rasped, "Hiruzen, with such a dark heart, you should have let that brat join the Umbu." Before Hiruzen could answer, Hamura Mitokado said, "Compared with the police force, the Umbu is indeed more suitable for Torifu's grandson, and with his current combat strength, placing him in the Umbu would truly bring out greater value." Koho Udatane nodded as well. Clearly these old dogs, or old seniors, preferred the pleasure of having a genius under their thumb. For that reason, they did not care whether the person in question had any thoughts of his own. After all, they had been standing above Konoha for far too long. Though they still loved the village, though they had once fought for Konoha, time had turned them in many people's eyes into tumors that needed to be cut out. Time had not granted them much wisdom. Perhaps they had never possessed much ability. They were merely lucky ones chosen at exactly the right moment. Then Danzo added, "If you think Dongshin Tiangong is hard to control, hand him over to Root. In time he will without a doubt become Konoha's sharpest blade." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at his old friend and answered calmly, "He doesn't need to be exposed to more darkness." How could Hiruzen fail to see Danzo's real intention? It was simply that Danzo wanted Dongshin Tiangong to serve him. But in his view, his old friend might not necessarily be able to control Dongshin Tiangong, no matter how unscrupulous Danzo was in achieving his goals. Yet from his youngest son and from his own intelligence, one could see that Dongshin Tiangong was no mindless brute. Some of his methods were even more ruthless than those of a young Danzo. Only Dongshin Tiangong still had his own bottom line. Seeing Danzo about to say more, Hiruzen waved his hand. "Danzo, do what you should do. I am the Hokage, and I have my own considerations." With that, Hiruzen said to an Umbu nearby, "Summon Inoichi to the chamber." "Yes, Lord Hokage." In Konoha Forest. Since his daughter was at home, Tiangong declined the mission Asuma had sent and went to practice swordsmanship with his girl instead. Poor Hyugayuru and the others, though. During the days Tiangong was away, they had been slaving away like beasts of burden for the police force. However, Asuma did not dare go too far. He doled out plenty of perks, both visible and hidden. After all, the members of Tiangong's squad were no ordinary folk. They genuinely had the confidence to pack up and leave at any moment. Moreover, if he really drove those people away, he would not only have fewer capable hands under him. Given Tiangong's temper, Tiangong really would dare to cause him trouble. As for Tiangong, though his mission was not yet fully complete, he had brought back a living key member of the water-severing school. So whether he would leave the village next time depended on whether Konoha could break the seal placed in Jinfu's mind. If they could not, he would keep searching. If they could, he would most likely bathe the entire water-severing school in blood. The next day, Yugao went out on another mission with Kurenai. Tiangong had no idea what those two women were so busy with. He could only say their values differed. If it were him, as long as he had enough money to live on, he would not go on a mission unless he was forced to. The police force still had a mountain of troublesome affairs. Wanting to slack off, Tiangong simply went to the ninja academy. After all, he had not graduated yet, so sitting in on classes there was perfectly reasonable. Tiangong was in the graduating class. Because of his glorious exploit last year of beating Mizuki senseless in the classroom, the kids in his class rarely spoke to him. Tiangong did not care. He came to the academy to slack off anyway. If he was sleepy, he slept. If not, he listened to a bit of a lesson. Either way, he could fall asleep, and he thought that suited him just fine. After waking from a nap, Tiangong looked out the window. Seeing a few familiar little runts doing taijutsu drills, he yawned. I was little Ino and the others. Time really flew. In the blink of an eye, those little ones would soon become ninja. On the training field, Irika raised a hand. All right, class. Next is practical combat training. First pair Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. At that, the students in the class burst into cheers, and a crowd of girls all shouted for Sasuke. Wow, it's my Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun will easily beat that idiot Naruto. You shameless forehead. Sasuke-kun is clearly mine. Phew, Ino pig. Sasuke-kun isn't yours. The girls were cheering for Sasuke while the boys were all mocking Naruto. Yet in the corner, a girl with the Byakugan was quietly cheering Naruto on. Listening to the noisy commotion, Shikamaru couldn't help but mutter, what a truly excellent matchmaking system. Inuzuka Hana's younger brother, Inuzuka Kiba, shouted straight at Naruto, Hey Naruto, Irika-sensei has matched you with an opponent on your level. At that, the boys burst into laughter while the girls all glared at Inuzuka Kiba. Sakura immediately cut in, Idiot Kiba, what crap are you spouting? How could idiot Naruto ever be a match for Sasuke? Hearing this, Naruto, who had still had some fight in him, teared up at once. Wah, Sakura-chan. But there was nothing he could do. Sakura simply did not like Naruto, and on top of that, he was the acknowledged dead last. At that thought, Naruto's fighting spirit flared once more, and he roared, Stuck up Sasuke, I will definitely beat you. Glancing at Naruto, Sasuke's expression remained utterly unchanged as he coldly uttered 3 words, dead last. Despite Naruto's fighting spirit, despite his time training under Tiangong, despite his genuine diligence, despite having learned the shadow clone technique, the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra within him made it nearly impossible for Naruto to use jutsu properly without Tiangong's blood chi seal. Thus Naruto was knocked to the ground by Sasuke in just a few blows. Though Naruto had tried to use ninjutsu from the very start of the duel, Sasuke still countered him, using only taijutsu. After all, in this ninja academy, if Sasuke unleashed the great fireball technique, given the little brats in his class, people could actually end up dead. School building. Watching Naruto get roughed up, Tiangong couldn't help but laugh. His blood chi was now vastly greater than when he first met Naruto. With his increased power, replenishing blood chi was no longer as difficult as before. But he chose not to set up another blood chi seal for Naruto, because the Nine-Tails was simply too powerful. He had a premonition. If one day Naruto could fully master the Nine-Tails power, his strength would absolutely surpass anyone else in the current ninja world. In Tiangong's view, any power Naruto could access was unworthy of comparison with the Nine-Tails. It was just a pity that he knew little about Jinchuriki and had no idea how to help Naruto control Tailed Beast Chakra. It was almost unbelievable how such a mighty Nine-Tails had been suppressed by those two. On the training ground, seeing Sasuke's contemptuous look, which was actually an expressionless face, Naruto gritted his teeth and rose to his feet once more. Damn it, I can't even use the shadow clone. If that's the case. His mind flashed back to the sight of brother Tiangong summoning Little Snow, and he had always thought that jutsu was absolutely awesome. With the jutsu scroll Tiangong had given him, he had also practiced privately for a long time, but he had never succeeded. At that thought, Naruto's gaze suddenly sharpened. He realized there was one detail he had always overlooked before brother Tiangong used that jutsu. It seemed he had cut a wound in his palm. As this crossed his mind, a smirk reminiscent of a dragon king curled across Naruto's lips. He dusted himself off and declared with confidence and arrogance, Smelly Sasuke, looks like I'll have to show you my true power. Sorry, but I can't muster any interest in a dead last. With that, Sasuke prepared to turn away. Naruto, mimicking Tiangong, lightly dragged his palm, but no blood appeared. Seeing Sasuke about to leave, Naruto steeled himself and bit his hand, then began to slowly form hand seals. At the sight, many classmates burst into loud mockery. Ooh, look at that. The dead last who can't even do the clone technique is actually trying to copy ninja hand signs. Yeah, I'm dying of laughter here, huh? School building. Because the distance was considerable, Tiangong couldn't quite make out what seals Naruto was forming. Just as he was about to channel blood chi to his eyes to see what kind of spectacle Naruto was going to cause, he saw Naruto slap the ground with one palm and shout, summoning Jutsu Snow Emperor. You idiot. Cursing loudly, Tiangong charged straight out, smashing a human-shaped hole through the school building. But he was still a step too late. Naruto's figure had already vanished from where he stood. Seeing this, countless brats, including Irika, drew in sharp breaths. Shikamaru approached Tiangong and asked, Tiangong-ji, was that the legendary space-time ninjutsu Naruto just used? Staring at the spot where Naruto had disappeared, Tiangong ignored Shikamaru entirely. Only two thoughts occupied his mind. First, the Jinchuriki was missing, and this information absolutely had to be contained. Second, he had to destroy the Jutsu scroll given to Naruto at all costs. A vanishing Jinchuriki was a monumental crisis for any ninja village, and if anyone found out he was connected to it, he would have no choice but to become a missing nin. With this in mind, Tiangong turned to Irika. You're the teacher, right? Keep these children under control. No child is allowed to go home until they receive orders, and even if their parents come, you're not permitted to let them contact these kids. Hearing this, Irika nodded hastily. Although Tiangong had no authority to give him orders, his current aura was utterly terrifying, and Irika also sensed that something bad had indeed happened. On the way to the Hokage building, Tiangong inwardly cursed Naruto for being an idiot. On the Jutsu scroll, he had clearly written out all the precautions and consequences of using many techniques in plain detail. Yet, that brat still managed to make such a basic mistake. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk and roared, What did you say? That brat Naruto actually got himself transported to another world. Wiping the spittle from his face, Tiangong nodded helplessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi still pulled out the crystal ball and confirmed that Naruto was indeed no longer in Konoha. The old man then became like an ant on a hot pan. Damn it, I never imagined someone else would pull the same stupid stunt as that idiot Jiraiya. Hearing this, Tiangong raised an eyebrow. Oh, did Lord Jiraiya also get transported to another world? Oh, that was from many years ago. After a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out another sigh. Tiangong, you should have stopped Naruto back then. Then why didn't you stop Lord Jiraiya back then? Because it was already too late. Hiruzen cut himself off mid-sentence and fell silent. Yes, back then he had been right there at the scene, yet he still couldn't stop Jiraiya, let alone expect Tiangong to act while he was at the school enjoying the show. A moment later, the three elders shuffled in, faces long and grim. Seeing people he detested, Tiangong prepared to leave, but before he could go, someone called out to stop him. Turning around, he saw Hamura Mitokado glaring at him with a dark expression, demanding coldly, Tiangong, Azuma the Umbu reported that you were present at the time. Why didn't you stop the Jinchuriki? Could it be that you planned all of this? Koharu Udatane and Danzo Shimura wore the same expressions. Even if Hamura Mitokado hadn't spoken, the other two would still have found a way to call him over and pin this cesspool of blame onto Tiangong's head. After all, when something happened, finding someone to take the blame always took priority over solving the problem. Hearing Hamura's accusation, Tiangong's expression turned grim. He was certain that no one had been present when he handed the scroll to Naruto. So even if Naruto's possession of the Jutsu scroll later came to the Umbu's attention, there was still no direct evidence proving that Tiangong Azuma was responsible. So old bastard Hamura was trying to frame him. With that thought, Tiangong delivered a vicious slap across that wrinkled old face, then followed up with a full power kick that sent Hamura flying straight out of the Hokage building. Tiangong's movement was completed in an instant. The Hokage office first fell into dead silence. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table in fury, while the other two old dogs glowered at Tiangong in outrage. Striking a Konoha elder would come with punishment, but Tiangong felt a wave of relief in his heart, because it was something he had to do. With his personality, being falsely accused would absolutely provoke a violent reaction. If he appeared to act guilty, the old village chief might genuinely start suspecting him. Even if no one would believe that he had deliberately sent Naruto to another world, it was still entirely possible that an investigation would reveal that Naruto's ninjutsu scroll was connected to him. Since punishment might befall him either way, he might as well give that old geezer a beating first, always putting on such a haughty, high and mighty air. In truth, they were all bark and no bite, utterly worthless. Tiangong had long wanted to thrash those three old codgers. As his old comrades were being beaten, Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious. Well, to be honest, he was not really that angry. After all, as the Hokage, what concerned him most right now was the Jinchuriki. He had to come up with a countermeasure, otherwise in a few years, having lost the tailed beast and fallen into decline, on what grounds could Konoha remain one of the 5 great shinobi villages And on what grounds could it protect the most fertile lands of the Land of Fire? After being moderately chastised by Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Tiangong also began to grow anxious for Naruto was Kushina's son, and his being sent to another world had much to do with him. Thinking thus, Tiangong summoned a slug. Gazing at the slimy creature before him, he hastily explained his troubles. A moment later the summoning technique was undone and Tiangong slumped onto the sofa in dejection. A slug was a living fossil of the shinobi world, a creature of ancient wisdom, since even it had no solution in. Taking a few bouquets from Aunt Lie's shop, Tiangong headed to the cemetery, praying inwardly, Kushina, please don't blame me. Your son is an utter fool. Of course. If you must blame someone, visiting me in a dream will do too. In the following days, Tiangong no longer went to the ninja academy, nor was he interested in the police force. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be holed up at home sleeping all day. But only Tiangong himself knew that he was frantically unlocking the memories in his brain, trying to find a way to locate Naruto. Unfortunately, even though Tiangong racked his brains until his head throbbed, he still found no solution. There were in fact methods for crossing time and space, or for finding the threads of cause and effect, but none of those were things he could comprehend at his current level. Everyone was worrying about Naruto, or rather about the Nine Tails. But Naruto himself felt not the slightest sense of urgency. In the other world on Shukuin Island, Naruto had changed into overalls and was playing basketball with a group of chicken-headed people dressed exactly like him. Perhaps because he had only just learned not long ago Naruto's ball skills were terrible, but the chicken-headed people were still happy to have him join in. Suddenly a little chick ran from outside the court and shouted toward it, "Hey Naruto, the Grand Elder wants you." Naruto hurried over at a jog. "What's up, Kai Xiaoquan?" As they jogged toward the Elder Hall, Kai Xiaoquan shook his head. "I don't know. The Grand Elder only said you need to go there." When they arrived at the Elder Hall, they saw an aged, chicken-headed figure, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from the two. Naruto and Kai Xiaoquan hastily bowed in greeting, then said respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Elder." The aged, chicken-headed figure turned around, and with a subtle movement of his eyes the two of them found their bodies straightening up. Naruto was somewhat startled. Just now it was as if an invisible force had lifted his body. Kai Xiaoquan, on the other hand, looked completely at ease. After all, that was the Grand Elder, the last great Kuin of their Shukuin Kai clan. It was unsurprising that he possessed any manner of divine power. Looking at the simple-minded human child before him, the aged chicken-headed figure wore a benevolent expression. He ruffled Naruto's head and said softly, "Little Naruto, it's getting late. Though you are willing to become the representative of the Shukuin Kai clan, it is time for you to return to your own world. But I still want to play basketball with Sinkuin and Dancekuin." Basketball is a good thing, but you can come to Shukuin Island any time in the future. Go back to your world for now, or your friends and family will start to worry. At this, Naruto's mood visibly sank. "But I simply have no family or friends." Kai Xiaoquan asked curiously from the side, "Didn't you say your big brother Tiangong treats you very well?" Hearing this, Naruto was taken aback at first, then his expression turned cheerful. "That's right. There's still big brother Tiangong. He not only takes me to train with him, but also treats me to delicious Ichiraku ramen. Even though he often beats me, big brother Tiangong is a really, really good person. And so is Grandpa Hokage. And Teacher Irika." After Naruto finished speaking, the aged chicken-headed figure smiled and nodded. He produced a scroll and handed it to Naruto, then tapped the void, and a spatial gate to the shinobi world slowly opened before them. His newly made friend was about to leave, and the little chicken-headed person felt a pang of reluctance, but he still smiled and said, "Naruto, next time be sure to bring me a bowl of Ichiraku ramen to taste." Taking the scroll, Naruto's blood also began to boil. "Yeah. Once I become a ninja, I'll definitely treat everyone on Shukuin Island to Ichiraku ramen." After Naruto left, the spatial gate slowly dissipated as well. Kai Xiaoquan looked on with a dreamy expression. "I really want to go play in Naruto's world. Ichiraku ramen. Slurp." The aged chicken-headed figure shook his head, then sighed. Judging from Naruto's description, the shinobi world must be a world full of war and sin as well. Is that so? Sigh, another world like this. Seriously, wouldn't it be fine to just play basketball? Silly child, the human heart is complex. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha, sitting on the roof of his own building, Tiangong sensed all the fluctuations of life force within Konoha. When he opened his eyes, he sighed, more entering than leaving. War is going to break out, huh? It was not hard to understand, actually. Konoha's Jinchuriki had disappeared. Though the news was sealed off at the earliest moment, it could not be concealed for much longer. The other shinobi villages were all coveting Konoha. There was only one way to break this deadlock. Konoha must have a Jinchuriki once more. But Konoha, or rather the entire shinobi world at present, had no means to deal with another world, so retrieving Naruto was essentially impossible. Then how could Konoha regain a tailed beast? It was actually quite simple. Konoha had none, but the other villages did. All it took was seizing one from another village. However, a tailed beast was a strategic asset in any village. If one attempted to seize one, failing would be tolerable, but succeeding would absolutely ignite war. Tiangong reasoned that if Naruto did not return within the next few days, Konoha would for the first time since the village's founding launch a war. It was an unorthodox move, but one they had no choice but to make. Among the major villages, Kumobikure was currently the strongest and Sunagakure the weakest, yet the one tail was unsuitable for Konoha. Tiangong speculated that Konoha would most likely strike at Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Though Tiangong loathed Kirigakure the most, he still believed Iwagakure was the more likely target. After all, both of Iwagakure's Jinchuriki were outside the village. If their exact locations could be confirmed, capturing them would not be difficult. While Tiangong was still contemplating how to face the war that was all too likely to come, a voice called out to him. "Hey big brother Tiangong, wanna go fishing?" Looking down, he saw a little yellow-haired kid waving at him. So it was that brat Naruto. With war almost at hand, the kid was still so carefree and unconcerned. With those words, Tiangong's eyes widened in shock. Extending his perception, he confirmed it was indeed Naruto before vanishing in a flash of Shunshin no Jutsu, reappearing instantly at the boy's side. "What the? You little brat, you'll pay for this." Kicking Naruto squarely on the rear, Tiangong seized the back of his collar and bounded forward in a series of powerful leaps, racing toward the Hokage's mansion at top speed. The Jinchuriki was still alive. What splendid news. He had to notify the old dog of the village head immediately. At the Hokage's mansion, Sarutobi Hiruzen also froze momentarily. Upon confirming it was Naruto himself, he felt even greater joy than if he had seen his eldest son. After questioning Naruto about his experiences over the past few days, everything was put to rest. However, from that day onward, the ninja of Konoha resumed their busyness, reporting for duty, undertaking missions, as though nothing unusual had transpired. Yet once intelligence of Konoha's large-scale recall of ninja reached the other hidden villages, the leaders of those villages would likely find themselves unable to sleep. Although Konoha, occupying the most fertile lands, had never initiated war, the remaining ninja villages still longed to carve a piece of its prosperity. But if Konoha truly resolved to wage war against any village, even the Cloud Village, the strongest on the surface in military capability, would struggle to bear the consequences. After all, the Land of Fire was vast with abundant resources. Should war truly break out, Konoha would recover more swiftly than the other ninja villages. As for the top-tier combat strength on display, although Konoha had grown somewhat sluggish in recent years, it still stood no inferior to any hidden village. After taking Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen, Tiangong arrived at the boy's residence. Gazing upon the chaotic room, he furrowed his brows, but said nothing. After all, he was but a boy, ere it was understandable. From childhood to adulthood, although Tiangong's own home had always been immaculate, that was almost entirely thanks to Xiano tidying up in her spare time. Even when Xiano was away on mission, Zaijingi would come to clean. As for Tiangong himself, using a saying from the Freljord region of Huagua, he was so lazy that maggots might grow in the crease of his posterior. How could he possibly clean up after himself? Back at Naruto's place, although the boy felt somewhat embarrassed, he continued chattering incessantly about his experiences over the past few days. Tiangong listened as an elder would, meanwhile subtly returning the ninjutsu scroll to its original hiding place. Once Naruto finished speaking, Tiangong nodded with a smile. Fascinating experiences. By the way, Naruto, hand me that ninjutsu scroll and the broom I gave you. All right. Naruto handed over the scroll and broom, scratching his head. Oh, Naruto, you can read, right? I can read, of course. What's wrong, Tiangong and I? Hearing this, Tiangong did not respond. Instead, he pointed to the bed and smiled. Good that you can read. Now lie down. Though a sense of foreboding stirred within him, Naruto, daunted by the terrifying aura radiating from Tiangong, obediently complied. Placing a foot upon Naruto's back, Tiangong set the ninjutsu scroll before him and pointed to the annotation for the summoning jutsu. Slowly, he uttered a single syllable, read. Although pinned beneath Tiangong's foot, Naruto nonetheless faithfully read from the designated passage. The summoning jutsu belongs to the category of space-time ninjutsu. The practitioner must form a contract with a summon, performing the fixed hand seals of Haiku Yushin and me, using one's own chakra and blood as a medium to summon it for battle. Read the line below. I must remember, without a contract with a summon, the practitioner will be transported to another dimension where survival is unlikely. Never use it recklessly. Aligning Naruto's body toward the fourth Hokage's stone visage, Tiangong nodded. Excellent. You recognize the characters and can read them aloud. Your intelligence and eyesight are both fine. This beating was not without cause. Before Naruto could process his words, Tiangong brought the broom down upon him. Wailing loudly, Tiangong did not cease his strikes. Minutes later, Naruto stood in tearful agony, his voice hoarse from screaming. The elderly woman from downstairs had even been driven up by the commotion, though Tiangong's casually dispatched glare had sent her scrambling back in terror. Tossing the tattered broom aside, Tiangong sat heavily upon the bed, only then noticing that Naruto's trousers had been torn. Seeing the boy weeping uncontrollably, Tiangong frowned, then spoke coldly, "Stand at attention." The moment the words fell, Naruto quickly straightened through his pain. Tiangong scoffed. "Hold it in." Naruto shuddered and hastily wiped his snot. Witnessing the boy's grievous expression, Tiangong's heart softened somewhat. After all, Naruto was Kushina's child. Yet precisely because of this, certain lessons had to be engraved upon the boy. Ninja transmitted to other dimensions were not uncommon, but those who returned alive numbered scarcely among the few. Naruto was still young, he did not grasp the magnitude of the peril he had faced. But Tiangong understood. With Kushina and the fourth Hokage dead, he had to guide Naruto, even if it meant playing the villain. Locking his gaze upon Naruto, Tiangong spoke coldly. "Do you know why I struck you today?" Wiping his nose, Naruto nodded. "Because I used the summoning jutsu without a contracted summon." "Then why did you do it?" "Because I never carefully read the scroll's annotations." "Will you read them next time?" "Yes." "Good. This punishment was not in vain. Now extend your hand." Hearing this, Naruto shuddered, but obediently complied. Tiangong withdrew several bills from his wallet and pressed them into Naruto's hands. "Take this and buy yourself some new clothes. With the remainder, buy whatever food you desire. If the money is insufficient, come find me. Also replace your broom with an iron one." Having delivered a lengthy moral lecture, he offered a slap alongside a sweet date. Whether Naruto truly understood his mistake, Tiangong could not say. As if recalling something, Tiangong suddenly declared, "Wait, let me see the summoning beast you have contracted with." Hearing this, Naruto attempted the summoning jutsu, but after several tries it failed. Frowning, Tiangong channeled a thread of spiritual energy into Naruto's body. Upon his next attempt, a plume of white smoke rose, and before them appeared a small humanoid creature with a chicken's head clad in overalls. "Yo, Naruto. Long time no see." Scratching the back of his head, Naruto replied in puzzlement. "Actually, it's only been about 2 hours. By the way, Zio-kun, this is my brother Tiangong." Raising an eyebrow, Tiangong felt a twinge of astonishment. A thought formed in his mind. Could this be a food-type summon? The chicken-headed creature leaped backward, then struck what he considered a dashing pose. With an arrogant air, he announced, "I am Kai Zio-kun of the basketball clan from Shukuin Island." As he spoke, the creature spread its wing and a basketball materialized in its grasp, his movements surprisingly skillful. The following day, Tiangong slept until high noon. He had intended to venture out for a drink, but Ashima arrived at his doorstep bearing news that the Duan Shuelu clan's hiding place had finally been located. It was likely because Jianfu held a prominent position within the Duan Shuelu clan that his mind had not been encumbered by any self-harmful seals. "Hey Tiangong, don't falter this time. I went to extraordinary lengths to snatch this mission from the Umbu." "You're so tedious," Tiangong remarked sarcastically, eyeing the large assembly of ninja gathered below the security division. Among them were 4 special jonin, 20 chunin, and nearly 100 genin. "Honestly, do we really need such a formidable force merely to handle the Duan Shuelu clan? I could go alone." In truth, Tiangong preferred a smaller contingent. After all, with too many participants, any spoils of war would become transparent and ultimately subject to village confiscation. What do you know? The Duan Shuelu population nears 1,000, and they have harbored a deep-seated hostility toward Mai for generations. This is war. Overreacting again, he scoffed. Pulling open the window, Tiangong draped himself in a cloak and leaped straight down, drawing the attention of the assembled ninja below. In an instant, Tiangong erupted with chakra, projecting his overwhelming aura downward to crush the morale of the gathered ninja. Bowled over by his oppressive presence, not only the genin, but even several chunin found themselves sprawling onto the ground. The 3 special jonin, save for Xiangri Yi, were drenched in cold sweat. Originally, they had harbored some resentment. Like Tiangong, they were all captains of elite squads, and they questioned why he was designated to lead this mission. Yet after feeling Tiangong's aura, their objections vanished. One could only say, the rumors held true. The power of Dongshin Tiangong was undoubtedly no weaker than any clan head in Mai, and perhaps even greater. Observing the weaker ninja struggling to their feet, Tiangong stated in a calm voice, "The fallen chunin need not participate in this mission. As for the rest, we depart for the eastern border of the Land of Fire immediately." Hardly had the words left his mouth when Tiangong set off. His 3 squad members followed close behind. Recalling Tiangong's earlier display of authority, Xiangri Yi teased with a grin, "Oh Tiangong, you've got quite the natural leadership quality." "No, my ass, that's called the demeanor of a true powerhouse." The speed of shinobi was remarkable. 2 days later, Tiangong and his party arrived near a remote island off the eastern border of the Land of Fire. Closing his eyes to sense, Tiangong detected dense waves of bloodlust and killing intent emanating from the island. He cast a glance over his shoulder. Who among you has a flying summon? Hearing this, one special jonin and two chunin stepped forward. Captain Tiangong, my summon is a ninja hawk. Captain Tiangong, our summons are nocturnal owls, though they possess limited combat capability during daylight hours. He gave a slight nod. They don't need to engage in direct combat. Simply being able to fly is sufficient. Turning to everyone, he issued his orders. Take out all the explosive tags, bind them to stones, and drop them from the air. Focus your aim on the central area of the island. With that, Tiangong looked toward the owners of the three ninja beasts. Fly these little ones as high as possible. Their safety is paramount, a slight deviation in targeting is acceptable. Since this operation constituted a small-scale conflict, all ninja tools were provisioned by the village. As the lead commander, Tiangong had every right to arrange the logistics as he saw fit. Within minutes, the ninja beasts had subjected the island to a devastating bombardment. Tiangong proceeded to walk directly across the sea's surface toward the shore. His followers hurried behind him, but Tiangong raised a hand. Scatter and spread out around the perimeter. Sensory ninja, maintain intervals between you. I will not tolerate a single survivor escaping this area. Hearing this, everyone froze. A shared thought struck them. Was this young captain actually intending to single-handedly eradicate the entire Duan Shuelu clan? But that is an ancient ninja lineage. Although Captain Tiangong is undeniably powerful, isn't this just reckless folly? At that moment, members of Tiangong's squad hurried to his side. Chuan Zhao Hua grabbed his wrist, her brow furrowed. Hey, what are you doing? That's the Duan Shuelu clan. He pulled his hand free. We made a night march. Our squad consists mostly of genin, and most of them are not at peak condition. Rather than throwing themselves into a brutal skirmish alongside me, it would be wiser to guard the rear. This approach will minimize casualties. Noticing Xiangri Yi about to speak, Tiangong waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. They are but old men, the weak and the sick. They cannot pose any real threat. In truth, Tiangong harbored no arrogance. The intelligence extracted from Jianfu's mind indicated that the Duan Shuelu clan possessed merely 3 jonin and several special jonin. 3 jonin, he reasoned. Jianfu counted as one, and the hulking brute he had dispatched in the fire capital counted as another. Thus, the current Duan Shuelu clan posed virtually no threat to him. The same logic applied to the chunin and genin. He had not bothered to examine them at all. Even if every remaining person on the island were chunin ranks, it would still be trivial. While it might prove somewhat troublesome should Tiangong wish to depart, none of them could possibly hold him back. Of course, that was impossible. After all, during the Warring States period, a clan numbering 1,000 souls would consider it fortunate to have a handful of jonin. Having a dozen chunin marked them as exceptionally elite, and their genin would scarcely exceed 100. Naturally, clans blessed with potent bloodlines, such as Uzumaki, Xiangri Senju, and Uchiha, maintained a significantly higher proportion of ninja compared to ordinary families. Just then, a horizontal wall of water materialized upon the island, intercepting the second wave of explosive tags dropped by the ninja beasts. Nevertheless, Tiangong had already set foot on the island. He observed a contingent of roughly 100 individuals advancing toward him. Among them were elders and children, yet not a single one among them lacked ninja lineage. At their forefront was an elderly man clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. Assessing Tiangong's attire, the old man narrowed his eyes. You are a ninja of my. It seems Jian and the others have failed. TCH. You mean those 6 brats? I already killed them. Wait, the one named Jianfu is still breathing, but I have rendered him completely useless. Hearing this, the elder secretly activated a sensory ninjutsu. Upon perceiving the terrifying surge of chakra radiating from Tiangong, his pupils tightened. You are? Mai's Jinchuriki. I never expected the village to dispatch such a powerhouse against my humble Duan Shuelu clan. Tiangong chuckled softly and shook his head. Though I am not a Jinchuriki, the difference in capability against a group of feeble old men and cripples is negligible. The elder emitted a cold snort. Arrogant fool. Even if you are a Jinchuriki, you shall pay with your life today for the death of my son. Noticing the elder signal a young man in secret, Tiangong paid it no mind. The elder had likely suspected him of being a Jinchuriki due to the chakra levels far surpassing those of ordinary ninja. Believing he might not be able to subdue Tiangong personally, the elder intended for certain clan members to make a desperate escape. But where could they possibly flee? Vast numbers of my ninja guarded the coastline, and to the east lay the land of water, a region currently steeped in chaos. Fleeing there would only guarantee another death. Thinking thus, he noticed the group beginning to spread out. Tiangong charged straight and slashing through the old man's ninjutsu, and then forced 2 opponents back with a single stroke before plunging into the encirclement of Danshwiliu ninja. A horde of Danshwiliu ninja immediately converged on Tiangong to slaughter him. Some were weaving hand seals, some were using hidden weapons, and others thrust their long blades directly at him. Worthless rabble. Tiangong sneered, erupting with chakra as he unleashed his full murderous aura against everyone around. In an instant, over 9/10 of the Danshwilyu ninja were crushed to their knees, coughing up blood. This was also why Tiangong hadn't brought my ninja here. Under his full-throttle aura, it was very hard to avoid harming his comrades. Casualties are inevitable on a mission, but if a my ninja ever died because of him, Tiangong's conscience would be unable to bear it. Seeing a few ninja who had kept their wits about them charge toward him, Tiangong rested his palm on the sheath of his shadow-severing blade and mustered all the chakra stored within. The visible ripples of fire attribute chakra made the pupils of the remaining fighters contract. Hurriedly, they began weaving hand seals. They meant to use their most adept jutsu to resist Tiangong's strike, for they dared not retreat. Behind them were their families. The old man bellowed, "Use water formation wall, all of you. We can't let that blade reach the island, or the Danshwilyu clan will be wiped out." A calm smile curled over Tiangong's lips as he murmured, "Fire-style Flame King." A blade aura of fire attribute chakra compressed to the extreme flashed toward the island's center. Simultaneously, the several Danshwilyu and ninja shouted in unison, "Water-style water formation wall." Instantly, multiple walls of water rose before the Flame King's aura. Even the weakest of these water wall users was at least a chunin. Their hand seals were fast, and their ninjutsu was no mean force. Yet the water walls they released could not truly block Tiangong's Flame King. Still, water inherently restrains fire. Even though they failed to stop it, they had considerably worn it down. Meanwhile, the old man at the rear drew the long sword from his waist. His perpetually squinting eyes opened as wide as possible as he shouted, "Water-style Great Torrent." A torrent immediately slashed toward Tiangong's Flame King. The Flame King was contained, but a vast sheet of water mist blanketed the entire area. Tiangong charged straight into the mist, and with a swing of his blade, several ninja were beheaded. The mist had been deliberately produced by Tiangong. He could sense the blood energies within it, and it hindered him almost nothing. In truth, it had been a choice of options. If they chose to evade, the ordinary ninja of the Danshwilyu, the clan behind them would unquestionably have suffered catastrophic losses. If they chose to resist, then inside the mist, Tiangong's work would be far easier. Hearing the sound of blades striking flesh and the agonizing wails of his clansmen, the old man was frantic. Yet he had no wind-release jutsu to clear the fog. Using sensory ninjutsu to trace Tiangong's chakra, the old man charged out recklessly, abandoning all thought of his own survival. As he ran, he roared, "Everyone flee this island with everything you have. As long as you live, the Danshwilyu clan will not perish." However, the old man's strength was ultimately no match for Tiangong's. Moreover, he was elderly and further hampered by the fog. Within a few exchanges, Tiangong cut off one of his arms, then sent him flying with a kick, leaving him gravely wounded. A few minutes later, the mist had gradually dissipated. Around Tiangong were densely scattered corpses. He had a rough glance over 100 bodies, all ninja of the Danshwilyu clan. But the only ones left breathing on the battlefield were Tiangong and the old man. Propped against a boulder, the old man coughed up blood, his aged eyes staring at Tiangong with venomous hatred. "My ninja, what are you going to do with them?" Tiangong fired a signal flare into the sky. He knew the old man's them referred to the civilians of the Danshwilyu clan. Tiangong chuckled softly. "The mission I issued was to destroy all ninja of the Danshwilyu clan." Hearing this, the old man finally relaxed a little. Some bloodlines might have escaped, but there were still more than 1,000 of his people on the island. Although they were only ordinary people, they were still the old man's kin of the Danshwilyu clan. If he could keep them safe, he would willingly kneel and kowtow to the Hokage rock in honor of the second Hokage. Then Tiangong continued, "But what about that fellow named Jinfu? He once threatened my sister's life. What do you think I should do to him?" At those words, the old man's pupils constricted. Before he could say anything, my ninja had already begun landing on the island in succession. Seeing the field covered in corpses, they all looked at Tiangong with awe. No wonder Lord Tiangong had dared to come ashore alone. Never had they imagined he possessed such terror-striking combat strength. Unconsciously, their private form of address changed from Captain Tiangong to Lord Tiangong. Turning unhurriedly, Tiangong said in a flat voice, "Spare no one, not even the dogs and chickens." At once, the ninja on the field scattered, racing toward the center of the island, their target being the civilians of the Danshwilyu clan. The old man's face twisted in fury. He raised his only remaining arm, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but Inuzuka Hana slit his throat with a kunai. Countless desperate screams echoed from the island. Tiangong's face was calm, not a trace of guilt existed in his heart. Those who held hatred toward Mai were bound to die. The only question was whether they were killed in the open or in secret. Better than leaving survivors, Tiangong thought it cleaner to settle it once and for all. As a ninja, rather than keeping a good reputation, it was better to earn a fearsome one, to cut so deep that anyone plotting against Mai would tremble in dread. Lost in such thought, Tiangong gathered a ball of blood-chi flame in his hand. The The flame dispersed slowly, drifting down onto the corpses of the Danshwilyu ninja. After a moment, every corpse turned into desiccated husks. The origin blood pearl of the Danshwilyu clan in Tiangong's hand had expanded more than tenfold. With it no Danshwili, a ninja within 50 li could escape his palm. If fueled by chakra as well, this art would become a true clan extermination divine technique. Moments later, all the my ninja gathered around Tiangong. Tiangong ordered, Liangshan, sweep the island once more. I want no living soul left alive. At this, Rishiang Yi and 2 Rishiang clan members assigned to this task activated their Byakugan. They split into 3 teams and commenced a meticulous sweep of the island. Tiangong also took the origin blood pearl to hunt down the escapees. There were few, merely 2 chunin and 1 special jonin accompanied by a large number of children. All were mercilessly killed. Though there might still be stragglers, that was the Umbu's responsibility. Tiangong had no mood to keep pursuing. 4 days later, Tiangong and the others returned to Mai carrying large quantities of ninja gear and cash notes. The return journey was made without urgency, with ample rest. Tiangong even took the lead in hosting 2 banquets. Despite drinking a fair amount of sake, being within the land of fire, there was no real danger. On this day, Tangu was hiding in the deputy captain's office of the police force, secretly drinking. Yes, the deputy captain's office. He had been promoted. His last mission was executed flawlessly. However, because he had beaten up an elder of Konoha in the Hokage building, he was now only an acting deputy captain. Just then the door opened and Inuzuka Hana entered with a pout. Seeing Tangu drinking, her anger flared even more. She threw several stacks of documents onto the desk and snorted, "You bastard, how can you still be in the mood to drink at a time like this?" Hastily picking up the scattered peanuts, Tangu said helplessly, "Hey, we've already made it to deputy captain, so a little drink shouldn't be a problem, right? See for yourself." Sighing, Tangu wiped his hands and picked up the documents. He really had no interest in them. If Inuzuka Hana hadn't been there, he wouldn't have even glanced at them. Just as Tangu was thinking about hiring an assistant, his brow suddenly furrowed. He slammed the table and cursed, "What? Divide 2/3 of the external jurisdiction? Then what the hell is the point of being deputy captain?" Listening to Tangu's foul language, Inuzuka Hana rolled her eyes and explained, "On the day you were elected deputy captain, the 3 elite squads under your command were transferred to the other 2 deputy captains." Hearing this, Tangu's eyes narrowed and an unsettling aura unconsciously emanated from him, making Inuzuka Hana feel uneasy. Noticing her discomfort, Tangu quickly restrained his aura and said calmly, "You mean someone is setting me up?" Locking the door, Inuzuka Hana said, "Not only that, but all 10 of your second-level squads have submitted requests for increased pay. Is our external security pay much worse than the other deputy captains?" Inuzuka Hana shook her head. "No, our external security team often leaves the village, so the probability of combat is higher, and naturally our pay is the highest." "In that case," Tangu nodded, then seemed to think of something and asked Inuzuka Hana, "How long has the guy lying in the hospital been in the police force?" Inuzuka Hana naturally knew who he was referring to, the deputy captain who had led his team and was crippled by Kenfu and the others. She pondered. "He is the most senior deputy captain, having served in the police force for over 20 years. Tangu, do you mean he's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes?" Possibly. With over 20 years in the police force and being a jonin, even a pig could gather its own herd. But he's still in the hospital and has lost an arm. Even if he recovers, he can never be a ninja again. Would those people still listen to him? That's why I said possibly. Check his records for me. Inuzuka Hana was about to leave when she heard Tangu shout, "Oh, and those second-level squad guys who want a raise, tell them they don't need to come in tomorrow. Since our jurisdiction has shrunk, we don't need that many people anyway." After leaving Tangu's office, Inuzuka Hana couldn't help but exhale. To her, Tangu had always been carefree and somewhat cynical. But just now, when he was angry, she sensed a pressure from her former friend, as if he could end her life with a flick of his finger. Even though they were in the same squad before, neither she nor Uchiha Azumi was as strong as Tangu, but back then the gap wasn't so enormous. With this thought, Inuzuka Hana resolved in her heart that once she helped Tangu through this period, she would resign and go home to train seriously. Recalling how Tangu single-handedly annihilated the Danzue Ikazoku a few days ago, although Inuzuka Hana felt it would be difficult to surpass him in this lifetime, she at least wanted to see his back. Evening. At Asuma's place. Although Tangu had just been appointed deputy captain of the police force and was a bit flustered since Guy had returned to the village, the group still gathered for a small game of mahjong. Playing a tile, Asuma said helplessly, "Tangu, you were too impulsive. That guy is Elder Koharu's disciple. By disrespecting Elder Koharu, he will definitely retaliate against you." Hearing this, Tangu gestured toward the Konoha hospital and said, "You mean that loser who led 2 elite squads and still got crippled?" "Yeah. Although he's no match for you, he's been in the police force for so long." Almost all of your subordinates were promoted by him. Why did you have to provoke him? Tangu rubbed his chin and mused, so it really is him pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yes. In his eyes you stole his position. Even though he couldn't be deputy captain anymore, you also beat up Elder Koharu, so he'll definitely make things difficult for you. Interesting. A guy who can't even be a ninja dares to provoke me. Seeing the cold smile on Tangu's face, Azuma quickly said, "Hey you bastard, don't resort to dirty tricks. A lot of people are watching you, waiting for you to make a mistake." Waving his hand, Tangu laughed, "Don't worry. He's not worth my dirty tricks yet. And even if I do move against him, it won't be by my own hand." "You reckless bastard." Just then Guy asked curiously, "Tangu, have you been promoted to deputy captain?" "Yeah, what's up? Beast, you want to work under me?" Guy shook his head regretfully. "Sorry Tangu, I've already applied to become a squad leader to the Hokage." "Tisk, what a shame. If you worked under me, I'd definitely give you the pay of a special jonin, all 4 of them." Hearing this, Yoru, who was sitting across from Tangu, curled his lips. "You bastard, you're always promising big things. Yesterday you said you'd arrange special jonin pay for all of us." Hearing this, Azuma sighed. "Hey, you two, that's enough. At least I, your captain, am sitting right in front of you." Hearing this, Yoru chuckled. "Sorry captain, I forgot for a moment. It's mainly because you're so approachable." "You bastard." Azuma rubbed his forehead and looked at Tangu. "You kicked out all those second-level squads. Even though your jurisdiction has shrunk, just relying on those genin squads is far from enough. So, I need to recruit more people, eh? What else?" Hearing this, Tangu clicked his tongue regretfully. "Tisk, I thought the rest would be my pocket money." Hearing this, the corner of Azuma's mouth twitched. "Bastard, do you even know what you're saying?" Azuma was truly speechless. The police force received a monthly budget of 50 million Rio, but only 2 million ended up in his hands. This money was used to pay the subordinate salaries. If Tangu had his way, the amount Tangu pocketed would be many times more than his own as captain. And such blatant embezzlement, if discovered, would not just mean dismissal, it would mean imprisonment. Rough outline of the ending. Tangu had just joined the police force not long ago. After the Konoha 12 graduated from the Ninja Academy, the protagonist would become the top leader of the police force. Then there would be some chance encounters with Kazahana Koyuki, and the two would get together, though it wouldn't be smooth sailing. They would have some minor conflicts, but eventually make up. Then during one of their dates, Tangu's enemies would come knocking. After Tangu killed all of them, leaving only one child ninja alive, Kazahana Koyuki couldn't accept that the person she loved killed without blinking. She also didn't want Tangu's blade to be stained with the child's blood, so she desperately tried to stop him, but Tangu wouldn't let anyone who wanted to kill him live, even a child. So Tangu killed the child ninja, and Kazahana Koyuki broke up with him. Then the Akatsuki appeared, Itachi, Konan, and Kakuzu, their goal being to recruit Tangu. Naturally, Tangu refused, and a fight broke out, though Kakuzu and Konan didn't intervene. Tangu didn't know Itachi was a fake defector, so he naturally held nothing back. As the two were fighting, Kakuzu suddenly launched a jutsu at Kazahana Koyuki. Since he had a grudge against Tangu and the recruitment failed, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Tangu. Tangu took Kakuzu's jutsu head-on, sustaining severe injuries, but surviving. Then he used 4 chakra metal kunai, employing the same method Shikamaru used to kill Hyde, unleashing the 4 violet flames formation to protect Kazahana Koyuki. Knowing he was in a desperate situation, he activated his incomplete fire release chakra mode. In fire release chakra mode, his chakra burned within his meridians, boosting his speed and power geometrically at the cost of chaotic chakra inability to use ninjutsu and his life. Just as he was about to go down with the enemy, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been drinking in the land of fire, arrived. Sensing their chakra, the 3 Akatsuki members retreated, and Tangu deactivated the fire release chakra mode. Shizen desperately maintained Tangu's condition. Tsunade, after an inner struggle, overcame her fear of blood, activated the Byakuga seal, consumed a vast amount of chakra, and gradually healed Tangu's injuries. During Tangu's recovery, Kazahana Koyuki came to visit him. She regretted her decision and wanted to pretend nothing had happened since the Akatsuki had come before Tangu could answer. But Tangu realized how incompatible they were and politely sent her away. It wasn't because he didn't like her, it was because he liked her too much. But precisely because of that, he felt it was better to end it here, so that at least now they would remember each other fondly. Within the Akatsuki, Black Zetsu and Obito saw Tangu as a variable and wanted to eliminate him. Obito planned to act personally, but Tangu could sense blood chi, rendering his methods ineffective. So Obito decided not to face Tangu again, and instead manipulated the hidden mist village to drain Konoha's strength. Around that time, Raza was planning to sell out Pakura, so the two sides agreed to launch a surprise attack on Konoha during the upcoming Chunin exams. The plan was roughly during the Chunin exams, the mist would pressure Konoha's forces, and then Raza would strike. However, during that time, Tangu colluded with Orochimaru, and they directly killed Raza. On the mist side, Jiraiya hadn't returned to the village, yet so Akimichi Choza led the defense, and Tangu went to support. Tengu naturally didn't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about killing the Kazekage, so Orochimaru had an information advantage, and in the end Hiruzen also died. At the border, Akimichi Choza couldn't defeat the Mizukage. Tengu developed lightning-release explosive tags and killed the ailing Hozuki Mangetsu. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza was defeated. The fourth Mizukage was under Jinjutsu. Though his goal was to crush Konoha, he prioritized killing Tengu when given the chance. During the Mizukage's ambush, Yugogo used Ice Release to block the tailed beast ball for Tengu, but she couldn't hold out for long. As she suffered backlash, Tengu reacted. He managed to block the tailed beast ball, but Yugogo was on the brink of death. Though she was saved, she could no longer be a ninja. Tengu single-handedly held off the mist, allowing Konoha's ninjas to retreat. Back at camp, he learned that Akimichi Torifu was severely injured and Yuzuki Yugogo was crippled. He was in despair. Then Tsunade appeared. She first gave Tengu a good beating, then healed the injured Konoha ninjas. Reinvigorated, Tengu launched a direct assault on the mist, once again activating Fire Release Chakra Mode. Fire Release Chakra Mode was based on his Chakra Activation Mode, but he performed Fire Nature Transformation on the chakra inside and outside his meridians. Tengu then tore the tailed beast form Yagura apart with his bare hands and pursued the remaining mist ninjas all the way to the coastline. However, the perfected Fire Release Chakra Mode, while not fatal, still severely injured him. In the end, Terumi May stopped him. After that, Konoha returned to the village. But Yugogo's crippling was inevitable. Tengu's personality changed drastically. He spent every day researching how to use blood chi to restore her. Of course, he used captured enemy ninjas as test subjects, his madness rivaling Orochimaru's, though he never harmed anyone from his own village. During this period, he learned that his father's death was connected to the Toshin clan in the Land of Fire. He massacred the entire Toshin clan, leaving no one, extracting their blood chi origin, and even used blood chi flames to forge 2 ninja tools. The Thousand Bone Tower was compressed from the bones of over 1,000 Toshin clan members. It could be shrunk or expanded. When fully released, it could crush a jonin into a mist of blood. The soul-destroying bell trapped the souls of over 1,000 Toshin clan members. When the bell rang, the resentment within could intimidate enemies. Those below jonin rank would be killed by the sound. Later, when Jiraiya took Naruto to find Tsunade, Tengu became acting Hokage. His personality had changed so much that even Yugogo began to fear him. Finally, when Yugogo was about to commit suicide, Tengu thoroughly awakened. He destroyed the Thousand Bone Tower and the soul-destroying bell on the spot, and spent a lot of time accompanying her every day. Then Tsunade took office and Tengu became Konoha's top enforcer. After repelling the restless Iwa, Jiraiya took Naruto for training. Tengu also took Yugogo on trips and used blood chi to nourish her meridians. Then Kazuhana Koyuki appeared. Tengu snuck away, slaughtered the entire land of snow, and before leaving used blood chi to create a protective tool for her. The later plot hasn't been decided yet, but Tengu would die because his blood chi and chakra were both too powerful, causing conflict. So he split his soul and injected all his blood chi into the dragon pulse, preparing to condense a body without chakra. But without blood chi, his original body would gradually age. Later, before Jiraiya went to the Hidden Rain village, he found Jiraiya to drink. Then he drank with Jiraiya and suddenly struck, preparing for the final battle in the Rain village. Without the interference of blood chi, his chakra was very strong, but in the end his life force withered. The Jiraiya whom Tengu had secretly attacked was discovered by the Inoshikacho squad, and they pursued Tengu. Tengu also met his sister for the last time. Then, just as Tengu's blood chi body was about to be born, he time-traveled with Naruto and 100-foot. Tengu's blood chi body didn't return, instead, he went to make amends. After eliminating Danzo the Akatsuki and capturing the Jinchuriki, he left. Then the Fourth Great Ninja War began. Tengu's chakra body was summoned by impure world reincarnation. Then Tengu's blood chi body returned. After fusing souls, they defeated Kaguya, and that was the end.